Chapter 001. This goddess is too proactive. The ancestor has only two hobbies in his life, one is cultivation, and the other is humiliating beautiful women with excellent talents. Sheer, you are the most beautiful and talented woman in our family. You must serve the ancestor well. In the face of a great catastrophe, only the ancestor can save us. Sacrificing you and asking him to come out of seclusion can save 8,000 lives of the Zheng family. Son, I'm sorry for putting you through this for the sake of our family. In the hall, all the elders gathered together and kept persuading Zhang Zishi, a girl who was only 18 years old. Zhang Zishi looked sad. She was a goddess of heaven, with top-notch appearance and talent, but she actually had to serve an old man who was over 3,000 years old. She couldn't accept this humiliation. But, go, your family and clan will take care of you. We must do everything we can to please the ancestor. I've already taught you all the necessary moves. The rest depends on your sincerity. If the ancestor hasn't come out of seclusion in a month, then the 38 people in your lineage will. Zhang Zishi bit her lip, tears falling. Yes, I will serve the ancestor well. She had to go. She can ignore the survival of her family, but she cannot ignore the life and death of her family members. 1 month, time is too tight. If the catastrophe had come a few decades later, she would have been confident that she could deal with it with her own abilities. But there is no time now. The only way is to offer her to the ancestor in the forbidden area and ask him to come out. Under the escort of the elders, Zhang Zishi came to the forbidden area behind the family mountain and walked into the cave. Remember your mission. The ancestor hasn't come out of seclusion for 800 years. His desires may be very strong. You have to endure it. The ancestor is unkempt, so his image might be a little strange. You have to understand. The ancestor has a special habit, and he might play tricks on you. You have to see through it and ignore everything and make him happy. Also, the ancestor can destroy you 100,000 times with just a thought, so you must be careful with your words and actions, and be gentle, and docile again. The elders gave more instructions. Zhang Zishi's figure disappeared in the corridor, and their voices gradually could no longer be heard. She was like a death row prisoner being escorted to the execution ground, her heart growing heavier with every step she took. Finally, a stone door appeared in front of them. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely not be a woman. She murmured in her heart, then pushed open the stone door and walked in. The light in the forbidden stone chamber was dim, and a person could be vaguely seen. It was a young man. He has short hair, strange clothes, and his appearance and style are completely different from those of normal people. But, it's pretty good looking. As the elder said, the image is strange. Zhang Zishi said in her heart. The strange thing was that she was very sad just now, but when she saw this ancestor, she did not feel much resistance in her heart. There's even an indescribable feeling, as if, very familiar. It's strange, how could this happen? Zhang Zishi couldn't help but wonder. However, he did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. He followed the instructions of the elders, put on a respectful attitude, and said softly, I am Zhang Zishi, the 187th generation of the Zhang clan, and I pay my respects to the ancestor. As he said this, he knelt down, with an attitude as humble as possible. Are you Zhang Zishi? The short-haired man made a surprised sound. Zhang Zishi knelt on the ground and replied, Yes, ancestor, do you know me? The short-haired man fell silent. After a while, he waved, Come here. Yes, ancestor. Zhang Zishi stood up, still feeling sad for herself in her heart, but for some reason she felt a little impatient, and walked quickly to the man. The old ancestor admired her face and sighed, She is so beautiful, much more beautiful than those female stars. Zhang Zishi felt inexplicably happy, thinking, Of course, everyone calls me the most beautiful woman in the snow country. Which female celebrity is she? Is she worthy of being compared to me? She lowered her head and dared not look directly at the ancestor. Her attitude was submissive, and for some reason, the resistance in her heart was growing weaker and weaker. What can you do? The ancestor asked her at this time. Zhang Zishi said respectfully, My teachings are limited, and my skills in the Tao of immortality are limited. I dare not boast in front of you. However, I have learned the art of sex quite well, and I will definitely serve you well. The ancestor was stunned. Skills in the bedroom? Zhang Zishi's face flushed red. In order to make her serve the ancestor well, the elders of the clan took great pains and invited more than a dozen retired prostitutes to teach her the art of prostitution. Originally, she felt that this was extremely disgusting, and if it weren't for the lives of her family, she would never learn it. But now, seeing the old ancestor in front of him, although he was dressed strangely, he was very young, handsome, and full of energy, and the resistance in my heart immediately disappeared for the most part. In addition, there was a strange aura about this person, as if a red thread was connecting her, making her feel a sense of intimacy involuntarily. At this moment, she no longer felt sad, and even had a vague sense of anticipation. "Old ancestor, can I let Zishi undress you?" Jiang Zishi asked in a low voice. "Wait, this is too fast, let me slow down." The old man's expression was not right, as if he was shocked by all this. Jiang Zishi thought, this old guy made the rules himself, that if he wanted him to come out of seclusion, he had to send the most beautiful woman to play with, so why did he have this expression now? Oh, is this the special hobby the elders mentioned? She understood immediately. I thought of a trick taught by an old prostitute. When a man pretends to be innocent and says no, he just wants you to take the initiative and force him like a queen. So he bit the bullet and pretended to be domineering in front of the ancestor, saying, "This matter cannot be delayed, ancestor, please do not refuse. Zishi is poisoned, and only your life essence can save her, so..." After saying this, he was too embarrassed to continue and just started to pull off the old man's clothes. Hey, hey! What are you doing? Come on, we just met." The old ancestor was frightened by her bold action and jumped 2 meters away. "Don't go, I need to detoxify." Jiang Zishi was so angry that she stomped her feet. The old ancestor was really going too far, as he had to ask a girl like her to take the initiative in such a shameful thing. But the elders also said that no matter how the ancestor refused or how he reacted, her only mission was to satisfy him with her body. Since it concerns the life and death of her family, she dare not neglect it. So he gritted his teeth and chased after him. "Hey, girl, don't do this. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a serious player who plays with data development, not a two-dimensional pervert who draws cards as his wife. Ah, my clothes. Don't take my pants off, please." He runs very fast, but no matter how fast he runs, he is still just an ordinary person. Jiang Zishi used some magic power and quickly caught up with him and stripped him naked. Running, hiding. Sudden. Snap. A crisp sound. The two of them bumped into something, and something shattered all over the floor. Jiang Zishi stopped and looked carefully. It was clearly a tattered skeleton. "Hey, whose corpse is this?" She was not afraid, but confused. The man covered his lower body and said with a wry smile, "This should be the ancestor you mentioned." "Ah? Ancestor? Ancestor is dead? Then who are you?" Jiang Zishi widened her eyes in disbelief. "As for me, I should be considered your master, or summoner," the man replied. "New book is here. As usual, 5 updates will start. Please add it to your collection, recommend it, give it a monthly pass, and give it everything. Chapter 002 Give me back my pants." This. Jiang Zishi was confused. "Well, could you please give me my pants back first?" "Ah? Oh, I'm sorry." Jiang Zishi's mind was in a mess. She couldn't understand the current situation and returned the clothes awkwardly. After a while, the man put on his clothes. He formally introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Qin. I'm a 21-year-old sophomore." Jiang Zishi frowned. "Only 21? So it's not that you have a high level of cultivation that I can't see through, but that you have no cultivation at all?" It's over. I'm dead now." Jiang Zishi looked sad. She looked at the bones on the ground and found a ring from the pile of bones, confirming that it was a token of the ancestor. The ancestor is dead. Who will save the Jiang clan from disaster? This is too terrible. The death of the ancestor is equivalent to cutting off the last chance of survival for the Jiang clan. She didn't even have time to feel ashamed of chasing the man and taking off his clothes. She just kept spinning in circles, feeling anxious and about to cry. "Hey, am I that bad? You act like this just because you know I'm not the ancestor. Do you like old people?" Qin asked depressedly. "It's not because of this." "Oh, you're an outsider who trespassed into the Jiang clan's forbidden area. I should have killed you." Jiang Zishi suddenly remembered that this was a forbidden area. How could an ordinary person like Qin break in? Qin smiled when he heard the words, "Go ahead and kill me. I am your master. Can you bear to do it to me?" As he said that, he stretched his neck and moved closer to her. Jiang Zishi blushed. You, what nonsense are you talking about? You are not the ancestor, I will not serve you. But surprisingly, he didn't feel angry, let alone hit her. She didn't know why she was like this. According to her usual style, she would have slapped this outspoken scoundrel half to death. Jiang Zishi is not a good person and has been notorious for her evil deeds over the years. If it weren't for the imminent disaster and the Jiang clan elders threatening her family, she would never have humiliated herself like this. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me about your problem. Maybe I can help. Shini put away his joking expression. This. Jiang Zishi thought about it, shook his head and sighed, you can't help me. Without the ancestor, no one can save the Jiang clan. How would you know if I don't tell you? I have a cheat. Shini smiled faintly. You don't have any cultivation. Oh my god, why am I talking to you so kindly? I should kill you. Jiang Zishi was extremely conflicted. Her instinct told her that she shouldn't talk to Qini like that. This was not her style. But her body was out of control and she subconsciously wanted to obey Qini. Is this some kind of poison? This is outrageous. Okay, you don't want to tell me? Then I order you to tell me what happened. Qini's tone became more serious. Oh. Seeing his serious look, Jiang Zishi couldn't help but feel a little scared and immediately became well-behaved and obedient. She felt a little ridiculous. As a girl of genius, why should I be afraid of an ordinary person with no accomplishments? But his body was out of control and he spoke honestly. This is what happened. There are 8 ancient tribes in the snow country, and our Jiang tribe is one of them. Thousands of years ago, the 8 clans joined forces to slay a demon king and obtained a magic weapon. The magic weapon was too ferocious and difficult to control, so the 8 clans split it into 8 parts and suppressed it separately. In recent years, the dormant fragments of the magic weapons have suddenly vibrated. We have learned that the magic weapons of the 8 clans have all reacted. A new demon king has emerged and wants to seize them. The 8 ancient clans are not as strong as before. The Qin, Yi, Lin, and Xiao clans have been destroyed one after another, and 4 of the magic weapon fragments have been lost. Based on their movements, we are the next target. The demon king will arrive in a month at most. Without the ancestor, the strongest of our Jiang clan is only at the Wanxiang realm, and there is no way we can compete. Shini frowned slightly when he heard this. It's a bit difficult to say this. It's impossible for him, a weakling, to fight against the demon king. But Jiang Zishi has a possibility. What realm is the demon king in? How are the realms divided? He asked. Jiang Zishi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This person doesn't even know the common sense of realm, yet he still wants to help the Jiang clan resolve their predicament? What a joke! But she still told Qini about it. Cultivation realms, external training, internal strengthening, driving away tigers, transforming into dragons, gengqi, hegemony, mystical magic, all-encompassing, forming elixir, inscription patterns, and true harmony. Thousands of years ago, the Demon King was a terrifying existence at the peak of the inscription realm. It took more than 10 inscription realm masters and a large number of Jindan realm masters from the 8 clans to barely kill him. The current Demon King is not that scary. It is said that he is only at the Jindan realm. However, the strength of the 8 clans is far less than before. There are only a few of them who have reached the Wanxiang realm. Even if they unite as one, they will find it difficult to compete. What's more, they are far away from each other and cannot join forces. Not only that, it is said that the Demon King has several subordinates whose strength is also terrifying. Only the Jiang clan's inscription realm ancestor can contend against such an enemy. It's a pity that the ancestor of the inscription realm has already passed away. Judging from the appearance of his corpse, he has been dead for at least 200 or 300 years. Qini frowned after hearing this. It's 4 major realms away, so it's a bit difficult. Yes, so. Alas, I'm afraid our Jiang clan will follow in the footsteps of the Xiao, Lin, Yi, and Qin clans. Jiang Zishi sighed. Qini said, wait a minute, I'll check how to combine the cards. Maybe there's still a chance. Jiang Zishi, combine cards? What do you mean by combine cards? Qini ignored her, but silently recited the system and opened the plugin he had just obtained not long ago. After traveling through time and space to this hellish place, he was directly bound to something called the Goddess Card Drawing System. This system has only two functions, one is card drawing and the other is card combining. The number of card draws will be refreshed at 12 noon every day. You can draw once a day, and the number can be accumulated. After accumulating 10 times, you can draw again. The probability of encountering high-quality goddess cards will be higher. All the goddesses he drew would involuntarily come to him and form a bond with him. Of course, this bond is very weak and needs to be managed by oneself. If it is not handled properly, it is possible to be killed by the goddess. As for the management methods, there are two types. One is to use charm to win the hearts of goddesses and make them obey willingly. Another way is to combine cards. The so-called card combination is to merge and upgrade the drawn goddess cards. Like Jiang Zishi, she was drawn in the first card drawing opportunity given by the system for free, and her initial quality was purple card. Above the purple cards, there are orange cards, red 1 star, red 2 stars, all the way up to 10 stars. The number of cards required to combine the cards is also different. To upgrade from purple to orange, you need to consume 2 goddess cards with the same name, which means you have to draw Jiang Zishi twice more. To upgrade from orange to red, you don't need a card with the same name, just any one orange card will do. When combining cards and upgrading them, the goddess's strength will naturally grow as well. Chini carefully checked the system data and roughly determined the comparison of the realms. Purple card equals Gangchi realm, orange card equals Tyrant body realm, red card equals Mysterious law realm, 1 star equals Wanxiang realm, 2 stars equals Jiedan realm. So, if he wants to kill the Demon King, he has to upgrade Jiang Zishi to 2-star quality. There is only one chance to draw a card a day, and it takes 30 days to reach 2 stars. This is harder than climbing to the sky. Anyone who has played the card drawing game knows that you should be thankful if you can draw a card with the same name in 3 consecutive draws. It is extremely difficult to upgrade it to red, let alone 2 stars. It's a bit difficult. Chini felt the pressure. Seeing him remain silent for a long time, and finally not saying anything, Jiang Zishi sighed softly, I still have to rely on myself. What are you thinking now? Chini asked her. Jiang Zishi said bitterly, what else can I do? I'll stay here in seclusion for a month and see if I can make some breakthroughs. If the Demon King really comes after a month, I'll take advantage of the chaos and flee, saving my own life. I'll then try to avenge my parents and my clan in the future. Well. Chini didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's never too late for a fairy to take revenge, and her idea is correct. Let's see if your ancestors left behind any good things. Maybe there's something that can save your life. Chini picked up the ring worn on the ancestor's skeleton from the ground. Generally speaking, the rings worn by practitioners are not ordinary items and have storage functions. Chini himself had no cultivation and was unable to open the storage ring, so he picked it up and wanted to hand it to Jiang Zishi for her to check. Unexpectedly, the moment he picked up the storage ring, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Ding! You discovered the remains of a powerful inscription realm warrior and seized a storage ring as a trophy. This can be exchanged for 16 card draw opportunities. Do you want to redeem it? Tip: after redemption, all supplies in the storage ring will disappear completely, leaving only the ring itself. Chapter 003, Card Drawing and Combining. Chini was stunned. Is it possible to get a chance to draw cards this way? So, there is a lot to be done in 1 month. System, besides discovering remains and seizing spoils, are there any other opportunities to redeem card draws? He asked hurriedly in his heart. The system voice mechanically replied, defeating enemies of a higher realm head-on will also earn you card draws. The stronger the enemy, the more card draws you'll receive. Strength is assessed based on the goddesses under your command, with the highest level among all goddesses and your own being the standard. I see. In this way, he can also defeat others through the hand of the goddess to gain card draws. Jiang Zishi is at the Gangchi realm, so she has to at least defeat an enemy at the Gangchi realm. If you draw a higher level goddess, the threshold will also be raised. Although it sounds slow, the communication of divine thoughts is actually very fast. As soon as Chini picked up the ring, he figured out how to get the number of card draws. Jiang Zishi's eyes fell on the ancestor's ring and she reached out to take it. At this moment, Chini silently said, exchange. Ding, redemption successful, you have obtained 16 card draw opportunities. At the same time, everything inside the ring was confiscated by the system. Jiang Zishi took the storage ring and probed it with her true chi. Then her face darkened, there's nothing in here. Chini knew the situation and comforted her, don't be discouraged, there is still a chance. Alas, you said it was easy, but he is a powerful enemy in the Jindan realm. How can we deal with him? Let's find a way. I just said it's difficult, not impossible. Shinny is full of confidence at this moment. Although it is quite difficult to combine a 2-star Jiang Zishi within a month, he feels that there is a lot of room for operation and it can be achieved with more effort. He had just looked at the card combination formula. From purple Jiang Zishi to 2-star Jiang Zishi, a total of 8 Jiang Zishi bodies are needed, plus 1 random orange, 1 random red, and 1 random 1-star is dog food. Excluding today's draw, you still need 7 Jiang Zishi characters and a total of 11 other characters. Of course, this cannot be satisfied with 18 draws, because the upgrade of other dog food also requires cards of the same name, and the actual synthesis difficulty is still not low. Jiang Zishi no longer wanted to pay attention to Qin. She snorted lightly, "Stop bragging. You don't even have any cultivation. It's hard to say whether you can even walk out of this cave. There are 5 Jiang clan elders outside. They can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant." As he said this, he walked to a clean place and sat down, pretending to practice. Qin smiled and said, "I don't really have any special abilities, but I can make you stronger. I'll give you strength, so you can become a powerful warrior and kill the Demon King with your own hands. Isn't that much more satisfying than sacrificing your own innocence and asking the ancestor to come out of seclusion? Are you crazy? How can you, a mortal, make me stronger?" Jiang Zishi's face was full of contempt. If it weren't for the fact that Qin drew her when he drew the card, which created some bond with her and affected her mentality, she would not bother to talk to such an arrogant mortal. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Qin simply said, "How about we make a bet? I'll make you reach the tyrant body realm today. If you can't do it, I'll let you do whatever you want. If you do, you have to listen to me from now on. How about that?" Jiang Zishi snorted lightly, "Why should I bet with you? You are of no use to me. Don't think you can get something for nothing. Even if you can't pull off a trick, you have to be able to pull it off. If I can't do it, you won't lose anything. If I can do it, you can also gain the strength of the tyrant body realm. No matter how you think about it, you won't suffer any loss. Is it okay to listen to you? What if you ask me to do something that is against the will of heaven or you want my body? So you're afraid of losing the bet? Then do you believe me or not?" Qin asked with a smile. Jiang Zishi was confused by him. After thinking about it, she shook her head and said, "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe it, why not take a gamble?" "I don't gamble." "Why?" Qin didn't understand. Jiang Zishi curled her lips and said, "Who would bet on this? I'm not the kind of person who jokes about myself casually." Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not kidding you. You didn't think I made this bet just for your body, did you? If I really wanted you, I wouldn't have refused just now. You tried to rape me like a mad woman. If I hadn't refused so firmly, I might have been drained dry by you and turned into a corpse by now." Jiang Zishi blushed upon hearing this. "You're talking nonsense. I'm not a demonic woman, how could I possibly do that? Just tell me, were you going to rape me just now?" I was." Jiang Zishi blushed, feeling angry and embarrassed. She wanted to explain, but the explanation was even more embarrassing. Finally, she snorted and simply ignored him. "Hey, the strength of tyrant body realm, don't you really want to try it?" Qin continued to tease her. Jiang Zishi closed her eyes and pretended to practice, saying, "If you're in the mood to make fun of me, why don't you think about how to survive? I didn't bring any food, and a mortal like you will die of thirst in 3 days at most. That makes sense. There is nothing in the cave, we must get out as soon as possible." But the people outside were all elders of the Jiang clan. If they found out that the ancestor was dead and a young man who was nothing walked out, Qin would die on the spot. Thinking of this, Qin said, "How about this, I'll help you break through the realm, and then you don't have to listen to me. Just treat me as your ancestor, be respectful to me, and deceive your elders. What do you think?" Seeing that he said it several times and didn't seem to be joking, Jiang Zishi gradually believed it. She looked at Qin and asked, "Are you serious? Do you really have a way to help me break through?" "Of course." Qin was full of confidence. Not only the tyrant body realm, but also the mysterious law realm, the myriad realm, and the core formation realm can all help you improve, and it won't take too long. Where do you get your confidence from? I don't understand. Jiang Zishi shook her head, unable to understand this matter no matter what. She just broke through the Gangchi realm last month. At the age of 18, she was already a rare prodigy in the snow country. If you continue to practice, each realm will be more difficult than the last. Even if you are a peerless person, you will have to be over 20 years old to enter the hegemonic body realm. If she could break through today, she would be the greatest genius in the snow country in 1,000 years, and she would be a rare existence in the entire world of immortals and demons. Even the Feishu's sword immortal, who is as famous as her, cannot be compared with her. Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Of course, the system's affairs could not be told to anyone. Jiang Zishi looked at Qin Yi, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. If you can truly help me break through the tyrant body realm today, and not affect my future, I will do as you say and honor you as my ancestor, serving you at my side. There are methods in the world of immortal cultivation to quickly break through the realm, but each method will damage the foundation, making it difficult to make further progress in the future. Generally, no one will use them unless it is absolutely necessary. Qin Yi said, "Of course not, you are my first goddess. Who will protect me after I block your way?" "You are talking nonsense again. Who is your goddess?" "I am me and you are you. We have no relationship," Jiang Zishi said with a stern face. Qin Yi smiled and said, "It will be related in the future." Then he opened the system and prepared to draw cards. Chapter 00410 Consecutive Draws. Jiang Zishi felt confused when she saw his mysterious confidence. This man is so weird. She felt something was wrong with her today. Under normal circumstances, she would have beaten such an outspoken ordinary person to death long ago, and there was no way she would have talked nonsense for so long. I don't know what kind of magic Qin Yi has. When I see him, my heart is in turmoil, as if I have met my nemesis. I don't even dare to say harsh words to him. "Hey, what about the solution you proposed? Are you just going to sit there and do nothing?" Jiang Zishi couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi said calmly, "Don't be so impatient." He is looking at the card pool. To what extent Jiang Zishi can improve within a month depends on the number of card draws and the depth of the card pool. If there are 10,000 goddesses in the card pool, she probably won't be able to enjoy the benefits of combining cards in her lifetime. But obviously, the card pool will not be so outrageous. Otherwise, why is it called the goddess card drawing system? Those who can be drawn by Qin Yi must be goddesses and fairies. They are of a level rarely seen in the world. Not only do they have great looks, but their qualifications must also be top-notch. Otherwise, they can only be considered beauties or geniuses, which is far from being goddesses. As the top genius in the snow country, there are definitely not many people of the same level as Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi looked at the card pool description. There is an introduction there. Current card pool range, Snow Country Southern Province only for the goddess drawn in the Snow Country Southern Province area. Card pool characters, Jiang Zishi, Shen Qingyue. Well, only 2. Just as I expected. Qin Yi suddenly felt refreshed. He had previously estimated that there wouldn't be many goddesses, and that there would only be about 4 or 5 in the initial card pool. Unexpectedly, the situation was even better than he thought. There were only 2 in total. With 16 draws, Jiang Zishi will be sent to the Tyrant Body Realm in minutes. The Fashuan Realm is not difficult either. Qin Yi took a look at the number of card draws. Number of draws remaining, 16 1 hour and 53 minutes until the next refresh. It is around 10 o'clock in the morning and there are still 2 hours to refresh. Draw 10 times in a row first, and save the remaining times for another 10-time draw. Qin Yi thought to himself. Then silently open the card drawing page, directly select 10 consecutive draws, and click Start. Buzz buzz buzz. The system interface is a pond with rolling white mist and fairy air. When the mist cleared, 10 cards floated out, glowing faintly. Qin Yi took a deep breath, flipped the cards manually, and clicked on the first one. Wow! The card was turned over, revealing its front side. She was a fairy in green clothes and black hair, about 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure, a beauty that seemed beyond mortal. There was a hint of pride between her brows, but it was not the kind of arrogance or conceit, but rather an extreme confidence in herself. Congratulations, you have obtained Zhongplan Goddess Jiang Zishi. A good start. The first one is a card with the same name, and the only thing away from the Tyrant Body Realm is Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi was in a good mood and turned to the second page. Wow! This time the card showed a girl in white. She was very heroic, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into her temples, a pair of almond-shaped eyes as bright as stars, delicate skin, exquisite facial features, and a waist so thin that it seemed like it would break with a gust of wind. She held a jade sword in her hand, and one could tell at a glance that she was a sword fairy. Congratulations, you have obtained Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinshiniwa. The moment he turned over the card, Shinji felt as if something more existed in his heart. He sensed Shinshiniwa's location, which was very far away from here, at least several hundred kilometers. But it seemed that he could call her and make her come to him. It's just a single draw, the bond isn't very strong, and the opponent may not respond. Look at the third card. Shinji clicked to open it. The next second, he was stunned. The third card is also Shinshiniwa, but the background color of the card is different and the border is broken. You obtain 10 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinshiniwa fragments. Oh my god, there are still fragments. I forgot about this. Shinji wanted to vomit blood. Almost every card drawing game has this setting, but he just subconsciously ignored it, only considering the depth of the card pool, and forgetting that not every card draw will necessarily give a complete set of cards. He glanced at the fragment's description. Goddess Fragment Flying Snowsword Fairy, collect 30 fragments to synthesize a complete Flying Snowsword Fairy Shinshiniwa. 10 fragments at a time, 30 in one, is acceptable. Shinji continued to turn over the remaining cards. You obtain 5 Flying Snowsword Immortal Shinshiniwa fragments. You obtain 10 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 5 Flying Snowsword Immortal Shinshiniwa fragments. Congratulations, you have obtained Flying Snowsword Immortal Shinshiniwa. You obtain 10 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. After turning over the 9th card in a row, Shinji's face looked a little ugly. What the hell? There's actually a ghost draw with 5 fragments. Fuck, there are only 25 Jiang Zishi fragments, and I can't even get them together? There is only one card left. If he draws Shinshiniwa again, he will have to use his single draw quota to make up for it. Come Jiang Zishi. Shinji growled and clicked to open it. Jiang Zishi was looking at him from the side, wondering if there was any way he could help her improve her strength. Hearing him suddenly yell and call her name, Jiang Zishi was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Then she saw Shinji smile. Ha ha ha, I got it. Shinji was very happy. The last one he drew was indeed Jiang Zishi, and he was given 10 Jiang Zishi fragments. This time, I got a total of 2 complete Shinshiniwa, 1 complete Jiang Zishi, 35 Jiang Zishi fragments, and 20 Shinshiniwa fragments in 10 consecutive draws. The profit is pretty good. What are you laughing at? What did you win? Jiang Zishi was full of questions. It's okay, it's okay. Just wait for me, I'll help you upgrade right away. Shinji combined the 35 fragments he drew into a complete card. After deducting 30 fragments, there were only 5 left. At the same time, he also had a total of 3 Goddess Jiang Zishi cards in his hand. It's time to synthesize and upgrade. Shinji turned on the card combining function. The card combining interface is very simple, just like a fill-in-the-blank question. You put in the materials and you can combine the corresponding cards. He checked the notice and after confirming that it was correct, he put 3 pictures of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi in. Click OK. Congratulations, you have synthesized the orange quality Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. The system information flashed by, and an orange card immediately appeared in Shinji's card collection. At the same time, another prompt flashed on the system. It is detected that the goddess card you synthesized is stronger than the goddess herself. Do you want to extract the exclusive upgrade card? Tip: exclusive upgrade cards are used to upgrade the realm of the goddess. Each realm can only be extracted once. The extracted card can only be used as the main body and cannot be used as consumable materials. In other words, after the goddess card is synthesized, there is still a process to go through, and she will not become stronger the moment of synthesis. Extract. Shinji responded, and a physical card appeared in his hand, shining with golden light. Jiang Zishi Orange Upgrade Card, only for Jiang Zishi to use. Immediately break through to the early stage of the Tyrant Body realm after use. No side effects. This is good stuff. Shinji looked at the Jiang Clan goddess beside him, with a smile on his face. Now, you have to be obedient. Chapter 005 She is happy, I am happy too. What is that? Jiang Zishi saw him muttering nonsense, sometimes with his head down and silent, and 1,000 doubts accumulated in her heart. Seeing the extra golden card in Qinyi's hand, she immediately stood up and walked over, wanting to find out. Qinyi said with a smile, "Girl Zishi, from now on you can call me ancestor. Serve me well, and when I am in a good mood, I might help you improve your realm." Jiang Zishi frowned. "What are you talking about in your sleep? I'm warning you, I'm not a 3-year-old child, don't try to trick me with your tricks." Qinyi asked her, "Does the bet we made just now count?" Jiang Zishi, "Forget it. Okay, then from now on, I am your Jiang clan's ancestor." "What is it?" "I am still in the Gangxi realm. My strength has not changed at all." Jiang Zishi clenched her fists, her face looking unhappy, and she had the urge to beat him up. Qinyi smiled slightly. "So, what about now?" As he spoke, he picked up the upgrade card and used it on Jiang Zishi. Rustle. The upgrade card turned into a golden light and flew into Jiang Zishi's body. "This is..." Jiang Zishi subconsciously took a step back to avoid it, but failed. "Qinyi, congratulations, you have entered the Tyrant Body realm." The next second. Buzz. A powerful aura burst out from Jiang Zishi's body. The corners of her clothes and hair fluttered in the air, and her whole body was filled with energy, instantly rising to another level. Ah! Jiang Zishi was stunned. In just a short moment, the quiet true energy in her body suddenly surged, and the true energy in her dantian expanded from a small pond into a big lake. This is the true energy strength of the Tyrant Body realm. I've made a breakthrough? Did I really break through? Her eyes widened in disbelief. The true energy in her body surged out uncontrollably, forming a 3-foot thick wall of energy on her body surface, completely enveloping her. This is the realm of hegemony. The Gangxi realm is where one has just extracted the essence from the flesh and blood, condensed the Yuan Gang, and can kill the enemy from a distance. As for the Tyrant Body realm, the whole body is covered with true qi, making it invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. She is now at the early stage of the hegemonic body realm. Moreover, the foundation is extremely solid, and it is definitely not a case of forcing things to grow. How is it? Have you received the letter this time? Qinyi looked at her. Jiang Zishi looked at her hands stupidly. The tremendous power seemed like a dream. Normally, she would need to cultivate for at least another 7 or 8 years to reach the Tyrant Body realm, but now. How did you do it? She looked at Qinyi blankly, her eyes full of shock. Qinyi smiled and said, "My mouth is blessed, my words are true, whatever I say is what I mean." How is that possible? I don't believe it. What was that golden treasure just now? Jiang Zishi refused to be fooled by him and insisted on finding out the reason. Qinyi shook his head. "Even if I tell you, you won't understand, so don't ask. I'll give you a cup of tea to adjust your mindset. You have to correct your attitude later. You can't act like this in front of the ancestor." Jiang Zishi's strength has improved, but he is still a rookie. If you want to get out of this cave safely, you have to deceive the 5 Jiang clan elders at the door. If the other party shows any doubt, it will be a disaster for him. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Jiang Zishi still found it difficult to accept such a change and was unable to recover for a long time. She walked to a deserted area, circulated the internal energy in her body, and released it. Bang! The rocks collapsed with a huge noise. Hit gently, don't collapse the cave. Qinyi reminded from the side. It's really the power of Tyrant Body realm, not an illusion. Jiang Zishi looked at the hole she had made with a casual blow, and finally believed that she had really reached the realm of hegemony. Qinyi. She turned and looked at Qinyi with mixed feelings. How about it, do you believe me? You must accept the loss and don't cheat. Qinyi said. Jiang Zishi wanted to say something but stopped herself, as if there was something extra in her heart. Qinyi's appearance was reflected in her mind. Although the man was not tall and strong, she somehow felt that he was extremely strong and reliable, as if he was a god sent by heaven to save her. The moment their eyes met, her heart, which was already beating faster due to shock, beat even faster, like a deer running around in panic. Jiang Zishi's heart was surging. It's incredible, how did he do that? I just entered the Gangxi realm last month, and now I'm already in the Tyrant Body realm. With his help, maybe I can really have the strength to fight the Demon King before he arrives. But why is he so nice to me? Betting or something like that is definitely not the main reason. How can such a rare opportunity be given away so easily? This guy said he had no feelings for me, but he gave me such a precious treasure. Humph, what a hypocritical man. He treated me this way, and I, Jiang Zishi, am not an ungrateful person who doesn't repay kindness. I have to be nicer to him. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Zishi's mind, and her gaze towards Qin Yi gradually changed. Qin Yi. No, ancestor, Sheer is here to pay her respects. She called out, her tone extremely respectful and well-behaved as if she really was a little granddaughter. Qin Yi saw her attitude change and her acting skills were quite good. He nodded slightly and said, yes, that's the attitude. Ding! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Your bond with Jiang Zishi has improved. Current intimacy, 30. Check the bond interface to claim corresponding rewards. Hey, what is this? Qin Yi was surprised and quickly opened the interface. Bonds are an important part of developing cards, but the bonds here are different from the game he understands. The bonds in normal card drawing games are all relationships between heroes. The bond between him and the goddess is the intimacy between him and her. Bond relationship. Jiang Zishi, the goddess of the Jiang clan, 30 intimacy available. Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shin Xingyue, 10 intimacy. There are only 2 goddesses, and the bond page is very thin. When I opened the reward page, I saw that there were 6 levels of intimacy with the goddess. 120, chance encounter no reward. 2140, like-minded rewards 100 points of cultivation. 4160, mutual love reward, 200 points. 6180, endless love rewards 400 points. 8199, never give up bonus, 800 points. 100, life and death reward, 1600 cultivation points. Except for the first level which has no rewards, the next 5 levels all give you cultivation. The cultivation reward, is it for me? If I serve the goddess well, I will also benefit from it? Qin Yi asked in surprise. He originally thought that he could only be a noob who lived off his wife for the rest of his life, with 0 fighting power, and that he could dominate the world by relying on her for a living. Unexpectedly, this system is quite considerate and even has a mechanism for rewarding cultivation. Qin Yi opened the introduction and realized that he, as a player, had an experience bar. Chapter 006, it turns out he is a peerless master. Host, Qin Yi. Current realm, external training realm. Current cultivation, 01. Next realm, initial stage of inner strength. The lowest level, only 1 point of cultivation is needed to upgrade. And the cultivation reward he just received was 100 points. Receive cultivation. Qin Yi took out the reward. Your cultivation value is full, please upgrade manually. System reminder. The current cultivation level has become 101, which is a lot of overflow. Qin Yi upgraded manually, and his realm directly became the early stage of inner strength realm. At the same time, the experience bar also becomes 9910. The so-called outer training realm is in the hands of everyone, and ordinary people can also be considered in this way. It is not considered a realm at all. The inner strength realm is a little bit stronger. Qin Yi, who has reached the initial stage of inner strength, feels that his body has become much stronger and his arm strength has at least doubled. He continued to upgrade. The middle stage of inner strength, the late stage of inner strength, and the early stage of tiger driving realm, the span of these 3 small realms requires 10 points of cultivation. Every time he reached a higher realm, he felt his physical strength soaring rapidly. After 30 points of cultivation, although his appearance did not change, the strength of his arms had increased to at least 1,000 pounds, like a wild beast. This is just the tiger driving realm. TSK, no wonder everyone wants to be strong, the later realms are not human at all. Qin Yi was secretly surprised. There are still 3 small levels to upgrade from the tiger driving realm to the dragon transforming realm, and each level consumes 30 points of cultivation. He clicked twice in a row, advancing from the early stage of the tiger driving realm to the late stage. Looking again, he saw that his cultivation level was only 9 points, which was not enough. Qin Yi, why has your aura changed? Jiang Zishi had been keeping an eye on Qin Yi and noticed that his physical aura had changed in a very short period of time, which made her curious. Qin Yi replied, it's okay, give yourself a promotion. You have to call me ancestor, and don't call me the wrong name next time. The feeling of being in the late stage of the tiger driving realm is very good. He now has the strength of at least 1 or 2 tons in one arm. Oh, yes, ancestor. Jiang Zishi lowered her head. I was thinking in my heart, this guy can easily help people in Gangxi realm to break through to body realm. How could he be as weak as he looks? He was most likely more powerful than the real ancestor, and the reason he displayed the aura of the tiger driving realm was just to amuse himself. As a very intelligent fairy, Jiang Zishi quickly figured things out. This is the forbidden area of the Jiang clan. How can ordinary people come here casually? In fact, Shini is an unrivaled strongman. He should be the ancestor's friend. He came to visit the ancestor today, but he didn't expect that the ancestor was dead. It just so happened that he was forced by the elders of his tribe to come and sacrifice himself, and he met this peerless powerful man. Senior Chini pretended to know me and immediately wanted to lend a helping hand when he heard that the Jiang clan was in trouble. But as an outsider, he couldn't interfere too much, so he pretended to be an ordinary person and played tricks on the younger generation. Next, Senior Chini will stay in the Jiang clan as an ancestor until the Jiang clan overcomes the difficulties. During this month, I need to stay by Senior Chini's side as a maid. This is not impersonating the ancestor, but Senior Chini first pretended to be a junior to play with himself, and then pretended to be the ancestor, with 2 layers of identity disguise. Luckily, it's me. Jiang Zishi secretly rejoiced. It was all thanks to her. If it were someone else, without a smart brain and a pretty face, Senior Chini might not have helped. Therefore, charming the seniors is the top priority at the moment. A month is a long time. If the senior suddenly leaves because he is unhappy, there will be no one to deal with the devil. I just wonder if Senior Chini, whose real age is at least several thousand years old, would think she is too young and naive. Hey, what are you thinking about? Chini stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Jiang Zishi. Oh, no, nothing. Jiang Zishi blushed and turned her head away. Don't let your imagination run wild. My methods are beyond your comprehension. Chini advised. He thought Jiang Zishi was still thinking about the upgrade card. As a result, when Jiang Zishi heard this sentence, it took on a different meaning. He admitted it. Senior Chini has extraordinary skills, he is indeed a peerless master. Jiang Zishi was excited. The sky, which had been gloomy for a long time, finally saw the dawn. Yes, ancestor. It was all Sierra's fault just now. Sierra apologizes to you. She apologized. Then he came over and helped Chini sit down. Grandfather, let Shir rub your shoulders. Yeah, sensible. Chini appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly happy inside. A fairy like Jiang Zishi would be a national treasure on Earth, and ordinary people couldn't even see her if they wanted to. But here, she obediently serves him as a maid. I have to say, the system is awesome. Ancestor, when are we going out? Jiang Zishi asked him. Chini said, no rush. We need to get to know each other first and check the script to avoid any mistakes. A script? Oh, that's right. Your identity is fake, just like in an opera. Well, tell me about some of your ancestors' habits and characteristics. The habits and characteristics of the ancestor? Aren't you a friend of the ancestor? Why are you asking me? Why? Chini was stunned. When did I become your ancestor's friend? He has been dead for hundreds of years, and I am only 21 years old. Oh, yes, I forgot, don't be angry. Jiang Zishi apologized quickly. Senior Chini wanted to pretend to be an ordinary person, and then pretend to be an ancestor, a double disguise. As for the purpose, on the one hand, he wanted to help, and on the other hand, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. By the way, he pretended to be a young man and flirted with this young fairy. Understand, she understands everything. The old man is thin-skinned. I heard from the elders that the ancestor had only 2 hobbies in his life, one was cultivation, and the other was humiliating young and beautiful women. Jiang Zishi began to introduce the ancestor's situation to Chini. In fact, she didn't know much. Even the elders of the clan didn't know much about the ancestor. Because the ancestor had not come out of seclusion for 800 years. The last time was more than 800 years ago. He was lonely and unbearable after practicing, so he sent a message to the elders at that time to send a dozen women in for him to play with. Not long after, more than a dozen bodies were carried out, each of them had been tortured horribly. Chini frowned when he heard this and said, the ancestor was so cruel that he killed more than a dozen women, and yet your elders let you come in alone? Jiang Zishi sighed, there is no other way. In the face of the great catastrophe, the ancestor is our only hope. Sacrificing me can save the whole clan. Then his tone changed and he said happily, but now that I have you, the ancestor is not important anymore. You are even more powerful than the ancestor. Well, pay attention to the role-playing. I am your ancestor. Sheenie said calmly. In fact, he was also nervous. After all, he was not completely sure about the Demon King. Okay, ancestor. Jiang Zishi changed from rubbing shoulders to massaging legs, kneeling beside him to serve. Ancestor, is your strength still okay? Can you be a little gentler? I'm only in the late stage of the Tiger Exorcist realm. Don't pinch me and bruise me. Yes, sir. Jiang Zishi asked, Ancestor, when I go out, how should I explain to the elders that I am still a virgin? This. Xin Yi thought about it. Immortal cultivators are all very powerful. They can probably tell at a glance whether Jiang Zishi's essence is broken or not. But he is the ancestor, does he need to explain to anyone? All final interpretation rights belong to the ancestor. No need to say more. Anyway, your ancestor has a strange temperament. He came out of seclusion this time just to play the role of an ordinary person and play with the junior Jiang Zishi for a while. When you go out later, you show the aura of the tyrant body realm and let them see how powerful I am. As long as we can intimidate the first round, everything will be easy afterwards. Xin Yi said. Jiang Zishi thought about it and nodded, that makes sense, the ancestor is really amazing. By the way, give me that ring. Xin Yi took the storage ring from the ancestor of the Jiang clan and put it on his hand. This is a token of trust, very important. Chapter 007 The Trembling Elder. Your card draw times have been refreshed. Current remaining number of card draws, 7 times. Time passed quickly and before I knew it was already past noon. Xin Yi was a little hungry, and Jiang Zishi didn't bring any food with her, so he had to go out to eat. Remember everything, right? Don't let anything slip later, or if I die, there won't be anyone to help you level up. Before leaving, Xin Yi gave many warnings and instructions. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, Remember. Don't worry, ancestor, if any elder wants to attack you, I will be the first to beat him up. I won't let your strength be exposed. Can you beat him? Xin Yi smiled. It seems that this goddess has been tamed by him quite well and now obeys his every command. Although I am a little confused, 30 intimacy should not be so exaggerated. But, never mind, being obedient is better than being rebellious. Even if I can't beat you, I have to beat you. Old ancestor, you are my savior. You have given me cultivation and luck. You are like my parents. I will be a good face for you even if it costs me my life. Jiang Zishi has completely immersed herself in the role. She is not afraid of anything now. Anyway, even if the truth is revealed, Senior Xin Yi will use his extremely terrifying power to save the situation. So, she is now on the right side and is invincible. But Xin Yi himself is walking on thin ice at this moment. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Let's go out and take a look. The two have already discussed the script and are now on the same page. Xin Yi walked in front, and Jiang Zishi followed 2 steps behind him, walking out of the forbidden cave slowly and steadily. It's sunny outside. 2 old men were meditating on the left and right of the door, like door gods. Ancestor, the one on the left is the 3rd elder, and the one on the right is the 4th elder. Jiang Zishi introduced. When the 2 old men heard the noise, they shuddered and immediately stood up and bowed towards the corridor. Junior Jiang Yong pays homage to the ancestor. Junior Yulongji pays homage to the ancestor. Looking at their nervous posture, it is obvious that they are in awe of the ancestor. Xin Yi responded indifferently, without speaking to them, and walked straight past the 2 of them with Jiang Zishi. As they walked, he said, Girl, is that spicy hot pot really as delicious as you said? I've eaten it before, and it felt pretty average. Jiang Zishi said, Old ancestor, the last time you ate it was over 1,000 years ago. Over such a long time, the people must have constantly improved their tastes, so the dishes now are even more delicious than before. I see, that makes sense. Then take me to try it later. Okay, ancestor. Wrong name. Oh, I'm sorry, ancestor. No, it's Brother Qin. Well, that's right. As the 2 of them talked, they walked away, completely ignoring the 3rd and 4th elders. The 2 elders still kept their heads bowed and looked at each other. What's going on? Is that the ancestor? Why is he so young? The third elder sent a message to the fourth elder. The fourth elder was confused. I don't know. We haven't seen the ancestor. 800 years ago, I was only 6 years old. And at that time, the ancestor didn't come out. He just kept trying to seduce young girls in the forbidden area. No one knows what he looks like. His aura is so weak, it seems he is only in the late stage of the tiger driving realm. But Sheer is so respectful to him, it shouldn't be fake. Did you hear what they just said? It seems the ancestor wants to return to the human world as a young person to experience life. That seems to be the meaning, but this doesn't quite fit in with the ancestor's temperament. The old ancestor's temper? Isn't the old ancestor capricious and does whatever he wants? Today he wants to be a young man, tomorrow he might want to be the ruler of the snow country, and the day after tomorrow he might want to be a singing girl in a brothel. Makes sense. The strong always have strange tempers. We are often moody towards the younger generation in the clan, let alone the ancestor. Come to think of it, doesn't the ancestor really like to have sex with women? It's said that he can do it for more than 10 days at a time without rest. How come he was invited out by Jiang Zishi after just over an hour today? Yeah, this is very strange. It seems that Sheer has never lost her virginity. She is still spotless. Did the ancestor let her go? It's possible. The great elder said that Zishi is the most outstanding and beautiful woman in our Jiang clan in the past 1,000 years. Perhaps the ancestor has a special liking for her and wants to savor her slowly. Not only that. Have you noticed that girl is now at the early stage of tyrant body realm? Ah. Right. I just realized it when you said that. I was wondering why she felt a little abnormal. She was clearly at the initial stage of Gangqi when she entered, but in just 1 hour, she has actually advanced to a higher level. And judging by her elegant aura and vibrant true energy, she doesn't seem to be suffering from any side effects of forcing her cultivation. Could it be that the ancestor's great magical powers have awakened her potential, leading to her rapid progress? Oh my god, what just happened? The two people communicated with each other through voice transmission, and became more and more shocked as they talked. At this time, the ancestor Qin Yi, who had already walked away, said lightly, "Stop gossiping behind me, or I will cut off your tongues." The two elders shuddered suddenly. "Ancestor, please calm down, ancestor, please calm down." The two men quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Having an ancestor with a capricious and weird temper is both a blessing and a fear for the Jiang clan. Fortunately, the ancestor is very powerful and can easily control masters from all sides, and can protect the Jiang clan from major disasters. What is terrifying is that this old ancestor would kill people whenever he was unhappy, sometimes even killing his own family members. He was so cruel that he was unreasonable. The third elder was the one who witnessed the scene of more than a dozen girls being carried out of the forbidden area 800 years ago. The scene was so tragic that none of the girls' bodies were intact. It was no longer love between men and women, but pure torture. Thinking of the cruelty of the ancestor, the two elders dared not talk anymore. They knelt on the ground with their heads lowered and remained silent for a long time. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi's figures disappeared into the distance at the foot of the mountain. It's so scary. Although the ancestor didn't emit any aura of cultivation, I felt like I had just walked through the gates of hell. As expected of a 3,000-year-old ancestor, he is indeed so powerful that it makes one's heart tremble. The apparent strength of the late stage of the tiger driving realm. My god, what does the ancestor want to do? He wants to play the fool and eat the tiger, go to the city with Zishi and show off, then stir up trouble, lure the young men in the city to attack him, and then kill them for fun? Hiss. Don't tell me, this is really possible. You know that Zishi's admirers are all over the city. The ancestor has a strange sexual habit, and he might just want to toy with her in public and make those admirers cry bitterly. Now he is pretending to be weak, and he definitely has a purpose. Big things are going to happen in Woya City. We have to inform the other families immediately. Otherwise, if our ancestor rapes the girl and kills someone, and then goes back to seclusion in the forbidden area, nothing will happen to him. But we will be embarrassed and make enemies. Yes, hurry up. The two old men were so nervous as if they saw a tiger entering the village. They hurriedly took a shortcut down the mountain and didn't even dare to fly, for fear of alarming the ancestor and being beaten to death on the spot. Chapter 008, The Ancestor Enters the Mortal World in a Low-Key Manner. Are we going out like this? At the foot of the Jiang clan's back mountain, Jiang Zishi had a strange look on his face. She and Qini swaggered past the third and fourth elders, and hardly even looked at the two elders. Under normal circumstances, this move would undoubtedly be condemned. But this time, because Qini is the ancestor, everything is fine. Not only was everything fine, but Qini's light words just now even frightened the two elders to their knees. Jiang Zishi couldn't help but think, Senior Qini is indeed a peerless expert. He only displayed the aura of a tiger driving realm, but his aura was still so majestic and powerful that he easily shocked the two elders. Qini secretly broke into a sweat, thinking that this guy was pretending to be so powerful. He was really afraid that he would be killed in an instant if the car flipped over. As a result, things went quite smoothly. Not only did nothing go wrong, but he accurately grasped the thoughts of the two elders and fooled them with a lie. At that time, he thought that since he was disguised as the ancestor, the two old men would definitely not dare to directly question his identity. But he was a young man after all, with a weak aura and limited strength, so there was a high possibility of being suspected. The two of them would probably discuss it in private. Then he said it so lightly, which was pure deception. It turned out that he was right. The journey down the mountain seems peaceful, but in fact it is very dangerous. Qini was now nervous and hungry. He finally reached the foot of the mountain, but he still didn't dare to relax. "Let's go to your place first. I need to eat," he said in a calm tone. This wave of character setting has not yet been established, so he cannot relax for the time being and must still maintain the demeanor of a master. Moreover, he did not use a single layer of disguise, but a double layer. He first pretended to be the ancestor, and then pretended to be himself again. This required him to pay more attention to the details of his words and actions. He pretended to be a young man because he was young to begin with, and pretending to be an old man would easily reveal his true identity. Another reason was that he needed to take Jiang Zishi to fight everywhere, and only a young man could do that. Yes, former brother Qin. Every time Jiang Zishi called him, she felt weird and felt that she was violating the etiquette of seniority. Therefore, the respectful tone was not completely removed, and it did not seem natural. This was exactly the result Qini wanted most, so he didn't correct her. The two entered the Jiang clan's mansion through the back door, and on the way they began to meet guards and maids who were guarding the house. Mississippi. Meet the young lady. When the servants saw Jiang Zishi, they all bowed. The servants at the lower level had no right to know what she was doing in the back mountain today, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with her appearance. But the core members of the Jiang clan are different. When passing a side courtyard, he met a young woman with two maids. When she saw Jiang Zishi, she was immediately surprised and asked, "Jiang Zishi, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the forbidden area? How dare you run out without permission?" Jiang Zishi whispered beside Qin, "Brother Qin, she is a core member of the clan, her name is Jiang Xuehan, she is a few years older than me, and is from the lineage of the third elder, but her status is not as high as mine." "Jiang Zishi, I'm talking to you. Who is this person? He has low cultivation and is dressed strangely. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good person." Jiang Xuehan glanced at Qin with a look of disgust. Jiang Zishi didn't take her seriously at first, but when she heard that she dared to criticize Senior Qin, she immediately became unhappy. "When is it your turn to ask about my affairs?" Bang! Jiang Zishi raised her jade hand, her true energy surged, and she slapped someone from 6 or 7 meters away. "Ah! You dare to hit me! Jiang Zishi, what do you want to do?" Jiang Xuehan was angry and shocked. Although she and Jiang Zishi had always had a bad relationship, they only bickered and never fought. Jiang Zishi has good talent, but she is young after all, 6 years younger than her, and her cultivation is slightly lower than hers by 1 level, so she won't ask for trouble. But today, he didn't even hesitate when he slapped me, he just hit me without hesitation. Jiang Zishi didn't indulge her at all and said coldly, "What's wrong with hitting you? I'm the chief disciple of the Jiang clan and the future clan leader. Let alone hitting you, even if I cripple you, what's the big deal?" With the support of a powerful ancestor, she now stands tall and does not take anyone in the clan seriously. Even when the chief of the Jiang clan comes, she has to lie down before him, and when the king of the snow country comes, she has to sit cross-legged. Of course, she was not a rude and overbearing person. It was mainly because Qin was too important to her and she would not tolerate anyone offending her. You. Jiang Zishi, you are outrageous." Jiang Xuehan became even more furious and pointed at Jiang Zishi, "You little bitch. Don't think I don't know. Today is the day you enter the forbidden area and become the ancestor's sex slave. You won't live long. You blatantly disobeyed the family order and didn't go to the forbidden area. Instead, you brought an outsider with you around the clan. I'm going to tell the third elder and have him punish you. Jiang Zishi laughed. If you want to go, go. Do you still need me to send you off? Okay. We'll see. Jiang Xuehan left angrily with her maid. Jiang Zishi smiled happily. Ever since she learned half a year ago that she might be offered to the ancestor, she has lived in a haze every day. And today, everything is over. She can stand up straight and live her life without having to look at anyone's face or follow anyone's orders. Oh, that's not right, we still have to listen to what Senior Chini says. This is her most important backer, more important than the entire Jiang clan. She would do whatever Senior Chini asked her to do, even if it meant asking her to kill the clan leader, she would do it without hesitation. Are the relationships among peers in your clan so bad? Chini asked. Jiang Zishi nodded. Although we are from the same clan, after thousands of years of inheritance, the blood ties between the various factions have long been alienated. There are 8,000 people in the mansion, and there are more than 70,000 ethnic groups outside. It is impossible for everyone to get along well. Jiang Xuehan and I compete for clan resources and have always been at odds. There are more than 10 people of her age. After all, clan is clan and family is family. If they weren't separated by blood, the elders wouldn't have threatened her with the lives of her family. Chini smiled and said, "Don't worry. You are already very talented, and no one can threaten your position. With my help, it won't be long before you become a powerful person and lead the Jiang clan to resolve the catastrophe. By then, you will be the queen, and no one will dare to disobey you." He still needs to pay more attention to Jiang Zishi. Chini is not a native of this world. He has not cultivated a foundation since childhood, and his strength can only be obtained through system rewards. The southern province of the Snow Country is very large, and there are only 2 goddesses to cultivate, so he has no options. Only by increasing his intimacy with Jiang Zishi can he possess power that truly belongs to him. Intimacy is not easy to achieve. It is probably not enough to just combine cards to upgrade them. You also have to make your own efforts to make her truly submit. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to get the last level of 1,600 cultivation points of life and death dependence. Queen, disobedience. These 2 words made Jiang Zishi very happy. That's right. She's the eldest daughter and will be the clan leader in the future. Everyone has to listen to her. Disobeying her is disobedience and insolence, and should be punished. Senior Chini really understands me. Jiang Zishi said happily, "Brother Qin, you are so nice to me." Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 2 points. Current intimacy, 32. The system pops up a reminder. Chini smiled knowingly. Sure enough, intimacy is something that can be played with, and there is no need to copy the system's card combination formula. As long as you make her happy and make her like it, you can still get 100 intimacy even if the cards are not compatible. But, Brother Qin, do you really think that I can have the power to fight against the Demon King within a month? Jiang Zishi asked. Chini nodded slightly. Be more confident, you have great potential. Jiang Zishi asked, then do I need to do something? This. Chini smiled and said, just stir up more trouble and fight more opponents of your level. What's the logic behind this? Jiang Zishi was puzzled. I'll tell you later. Chini didn't know how to explain it, so he could only turn a blind eye and pass it off. The 2 walked towards Jiang Zishi's residence. Not far away, in a corridor. The 3rd and 4th elders, who had just taken a shortcut back to the Jiang clan, happened to hear Chini's last 2 sentences. His old body couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, the ancestor is too cruel. Doesn't he mean just the younger generation? As long as they are at a similar level to Zishi, no matter what age, he will beat them? Hiss. Horrible, terrible, too terrible. At this time, Jiang Xuehan happened to pass by and saw the 2 elders. Grandpa, Grandpa. Jiang Xuehan trotted over and said to the 3rd elder, Grandpa, please go to the back garden and take a look. Jiang Zishi has disobeyed the clan's orders and escaped from the forbidden area. She also said, ah. Before she could finish her words, she received a slap in the face. Grandpa, why are you hitting me? What did I do wrong? Jiang Xuehan cried in grievance. She had just been beaten by Jiang Zishi, and now she was beaten by the 3rd elder, and he hit the same side of her face. Her face was swollen. The third elder stared at her with fear in his eyes. He lowered his voice, whispered into her ears, and scolded her, "Shut up. The Elders' Council is about to hold an emergency meeting. From today on, Jiang Zixi's status is equal to that of the clan leader. Whatever she wants to do is up to her, and you have no right to interfere." Why? Jiang Xuehan was stunned and couldn't believe it was true. The third elder cautiously glanced at Jiang Zixi and Qin Yi beside her from a distance, then glanced at his most beloved descendant, the little girl, and said in a deep voice, "The man beside her is the ancestor." After saying this, he warned, "Don't tell anyone. This time, the ancestor is entering the mortal world in a low-key manner and doesn't want anyone to see it. If you dare to leak it, the great-grandfather will personally eliminate you." Ancestor? Jiang Xuehan fell to the ground, almost fainting from fright when she thought of what she had just said to Qin Yi. Chapter 009 Compared with him, you are not worthy. Jiang Zixi yard. There was a table full of delicious food in front of him, and Qin Yi ate it with great enjoyment. Jiang Zixi originally suggested eating spicy hot pot, but he was afraid that sweating profusely while eating would affect his image, so he refused. "Brother Qin, try this." Jiang Zixi enthusiastically picked up a piece of fish for him. "You should eat too. You've only been serving me." Qin Yi was a little uncomfortable. He has never been served by anyone in his life. Even his mother only puts the dish he likes in front of him, and never spoils him to the point of asking him to pick up something from his bowl. In the past, he had no chance to even get in touch with a stunning goddess like Jiang Zixi, but now she was like a servant, respectfully trying to please him. This day is like a dream. Only then did Jiang Zixi pick up some food and taste it herself. A person at the tyrant body realm cannot completely stop eating. She did not bring any food with her when she entered the forbidden area, simply because she did not want to survive. Now that the danger is over and the future is bright, I am enjoying my meals. But the goddess is a goddess after all, with elegant manners, and even eating has an indescribable beauty. "Brother Qin, are we going out to cause trouble later?" Jiang Zixi asked after eating for a while. It had been discussed before that her duty was to stir up trouble, provoke people in the tyrant body realm, and then defeat them. And Qin Yi's job is to watch her get into trouble. "Yes, go play outside first. Be careful not to get into trouble with anyone too strong. You have to be able to handle it on your own. The Jiang clan is the strongest force in Woya City. There are too many masters in the mansion. If someone is so foolish as to beat Jiang Zixi up, and he is unable to stop it, he will inevitably be in trouble and his identity as the ancestor will be destroyed. Therefore, it is necessary to pick the weak ones outside." Jiang Zixi said, "I have just broken through to the tyrant body realm, and I haven't yet practiced some of the techniques and martial arts that are only available at this level. If my performance is not good, I hope Brother Qin will understand." Qin Yi said indifferently, "You decide this yourself. I don't have any idea about this and can't help you for now." "Oh, that's right." Jiang Zixi thought that Senior Qin Yi was now playing a double role and actually wanted to appear as ordinary as possible in front of her. So he said, "Let's go out and stroll around first. If anyone provokes me, I'll beat him if I can beat him, and I'll use the Jiang clan to suppress anyone who can't. Anyway, in this small piece of Woya City, no one dares to do anything to me." Qin Yi nodded slightly. With the identity of the Jiang clan goddess, she could almost walk sideways in Woya City. It shouldn't be difficult to earn card draws or something like that. Soon, the meal was over. The two sat for a while, chatted for a while, and then prepared to go out. At this moment, an urgent voice suddenly came from outside. "Zixi, Sister Zixi." A young man rushed in. Seeing Jiang Zixi, he immediately showed joy. "Great. Sister Zixi, you are still here." Jiang Zixi frowned slightly. "Zhang Yunji, what are you doing here? Don't call me so affectionately. You and I are just from the same clan, not brother and sister." She hurriedly distanced herself from them, fearing that Qin Yi would be unhappy. After that, he turned to Qin Yi and said, "Brother Qin, this person is a member of the Jiang clan, belonging to the lineage of the second elder. He has decent aptitude and has just entered the tyrant body realm at the age of 30. Qin Yi's eyes lit up slightly. "When you first enter the tyrant body realm, isn't this a single draw delivered to your door? Sister Zixi, who is this guy? Why is he dressed so strangely?" Zhang Yunji saw Qin Yi and found that Jiang Zixi was very nice to Qin Yi. He couldn't help but frowned and felt a little jealous. "You're causing too much trouble. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Jiang Zishi coldly ordered them to leave. Jiang Yunji was anxious. No, Sister Zishi, I just returned to Wuya City today. I heard that the clan wanted to sacrifice you to the ancestor, so I was so anxious that the clan leader didn't even go to see him and came here immediately. This person. Oh, forget about this kid, come with me quickly, I will take you away from the Jiang clan. I am here to protect you and will never let you fall into the tiger's mouth. As he said this, he wanted to come over and grab Jiang Zishi's hand and run away with her. But can anyone touch the goddess' hands casually? That's enough. Jiang Zishi scolded coldly, and with a wisp of true energy, she forced Jiang Yunji back, her eyebrows raised. Jiang Yunji, show some respect and stop embarrassing yourself here. I have guests to entertain. Get out immediately and don't force me to chase you away. You, what did you say? Jiang Yunji was stunned. Jiang Zishi actually said that he was embarrassing? He is the 6th generation grandson of the 2nd elder. He has a very high status in the clan and is firmly among the top 3 among his peers. Even if Jiang Zishi was more talented than him, she had no right to speak to him like that. Moreover, he came to help, not to provoke. His kindness was taken for granted. Isn't what I said clear enough? Jiang Zishi's tone was cold and indifferent. You, me? Jiang Yunji was really confused. Although Jiang Zishi had never been very friendly to him before, she was at least quite friendly. Why are you so angry today, as if you had eaten dynamite? Could it be because of him? Jiang Yunji's eyes fell on Qin Yi, he couldn't believe it. Sister Z, she is a goddess of her generation, and she has never been close to any man. But today, she actually invited this strangely dressed man into her yard, and even affectionately called him Brother Qin, with an extremely docile attitude. The resistance and coldness she showed seemed like she was afraid of being misunderstood by her lover, and she was eager to draw a clear line and prove her innocence. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to this weakling from the tiger-driving realm? But it doesn't make sense. Why? Because of his strange clothes? Because of his weak strength? There are at least 300 to 500 people like this in the Jiang clan, so it's not surprising at all. This man must have used some magic to bewitch Sister Zishi's mind. Absolutely. Jiang Yunji glared at Qin Yi and shouted, "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching Sister Zishi?" At the same time, he released the aura of the tyrant body realm to exert pressure. Qin Yi frowned slightly. The tyrant body realm is still quite powerful. The true Qi protects the body and makes it invulnerable to swords and guns. It can take people's lives from 100 steps away. It is no longer an ordinary person. It is natural to feel uncomfortable when being stared at with hostility by such a person. But before he started to feel bad, Jiang Zishi exploded first. Jiang Yunji, you are so outrageous. In Jiang Zishi's heart, Qin Yi is not only her savior, but also the savior of her entire family, and soon he will become the savior of the entire Jiang clan. How could such a godlike person be treated disrespectfully? It's a crime to even look at him. Bang! She attacked decisively without hesitation, and the power of the early stage of the tyrant body realm burst out instantly, turning into a fierce palm wind, bombarding Jiang Yunji. Jiang Yunji was going after Qin Yi, but he didn't expect her to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, he was knocked back by the palm strike, smashing a rockery and falling into the pond, looking extremely miserable. Sister Zishi, you actually attacked me for an outsider. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. You are an outsider here. He was responded with a cold voice. Jiang Yunji was annoyed. He is here to save people. He was afraid that Jiang Zishi would be tortured to death by the ancestor, so he hurried home and didn't even go to pay his respects to his 6th great-grandfather. But when he got here, he saw that Jiang Zishi was not in any danger at all and was having a good chat with a man. What is this? Jiang Yunji had no idea about the news of the ancestor's birth. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder had just come down the mountain and were discussing the matter urgently. Jiang Yunji had just returned and didn't know anything about Qin Yi. He thought Qin Yi was just an ordinary man. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he looked like an ordinary citizen. He was naturally annoyed that the Jiang clan goddess, whom he had pursued for 3 years but had no response, was actually fond of such a commoner man. He emerged from the pond, not caring about his dirty appearance, and angrily said, "Jiang Zishi, how am I inferior to him? You actually attacked me." Jiang Zishi chuckled, "How can I not compare to him? I can't compare to him in any way. Didn't you see my cultivation level? He gave it to me. Can you do it? Are you worthy enough to compare with him? Cultivation? Jiang Yunji was stunned. That's right, when did Jiang Zishi become so powerful? She actually knocked him away with one palm and even suffered internal injuries. You have already entered the hegemonic body realm? Jiang Yunji was shocked. Jiang Zishi smiled slightly, not knowing what was on her mind, and replied, I'm glad to know. Go away quickly. I'm annoyed just seeing you. Then she walked to Qin Yi and sat directly in his arms. Chapter 010 The Master's Mission. A fragrant breeze wafts into the air. Qin Yi looked at the eldest lady of the Zhang clan sitting on his lap and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Does this young lady feel that drawing a clear line is not enough and she also wants to prove her belonging? Sister Zishi, you. Jiang Yunji widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Jiang Zishi, actually, was sitting on a man's lap. No. This isn't true. This isn't true. Jiang Yunji went crazy. Although he is almost twice as old as Jiang Zishi, he has watched this outstanding girl grow up and has long believed that Jiang Zishi is the one for him. The Zhang clan is a large and powerful family. Although they are all from the same clan, they are not closely related by blood. In order to ensure the prosperity of the family and maintain bloodline, intermarriage within the clan is a very normal thing. He thought he had excellent qualifications, and Jiang Zishi's qualifications were rare in a century. The combination of the two would definitely be a good thing for the Zhang clan, and the elders and clan leaders would definitely agree. But now, Jiang Yunji looked at his predetermined young wife sitting in the arms of another man and felt as if he had been betrayed. Suddenly, he was filled with anger and became extremely evil. Qin, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh! Jiang Yunji exploded at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards Qin Yi with the aura of the tyrant body realm. Seeing this, Jiang Zishi narrowed her eyes slightly and whispered, It's just right for me to use you as a scapegoat to complete the task Brother Qin assigned to me. The next moment, she moved too. Boom! The two men clashed with each other, one in the tyrant body realm against the other. The powerful force shattered the stone slabs on the ground. A strong wind spread out in all directions, blowing off the flowers and plants and shattering the wooden tables and chairs. The maids in the yard screamed in fear and quickly found cover to hide. Zishi, you're going to stop me. Wrong, I'm going to beat you up. Jiang Yunji was angry, and so was Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi helped her escape from trouble and also helped her improve her strength by a large realm in a short period of time. Such a kind person was actually offended by someone in the clan. She felt ashamed to face Qin Yi. So he attacked without mercy, unleashing all the strength of the early hegemony body realm, pouring out everything he had learned, sweeping over Jiang Yunji like a storm. Jiang Yunji was originally stronger than her, but on the one hand he didn't want to hurt her, and on the other hand there was a gap in their qualifications. Jiang Zishi's bloodline was purer, and her killing moves were more fierce. After only a short while of fighting, Jiang Yunji fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Zishi took advantage of the situation and did not show any mercy. He raised his hand and released a unique skill. Golden Will Demon Slaying Technique. You actually used the Zhang clan's unique skills against me. Jiang Yunji was almost crying with anger. This isn't a fight, this is about killing him. Not only was his designated wife stolen away, but he was also brainwashed into becoming his opponent. He couldn't accept this. Jiang Yunji retreated in a hurry, but was still touched by the chi blade of the Golden Will Demon Slaying Technique. The outer side of his thigh was cut by the sharp true chi, and blood spurted out. Jiang Zishi still felt it was not enough, so she used another unique skill on him. You are really crazy. I will report to the second elder. Seeing her murderous look, Jiang Yunji no longer dared to resist and flashed to the top of the courtyard wall. Jiang Zishi put away her true energy and said with contempt, If you want to get out, then get out. Don't bother me again. After saying that, he looked at Qin Yi and immediately put on a meek expression, as if asking for credit or reward, and said, Brother Qin, is this okay? Yeah. Qin Yi nodded slightly. The moment the battle ended, he received a pop-up prompt from the system. You and the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the Tyrant Realm together, and gained one card draw opportunity. Qin Yi only needs to be present when defeating the opponent. Current remaining number of card draws, 8 times. In battle, it is enough to win, not necessarily to kill. The system is quite forgiving. However, a person can only be defeated once, and no rewards will be given if they are defeated repeatedly. The two of them were flirting with each other, which made Jiang Yunji almost crazy. "You two dogs." He gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Zishi, his face full of regret. "Jiang Zishi, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless woman. I really shouldn't have cared about you. I should have let you go to the forbidden area and become the ancestors' crotch slave." "What did you say?" As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Zishi's face changed. Although the incident has passed and she did not lose her virginity, it is still a shame that she does not want to mention. Things like ancestors are so disgusting. The old ancestor who relies on his strength to bully the weak and disregard other people's lives is simply a devil. Senior Chini is what we call a strongman. Jiang Zishi felt humiliated by Jiang Yunji and wanted to attack again. But Jiang Yunji ran away after he finished speaking, without giving her a chance. "This bastard. I was too gentle just now," she said angrily and returned to Chini. Chini patted his shoulder and said soothingly, "Calm down, don't argue with him." Jiang Zishi was surprised when she heard this. "Brother Chin, you actually coaxed me." Yeah. I'm not angry, I'm in a good mood now." She regarded Chini as an unparalleled strong man. It was such an honor that such a strong man comforted her in a gentle tone. Her anger immediately subsided, and she felt refreshed and smiled. Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 3 points. Current intimacy, 35. Chini felt a little embarrassed. How come this girl is so easy to capture? He didn't do anything. He just comforted her. Why is he so happy? Sister, you are a goddess, please be more reserved. You make me feel unfulfilled. The intimacy level has reached 35 so quickly. Could it be that it will directly break through 41 today and reach the level of mutual affection? Brother Chin. Jiang Zishi regained her docile demeanor and said to Qin Yi, "Don't take it personally, that guy was being blunt. I have nothing to do with him. He's just not very smart and takes himself too seriously." Well, I can see that you are not easy to mess with. Qin Yi nodded slightly. I secretly complained, he's cold as ice and fierce as a tigress to others, but why is he so soft and docile to me? Is this the charm of card drawing? Jiang Zishi looked embarrassed. No, I'm actually a gentle person. I'm only like this to people I hate. Brother Qin, you don't think I'm fierce and therefore don't like me, right? Ah. Qin Yi was confused. Why is she always attacking herself? She obviously didn't do anything, so why is she so crazy about it? If this goes on, we're going to kiss tonight, sleep together tomorrow, and prepare for pregnancy the day after tomorrow, right? You can't do that. Too fast, it's not cooked yet. Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil, but he remained calm on the surface. He shook his head. No, I think this is good. You can fight with more people, which will help improve your strength. The more aggressive Jiang Zishi is and the more she protects him, the more likely it is that being with such a weakling like him will cause dissatisfaction among others, and her admirers will come to challenge her one after another. This way, there will be plenty of battles and you won't have to worry about the number of times you draw cards. Every challenger at the same level as Jiang Zishi has a chance to draw alone. If she could defeat someone at a higher level than her, she could even get multiple card draw rewards. So, as long as she can win, it doesn't matter how many come. Chapter 011. The logic is completely established. Fighting, to improve strength? Jiang Zishi seemed to be thinking about something. She was very smart and quickly understood what Qin Yi meant. So this is why you asked me to go out and cause trouble? Yeah. Qin Yi nodded. Oh. I think I understand. She understood what her mission was. But one thing remained unclear, so he asked, Brother Qin, how can I improve through combat? The elders also said that combat is an effective way to increase strength, but I feel like this battle just now had little impact on me. Qin Yi smiled and said, how can you tell the difference so quickly? Combat experience and cultivation improvement don't happen overnight. Over the years, fighting more with cultivators of the same level will gradually improve you. It is not difficult for him to preach big principles. And it's not entirely deceptive. Strictly speaking, Jiang Zishi helps Qin Yi draw cards by fighting, and Qin Yi draws and combines cards to help Jiang Zishi level up. There is a direct correlation between the two. Therefore, the logic that she can level up by fighting is completely correct. That's true, but the sudden surge in my cultivation level caused by your enlightenment seems to have nothing to do with the battle. Jiang Zishi still didn't quite understand. Xi, possessed by a charlatan, said in a pretentious tone, after numerous battles with those in the same realm, your body will have accumulated a great deal of potential. With a little guidance from me, you'll be able to achieve a qualitative leap. That time before, you accumulated this energy over the past decade. Now, of course, you have to accumulate it all over again. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Zishi suddenly realized. She said happily, Brother Qin, this kind of guidance must have consumed a lot of energy, right? I've never seen anyone improve their cultivation so quickly without affecting their future prospects. I believe this must be your unique secret method, unrivaled in the world. Almost. Xi thought to himself, she was right, this card drawing system was indeed exclusive to him and unique in the world. Jiang Zishi was even happier. Brother Qin, you are so kind to Sheer. I don't know how to thank you enough. She was almost dead with joy that such a powerful senior doted on her alone. Xi, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. But I still hope that she can repay me. What man wouldn't like a peerless goddess? Xi is a very normal man. His previous refusal was only because he had just arrived in this world and was not very familiar with it. Now he naturally has more and more thoughts. However, he also knew that the intimacy level was not high enough and the possibility of winning over this young lady was very slim. As for using the identity of ancestor to force her, Xi couldn't do this. Even if the public's impression of the ancestor is that he is such a person, he has to twist his image into that of a serious person, otherwise he will be exposed after playing the role for too long. Furthermore, Jiang Zishi had developed some affection for him because she knew he wasn't the real ancestor. If he forced her, she might feel wronged and her intimacy would plummet, making it difficult to rebuild her favorability. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You need to have a long-term vision and take it slow. Jiang Zishi didn't know what Xi was thinking. Seeing his indifferent and carefree look, she still felt quite lost. So he whispered, Brother Qin, do you think I'm too young and too weak? Her words just now, I don't know how to repay you, were quite technical, as she just wanted to start a conversation. As a result, Xi directly cut off the topic and had no intention of letting her mention the matter of repaying, leaving her in a dilemma. Hearing her say this, Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't think too much, it's more important to hone your skills and fight more to improve your strength. Although he likes beautiful girls, survival is obviously the top priority compared to beauty. He is so weak and Jiang Zishi's strength is limited. This situation is not stable at all. He must grow stronger quickly. All right. Jiang Zishi felt a little lost. So should I practice martial arts now or go out and cause trouble? She asked Xi. Xi gave her the choice, you decide for yourself. I don't know your strength. If you are confident that you can sweep through the same realm, then there is no need to practice anymore. Jiang Zishi nodded slightly, then let's go out tomorrow. I just broke through today. I will use the afternoon and evening to adapt to the strength of the tyrant body realm. Good. Xi sat down in the pavilion and didn't go anywhere. He just stayed in her residence and watched her practice. To be honest, he only has cultivation now, but he doesn't have any martial arts or magic skills to use. The strength given by the system belongs to the basic attribute, which makes his body tough. But the real fighting methods still need to be learned by yourself. Otherwise, if you have several tons of strength but can only use the turtle punch, you will not be able to defeat a practitioner of the same level. Jiang Zishi sat quietly on the grass, familiarizing herself with the true energy in her body. From time to time, she would release a burst of energy to smash the rockery and stones. Looking at her various methods, Xi secretly envied her. I wonder how much cultivation I need to reach the tyrant body realm. It took 91 points of cultivation to go from external training to the late stage of the tiger driving realm, which seems very little. But the higher the level of this thing, the more it consumes. The specific situation is not very clear yet. Jiang Zishi alone, even with the maximum intimacy, would only have a cultivation level of 3,100. I'm afraid his strength is limited and not enough for him to dominate the world. So other goddesses should still be raised. Jiang Zishi practiced for a while when a maid ran in from outside. Miss, the clan leader is here. Jiang Zishi frowned slightly. Chief? What is he doing here? Before I could think about it, the voice of the Jiang clan leader came from outside. Ha, Sierra, don't you welcome me? A middle-aged man walked in. He looked quite dignified, but he tried to appear approachable, which felt strange. He came alone without any followers and kept a low profile. Xini knew at a glance that this person actually came to see him. When Jiang Zishi came out of the forbidden area, the elders would definitely notify everyone. It was estimated that the core leaders of the Jiang clan had already known the news that the ancestor had come out of seclusion. But Xini, the ancestor, did not act in a high-profile manner, so they did not dare to welcome him with fanfare, but instead came to visit privately. Thinking of this, Xini simply continued to sit still. Jiang Zishi stood up from the grass and bowed slightly. "Chief. No need to be so polite." Jiang Changxian, the Jiang clan leader, pretended to be surprised and said, "After just one day of not seeing you, sheer strength has improved again. There's hope for the revival of our Jiang clan, ha 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 ha. It's all the ancestors' gift." Jiang Zishi said modestly, his eyes falling on Xini. This person must be. Jiang Changxian didn't know what Xini, the ancestor, was thinking. As we all know, the ancestor of the Jiang clan is moody and has a very unpredictable temper. If he said something wrong, he might be shot on the spot even if he was the clan leader. So he had to be cautious and asked Jiang Zishi, a popular figure in front of the ancestor, to help introduce him. He glanced at Xini cautiously. At first glance, the man had a strange hairstyle, weird clothes, and a frivolous air, no different from an ordinary person. Although he had some of the vigor and vitality of a cultivator, he was only at the tiger-driving realm. But Xini's left index finger. There was a purple-black ring, exuding a restrained and deep aura. King Zhong's ring. Jiang Changxian recognized the ring at a glance and thought to himself, it's exactly the same as the pattern drawn in the ancient book. This is the ancestor's identity token. It seems that what the third and fourth elders said was right. The ancestor really came out of seclusion to accompany this little girl Jiang Zishi out to play. This girl's charm is really a good thing. Chapter 012 The Jiang Clan's Secret. Jiang Changxian didn't dare to doubt anymore and looked away. Jiang Zishi introduced, "Clan leader, this is Master Xini, who is my personal friend. He came to Woya City to relax." Even if you think about it, you will know that this is nonsense. It is just an excuse for the ancestor to cover up his identity. However, Jiang Changxian still looked very serious. He bowed and greeted with a smile. "It turns out to be Mr. Qin. I have heard of your great name. Nice to meet you. Under normal circumstances." For a clan leader like Jiang Changxian, a master of the Wanxiang realm, meeting a junior, let alone bowing, even just looking at him straight in the eye is considered giving him enough face. Even if the prince of the snow country was here, he wouldn't need to be so polite. It would be enough to get to know each other as elders. But Xini is the ancestor after all. Even if he hides his aura and wears strange clothes, isn't he still the ancestor? It's the ancestor's business to disguise himself as an ordinary person and go out to play. You are a junior, so you should be polite and respectful. Otherwise, if the ancestor is in a bad mood one day and remembers that you didn't bend down deep enough or spoke disrespectfully enough today, he might come to your house to hold you accountable. Xini said, "You're too polite, patriarch. What do you want to talk to Zishi about?" He had a calm expression on his face, and beneath his ordinary aura, he seemed to be as calm as if he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Jiang Changxian is very strong. Logically speaking, he should be restless when encountering such a strong person. But Xini is a wimp. He was too weak. He was so weak that he couldn't even see how strong Jiang Changxian was, so there was no need to be afraid. It's like a 3-year-old child seeing an Olympic champion. Would he think that the Olympic champion is awesome? The child doesn't even know what the Olympics are. No matter you are a champion or an ordinary person, you are all the same in the child's eyes. Xini's words took on a different meaning in Jiang Chengxian's eyes. The ancestor doesn't seem to like me very much. That's right, the ancestor's favorite things are cultivation and women. He's probably about to have fun with Jiang Zishi right now. If I interrupt him at this time, I'd be playing with my own life. No, I have to run away. Jiang Changxian quickly analyzed the situation. Then he smiled apologetically, it's okay. I just discussed it with a few elders and decided to appoint Jiang Zishi as the acting clan leader. From now on, her status will be equal to mine, and she'll be able to direct everything in the clan. The elders have all agreed to this, and since I have nothing else to do, I came over to talk to Zishi about it. What do you, young Master Qin, think? Oh, whatever. Xini had a blank expression on his face, looking as if he didn't care. He was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that the patriarch of the Jiang clan had already recognized his identity as the ancestor. On the one hand, Jiang Zixi's aura is genuinely that of a hegemonic body realm. He has advanced to a higher realm in the morning without any side effects. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. On the other hand, Qin Yi was wearing the ancestor's ring on his hand. This ring is real. The ancestor is so powerful that the ring cannot be stolen, so no one dares to doubt that he is a fake ancestor. As for the possibility that the ancestor is dead, who would have thought? No one dared to think about it at all. The corpses in the forbidden area have been collected by Jiang Zixi into her storage ring. Now there is not even any bone residue left, and no one knows where the real ancestor of the Jiang clan is. Unless Qin Yi is forced to take action, no one can tell that he is a rookie. But the strength of the inscription realm is there. If you dare to force him to take action, wouldn't that be courting death? After all, the possibility of this fake ancestor's identity being exposed is very small. But this is not entirely a good thing. The more the Jiang clan members feared the ancestor, the more they could see how terrifying the ancestor's influence was. If the car overturns, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first? Jiang Changxian asked cautiously. Jiang Zixi looked at the usually majestic clan leader trembling with fear and couldn't help but chuckled. Clan leader, brother Qin and I are of the same generation, and you are the elder. Oh, yes, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Jiang Changxian said awkwardly, then Master Qin, I'll be leaving first. Zixi, you must accompany Master Qin well. Any requests he makes must be met, and you must not neglect him. I know. Brother Qin will teach me. You don't have to worry about it, clan leader. Jiang Zixi looked relaxed and raised her chin slightly. The subtext of this sentence is, I am now the ancestor's person, how should I serve him? The ancestor will train me himself, why do you, a small patriarch, need to interfere? She was very happy that she finally had a place to vent the anger she had been feeling recently. That's right, you guys have fun, I'm leaving. Jiang Changxian didn't dare to refute at all. He left in a very humble manner, even with a sense of fleeing. Jiang Zixi kept watching the clan leader walk away until his back could no longer be seen. She let out a soft laugh, he's so scared. The usually dignified clan leader, when he met Qin Yi, was like a mouse meeting a cat, not even breathing. This was a novel experience for those who were used to the clan leader's serious appearance. Those elders didn't come. Qin Yi said meaningfully. Jiang Zixi explained, they probably didn't dare to disturb you. After all, you are a young man now. It's a bit unusual for so many elders to come together to meet a young man. Well, forget about them. Just keep practicing. When you're free, tell me about Wuya City and the surrounding areas. I don't know anything about these places. Qin Yi is now relieved. Even the Jiang clan leader does not suspect him, so he can stay with Jiang Zixi without any scruples. He still has a very limited understanding of Wuya City. He may have to stay here for a while, so it is necessary to learn more about it. The two stayed in Jiang Zixi's yard and did not go out, chatting leisurely. Maids served them food and drinks, and they lacked nothing. At this time, a piece of news seemed to have wings and quickly spread throughout Wuya City. Secret report. Our Jiang clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion. The ancestor has come out of seclusion. He uses the alias Qin Yi. He is with Miss Zixi. Everyone, be careful of the young man next to Miss Zixi. Although he appears to be only at the tiger driving realm, he can actually crush Wuya City with just one finger. He's pretending to be weak in order to lure out Miss Zixi's admirers so he can kill them all. This is a secret of our Jiang clan. I'm telling you because we have a good relationship. Don't tell anyone. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened to the Jiang clan. Their 1,000-year-old ancestor has come out of seclusion. Brother, let me tell you a secret. The Jiang clan. Hush, keep your voice down. This is the Jiang clan's secret. I won't tell anyone. I'm telling you, things are going to change in Wuya City this time. The Jiang clan. This is so shocking. I never thought the Jiang clan would. I'm not exaggerating, I'm the most informed person in Wuya City. I just heard today. Hey, have you heard that Miss Zixi is already a member of the Jiang clan's ancestors' family? That shameless old man, he raped the Jiang clan's celestial maiden. Damn it. My Miss Zixi has been tormented. Miss Zixi is dead, my fairy, whoa. Chapter 013 I will raise the child. The next morning, Shin Yi woke up in Jiang Zixi bed. For his own safety and to prevent retaliation from reckless men like Jiang Yunji, he did not move anywhere else but lived in the same room with Jiang Zixi. Anyway, he is the ancestor now, and the Jiang clan leader has personally certified him, so he can do whatever he wants. But nothing happened last night. After all, the two of them were not very familiar with each other. There was a set of mats and mattresses on the ground, which was where Jiang Zixi slept last night. Actually, judging from the surface relationship, Shin Yi is the ancestor and Jiang Zixi is the junior, and the junior should respect the elders. From another perspective, Shin Yi is at the tiger driving realm, and Jiang Zixi is at the tyrant body realm. People with strong strength should protect the young. So regardless of respecting the elderly or loving the young, Shin Yi sleeps on the bed and Jiang Zixi sleeps on the floor. Jiang Zixi got up early and went out. Shin Yi took a deep breath of the elegant fragrance of the girl's boudoir and said to himself, "A man and a woman are alone in the same room, and I didn't do anything. I am worse than an animal." When your strength increases, you must do what you need to do. No, it's not the things, it's the people. Walk out of the room. Jiang Zixi was practicing in the yard. The morning sun had just risen, casting a slanting light on the girl's face, making her delicate features even more three-dimensional. Her straight nose was silhouetted, her rosy lips were slightly shimmering, and even her eyelashes were clearly visible. "She's so pretty, worthy of being the goddess I drew." Shin Yi's heart was deeply touched. He felt that there was no woman in the world more beautiful than Jiang Zixi. He is very satisfied to have such a goddess by his side. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not fall in love with anyone else. But the existence of the card drawing system does not seem to allow him to cultivate only one goddess. Well, Shin Yi couldn't help but sigh. He's an honest man, so he doesn't want to have a harem. "Brother Qin, why are you sighing?" At this time, Jiang Zixi finished her practice, stood up and walked towards him. The goddess has a gentle smile on her face, is as elegant as a lotus, and her steps are like flowers blooming. Her graceful demeanor is fascinating. "Nothing, just eat something and then go out to cause trouble." Shin Yi swept away the distracting thoughts in his mind and regained his composure. Jiang Zixi asked the maid to bring breakfast, sat down and slowly told her plan. "I thought about it last night. Bullying my own people is a bit boring. Let's go out. There is a sect, a school, and 2 major families in Wuya City. There are many masters in the tyrant body realm. It's enough for me to hone my skills." "Okay, you decide. I'll go with you to watch the fun." Shin Yi nodded slightly. "Brother Qin, if I do anything wrong or not in place, please remind me." "No problem." The two of them ate and chatted, and soon finished breakfast and left the garden together. "Good morning, miss. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Meet the young lady, meet Mr. Qin." Along the way, all the servants he met saluted him, looking very familiar with the greeting, as if they did it every day. Shin Yi felt strange. As I walked, a familiar face appeared in front of me. It was Jiang Yunji whom I met yesterday. Jiang Yunji's thigh injury seemed to have healed. There was no shortage of panaceas in the world of cultivators, and flesh wounds were just a minor matter. But his attitude today is completely different from yesterday. Seeing Jiang Zixi and Shin Yi, Jiang Yunji's expression froze. He immediately straightened his posture, followed the etiquette of his peers, and greeted them, "Miss Zixi, Master Qin." Jiang Zixi was stunned when she saw this. "Jiang Yunji, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you so friendly?" Jiang Yunji smiled slightly. No, I didn't take any medicine today, and my injury has healed. I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I sincerely apologize to you, and I hope Miss Zixi won't hold a grudge against me." As he said this, he bent down and apologized respectfully. His humble and submissive attitude made the two of them think that he had been switched. Jiang Zixi frowned and looked at Shin Yi, probably guessing the reason for Jiang Yunji's change. It seems that Shin Yi's identity as the ancestor has spread within the clan, and Jiang Yunji changed like this because he was afraid of death. This is better, it saves trouble. Jiang Zixi nodded and said, "It's good that you admit your mistake. Is there anything wrong? If not, we'll leave." Jiang Yunji hurriedly said, It's okay. I just happened to pass by. Please go in first." Then he made way and bowed his head, with an attitude as humble as possible. Jiang Zixi didn't say anything and went out with Shin Yi. Jiang Yunji watched the two of them leave and patted his chest in fear. "Luckily, Sister Z, she stopped me yesterday. Otherwise, if I had really used violence against the ancestor, I'm afraid even my body wouldn't have been able to remain intact. Thinking about what happened yesterday, it's so terrible. That was definitely the closest he had ever been to death. It was Jiang Zishi who saved him. The harder Jiang Zishi hit, the more he was helping him escape danger. Otherwise, if he waited for the ancestor to take action, would Jiang Yunji still be alive? Looking at the direction where the two disappeared, Jiang Yunji murmured in his heart, "Sister Zishi, you really have good intentions to save me. It's ridiculous that I didn't understand at the time, misunderstood you, and said such rude words to you. I deserve to die. I'm just a beast. Sister Zishi, I will remember your life-saving grace. I know you still have me in your heart, but the ancestor is too strong and I have no choice but to obey. It doesn't matter, I'll wait for you. Even if the ancestor takes your virginity, plays with you 1,000 times, or even makes you pregnant, I won't despise you. You are the love of my life. I will wait for you, forever. If you and the ancestor have a child, I will raise it." As he thought about it, Jiang Yunji started crying. Why is God so cruel that he would make a good girl like Sister Zishi suffer such painful torture? She is only 18 years old. Damn ancestor, one day, forget it, I can't defeat him, even in 1,000 years. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi walked out of the Jiang clan mansion. This time, they did not bring any maids or attendants with them, nor did they ride in a carriage. They just walked around the streets together. If you want to cause trouble, you have to be simple. A too grand ceremony can easily scare others and is not conducive to the breeding of conflicts. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Wow! Miss Jiang is so beautiful. The Jiang clan's celestial maiden. So beautiful. Jiang Zishi is extremely beautiful. When she walks on the street, passers-by around her greet her and exclaim in admiration. She didn't respond and seemed a little cold. After a while, some other elements appeared in the surrounding sounds. Could that person be the legendary young Master Qin? Oh, it really is the tiger driving realm. Too powerful. So shocking. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Jiang Zishi and Qin Yi heard a few words more or less and felt a little strange. Why do they all seem to know me? Qin Yi whispered. Jiang Zishi shook her head, I don't know either. At this moment, her eyes lit up and she found an acquaintance in front of her. A few dozen meters ahead on the street, a young man in yellow clothes was standing in front of a roadside bun shop. Jiang Zishi said happily, Brother Qin, that man is Chen Qingfeng from the Chen family. He is in the early stage of the tyrant body realm and is about 10 years older than me. He once pursued me and is one of the famous geniuses in the city, on par with Jiang Yunji. Qin Yi nodded slightly, get him. The two walked forward excitedly. In order to cause trouble and make Chen Qingfeng angry, Jiang Zishi deliberately took Qin Yi's arm and made an intimate gesture. Unexpectedly. When they approached, Chen Qingfeng didn't even look at them, as if the buns at the roadside stall were very attractive and he was extremely focused on watching them. What is he doing? Jiang Zishi wondered. Practitioners have keen perception. She has already actively emitted her aura, so it is impossible for Chen Qingfeng not to notice it. Generally speaking, when a strong person approaches, everyone will subconsciously look to see who it is. But Chen Qingfeng seemed like a dead person, and there was no response at all. Chen Qingfeng. Jiang Zishi couldn't help but shout. The other party still didn't respond. Chen Qingfeng. Jiang Zishi raised her voice. Chen Qingfeng shuddered, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Chapter 014, single-handedly pulling out the long legs and running away. In fact, Chen Qingfeng had just discovered Jiang Zishi, but the two people were running straight towards him and he didn't dare to run. The news of the Jiang clan's ancestor's birth spread throughout the city last night. No one in the city was not afraid of that legendary strong man. Chen Qingfeng turned around and said tremblingly but pretending to be calm, it's Miss Zishi. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Jiang Zishi couldn't help but frown. Why is this guy acting weird today? Before, when he saw her, he would pounce on her immediately, like a dog seeing. But today he looks so timid, has he changed his personality? I'm fine. What are you doing here? Jiang Zishi said casually. Chen Qingfeng, oh, nothing, I'm just looking at the goods. Although this stall is not big, it has many treasures. I think every piece is a rare treasure and worth careful study. Treasure? Isn't this a bun? Jiang Zishi looked at him as if he was a fool. Oh, yes, there's a world inside the bun. Listen to me make it up for you. No, listen to me explain it to you. Chen Xingfeng replied with gritted teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Why are you sweating all the time? Jiang Zishi was almost speechless. Wasn't this guy pursuing her before? Now she was holding a man's hand, why didn't he give her any response? You are so anxious. I'm angry. Where is your admiration? Where is your jealousy? Where is your temper? All gone? Chen Xingfeng wiped the sweat off his face and said, Nothing. I've been feeling a bit weak in the kidneys lately. I sweat a lot when I'm not moving, so I can only take the wolfberry health pills as meals. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. This guy's reaction was completely different from what Jiang Zishi said. Jiang Zishi should not have lied to him, which means Chen Xingfeng was so timid because he had some concerns. Could it be that the people of the Chen family also knew about the birth of the ancestor of the Jiang clan, and they were speaking with their heads down because they were afraid of death? Qin Yi touched Jiang Zishi's arm lightly, signaling her to use some strong medicine and stimulate her again. Jiang Zishi understood and smiled, saying, By the way, Chen Xingfeng, let me introduce you to this man, Qin Yi, a tiger-driving realm expert. We're dating now and we'll be getting married soon. Remember to come to the wedding when you have time. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi thought, you should at least show some respect for me, right? The person you like is going to marry someone else, and he's a scumbag. How can you tolerate this? When Chen Xingfeng heard this, he indeed showed a look of pain. It's so painful to see the goddess in my heart fall into the hands of this old thief. Whenever he thought of the 18-year-old goddess Jiang Zishi being pinned down and tortured by an old man over 3,000 years old, making her roll her eyes and stick out her tongue, with her body covered in strange liquid, he became furious. But he gritted his teeth, sweated, and refused to say a single unpleasant word. Instead, he forced a flattering expression and said hurriedly, Oh, Mr. Qin. Nice to meet you. I've heard of your name a long time ago and have always admired you very much. Seeing you today, Brother Qin is indeed very handsome and suave, I envy you so much. You and Miss Zishi are truly a match made in heaven. Xingfeng would like to wish you a happy wedding, a son soon, and many descendants. Oh, well, I have something to do at home, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. He retreated as he spoke, and when he said the last sentence, he was more than 10 meters away from the two of them. Jiang Zishi was stunned. Hey, Chen Xingfeng, what are you talking about? Did you take the wrong medicine too? Chen Xingfeng replied from a distance, No, I haven't eaten yet. I'm just about to go back and eat something. I've recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness and will soon pass away, so I won't drink at the wedding. I wish you a long and happy life together. After saying that, he immediately activated the true energy in his body and ran away. Jiang Zishi stamped her feet in anger. This guy must know your identity. It seems so. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was a good single draw, but it actually ran away with long legs. How annoying. Let's go somewhere else. There are hundreds of tyrant body realm warriors in Wuya City. We can always find someone to fight. Jiang Zishi held Qin Yi's hand tightly and continued walking along the street, like a couple. As I was walking, I saw another person in the tyrant body realm in front of me, drinking by the window on the second floor of the tavern. Jiang Zishi said happily, That's from the Han family, his name is Han Xinglong, he's from the same generation as my father, and he's in the middle stage of the tyrant body realm. But my unique skills are better than his, so I should have a chance of winning. As he said that, he pulled Qin Yi forward and prepared to say hello. At this time, Han Xinglong upstairs sensed the aura of a powerful person of the same realm approaching, and subconsciously looked downstairs. Fuck. Han Xinglong shuddered and cursed under his breath. The next second. Whoosh. The figure drinking by the window disappeared, and the sound of broken dishes came from upstairs. On the other side of the tavern, the wall shattered with a bang. Han Xinglong crawled out from behind and ran on the roof, running faster than a rabbit. Damn, what's going on? Qin Yi opened his eyes wide. Jiang Zishi opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. I have a bad feeling. Qin Yi said. Me too. Jiang Zishi agreed. The two looked around at the streets. All passers-by were consciously avoiding them, and no one dared to approach within 2 meters. If the street wasn't so narrow, I could probably hide further away. Let's take a look around again. I just came down the mountain yesterday at noon. It can't be known to everyone in the city so quickly, right? Qini curled his lips. Jiang Zishi said with a bitter face, I hope so, otherwise I won't be able to improve. The two continued to wander along the street, looking for a tyrant body realm expert suitable for provoking. Although there are hundreds of people in the tyrant body realm in the city, Wuya City is very large, and it is actually quite difficult to meet them on the streets. I walked around for the whole morning, but apart from Chen Xingfeng and Han Xinglong, I didn't meet anyone else. At noon, the two had lunch in a restaurant. After 12 o'clock, Xinyi's system was refreshed and gave him another chance to draw a card. The remaining number of card draws became 9 times. There is still 1 day left before the second 10 consecutive draws, or a defeated opponent in the tyrant body realm. Oh, if one of Chen Xingfeng and Han Xinglong hadn't run away, I could have drawn 10 times in a row. Qin Yi thought depressedly. Jiang Zishi sat nearby, elbows on the table, face in hand, a look of distress on her face. Why didn't I meet anyone? Those people were quite active before. Could it be that they all hid away after hearing that the ancestor had come out of seclusion? Qin guessed, I'm afraid someone from the Zhang clan deliberately leaked the news. After all, the ancestor and the Zhang clan can be viewed separately. The ancestor caused trouble and killed people, and in the end it was the Zhang clan that took the blame. The ancestor returned to the forbidden area for seclusion and ignored worldly affairs, so all the troubles had to be handled by the Zhang clan. They were afraid of trouble, so they warned the other clans early. News spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. As long as it is urgent enough, the speed will be very fast. Jiang Zishi frowned. What should we do? Brother Qin, how about we go to another city? Other cities? Qin Yi felt something was wrong. Although the Zhang clan is powerful, its core influence is in Wuya City. Once it leaves this place, its deterrent effect will not be as great. If they go somewhere else and cause trouble, and the younger ones get beaten up and the older ones come, he and Jiang Zishi will probably end up in trouble there. Let's think of another way. He disagreed. There are hundreds of tyrant body realm warriors in Wuya City, and with so many single draws, I would be unwilling to not get one. The two sat and thought hard. After a while, the waiter brought delicious food. As Qin Yi was eating, an idea suddenly occurred to him. How about hold a martial arts competition? A tournament? When Jiang Zishi heard this, she felt it made sense. But then he thought, Brother Qin, if everyone is afraid of you, then even if we hold a martial arts competition, no one will come. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it turns out to be a dull event? Qin Yi shook his head. No, it's precisely because they are afraid of me that they have to come. If anyone doesn't come, I will kill his entire family. Well, it is naturally impossible to wipe out the entire family. He can't even beat the doorman of someone else's house now. But as long as you release the news using the identity of the ancestor of the Zhang clan, those people will obey. Chapter 015. There is a foreigner here. Ah? Is this possible? Jiang Zishi asked in surprise. She didn't know that Qin Yi needed her to fight to get the chance to draw cards. She only knew that if she fought more, she could accumulate potential and be enlightened by senior Qin Yi. Seeing Qin Yi's attitude, she couldn't help but be moved. Because she knew that Qin Yi was not the real ancestor, he was not a bad person. A good man, in order to help her fight more and improve her strength, actually did not hesitate to spread his bad reputation and threaten all the masters in the city to fight. Although it was the ancestor of the Zhang clan who bore the stigma, rather than Qin Yi himself, but Qin Yi was able to humble himself and do such a thing, which also showed that he was sincere to her. Jiang Zishi thought to herself, it seems that senior Qin Yi really likes me, which is why he cares about me so much. Although he is old and his generational age could be as great as my ancestor, cultivators are inherently detached from the world and don't need to care about worldly etiquette. Such a strong, thoughtful man who always considers me, seems quite good. And he doesn't look old at all. He's quite good looking. Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 5 points. Current intimacy, 40. Qin Yi, who was drinking soup, suddenly received a system prompt. He choked and almost sprayed the soup in his mouth onto Jiang Zishi's face. Can this be improved? Wasn't it just a proposal to hold a martial arts competition? Why did her intimacy level suddenly increase? And the increase was quite a lot, 5 points in one go. Qin Yi glanced at Jiang Zishi next to him. The eldest daughter of the Zhang clan was lowering her head with a flushed face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing her like this, Qin Yi knew that she was just imagining things again. Oh, this little sister is really. I didn't do anything, how could she conquer herself? Is this really a goddess? I'm afraid she is not a nympho. Let's go, let's continue shopping. We have to find someone to beat up today. It would be really disappointing if I couldn't get 10 consecutive draws. After dinner, Genie pulled Jiang Zishi out of the restaurant and continued wandering on the streets. The two walked from North Street to Central Street and then walked around East Market. From noon to afternoon, and even until dusk, I never met anyone who could get the chance to draw a card. However, wandering around during the day gave Genie a better understanding of the world. There are actually quite a lot of cultivators in this world, and there are also ordinary people on the streets who have the strength of the inner strong realm or even the tiger driving realm. There are relatively few people who have reached the dragon transformation realm, and most of them are at the level of ordinary masters. The stronger Gangchi realm and body realm are already the top masters that people can see. The Fashuan realm and the Wanshan realm are basically legendary among the people. People only hear of them but never see them. The Jindan realm, that's a myth. It has been a long time since a new Jindan realm expert appeared in the Snow Country. There are only less than 10 people in total, and all of them are ancestors of famous families or super sects. Compared with them, the ancestor of the Jiang clan who is in the Mingguan realm is even more of a myth among myths, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the Snow Country. Genie finally understood why so many people were afraid of him. The difference in realm is like that between a tiger and a cat. The ancestor of the Jiang clan is in Wuya City, which is a suppression of at least 2 major realms. It would be strange if others are not afraid. Alas, there isn't one. Brother Qin, it's getting dark, let's go home. After a day of shopping without any results, Jiang Zishi felt a little depressed. Genie nodded and said, okay, go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, talk to the Elders' Pavilion and arrange for the martial arts competition. The two had already walked to the east gate of Woya City, but still had not met anyone suitable to attack, so they had no choice but to return. However, just as they were about to turn back, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. Get out of the way. The inner disciples of the Tsongshuan sect have arrived, everyone get out of the way. 2 tall horses came galloping over, and the monks on the horses shouted and drove away the people on both sides of the road. Shilin horse. Songxian sect. Jiang Zishi frowned. The horses that the 2 monks rode were not ordinary horses, but Shilin horses that were known for their ability to travel 3,000 miles a day. Each of them was extremely precious. And behind the 2 of them, there is an even rarer blood Shilin. The blood Shilin is also a kind of horse, but the aura it exudes is extremely powerful, 100 times more majestic than a tiger or lion. Its shoulder height alone is more than 2 meters, and it has red hair all over its body, a lush mane, strong limbs, and a pair of Qilin horns on its forehead. Its aura is no less than that of a cultivator in the Gangchi realm. On the back of the blood Qilin was a young man wearing a purple robe. He had a sharp aura and an air of arrogance. What kind of sect is the Tsongshuan sect? Genie asked Jiang Zishi. Jiang Zishi replied, it's the largest cultivation sect in the southern province of the Snow Country. It's said that there are 3 Jindan level masters in charge. Even the king treats them with great courtesy. He then continued, that purple-robed man should be an inner disciple of the Tsongshuan sect. His aura is around the early stages of the tyrant body realm. The 2 attendants in front are at the Gangchi realm and are also quite powerful. Oh? Tyrant body realm, so? Xin Yi's eyes lit up. Jiang Zishi is the same as him. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Outsiders, baby. Now everyone in Wuya City is hiding from them, and they are worried that they can't find an opponent. The Tsongshuan sect is very strong, much stronger than the Jiang clan. But Qin Yi didn't care, and neither did Jiang Zishi. Once Jiang Zishi gets the card drawing opportunities, her level will increase rapidly in no time, and there is nothing to worry about. Besides, they didn't mean to kill anyone, it was just a fight, it wasn't a big deal. The Qilin horse galloped, and the surrounding people fled from the main street in panic. But there was an old man with a physical disability who walked very slowly. He was obviously trying very hard to walk towards the street, but he just couldn't speed up. Seeing the old man standing in the middle of the road, the attendant on the Qilin horse on the left shouted angrily, "Old man, get out of here." As he spoke, he swung the whip and hit the old man. Stop. Jiang Zishi had been holding it in for a whole day and had been wanting to take action for a long time. When he saw the other parties move, he immediately flashed and rushed forward. She stepped forward to block the old man, grabbed the tail of the whip with one hand, and pulled hard. The servant was suddenly pulled and fell to the side with his horse. The other attendant's horse's leg was blocked by the stretched whip. Suddenly there was a burst of horse neighing, and the two men and their horses fell to the ground together. Good. Well done. Miss Jiang is so majestic. Passers-by around cheered when they saw the old man being rescued. How dare you? How dare you stop my Tsong Xuanzong's horse? Who are you? The two attendants were both masters of Gangxi realm, so a mere fall was not a big deal. But the Qilin horse was different. It was running very fast and suddenly fell, breaking its leg and falling to the ground. Seeing the two of them looking angry, Jiang Zishi simply ignored them and didn't want to pay any attention to them. Her gaze fell on the purple-robed youth riding a blood unicorn behind her, and she said calmly, "If you don't know how to discipline your servants, I can teach you." In Woya City, no one can be presumptuous. Chapter 016, Established Rules. The purple-robed man stopped, and the blood unicorn raised its front hooves, emitting a clear neighing sound. I have to say, the purple-robed young man riding the red divine horse looked quite cool, and Qini was almost envious to death. Jiang Zishi, I've heard of you. The purple-robed young man was not angry at being blocked. Seeing Jiang Zishi's beautiful face, he smiled and said, I came to Woya City with the intention of meeting you, but I didn't expect to meet you at the city gate. My name is Fong Weiyun, an inner disciple of Tsongxuan sect. My master is a Jindan realm immortal, Lingjing Daozuan. These words were spoken with arrogance. Although they meant to admire Jiang Zishi, they sounded condescending. When the passers-by heard this, they were shocked. So he's the direct disciple of a Jindan realm immortal. No wonder he's so arrogant. This is bad. Although Miss Jiang has a high status, she is still inferior to the Tsongxian sect. The Tsongxian sect is not easy to mess with. Last time, a friend of mine messed with the outer disciples of the Tsongxian sect, and the entire clan was wiped out. It was a terrible tragedy. Miss Jiang, be careful. However, some people also expressed disdain. What are you panicking about? Didn't you see the young man next to the young lady? He is the most terrifying person in Woya City. Let alone the inner disciples of Tsongxuan sect, even if his master, Lingjing Daozuan, came, he would not have the right to be arrogant here. That's right, I heard a rumor last night. Oh, you can't tell me this, it's a secret. Well, I also heard a secret. Hey, you two? What a coincidence, me too. Let's just watch the show. I feel it's difficult for these three people from the Tsongxian sect to leave alive. There was a lot of noise around, and many people were talking in low voices. But the parties involved didn't care. Jiang Zishi ignored Fong Weiyun's boasting and sneered, Jiedan is very powerful, but it's a pity that it's not your strength. In Woya City, you have to follow our rules. What are the rules of Woya City? Fong Weiyun asked. Jiang Zishi, you are not allowed to charge into the city on horseback. What kind of rule is this? I've never heard of it. Fong Weiyun smiled and didn't take it seriously. He just thought that Jiang Zishi was here to cause trouble. With his status, it would not be a big deal even if he killed someone on the street. If he was in a good mood, he would just pay some money, but if he was in a bad mood, he would not even bother to look at it. With the support of Tsongxian sect, the king of Snow Country did not dare to offend them easily. The life of an old civilian was no more valuable than that of an ant. But Jiang Zishi's next words stunned him. Jiang Zishi said, this is a new rule, just established by my inscription realm ancestor. Anyone who violates it will be punished with 30 lashes, immediately executed. Fong Weiyun guessed correctly, she was looking for trouble. After saying this, Jiang Zishi put away the whip in his hand, held it upright, and whipped the servant who had just wanted to whip the old man. Crack! The sound of the whip is crisp, and the power of the tyrant body realm is even more intimidating. Ah! The servant didn't dodge and screamed in pain. The thin inner energy on his body was directly drained away, his clothes were torn, and blood was dripping. Senior Brother Fong. The attendant stepped back. The passers-by around were all excited when they saw this. Well done. This brat, relying on the support of the Tsongxian sect, actually tried to kill an innocent old man in the street. He deserves a beating. Hit me again, hit me again. 30 lashes, not a single one less. I unconditionally support the new rules set by the Zhang clan's ancestors. Bang! Satisfy the ideas of passers-by. Jiang Zishi raised the whip and whipped him again. Do you feel the pain? Did you ever think about how you felt when you whipped someone just now? Ah! The servant screamed again, sweating profusely in pain, and retreated repeatedly. Stop! Fong Weiyun was angry. Just now he was frightened by the 3 words inscription realm and was stunned for a while, then he saw his subordinate junior brother being whipped twice in a row. Seeing that Jiang Zishi was about to hit him for the 3rd time, he didn't care about showing off, jumped off the horse and grabbed the whip tail. Jiang Zishi, you hit someone from the Zongxian sect, he scolded. Jiang Zishi said indifferently, can't we fight people from Zongxian sect? There is no such rule in Wuya City. Snow Country has such rules. Fong Weiyun said angrily. As disciples of the Zongxian sect, they acted arrogantly every time they went out, and no one dared to stop them. But today, not only was I stopped, but I was also whipped. It was such a great humiliation. Even if this person is Jiang Zishi, the rumored most beautiful woman in Nanzhou and one of the 3 goddesses of the Snow Country, she cannot be let go. Coax. Fong Weiyun released his true energy, and billowing waves of energy dissipated, stirring up a strong wind around him. Jiang Zishi was not surprised but delighted when she saw this. You can't argue, so you want to use force? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Buzz. She also released her aura, which was also the power of the early stage of the tyrant body realm, but it was even more refined than Fong Weiyun's. Fong Weiyun was secretly shocked. He knew he was incredibly talented, ranking among the top 5 elite immortal seedlings of the Zongxian sect. However, he was only able to reach the early stages of the tyrant body realm at the age of 22 thanks to the medicinal properties of a single spiritual herb. Otherwise, he would still be at the great perfection of the Gangqi realm. And this girl in front of me, who is said to be only 18 years old, has actually reached the hegemonic body realm, and her aura is so pure, without any signs of the help of spiritual medicine. How is this possible? Even senior sister Shin, the most elite member of the inner sect, is not so exaggerated. If you want to protect your subordinates, then you should take the beating. Before Fong Weiyun could think about it, Jiang Zishi had already swung a whip at him. This time it was not as easy as before. He used all his strength in the tyrant body realm. The whip was sharper than a sword. Wherever his aura passed, it was like a beheading knife slashing wildly. Fong Weiyun didn't dare to take it head-on, so he dodged it and at the same time hit Jiang Zishi with his right palm through the air. Bang! Boom! Jiang Zishi easily dodged the palm wind, which blew up a piece of stone slab on the ground. The whip also smashed a big hole in the ground, and its destructive power was several times greater than Fong Weiyun's. Are you serious? Fong Weiyun became more and more angry, feeling that he had been seriously provoked again. Jiang Zishi laughed, is this true? Alright. Then let me show you the power of the Zongxian sect disciples. Fong Weiyun could no longer suppress his anger, and he used all his strength to kill Jiang Zishi. Qini couldn't get a word in, let alone do anything. He had almost no fighting ability and could only stand in the middle of the avenue and watch the show. He couldn't even retreat to the corner of the street. After all, he was now the ancestor of the Jiang clan disguised as a young man and should not be afraid of anything. 2 tyrant body realm masters started a fierce battle on the street. Although Jiang Zishi had just broken through, the strength brought to her by the upgrade card was real power without any side effects, which was much more solid than the one Fong Weiyun forcibly improved with drugs. Although she had just made a breakthrough, her actual combat ability was obviously superior to Fong Weiyun's. After only a dozen moves, Fong Weiyun fell into a disadvantage. She seized the opportunity and whipped him twice. Jiang Zishi, you've gone too far. Fong Weiyun's robe was torn, the whip marks were bright red, and he was angry and anxious. What made him angry was that Jiang Zishi didn't take Song Xuanzong seriously, and what made him anxious was that he couldn't beat her. He used all his strength and even took out his weapon from the Sumeru ring, but he was still no match for her. This is only the 4th whip. Why are you shouting? There are still 26 to go. Jiang Zishi said lightly, without blushing or panting, with a long and lingering true energy, as if he could fight for another 3,000 rounds. That's enough. After being whipped twice, Fong Weiyun really didn't dare to continue, for fear that he would be defeated in the end and be whipped continuously by an 18-year-old girl, which would bring shame to the sect. He suppressed his anger and shouted, I am the one who was wrong this time. I will admit my mistake on his behalf. Jiang Zishi said, is that all? You don't want to fight anymore? I haven't had enough yet. Chapter 017 This is the Peerless Strongman. You. Fang Wuyun was so angry that he was about to explode. Passers-by around also felt that this young lady was too scary. Although she was on the side of the common people, she taught a lesson to the bullies who were running rampant and ignoring the safety of civilians. But the way she was taking advantage of the situation was really scary. Many people secretly rejoiced that they had received the secret message last night, otherwise who knows what disaster would have happened. Jiang Zishi, what else do you want? Fang Wuyun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Jiang Zishi glanced at the old man who was almost beaten just now. She originally wanted Fang Wuyun to apologize to the old man. But then he thought, the old woman was just a commoner, and with her around, Fang Wuyun wouldn't dare act arrogantly. But if he forced Fang Wuyun to apologize to a commoner in public, he was afraid that the other party would retaliate later, and then the old woman's family would be in trouble. So he didn't mention the old man, but pointed at the blood unicorn and said, Wuya City has a rule that mounts cannot be taller than a person. I'm confiscating your horse as an apology for your mistake today. You. Fang Wuyun's face turned ashen. That's the blood unicorn. This rare divine horse, which only appears once among 1,000 Qilin horses, is worth 100,000 taels of gold. How could it be possible that he wanted to take away his blood unicorn just because of such a small matter? Everyone passing by laughed. Even Qin laughed. This girl is really good at making demands and setting new rules anytime and anywhere. She can take people's lives at any time. She is simply a lawless female devil. Don't go too far. My Xian sect will not allow your Jiang clan to act so recklessly. Fang Wuyun directly raised the sect's flag. Upon hearing this, the passers-by laughed again. Jiang Zishi asked, why, do you want the 3 Jindan realm immortals of the Zhangquan sect to challenge our Mingwen realm ancestor? Fang Wuyun. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter on Dongmen Avenue. Fang Wuyun looked very unhappy. In his opinion, everyone was just using the tiger's skin as a banner, and it was impossible to really ask the most powerful person in the entire force to come forward for such a small matter. Not to mention the Jindan realm, even the masters in the Wanxiang realm would not care about such trivial matters. But it's not like that in Wuya City. The common people around all know the secret of the Jiang clan. The short-haired young man behind Jiang Zishi is the ancestor of the Jiang clan. People are watching here. You are just an inner sect disciple. You are asking for death by using the sect elders to attack you. Of course. Qin Yi himself doesn't think so. Qin Yi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If he keeps making such a fuss, and 3 Jindan realm masters really appear, he will have nowhere to run. Although the Mingwen realm is very powerful, it is not so powerful that it cannot be seen through by the Jindan realm masters. As long as a strong person in the Jindan realm arrives, he, a little trash in the Tsuhu realm, will be seen through at a glance and will not think that he is pretending to be low-key. So quit while you're ahead. Anyway, when the battle was over, the system had already prompted him that he had received a reward of a card drawing opportunity, so there was no point in continuing to argue with Fang Wuyun. So, Qin Yi called out, Sheer. He spoke calmly and quietly. However, when they heard his voice, the surroundings immediately became quiet. It was completely silent. Brother Qin. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Zishi immediately put away her domineering look, threw away the whip, turned around and looked at him, restrained all her energy, and became extremely docile, completely different from before. Fang Wuyun was stunned when he saw this, his eyes widened. Why is it suddenly quiet? He followed everyone's gaze and found the focus of the moment Qin Yi. What I saw was a waste in the tiger driving realm, with a pitifully weak aura, not even as powerful as the blood Qilin. But Jiang Zishi, who was so domineering just now, looked meek and obedient in front of this person. She was a ferocious tigress just now, but now she became a kitten. What are you doing? Fang Wuyun was puzzled. Let's go home. Qin Yi looked lazy, as if he was tired from playing and wanted to rest. Jiang Zishi immediately replied, Okay, brother Qin. She ran over in small steps and held his arm. Before leaving, she turned back and said to Fang Wuyun, for the sake of us, for the sake of brother Qin, we'll let you go today. Remember to follow the rules next time, or you'll get whipped just the same when your master comes. After saying that, he left without looking back. There was still silence all around. After Qin Yi spoke, no one dared to speak carelessly, for fear of being targeted by this terrifying ancestor and facing a miserable end. It wasn't until the two of them walked away that the surroundings regained their vitality. Tsk tisk, that's horrible. I clearly didn't release any aura, but I felt like someone was stepping on my heart. I didn't dare move at all, not even blinking. This is the Peerless Master, it's really scary. But to be honest, it was really enjoyable just now. I get annoyed just hearing about the Tsongxian sect. The Zhang clan's ancestors are the best. They support the young lady and speak up for us common people. This old man isn't as evil and scary as the legend says. I think he's a really good man. Hey, if it were me just now, I definitely wouldn't stop so quickly. I would have whipped that bastard a few more times. Shu, keep your voice down. We don't have Brother Qin backing us up. If you say anything nonsense, you'll lose your head. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving 3 horses and 3 people from the Tsongxian sect on the street. Fang Wuyun is an expert with sharp ears and eyes, and he captured some useful key information from the gossip. That man turned out to be impossible, he clearly has the aura of a tiger driving realm. But, it seems easy for a strong person to conceal his aura. So many people say this, it can't be false. Besides, a goddess like Zhang Zishi wouldn't be so respectful to a loser from the tiger driving realm. Then, it's probably true. Thinking of this, Fang Wuyun swallowed hard and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. Inscription realm. That is a god-like existence. Moving mountains and filling the sea, breaking the sky and splitting the earth, huge changes happen with a wave of the hand. There should be no one in the entire snow country who has reached the inscription realm. Only, the legendary ancestor of the Zhang clan. And he, just now was so presumptuous in front of the ancestor of the Zhang clan and fought head-on with Zhang Zishi. Fortunately, I lost the fight. If I had won, would I still be alive? Maybe even my master, Taoist Lingjing, will be retaliated against. Although the Tsongxian sect has 3 Jindan realm masters and more than 10 Wanshan realm masters, they are not particularly afraid of Mingwen realm masters. But that kind of existence should definitely not be provoked if possible. Especially for an ordinary inner disciple like him, if he offended a powerful person in the inscription realm, he would definitely be abandoned by the sect in an instant, and no one would care if he died like a stray dog outside. Brother Fawn, this vengeance must be avenged. When we return. The servant who had just been beaten came over and wanted to speak. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Fang Wuyun slapped him and sent him flying. You bastard. If it weren't for you, how could I have offended Zhang Zishi? Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Go back to the sect and face the wall for a month. Fang Wuyun was extremely angry. He came to Woya City to do some business. In fact, there was no rush for the mission and he could take his time for a month or 2. But in order to demonstrate the power of Tsongxian sect, these 2 junior brothers insisted on rushing around shouting and yelling all the way. In the end, not only did he get whipped twice, but he also offended the people of the Zhang clan. Fortunately, the old man seemed to be in a good mood today and did not bother with him. Otherwise, the 6 lives of 3 people, 3 horses, and 3 horses would not be enough to be lost here. Brother? How can I? The attendant wanted to speak again. Fang Wuyun slapped him again. Get out. Chapter 018 The second orange card. It was dark, and Qin Yi and Zhang Zishi returned to the courtyard. The 2 of them didn't talk much along the way, just looking at the scenery and occasionally exchanging a few insignificant words. It was not until she returned home that Zhang Zishi returned to her lively girlish self and said to Qin Yi, Brother Qin, are you satisfied with my performance just now? She seemed to be asking for credit or reward. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, too arrogant, I want to hit you when I see you. Zhang Zishi giggled sweetly, with you as my backer, how can I not be a little arrogant? Look at that Fang Wuyun, he was so scared that he was holding his breath and didn't dare to say anything. I almost laughed out loud. You. Qin Yi felt a little scared. She was really pretending too much just now. Fortunately, this girl was quite strong and defeated Fang Wuyun. If you can't beat them, that's another story. Fang Wuyun is a disciple of a famous family. He will probably not let it go after losing face like this. Be careful and beware of his revenge. Qin Yi reminded. Zhang Zishi said indifferently, he doesn't have the guts. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat me. As for the Tsongxian sect, how could such a large sect possibly go against the Zhang clan over a tyrant body realm disciple? It seems so. Although the overall strength of the Zhang clan is far inferior to that of the Tsongxian sect, the existence of an ancestor in the inscription realm is enough to shock everything. Let's not talk about this anymore, Brother Qin, let's have dinner. What do you want to eat? Jiang Zishi pulled him to the stone table on the side of the yard, pushed him to sit down, and helped massage his shoulders. She was as well behaved as a little maid. Shini enjoyed the service of the stunning goddess and said casually, "You decide." "I'm fine with anything." "Yeah, okay." Jiang Zishi knew that Shini was an easygoing senior, so she didn't refuse. She called the maid over and asked her to prepare dinner. Shini opened the system interface. Number of card draws remaining, 10. In the previous battle, I got another chance to draw a single shot, and now I finally have 10 consecutive shots. The advantage of 10 consecutive draws over a single draw is that a complete goddess card will definitely appear. If you draw all of them individually, you might get goddess fragments 10 times, so it would be better to save them up and draw them together. With nothing else to do, Shini directly used the card drawing function to use up these times. Buzz buzz buzz. 10 consecutive draws begin. The Misty card drawing interface appeared again. As the clouds shook, the backs of 10 goddess cards soon flew out and were arranged in the system interface. To upgrade an orange card to a red card, you only need to consume any orange card, and with 10 Shinqingyue fragments, you can combine them into an orange Shinqingyue. This way, Jiang Zishi can break through to the Fashuan realm. Xin Yi thought to himself. The difficulty of combining cards is relatively low in the initial stage. From Gangqi to Bati, and then from Bati to Fa Xian, it is as easy as eating and drinking water. Of course, even if he could combine the red card of the Fashuan realm, he would not upgrade Jiang Zishi immediately. Otherwise, how do you get the number of card draws? First, hold her back in the realm, let her beat up a few more people in the tyrant body realm, and adapt to the power of the tyrant body realm. Once Woya City's resources are almost fully utilized, we'll upgrade her. Although this will slow down the increase in intimacy, it is only a matter of time. In comparison, Shini feels that the number of card draws is more important. He clicked and turned over the goddess card he had drawn. 10 card drawing messages flashed by. Congratulations, you have obtained Zhang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 5 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue fragments. You obtain 10 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue fragments. You obtain 10 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 10 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 10 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 5 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue fragments. You obtain 5 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue fragments. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. This time, the quality of the 10 consecutive draws was worse than the last time. There was only one whole card, and the rest were fragments. Open the inventory and take a look. At present, in addition to the Jiang Zishi body that has been synthesized into an orange card, Shini still has 1 complete photo of Jiang Zishi, 2 complete photos of Shinqingyue, 45 Jiang Zishi fragments, 45 Shinqingyue fragments. Just enough to synthesize Shinqingyue into an orange card. Without hesitation, he extracted 30 of Shinqingyue's fragments and combined them into a complete one. Then combined the cards and upgrade. According to the formula, Shini put in 3 complete Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue. Then click OK. Congratulations, you have synthesized the orange quality Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shinqingyue. The card closing is completed in an instant. Then. That's all. What's going on? Didn't they remind me to collect my exclusive upgrade card? Shini frowned. He came to his senses immediately. The strength of Feishue's sword Immortal Shinqingyue should be just in the range of Tyrant Body Realm. Orange cards are equivalent to the Hegemony Realm, and exclusive upgrade cards will only appear when the quality of the card is higher than the strength of the goddess herself. In other words, before he combined a goddess card that exceeded Shinqingyue's true strength, he could not improve Shinqingyue's intimacy through upgrading cards. If one exceeds the Tyrant Body Realm, the strength of the goddess card in his hand will also be counted into Qinyi's strength component, and those who only defeat the Tyrant Body Realm will not be able to obtain the card drawing reward. From this we can see that Shinqingyue's strength is just at the Hegemony Body Realm, which may be the early stage, the middle stage, or the late stage. Thinking about it this way, it would be better if the goddess's initial strength was a little weaker. After all, if it is too strong, it will be difficult to draw cards, the difficulty of combining cards will soar, and the intimacy will be difficult to achieve. It is difficult to achieve intimacy, and it will also become more difficult for Qin Yi to gain cultivation. Although intimacy can be improved through contact and communication in daily life, it is obviously not as fast as the two-way improvement of card-level upgrade in life communication. Jiang Zishi is still better. This girl is gentle and well-behaved to me, but overbearing and indifferent to others. This contrast is refreshing just thinking about it. As for Xinxingyue, I don't even know where she is. I might as well not support her and use her cards as materials to feed Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi thought to himself. When Qin Yi created the orange Xinxingyue, a woman opened her eyes deep in Sichuan Mountain hundreds of kilometers away. Strange, why have you been so restless these past 2 days? She was a little confused. The same thing happened when she was practicing yesterday. Suddenly her heart skipped a beat, as if she had forgotten something important, which made her very uncomfortable. This feeling came back again today, and it is even clearer. Yuer, what's wrong with you? At this time, Xinxingyue's master Linghuan Daozuan floated over and asked with concern. Xinxingyue shook her head slightly. Master, I'm fine, I'm just tired from practicing, I just need to rest for a while. Taoist Linghuan gently stroked her head and shook his head, saying, I can sense that you are not at peace. I think something has happened. Talk to me, your master. Perhaps I can help you. Xinxingyue was silent for a while. After a while, he said, Master, the past 2 days, a figure of a person has flashed through my mind, but I can't see his appearance clearly. I don't know why. A person? A man or a woman? Asked Taoist Linghuan. It seems to be a man. Could it be that I have been doomed to a romantic disaster? Taoist Linghuan frowned slightly. Xinxingyue lowered her head. I don't know either, I just felt like there was a voice calling me to go over there and take a look. Where is that over there? Can you sense the direction exactly? Taoist Linghuan was even more surprised. Xinxingyue nodded and said, it should be 1,000 miles away in the southeast direction. 1,000 miles southeast. Taoist Linghuan thought for a moment and said, that is the territory of Wuya City, which has been experiencing turmoil recently. Master, what happened to Wuya City? Xinxingyue wondered. Taoist Linghuan explained, on the one hand, the demonic path is on the rise, and the witch, inheriting the will of the previous demon king, is going to destroy the Zhang clan and retrieve the demonic weapon that was suppressed in the past. On the other hand, several villains who rebelled against the Sichuan sect over 100 years ago have also appeared there. The sect sent Feng Wuyan as bait, secretly accompanied by several powerful masters of the Myriad Realm. If these two groups and a legendary ancestor of the Zhang clan all collide, it will be a 1,000-year catastrophe. I'm afraid that many people in Wuya City will die. Evil Wei, traitor, ancestor of the Zhang clan. Xinxingyue closed her eyes and deduced according to her intuition. After a while, she said, it seems that the person in my mind is indeed related to these things. Master, please allow me to leave the mountain. I want to cut off these distracting thoughts. Cut it off? Taoist Linghuan shook his head slightly. It's so easy. But she didn't stop him. Go if you want to. This is a calamity on your path of cultivation, and you have to face it alone. Chapter 19 Jiang Zishi's Test. At night, after Qin Yi finished his meal, he took a nice bath and lay down on Jiang Zishi's bed. There is a very comfortable bathtub in Jiang Zishi's courtyard. The comfort lies in the fact that when he takes a bath, there are 6 maids to help him wash, some rub his back, some wipe his face, some do his toes. He doesn't need to move at all. At first, Qin Yi was a little shy, but when he thought about how he was pretending to be an ancestor and how many women he had slept with over the past thousands of years, he couldn't afford to be unable to handle this kind of situation, so he forced himself to remain calm and hold on. After lying on the bed for a while, Jiang Zishi also came into the room. She had just washed, her black hair was loose, and she was wearing a gauze dress. Under the gauze, there were only 2 small underwear, and her graceful curves were clearly visible. Brother Qin, you haven't gone to bed yet. Jiang Zishi's face flushed red. She didn't dare to look directly at Qin Yi. She crawled into the quilt and hid herself. But now it is summer or autumn, and the quilt is very thin, but you can still vaguely see her beautiful figure. Qin Yi felt like his nose was about to bleed, but he didn't dare to act like a hooligan. He pretended to be calm and said, I was just getting ready to go to bed. Jiang Zishi grasped the edge of the quilt with both hands, leaving only a small part of her head exposed. She whispered, I usually dress like this after taking a bath. I didn't mean to seduce you on purpose. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. I didn't think so at first, but now that she said that, it seems like she really meant that. Okay, I understand. Sheenie didn't know what to say and just responded casually. There was silence in the room for a while. After a while, Jiang Zishi turned off the lights and turned sideways as if to go to sleep. But in fact, the two of them had their own thoughts and couldn't fall asleep that quickly. Sheenie felt confused. After 2 days here, I am still a rookie. I rely on the title of ancestor to do everything, and basically I can't do anything substantial. Beating people, intimidating people. I don't have the ability to do that. I don't have the guts to bully a little girl. It's really weird that he wants to be a serious person but has the identity of an ancestor. After the competition is over, the number of card draws should be enough for Jiang Zishi to have the strength to fight against the Demon King. By then, the intimacy will be high and I will have my own cultivation, so I won't have to pretend to be an ancestor anymore. Xin Yi thought to himself. There are still 3 levels between the Tyrant Body Realm and the Core Formation Realm. It is estimated that the intimacy will increase very high. Jiang Zishi will rely on him more, and will still be obedient even if she is invincible. Therefore, this goddess will be his supporter for a long time to come. Qini was thinking about something, and so was Jiang Zishi. She slept facing Qini, thinking to herself, Senior Qini blamed me today. It seems a bit excessive for me to set rules in the name of the ancestor. I need to be more restrained in the future. Then he thought, Senior Qini really looks like a young man. His face was red just now, and he looked so shy. Could it be that he has never touched a woman in his thousands of years? Perhaps he has been practicing for many years and doesn't have the quirks of the old ancestor. He is in seclusion for the sake of seclusion and doesn't look for women in the middle of the process. He has been in seclusion from a teenager to over 3,000 years old in one breath, so his experience of worldly life is not rich. Thinking about it this way, Senior Qini is quite cute. If you have a chance, you can try him and see if he is as shy as little boys. An old prostitute once said that inexperienced boys would shyly look away when they saw a pretty girl taking off her clothes, and would subconsciously dodge when someone approached them. Well, I'll try it tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Zishi woke up early again. But she deliberately didn't get up, continued to lie there pretending to be asleep, and kicked the quilt away, exposing her perfect body in the room. She closed her eyes and listened quietly. At this time, Xin Yi's breathing was steady and silent. He should be waking up soon. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sound of turning over on the bed. Xin Yi muttered, "What time is it?" and sat up. He would still subconsciously grope for his phone on the bedside, but he came to his senses faster today than yesterday. Stretching his legs and getting out of bed, Xin Yi thought about getting up, getting dressed, eating, and doing something. The next second, he saw Jiang Zishi lying there defenseless. Shit! Xin Yi woke up instantly. Jiang Zishi was lying on her side, her delicate body vaguely visible through the hazy gauze, her 2 slender and round legs slightly bent, her messy long hair spread on the pillow, and the quilt kicked far away. Her breathing was gentle and silent. Without the cover of the blanket, her snow-white, delicate skin was exposed. Her perfect figure remained perfectly shaped even when she lay on her side, and in fact, it made one part of her body appear elevated. The tube top concealed her fullness but not her curves, perfectly proportioned to fit in one hand. Her slender, supple waist was luminous white, and even the slender, vertical navel exuded a girlish, sexy, and youthful aura. A glimpse. Xin Yi's brain froze for a moment and his breath skipped a beat. He was about to get up, but when he saw the scene, he subconsciously turned around and lay back down. I didn't know what to do, so I just continued pretending to be asleep and waited for her to wake up first. But as soon as he lay down, Xin Yi realized something was wrong. Practitioners must get up in the morning to practice. She got up very early yesterday, so her biological clock shouldn't allow her to sleep in until now. The reason she's still lying there without even covering herself with the quilt is, could it be? Xin Yi's brain was still barely working, and he immediately guessed that this might be Jiang Zishi's plan. This little sister is testing him. Deliberately trying to tempt him to commit a crime. I, a dignified ancestor, no, I, a righteous university student, am not the kind of person who would be confused by beauty. Just test me as hard as you can. I can feast my eyes, but I will definitely not be fooled. The intimacy level is only 40 points, so it is impossible for Jiang Zishi to take the initiative to seduce him into the car. So this must be a trap. If he touches it, the girl might immediately think he is a bad guy like the old man. For the long term, he must be a ding. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 2 points. Current intimacy, 42. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to view. Genie was thinking about it when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Under his pretending to be asleep, he was screaming in his heart, "It is so." Intimacy would not increase for no reason, which meant that Jiang Zishi was just pretending to sleep to test him, and was very satisfied with the result. With 42 points of intimacy, you have already entered the realm of mutual affection and can receive a reward of 200 points of cultivation. Genie received the reward and hesitated for a moment after opening the host information. Do you want to upgrade? Well, you can upgrade. The ancestor's identity is very special. It is completely reasonable that he was in the tiger driving realm yesterday and transformed into the dragon realm today. The more outrageous the range of his aura, the more he looks like a master. It takes 30 points of cultivation to upgrade from the late stage of the tiger driving realm to the early stage of the dragon realm. Genie now has 209 points, and after the upgrade, he has 179 points left. Then I looked again and found that each small realm upgrade in the dragon transformation realm required 60 points of cultivation. 1796060 reached the late stage of dragon transformation realm, with 59 points of cultivation left. Almost at the early stage of Gangchi realm. Genie felt secretly happy. This upgrade speed is terrifying if you tell others about it. As his realm improved, Genie's physique strengthened rapidly and his whole body was filled with strength. His actions and changes in aura made Jiang Zishi fall into strange thoughts. Chapter 020 must take him down. Jiang Zishi was actually squinting her eyes just now. Through the slits of her eyelids, she saw Genie get up in a daze, then stared with a look of surprise, embarrassment, and panic, and then lay back down. Jiang Zishi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Senior Genie is so adorable. He is absolutely clean and innocent. Great. Such a powerful and pure person is a true treasure. I must seize this opportunity. As long as I keep him here, the Jiang clan leaders won't dare bully me, let alone force me to marry into an outsider clan. All my previous worries can be put aside. Senior Genie is my savior. Ha! Why is his aura getting stronger? Early dragon transformation, middle dragon transformation, late dragon transformation. Are you worried that I might not be strong enough to handle all the troubles, and you want to gradually unseal your own power to protect me? Then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he should be in the late stage of Gangchi. The more Jiang Zishi thought about it, the more excited she became. Senior Genie is too perfect. There is only one man like him in the world. He must be captured. No one else is allowed to snatch him away. The test was over, and she stopped pretending to be asleep. She pretended to yawn and got up lazily. Then he looked at Genie lying on the bed with his back to him, slowly put on his clothes and left the room. She did not expose Genie. She knew that this senior was very thin-skinned. You can't push him too hard now. Just get along with him like this for a while. When your feelings develop and the time is right, you can win him over in one fell swoop. Well, just use the 36 positions of the saint taught by those old whores. Senior Genie has no experience, but if I use this unique skill, I guarantee he'll be so happy that his soul will fly to the sky and he'll never be able to leave me again. I just don't know, with my weak cultivation, will I be able to handle him? 2 hours later. The Jiang clan's meeting hall. The Jiang clan leader and 5 elders are all here. Jiang Zishi came over alone and said to everyone, "Clan leader, elders, I would like to hold a martial arts competition and invite all the tyrant body realm masters in Woya City to come and compete with me to verify my cultivation." A ring battle? Is this what the ancestor meant? The great elder spoke first. Among all the people, he was the only one who knew a little more about the ancestor. He was already over 900 years old, and his 1,000-year limit was approaching. When he was young, he had heard a lot about the deeds of his ancestors. 800 years ago, he had personally participated in the selection of beauties to be sent to the forbidden area. However, no one has ever really seen the ancestor, because 800 years ago, the ancestor did not even walk out of the cave, and the dozen or so female corpses were thrown out by magic power. The great elder is very afraid of the ancestor. It can be said that the reason why the people of the Jiang clan are so afraid of the ancestor now is largely due to his efforts. He kept telling the elders and senior leaders that the ancestor was very scary, moody, and should be treated with caution. Over hundreds of years, this atmosphere has been created. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, "The ancestor told me personally that fighting with others can accumulate potential. As long as I accumulate enough, he will be able to guide me and allow my cultivation to continue to advance by leaps and bounds." What's the principle behind this? I've never heard of it. But since it was the ancestor who said it, then of course this matter must be implemented. We will naturally obey the ancestor's orders unconditionally. The great elder agreed directly without even asking others what they thought. The second elder asked, Girl Zishi, there is something I need to confirm with you. Jiang Zishi, second elder, please speak. It's about the Demon King. Although the ancestor has come out of seclusion, has he ever told you how long he will stay out there? Will he take action against the Demon King? After the second elder asked the question, several senior officials waited nervously for the answer. Then, Jiang Zishi shook her head, no. What? No. Everyone was shocked and stood up one by one. Jiang Zishi smiled and said, Everyone, please be patient. The ancestor meant that he doesn't need to personally deal with a mere Jindan realm demon king. He will guide me well this month, and I will handle it when the time comes. You? How is this possible? That's a big devil in the Jindan realm. We've been practicing for nearly 1,000 years and haven't even reached the Jindan realm yet. You're only 18 years old, so why? And it's only for a short month. No one believed it. Normally, this kind of thing is indeed impossible, even a real ancestor cannot do it. If the Jindan realm is so easy to reach, would there be so few masters in the snow country? But Jiang Zishi said confidently, it's all because of the great magical powers of the ancestor. The great elder shook his head and said, Child, you are too naive. Not to mention the ancestors in the inscription realm, even an immortal in the true combination realm above the 9th inscription realm, it is impossible for someone in the Gangchi realm to reach the core formation realm in just 1 month. To defeat the Demon King, only the ancestors themselves can have a chance of victory. Jiang Zishi raised her chin slightly. I was still in the Gangchi realm 2 days ago, but now I am also in the Tyrant Body realm, right? That's different. The great elder said, the gap between the Gangchi realm and the Tyrant Body realm isn't that great. A normal person could achieve a breakthrough after a few years of practice. If they encounter a rare spiritual medicine, the time could be even shorter. However, the subsequent Fashuan realm, Wanshan realm, and Jiedan realm are each more difficult than the last. It's definitely not as simple as you think. Jiang Zishi waved her hand indifferently, let's not talk about this. There's no point in discussing it here. The truth will be revealed in a month. The great elder nodded. That's right. There's no point in discussing it. Putting aside whether you can reach the Jindan realm, even if you can, the Demon King has 4 equally powerful demon servants around him. Our Jiang clan is no match for them. So you have to put some thought into keeping the ancestor here. Don't go back into seclusion at this critical moment, otherwise it will be a disaster for us. I understand. The ancestor. I have a way. Jiang Zishi smiled mysteriously, as if he was sure of it. Seeing this, Jiang Chengxian couldn't help but ask, Zishi, I didn't dare ask you when the ancestor was here. How did you convince the ancestor to come out of seclusion? And why didn't he touch you? The 5 elders pricked up their ears. This is key information. It was a good thing that the old ancestor always protected the Jiang clan. However, the old ancestor had a strange temperament and was difficult to invite, which was a headache for everyone. If the ancestor could be controlled, he could not only guide the younger generations in their cultivation, but also intimidate powerful enemies from all directions. The power of the Jiang clan would be able to increase tenfold at least. Jiang Zishi thought for a moment and explained, Old ancestor, he's actually not as bad as you think. He's been in seclusion for a long time, and he's slowly come to understand the world. His mind has become peaceful, and he's much kinder than before. And he's especially fond of me. She knew that Chini was not the ancestor, but she couldn't tell anyone else, so she could only fool him like this. The clan leader and several elders heard this without questioning the truth. They all said happily, this is great news, a very good news. Ha, little girl Zishi, you should serve the ancestor well and try your best to let him stay. If he can occasionally guide the younger generation of the clan, or take action to deter foreign enemies, that would be even better. Jiang Zishi thought to herself, you're dreaming. Senior Chini will only love me and the Jiang clan has nothing to do with him. But he still responded, I'll do my best. I'll ask the clan leader to help arrange the competition. The sooner the better. Sheer still has to accompany the ancestor, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he prepared to leave. At this time, footsteps were heard outside and a middle-aged man ran in. Chief, 5 elders, a master wants to see you. Jiang Zishi hadn't left yet, so she listened carefully. Jiang Chengxian asked, "What master? Where did he come from?" The middle-aged man replied, "The origin is unknown, but the aura is very strong. It is from the Wanxiang realm." "Oh?" Everyone looked surprised. "Please let him in," Jiang Chengxian ordered. Then he said to Jiang Zishi, "Zishi, go and accompany the ancestor first. Don't worry about the martial arts competition. It can start tomorrow." "Oh." Jiang Zishi curled her lips. The clan leader sent her away, deliberately preventing her from hearing the news about the guests from Wanxiang realm. But it doesn't matter, it's just the realm of all things, she doesn't care. Chapter 021 You've arrested the wrong person. Jiang Zishi went to see the clan leader and elders, while Qini held a secret book of cultivation and studied it while enjoying the fruits fed to him by the maids. This day is so pleasant. He has never felt so good in his life. It feels so good to be served as a boss. The only drawback is, my strength is too weak, and I am always worried about failure. I hope the arena competition goes smoothly. This way, I can draw more cards and take care of Xinxingyue, improve our intimacy, and get cultivation rewards from both sides, making myself stronger. Xin Yi thought to himself. He opened the system interface and took a look. It was not yet noon and the number of card draws was 0. The only operation he could perform was to upgrade Jiang Zishi's red quality. But he plans to stay in this position for a few more days. As for the rest, there is nothing else, there are only 2 people in the card pool. Ha! Xinxingyue seems to have moved. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in Qini's heart. The Feishu's sword immortal Xinxingyue seemed to be approaching him. And it's pretty fast. Could it be that after synthesizing the orange card yesterday, my attraction to her has increased? When I combined the cards yesterday, although I didn't get any increase in intimacy, the quality of the cards did improve after all, so there should still be some potential impact. It would be even better if Xinxingyue came, so he wouldn't have to go looking for this person specifically. However, the most important thing is still the number of card draws. Without this, everything else is meaningless. Qini was eating fruit and reading a book, feeling relaxed and comfortable. At this time, 2 figures appeared outside Jiang Zishi's courtyard. 2 people, wearing the clothes of Jiang clan guards, were lying on a courtyard wall, looking at everything inside from afar. This is the largest private courtyard around here. The people living here must be of high status. Yes, senior brother, look at how much that young man enjoys himself. The maid is so beautiful that she can be the top girl in Huaiwei Pavilion. But this kid's aura is a bit weak. He's only in the late stage of the dragon transformation realm. He shouldn't be Jiang Yunji, but Jiang Chengqian's grandson Jiang Bowen. Jiang Bowen is fine too, as long as he can put pressure on Jiang Chengxian. That's right, let's go. The 2 discussed it and quickly decided to take action. Whoosh! 2 men, 1 tall and 1 thin, suddenly attacked and broke into the courtyard. They were very fast and appeared beside Qini in an instant. Qini was still reading a book and didn't notice someone coming over. A gust of wind blew, and he opened his mouth to signal the maid to feed him some fruit. However, instead of eating the fruit, the maid fell into his arms. Hey! Stop it, little girl. I'm not that kind of person. Qini thought the maid was trying to seduce him, and his old face felt uncomfortable. The next second, a voice came from the side, chuckling, Jiang Bowen, come with us. Qini was stunned and turned around to look, only to find that all the maids around him had fainted. 2 men, 1 tall and 1 thin, appeared in the yard, with unfriendly auras. Who is Jiang Bowen? He was a little confused. It seemed that these 2 guys had recognized the wrong person. Stop playing dumb. Take him away. The tall senior brother hummed and gave an order. The thin junior brother immediately stepped forward, knocked Qini unconscious with a knife, and dragged him away. 10 minutes later. Brother Qin, I'm back. Jiang Zishi's voice came from outside. She was in a good mood after settling the fighting competition. But when she came back, she was shocked to see the maid lying on the ground. What's going on? What happened? Where is Brother Qin? She woke up a maid and asked the reason. But the maids knew nothing at all, and didn't even remember how they fainted. Could it be that Brother Qin suddenly had something happen and left on his own? But there's no need for him to knock the maid unconscious. Jiang Zishi frowned in confusion, feeling secretly anxious. Qini is her savior and must not leave. If he leaves, the Jiang clan will be in dire straits. She woke up the maids one by one and asked them one by one. Unfortunately, no one knows the situation and cannot provide any useful information. This guy left without even telling me. Even if I'm a useless junior, I should at least leave a message. Jiang Zishi felt uncomfortable and felt abandoned. However, she was thinking of Qin Yi in her heart, and suddenly a special feeling emerged. It seems I sensed Qin Yi's location. He's gone out. The feeling was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, not very stable, but the general direction was still relatively clear. Jiang Zishi thought for a moment. Senior Qin Yi didn't bring me with him. I guess he didn't want me to follow him. Then I'd better wait at home. Girls should be good and obedient, otherwise men will be unhappy. Having said that, I can't help but feel a little curious about what Qin Yi is doing outside. If he doesn't come back at night, let us go and take a look. Hey, kid, wake up. When Qin Yi woke up, he was in a cellar. The surrounding light was dim, and two men with powerful auras sat opposite him. Who are you? He asked, frowning, his neck a little painful. The tall man said, you don't need to know our names. Just stay here as a hostage. Hostage? Human pig? Qin Yi was startled. What kind of hostage is this? The thin man said, don't worry, we won't hurt you. As long as your grandfather Jiang Chengxian agrees to our conditions, we will ensure that you return safely and not a hair will be lost. Oh my god. Qin Yi was speechless. These guys caught the wrong person. Jiang Chengxian is the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and his grandson is called Jiang Bowen. What does this have to do with him, Qin Yi? If we must make a connection, then he is also the ancestor of the Jiang clan. But now that he has been caught, his identity as the ancestor is useless, and mentioning it will only add to the jokes. Qin Yi's mind was working rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. Do you need help from the Jiang clan? He asked. You can say that. But I think cooperation is a more appropriate word. The tall man replied. Qin Yi sneered, do you need to arrest me and threaten me to cooperate? The other party said, we are not familiar with each other yet. We are new here. If we want to quickly gain the recognition of the Jiang clan, we can only use some tricks. The thin man said, speaking of which, the guards of your Jiang clan are really strict. If we two brothers didn't have the strength of the profound realm of law and disguised ourselves as guards, we really wouldn't be able to get in. Two profound realms of law. This is a bit difficult. Qin Yi had a terrible headache. For the Jiang clan, two people in the profound realm of law were nothing. But for him, they were like two gates that could easily kill him if he wasn't careful. However, he remained calm and didn't panic. He said, the Jiang clan never accepts any threats. What you are doing will not only be ineffective, but will be counterproductive and will make the Jiang clan hostile to you. The thin man looked surprised. You are quite brave, not panicking at all. You are worthy of being the grandson of Chief Jiang. Qin Yi, you are his grandson. Your whole family is his grandson. The tall one said, our requirements aren't very high. We just want to borrow a few of your experts. And this will be beneficial to you, a great benefit. I believe that when Chief Jiang knows the situation, he will be very satisfied. Chapter 022 There is something wrong with my brain. Qin Yi sneered, you clearly need the Jiang clan's help, yet you're still so arrogant. This will put you in great danger. Listen to me, let me go, and I can put in a few good words for you. Otherwise, if the Jiang clan takes action, none of you will be able to escape. No, no, no. The tall man shook his head and said, as long as the temptation is great enough, arresting you is nothing. Besides, we are not a threat. We just want to prove to the Jiang clan that we have the strength to negotiate cooperation with you. You think you're powerful just by capturing someone? The two of you are in the Fashuan realm, but you are insignificant in front of the Jiang clan. Qin Yi expressed his disdain. The thin man laughed and said, it's not just two of us. We have 12 brothers in total, including my master and 2 uncles. There are 4 in the Wanxiang realm and 11 in the Fashuan realm. What do you think of this lineup, Jiang clan? Qin Yi was secretly shocked when he heard this. 4 Wanxiang. 11 Fashuan. This is not a lineup that a small force can cultivate. Are you disciples from a famous family? Qin Yi asked. He had already learned from Jiang Zishi in the past 2 days that apart from the Jiang clan, the other forces in Woya City had at most 3 people in the Wanxiang realm. Obviously this is a powerful force from outside. If they call each other brothers, then they are not a family, but obviously a sect. The thin man nodded and said, yes, we are disciples of the Songxian sect. Songxian sect? The one with Fong Woyun? Xin Yi was even more surprised. That is the strongest force in the southern province of Snow Country, with 3 Jindan realm masters in charge and a large number of masters. No. The tall man shook his head and said, we are not on the same side as them. To be precise, we used to be members of the Songxian sect, but not anymore. The thin man added, over 100 years ago, our master, Taoist Lingchong, left with 2 uncles and a group of disciples due to disagreements with the sect elders about cultivation philosophy. Over the past 100 years, our strength has improved significantly, while many of our peers in the Zhongshuan sect have died of old age. This shows that our master's cultivation philosophy is the right one. Xin Yi's mouth twitched. Really? Then why is your master at the Wanxiang realm, while Lingjing Daozuan, Linghuan Daozuan, and Lingxin Daozuan are at the Jindan realm? Taoist Lingchong, who is of the same generation with the character Ling, is obviously weaker than the 3 Jindan masters. The tall man explained, that's because my master, Taoist Lingchong, is relatively young. The 1,000-year limit for the spirit heart and spirit mirror is almost up, and my master is only over 400 years old. They're 2 completely different things. As long as a practitioner reaches the realm of all things, his lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. However, if you want to live for more than 1,000 years, breaking through the Jindan realm is useless. You have to go one step further and break through the Mingguan realm to prolong your vitality to a greater extent. This is because the level of magic power from Wanxiang to Jindan is only improved, and there is no leap in the level of life. Xin Yi roughly understood the purpose of these 2 people. He said, so, you are actually traitors to the Songxian sect. A group of traitors, even if you are powerful, the Jiang clan will not cooperate with you. Otherwise, it will cause dissatisfaction to the Songxian sect, which is not good for the Jiang clan. We are not traitors. Upon hearing this, the thin man immediately became agitated and angrily shouted, we just have different cultivation philosophies. What's wrong with us practicing separately after leaving the sect? You're anxious. Anxiety means you have something to hide. Xin Yi chuckled. I guess when you left Songxian sect, you must have taken something important with you, right? You. The tall and thin men couldn't help but be moved. They looked at each other in shock. I didn't expect that you, a young master with not so good cultivation, are so smart. The tall man said in surprise. Xin Yi shook his head. This is nothing, you can figure it out with just some random reasoning. If a group of people want to leave the sect, if it is just because of a disagreement in philosophy, the sect will not pursue it too much. If they start a new sect, it is equivalent to opening a branch, which is actually a welcome thing. But these 2 people were sneaky and even threatened to kidnap people in order to cooperate with the Jiang clan. This was very despicable. Who among the prestigious and reputable sects would do this? So it can be seen that these people who betrayed their master are not living a good life now. Although they are powerful, they are like sewer rats and may face sanctions from Songxian sect at any time. They sought cooperation with the Jiang clan, probably because they were worried that the Songxian sect would send experts to deal with them, and they needed the help of the Jiang clan, the strongest local force, for cover. In the final analysis, when they left Songxian sect, they did not simply leave, but did some things they shouldn't have done. They may have killed their own family members or stolen important treasures, so they had to escape. Otherwise, there would be no need to hide like this. Xin Yi said, tell me, what exactly do you want to cooperate with the Jiang clan for? I have some influence in the Jiang clan. As long as the conditions are right, I can help you. The more he listened to the story, the calmer he became. Now he was no longer panicked and had regained the composure of an old ancestor. The tall man said, although you are very smart, you are still just a junior. This is a serious matter and it is not for you to decide. Let's wait for my master and the others to return from the Jiang clan. Oh? Your master has already gone to the Jiang clan? Yes, he should be back soon. Xin Yi smiled, and his smile was very sarcastic. You're really going to offend the Jiang clan to death. While discussing serious matters with the clan leader, you sneaked in and kidnapped members of the Jiang clan. You insulted them like this, and you still want them to help you. Are you crazy? Shut up. The thin man said angrily, you little brat, you don't know anything. Just sit there quietly, or I'll beat you to death. Yo, are you anxious? Xin Yi laughed and was not afraid at all. The overall strength of this group of Zhongxian sect traders is indeed good, but they have no base and no branching out to form a force, so they are just rootless duckweed. In front of the Zhang clan, they are just a group of capable people in the martial arts world, and they are not at the level to discuss cooperation on an equal footing. What's more, they arrested people. Whoever came up with this idea really has a problem with his brain. Maybe he rebelled against the Zhongxian sect because he was stupid. They said that they had different ideas, but in fact it was just that they didn't listen to the teacher in class, and after reading some self-media and street literature, they thought they understood everything, and then they yelled at the teacher, broke up with him, and finally dropped out of school. There are so many people like this. Qin Yi thought secretly. Junior brother, ignore him, let's go out. The tall ones had already realized that the two of them together could not win an argument with Qin Yi, and they did not dare to really hurt Qin Yi, so they had to leave. The two men went out and locked the door. The walls of the cellar were made of thick bricks and stones. Although Qin Yi was not tied up, it would still take some effort for him to dig out with the power of the dragon transformation realm. And if he doesn't dig carefully, the cave might collapse and bury him alive. Since there was no danger now, he might as well sit still and wait for news. Time passes slowly. The morning passed quickly. At 12 noon, the system refreshed and gave him a chance to draw a card. Qin Yi turned on the system and sensed the locations of the two goddesses. Jiang Zishi was still in the mansion, and there was no movement at all. Xin Xingyue was still moving at a rapid speed and was almost reaching Woya City. This little sister Jiang Zishi doesn't worry about me at all. Does she really think that I'm a powerful person who can solve the problem by myself? Qin Yi was a little depressed. I should have made it clearer when I was in the cave. After he used the upgrade card to help Jiang Zishi upgrade, the little girl regarded him as a real master and treated him with great respect. Now, no one cares about him even though he was caught. Maybe the girl even thought he was just out playing by himself. Chapter 023 The Fairy's Appearance. In the afternoon, the tall man brought food to Qin Yi. The food was quite good, including big chicken legs. When he came in, Qin Yi asked, "Has your master returned? How did the conversation go?" The tall man said nothing, just snorted and left. Qin Yi chuckled and could tell that the other party's conversation wasn't going very smoothly. Not long after dinner, he vaguely heard noisy voices outside. I put my ear to the door and the sound became clearer. I found out that Fang Wuyun really has someone else behind him. The Zhongxian sect has dispatched at least 3 myriad realm experts. Are you afraid of them? Just go for it. Kill those bastards. We have suffered so much these years, and it's all caused by the Zhongxian sect. Yes, I won't tolerate it this time. Kill them and start our own business. No. Zhongxian sect still has powerful Jindan realm masters here. Our 3 senior brothers and sisters are too strong. If they attack, the whole body will be affected. We won't be able to escape. No, senior brother, think about it. Ling Xin and Ling Jing are nearing their 1,000-year deadlines, so they're definitely in seclusion seeking a breakthrough. They can't possibly come against us. That bitch Ling Luan is trapped in love and has sworn to never leave Zhongxian Mountain. There's no way she'll come either. As for the others, who can guarantee a win against us? What's more, we can go to the Jiang clan and talk to them about giving them 20% more of the Immortal Tomb's gains. I don't believe Jiang Changxian won't be tempted. Speaking of Jiang Changxian, I'm so fucking baffled. Doesn't he even care about his own grandson's life? He even said something as stupid as, "Kill him if you can. If you can kill him, I'll even call you grandpa." By the way, has Jiang Bowen eaten yet? Don't let him starve to death. He's a very important bargaining chip. Just fed. The group of people chatted and gradually quieted down. Qin Yi almost cried in the cellar. Does this mean that Jiang Changxian already knew that the person who was arrested was not Jiang Bowen, but the old ancestor? What the hell is going on? There is definitely no one who will come to save me. The martial arts competition is about to begin tomorrow. Jiang Zishi is killing people at home, but I can't even get a single card draw here. What's going on? Qin Yi beat his chest and stamped his feet, rolling his eyes in anger. In order to obtain the number of card draws in a battle, he must be present. If he is not present, the system will not make a judgment and the fight will be in vain. We have to find a way to escape before tomorrow. Qin Yi sat down and began to think about countermeasures. Not long after, there was noise outside again. A voice said, "Damn it. Someone from the Tsongxian sect has come again. This time it's the little disciple of that stinky bitch Ling Luan. What? Even her apprentice is here? Is she planning to attack us in a big way? Fuck me. Who said Ling Luan wouldn't come down the mountain? Stand up and I'll beat you to death. Don't get excited, don't get excited. It's just a junior here. Why are you panicking? Has anyone seen Ling Luan? Who has seen her? Just because you didn't see her doesn't mean she didn't come. Even a jerk like Fang Weiyun has 3 Wanxiang realm masters protecting him. That little girl is 100 times prettier than Ling Luan. What if she's caught by bad guys and locked up in a dark room without a master's escort? I don't believe she doesn't have someone behind her. Who cares if there's anyone behind her? Since she's so beautiful, let's catch her and have some fun with her first. Shut up. We are just leaving Tsongxian sect, not falling into the devil's way. Master, I know I was wrong. Go, bring her back to me. Hey. Master, didn't you say we're not demons and don't play with fairies? Who wants to play with her? Who said we want to play with her? I mean to arrest her and lock her up so we can negotiate with the Tsongxian sect later. Damn it, I'll go there myself to prevent you bastards from taking advantage of the little girl. Then it became quiet outside. About an hour later, the cellar door opened. Under Qin Yi's speechless gaze, a burly man in black, who looked to be in his 30s, dragged an unconscious girl in and threw her on the ground. Jiang Bowen, this is my nephew Xinxingyue, one of the 3 great goddesses of the snow country, with unparalleled beauty and superb talent. Qin Yi took a look. Wow, she was really beautiful, on par with Jiang Zishi. Although he fell asleep, when he closed his eyes and had no expression on his face, he still had a sense of otherworldliness and detachment. Jiang Zishi is a noble eldest lady, while she is a fairy from Otherworld. They each have their own charm and are both stunning beauties in the world. This way of appearing is a bit. Are you Taoist Lingchong? What do you want? Qin Yi asked. The black-clothed burly man, Lingchong, said with a smile, I'll give you a chance. If you can have her, the Jiang clan and the Tsongxian sect will be relatives from now on. With your powerful alliance, there will be no rivals in Nanzhou. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you force yourself on a fairy, will the Tsongxian sect still call you a relative? It would be a blessing if we don't go all out to crush the Jiang clan. You'll be hunted down even if you run to the ends of the earth. This old guy just wants to make the Jiang clan and the Tsongxian sect stand on opposite sides, forcing them to join forces with this group of traitors. It was a good plan, but unfortunately Qin Yi didn't agree. He is a righteous man who can control his gun. Okay, I'll go, you guys go out. I'll be shy if someone is watching me. He waved his hand perfunctorily, with no intention of touching Xinxingyue at all. Taoist Lingchong chuckled, okay, little brat, take your time. I have already fed her 3 pills of less pills, which will make you feel great. You don't even have to take the initiative. When she wakes up, she will ask you for it herself. Then he left. Oh my god? Lust pills? 3 more? Qin Yi's eyes widened and he was stunned. No wonder this old guy looks so confident, it turns out he is using a physical cheat. Although I don't know where this pill comes from, I know its effect just by hearing the name. Qin Yi looked at Xinxingyue. The sleepy-faced US sword immortal's face was flushed and his body was emitting an astonishing heat. This seems to be true. Fuck you. Qin Yi looked up to the sky in silence. God knows, he only wants to be with Jiang Zishi. Although all the goddess cards can be developed, he is a modern young man who has received 9 years of compulsory education. He adheres to the new era's concepts of marriage and love and firmly supports and implements the system of monogamy. In the end, what's going on? Force him to be a scumbag? Hello, Xinxingyue? How are you? Qin Yi patted Xinxingyue's face gently. The touch made him feel a fatal softness. The fairy's face was like tofu, so soft that it could be broken by a touch. However, this tofu was cooked tofu, and it was a little hot. No, I can't wake her up. What if she can't control herself and rapes me after she wakes up? Qin Yi thought of something else, quickly retracted his hand, and took 2 steps back. Xinxingyue is in the late stage of Tyrant Body Realm, while he is only in the late stage of Dragon Transformation Realm, a gap of 2 whole realms. If the fairy used force, he seemed to be unable to do anything except screaming his throat out. Shini had just stepped back when the unconscious Shinshingua let out a confused moan. Her eyelashes trembled and she gradually woke up. Broken. Shini's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Chapter 024 Hard Firefighting Work. Here it is. The fairy exhaled orchid-like breath, her eyes were watery, and she looked like she was not quite sober. Cellar. Shini replied from the corner of the room. Cell? What cellar? Ah, you. It's you. Shinshingyua's consciousness became clear. The moment she saw Qin, she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. It felt like we were meeting again after a long separation, and also like we were old friends. An indescribable joy surged in my heart. At just one glance, she remembered the short-haired man deeply. Ahem, are you okay? Qin was frightened by her gaze and felt like a bad guy who seduced minors to commit crimes. Who are you? Shinshingyu asked, and while speaking, she touched her face and said in surprise, It's so hot, what's wrong with me? Qin replied, My name is Qin, and I'm currently a member of the Jiang clan. You just had 3 lustful woman pills fed to you by your traitorous uncle master, Taoist Lingchong. What? The lust pill? Shinshingyu's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. No, it's impossible. I'm so hot. How could it be? She couldn't believe it, but the burning sensation emanating from her body couldn't be faked. I have the antidote. Shinshingyu panicked, touched her fingers, and frantically tried to take the pill to eat. But his hands were empty, and the storage ring he carried with him had been taken away. How so? Shinshingyu's eyes turned red and her mentality collapsed all of a sudden. Today was the first time she had ever gone down the mountain, and she was filled with anxiety, not knowing what she would encounter. The journey went smoothly all the way. We arrived at our destination very quickly after riding the white dragon horse for 1,000 miles. I thought everything would go smoothly. I would meet the man of my dreams, and then make it clear to him that a cultivator cannot be delayed by love. Then we would break up and not affect each other. As a result, she had just entered the city and hadn't done anything when a group of masters from the Fashuan realm and the Wanxiang realm suddenly appeared. At that time, Shinshingyu asked doubtfully, Who are you? The other party laughed and said, What a beautiful girl. She's a perfect match for Zhang Bowen. I wonder how the Jiang clan will reject me then. Then he took action. Shinshingyu was completely bewildered and didn't even know who the other person was before she was knocked unconscious. When she woke up again, she had been poisoned by the lustful woman pill and was locked in a cellar with a man. Although the man in front of her made her feel very familiar, as if she had seen him a long time ago. But she still can't accept it. Who would lose their virginity as soon as they come down the mountain? She is an immortal from otherworldly realms, and will never be tainted by the filth of the world. I kill you. Shinshingyu gritted her teeth, opened her right hand, circulated the power of the tyrant body realm in her palm, and walked towards Qin. Qin was stunned. What does this have to do with me? I didn't drug you. I was also arrested. I'm innocent. What the fuck is this? Not only was he arrested and imprisoned for a mistaken identity, but he was also killed by his cellmates? Is there still law? Who will take care of this? If I kill you, I won't lose my innocence. Shinshingyu bit her lip and replied, aiming her palm at Qin's chest. Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her reason was actually quite logical. But he can't just sit there and wait for death. Seeing Shinshingyu launching an attack, Qin activated the power of the dragon transformation realm and dodged hastily. Bang! The bricks and stones were broken and a big hole collapsed in the wall. Shinshingyu wanted to give chase, but suddenly her eyes blurred, and a wave of heat surged in her body, as if thousands of ants were crawling around, and she couldn't help but fall down. A burst of laughter came from outside. Don't do it. After taking the desire pill, the more you mobilize your true energy, the faster it will attack. That Zhang Bowen, you need to hurry up, otherwise her blood vessels will burst and die. It would be a pity to let such a beautiful fairy die. You are such beasts. Qin cursed. There are only 2 goddesses in his card pool. If Shinshingyu dies here, there will be no dog food for Jiang Zishi to eat. Hey, are you okay? Qin asked while supporting Shinshingyu. Shinshingyu looked at him with a sad expression, as if saying, Do I look okay to you? Seeing her pitiful, aggrieved and miserable appearance, Qin felt bad. A good fairy was drawn down the mountain just because of his card drawing and card combining, and then encountered this kind of thing. After all, it's his fault. Genie is fully responsible for this matter, he must take responsibility. I'll help you detoxify. Genie sighed and said. No, no. I don't want to, I don't want that. Xinxingyue still had a trace of rationality left, and she pushed Genie with both hands to prevent him from getting close to her. However, he didn't dare to use any of his true energy at all, and his strength became very weak, so soft as if he had no cultivation at all. Don't be afraid. Genie leaned close to her ear and whispered, I won't ruin your innocence. Xinxingyue raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. And amidst this confusion, there is also a lot of ignorant desire. Although she grew up in the mountains and didn't know much about the relationship between men and women, she was able to learn some things without a teacher. A girl in her 20s couldn't really understand nothing, and she had a general understanding in her heart. Genie picked her up and walked to the corner of the wall near the door. This location is a blind spot and people outside cannot see it. What do you want? Xinxingyue's heart was beating very fast. She bit her lips lightly and clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. She was nervous and scared. Genie didn't say anything. The strong have extremely good hearing, so if there are people outside, it's better to say less. He took action. As for detoxification, it is mainly about venting sexual desire and extinguishing the raging fire in the body. Although Genie had no experience in this matter, he had seen pigs run even if he had not eaten pork, so he still knew a little bit of technical skills. He gently lifted the fairy's dress and put his hand inside. Then came the arduous task of firefighting. Xinxingyue was about to cry. Oh, no, to be precise, she cried a lot. Tears streamed down my face, my clothes and the floor were soaked with tears, I was extremely sad. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Genie kept his eyes fixed on the ground, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching, Diamond Sutra, Guanyin Heart Sutra, and the heart purification mantra in his heart. Later on, there was nothing more to read, so I started to memorize the text. A golden full moon hangs in the deep blue sky. Thanks to Pangu's creation, the 3 sovereigns' rule, and the 5 emperors' establishment of laws, the world was divided into 4 continents. The late emperor died before he could even begin his career. Today, the world is divided into 3 parts. Madam, you don't want to. Ugh! What a sin! 5 hours passed in a flash. It was already dark outside, and it was pitch black in the cellar, so I couldn't see anything. The skin on both Genie's hands was wrinkled and he felt very tired. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the dragon transformation realm this morning, otherwise he didn't know if he could hold on. With a suppressed moan, Xinxingyue's teeth, which were biting her clothes, gently loosened and she finally calmed down and fell into a coma. In the darkness, Genie couldn't see what she looked like at the moment. But the sounds she made in the past 5 hours were firmly imprinted in her mind. What fairy? She's clearly a demon. Damn it! I've never suffered this kind of pain in my life. It's so painful. Fairy, I'd like to lend you my little hand to do something useful. Would you mind? Xinxingyue. Well, if you don't say anything, you agree. Chapter 025 Jiang Zixi Sixth Sense. The Jiang clan's mansion. It's getting dark. The more Jiang Zixi thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. After not seeing Senior Qin for a day, she felt empty inside, as if something important had been taken away. No, I have to go and bring Senior Qin back. She left the courtyard, wanting to follow her heart's feeling to find Qin. She already knew that Qin had left with the traitor of Songxian sect. The clan leader communicated with her that those people wanted to cooperate with the Jiang clan to explore a lost ancient immortal tomb. The capture of Qin was an accident. The other party actually wanted to capture Jiang Bowen or Jiang Yinji, but they were not familiar with the place and captured Qin by mistake. When talking about this, Jiang Chengxian laughed so hard that he lost his image as the patriarch, and Jiang Zixi also found it very funny. At that time, the second elder was also saying, if those idiots knew that we had captured a giant in the inscription realm, I wonder what their expressions would be. The third elder laughed and said, I originally wanted to capture a youngster as a bargaining chip, but ended up losing everything. Our ancestor has that kind of temper. If he gets angry, no matter how many lives he has, he won't be enough to kill them. But in the afternoon, Jiang Zixi inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. It feels like my loved one is being snatched away, I'm so panicked. Among those traitors in Song Xian sect, is there a girl prettier than me? What if Senior Chini falls in love with someone else and doesn't want me anymore? She thought a lot. With Senior Chini's ability, he should not have been caught. He should have taken the initiative to leave with others. He may have his own plans, and if you go there rashly, it might ruin his plans. But, if this good thing happened to another girl, then the meaning would be different. Jiang Zishi believed in her intuition. A girl's sixth sense was very accurate. Senior Chini must be having an affair. She had to stop it. To keep her bright future. So after dark, she walked out of the yard and headed straight for the gate. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly met the great elder who was also about to go out. Miss Zishi, where are you going in such a hurry? The great elder greeted her with a smile. Normally, the elders rarely go out and always stay in their respective places to practice. But the ancestor has been out of seclusion recently, so they dare not sit idle. They have to work when they should work and patrol when they should patrol, and they must be more diligent. When Jiang Zishi saw the great elder, some thoughts flashed through her mind. If Senior Chini is entangled with another woman, it would be very embarrassing for me to go alone. I am not of high enough seniority to care about him. I need to call more helpers to improve my aura. He's a gentleman, not as moody as the real ancestor, so even if we bring the elders to put some pressure on him, he probably won't get angry. Also, if Senior Chini really wants to pretend to be weak, he might not fight against the traitors of the Zongxin sect. In that case, if I bring people to rescue him, he might be very happy and like me even more from now on. Well, call for help. Bring our strongest lineup. I don't believe those second-rate idiots dare to challenge the Zhang clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Zishi immediately said to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, I want to go and rescue the ancestor. Please help me call all the masters of the Wanxiang realm and Fashuan realm and the clan to go with me." Ah? Save the ancestor? The ancestor needs us to save him? The Great Elder seemed to have heard a huge joke, with a look of both laughter and tears on his face. Jiang Zishi said sternly, "No. Great Elder, think about it, why hasn't the ancestor returned yet? With his methods, a few Wanxiang realm cultivators can be dealt with in the blink of an eye." Hey, you said that? The Great Elder seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Zishi continued, "Actually, the ancestor just wants to see our sincerity. He is now young Master Qin, not the ancestor, so he can't use too much power. We must show enough concern and win his approval. Only after a month will he sincerely help us get rid of the big devil. Because sincerity is mutual." This, you have a point. Oh, you are getting old and confused. We should have sent someone to rescue the ancestor long ago. Quick, come. Call all the masters of the clan to me. The Great Elder broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. If Jiang Zishi hadn't reminded him, he would have made a big mistake. In an instant, the news spread and the entire Jiang clan was alarmed. Save the ancestor. This is a big deal. If you perform well, maybe the ancestor will remember you and appreciate you. The Jiang family is large and powerful, so it is impossible for everyone to go. Someone has to stay at home. In this case, you have to fight for a spot to go. 400 to 500 people soon gathered in the open space in the courtyard in front of the Jiang clan's residence. All of them were masters above the Gangxi realm, and there were also many masters at the Body realm and Fashuan realm. All the elders were present. Jiang Zishi took a look at the number of people and hurriedly shook his head, saying, we don't need so many. Too many will give the ancestor a bad impression. We only need to send the elite. She just wanted to put a little pressure on Senior Qin, asking him not to be obsessed with beauty, go home early, and if he wanted to be obsessed, he could be obsessed with her. If there were so many people, the scene would be too big and would only backfire. If Senior Qin saw that she was so ignorant and forced him to go home in a big way, he might run away with another girl and never come back. I'll go, let me go. I'm going too. For the ancestor, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Go away, I'm your brother and I'm going. What's wrong, brother? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Why don't you compete with me? Let's compete, watch this. A group of people started fighting to compete for the chance to rescue the ancestor. Jiang Zishi rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a while. Stop making trouble. She was in a hurry, so she shouted to stop everyone. Miss, please give me your orders. Everyone calmed down, but they were still eager to try, standing on tiptoe to let Jiang Zishi see them. Great Elder, please decide how many people should go? Zhang Zishi gave the right of choice to the person with the highest seniority. The Great Elder thought for a moment. That group has 4 Wanshan Realm warriors and more than 10 Fashuan Realm warriors. We need to leave some people to guard the place. Let's send 5 elders and 10 Fashuan Realm high-ranking warriors. The clan leader Jiang Chengxian stayed behind to guard the house, and some people in the Fashuan Realm also stayed behind. People in the Ba-Ti realm were advised not to join in the fun, as they would only get beaten if they went. 5 elders from the Wanshan realm plus 10 high-level people from the Fashuan realm should be able to easily deal with 4 Wanshan and 11 Fashuan. Okay, let's do it. Zhang Zishi nodded in agreement and waved her jade hand. Follow me. 15 strong men followed her and quickly left the Jiang clan. The 300 or 400 people who were not selected sighed and groaned, as if they had not been selected in the martial arts competition, with a look of loss on their faces. After leaving the Jiang clan, Zhang Zishi sensed Qin Yi's location, gathered her true energy, and took one step that was more than 10 meters, very quickly. Girl Zishi, you seem to know where the ancestor is? The elder asked curiously. Zhang Zishi nodded and said, maybe it's because the ancestor enlightened me on my cultivation, I can vaguely sense his location. The second elder laughed and said, you're wrong. This isn't a matter of enlightenment or not, but rather that the ancestor was worried about you, so he left a special magic of the inscription realm on you, allowing you to sense each other's locations. This way, if you're ever in danger, you can go to him, and he can find you, too. It's foolproof. That makes sense. Zhang Zishi nodded slightly after hearing this, and her heart suddenly became happy. The second elder was right, Senior Qin Yi was very attentive to her. There's no way that little bitch who came out of nowhere could beat her. Chapter 026. You have someone else. An ordinary family in Woya City. More than a dozen traders of the Tsang Xian sect were together. Some were enjoying the cool air in the yard, some were resting indoors, and 2 of them were sitting on stools on the stairs at the entrance of the cellar, chatting. Brother Luo, can you lend me some money? Junior brother Zhang, what do you want the money for? Didn't Master give everyone 10 taels of silver last month? Hey, what can I do with 10 taels of silver? I haven't even paid back Junior Brother Li for the money I borrowed from him in Juyin City 18 years ago. You just know how to whore around, and you're not even afraid of getting sick. Here, I'll lend you 5 taels, and I'll keep the remaining 5 taels for my wife. Thank you, Brother Luo. TSK, Brother Luo, you are such a good man. You don't gamble, drink, or visit prostitutes. You even send money to your wife and children every month. Your sister-in-law is so lucky to have you. What happiness! I'm over 200 years old, and she's only in her 30s. It's too unfair for her to be with me. And this time when I go back to Nanzhou with Master, I'm really afraid that I'll die here and never see them again. Ah! To be honest, life is a bit hard for us following Master. Who else in the Fashuan realm is doing so badly? They don't even have any money. It's really... That's not true. We don't steal or rob, and we don't have any property or jobs. We're doing pretty well. Master even pawned his own weapons to pay us, and I heard he even sold his but at a duck farm. He's the one who's really suffering. He's already suffering so much, where does he get the money to buy the lust pill? This is not good for me either. Someone broke in. The 2 were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside. A beautiful girl's voice rang out, capture them all and rescue Brother Qin. Then there was a shaking of the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying collision of true energy appeared in the courtyard outside. It's bad. The Jiang people are coming to kill us. The 2 brothers were shocked. Junior brother Zhang said, I'll go out and take a look. Senior brother Luo, keep an eye on the hostages and don't let them get away. Oh? Junior brother, okay then. Before senior brother Luo could say anything, junior brother Zhang had already left, so he had no choice but to go into the cellar. The fight was so loud that just as brother Luo entered the cellar, he heard a loud bang and the whole house collapsed. Lingchong, you little thief, get out here. The Jiang clan's great elder's voice was loud and clear, not sounding like someone with 1 foot in a coffin at all. How did you find this place? Taoist Lingchong has already started fighting with the other party. The great elder didn't explain, but shouted, release young Master Qin and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, there will be no peace today. The voice was so loud that it seemed deliberate, and could be heard clearly within 3 miles around. Qin Yi in the cellar was startled by the loud noise and woke up. Qini was busy all afternoon and didn't even have dinner. He used Xinxingyue's hand to satisfy him 7 times and finally fainted from exhaustion. As soon as he woke up, he found that the ceiling of the cellar was broken, and the moonlight shone in from outside. A tall figure appeared beside him. What happened? He was still a little confused after just waking up. Senior brother Luo pulled Qini up with one hand, grabbed his neck and said, "Someone is here to rescue you. Be quiet and don't move, or you won't be polite to me." At this time, the second elder's voice came from outside, "Master Qin, we will go after these bastards first, you and Zishi leave together." Qini was stunned. Senior brother Luo was also stunned. Track? What's the meaning? Oh my god, could Master and the others have run away? Senior brother Luo widened his eyes. Qini's mouth twitched. "Hey, why don't you run away? Are you waiting to die?" Oh. Senior brother Luo thought about it, felt something was wrong, and decisively let Qini go and left. Going up the cellar stairs, a slim figure appeared in front of him. It was Jiang Zishi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang clan. "Where's my brother Qin?" Jiang Zishi asked anxiously. She had already sensed Qini's location, which was in this cellar. Senior brother Luo thought there were other experts around and ignored the fact that Jiang Zishi was not as strong as him. He waved his hands and said, "It's none of my business. Jiang Bowen is having fun with a fairy in there. I'm going home to feed the baby. Goodbye." After saying that, he gathered his true energy and ran away in a flash. What? Fairy? Cool. When Jiang Zishi heard this, she felt like the sky was falling. No. Brother Qin is not that kind of person. He would blush when he saw my half-naked body. It's impossible for him to progress so quickly with other women. Jiang Zishi rushed into the cellar. She saw Qini. "Brother Qin, Xier is here to save you." As she spoke, her eyes followed Qini's figure and saw the woman in white lying behind him. Although the cellar was dimly lit and she couldn't see the face clearly, the decadent atmosphere in the air still made her heart ache and her eyes turn red. "Great, you came at the perfect time." Qini was very happy to see Jiang Zishi, and walked up to her and gave her a gentle hug. The next second, he felt 2 strong little hands hugging him tightly. Looking down, I saw Jiang Zishi's face covered with tears, crying, "You have someone else?" Ah. Qini's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Intimacy is going to drop. He quickly explained, No, don't let your imagination run wild. There's nothing wrong between Xinxingyue and me. She was just poisoned, and I was just helping her detoxify. She is Xinxingyue? She is actually Xinxingyue. Hearing this name, Jiang Zishi was even more surprised. It turned out to be Fairy Xin, who was as famous as her and had even better talent than her. Isn't this even more terrible? Senior Qini's soul must have been taken away. She knew the smell in the cellar. The old whore told her that it only appeared after a man and a woman made love. It has both feminine and masculine scents, and it's obvious that it's already. Woo! Jiang Zishi cried even harder. Qini was in a panic and explained quickly, No, it's not what you think. She was knocked unconscious and brought in. There's really nothing between her and me. Jiang Zishi asked, So you said detoxification? What kind of poison are you detoxifying? Yes. Qini's expression turned bitter, and he said weakly, Desire pill. Wow. Jiang Zishi's mentality completely collapsed. You still say it's nothing, you've already taken the detoxifying pill for women and you still say it's nothing. We've already gone in, yet you still say nothing happened. You're almost pregnant and you still say you haven't done anything. Stinky man. Stinky senior. That's too much. She felt like she was in trouble, and the goodwill she had worked so hard to build was on the verge of collapse. She thought she had found the person she could trust for her whole life, but within 2 days, the other person threw himself into the arms of another woman. Woo! Jiang Zishi cried miserably. Qini also cried. What was going on? What had he done wrong? Why did he have to face such a scene? Shut up! Stop crying! Qini got annoyed and yelled loudly. Jiang Zishi quickly fell silent, pursed her lips, and looked at him timidly. Qini took a deep breath and explained, It's just using my hands, nothing else. Jiang Zishi frowned, looking puzzled. What does this sentence mean? Could it be? She thought about it, recalling what she had learned. After a while, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Really? Just with your hands? Jiang Zishi became happy. Yeah. Xin Yi nodded. After getting a positive answer, she burst into laughter, "That's great," and hugged him. Xin Yi felt something heavy on his body. The young lady had already thrown herself into his arms with such force that she pushed him back to the corner. Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 52. The system popped up a reminder that the increase in intimacy this time was simply astonishing. Senior Qin Yi. Jiang Zishi called softly. Qin Yi looked at her. The next second, the beautiful girl's face enlarged before his eyes. Jiang Zishi cornered him, stood on tiptoe, and gently touched his lips. The soft touch and the elegant fragrance of the girl are intoxicating. Qin Yi's head buzzed, his thoughts suddenly stopped working, and he was stunned. This is the first kiss. He is, and so is she. Chapter 027. Let us cut it off. Jiang Zishi left as soon as she touched it, but that electric shock-like feeling was indescribable. Neither of them moved for a long time, and they were silent, snuggling together quietly in the dim cellar. After an unknown amount of time, a whimpering sound was heard from the cellar. Shen Xingyue woke up. Where is this? Ugh, it hurts. She woke up in a daze, looking at the dim cellar, and her memories gradually returned to her mind. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi then separated and looked at Shen Xingyue's expression. Miss Shen, how do you feel? Jiang Zishi was no longer jealous now, even though Senior Qin Yi satisfied the fairy with his hands, which was a bit too intimate. But she didn't lose either. She got the true heart of Senior Qin Yi and even kissed him. She helped Shen Xingyue up and expressed her humanitarian concern. Shen Xingyue stood unsteadily, legs clamped together, frowning and said, "It hurts. You do this to me." She looked at Qin Yi with a complicated look, which contained resentment, regret, annoyance, and a hint of shyness. Qin Yi coughed dryly, I didn't do anything. You feel pain, probably from rubbing the skin. If you don't believe me, look, my hands are wrinkled from rubbing them. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands to prove his innocence. But he had just been unconscious for a while, and the skin on his hands had recovered long ago, and now it looked completely normal. Shen Xingyue felt extremely ashamed when she heard this, and at the same time, she felt even more wronged. Even though it's like that, this guy says he didn't do anything. Then what is she? 2 lines of tears fell, and Shen Xingyue cried. Well. Qin Yi sighed to the sky. Is this the power of the card pool? He made 2 people cry at once. What did he do wrong? Suddenly I want to go back to Earth. What's the point of having beautiful women? They'll only make things worse for me. I might as well go back to reading novels and watching TikTok. Don't cry, Miss Shen, my brother Qin really didn't hurt you. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. Jiang Zishi said from the side. She wanted to prove it more clearly than Qin Yi. After all, this is not only Shen Xingyue's innocence, but also Senior Qin Yi's innocence. How do I check? Shen Xingyue knew nothing. She only had a vague understanding of matters between men and women. She had never heard of the real process, let alone how to check. Jiang Zishi leaned close to her ear and explained in a low voice. Shen Xingyue's face flushed and she looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi understood and said, I'll wait for you outside. Then he left tactfully. Walk out of the cellar along the messy stairs. It's a mess outside now. Several houses collapsed, and the ground was full of gullies as if it had been plowed by a mad bull. Even the big trees in the yard were uprooted. Fortunately, this place is located in a relatively remote corner of Woya City, with not many neighbors around, so no ordinary people were accidentally injured. The moonlight is clear and the wind is a little chilly. Qin Yi sat on the collapsed wall, looking at the starry sky in the distance, feeling complicated. In this world, you really can't do without strength. If I had reached the inscription realm, this wouldn't be such a hassle. This system. Alas, 2 women together, it's too scary. If I leave Nanzhou and change my card pool, there might be more women. Oh my god. I can't even handle 2 of them. If a dozen or dozens of women start crying together, wouldn't it be the end of the world? What happened today had a huge impact on him. Originally, Qin Yi was walking on thin ice and was worried about impersonating the ancestor. But that was just a matter of identity. While he was worried, he also felt it was quite fun. But now it's different. He began to truly realize that this was a real world and the people around him were living people, not card-drawing characters. Because of his life-saving grace, Jiang Zishi gradually developed a liking for him, to the point of mutual affection. Today he almost cheated on her and made the young lady cry. Obviously, Jiang Zishi doesn't want him to be with other women. Love is always selfish. No one is willing to share it with others, even if it has not reached the level of love. As for Shin Qingyue, to be honest, she is indeed very attractive. That otherworldly fairy-like aura is a fatal temptation to any otaku. The more otherworldly a goddess is, the more people want to drag her down into the dust and defile her. This is a common human problem. Shinny is a man, so naturally he would have such evil thoughts. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't do that. Shin Qingyue is innocent. She was influenced by the card drawing and card closing, and left the place where she had practiced since childhood. This was Qin Yi's first sin. She was poisoned by aphrodisiac and needed to be rescued. Shin Yi had no choice but to help her. Although he forced himself to restrain himself and did not destroy her innocence, it was still a kind of harm. Plus, he couldn't hold it back any longer and did it to her, 7 times in total. Alas, that is too much. I'll apologize to her later and then persuade her to go back to Zongxian sect. Shin Yi said to himself. But then I thought, if I drive Shin Qingyue away, it will be difficult to improve my cultivation. Unlike the people in this world, he couldn't cultivate and grow on his own. As a 21-year-old adult, his bones had already been formed, and his meridians and acupoints hadn't been opened, making it impossible for him to cultivate normally. The only way to grow is to rely on intimacy to obtain cultivation rewards and thus increase your level. Jiang Zishi alone could only give him 3,100 cultivation points at most. Even if he could reach the Tyrant Body realm or the Mysterious Law realm, it would still not be enough. What should I do? What should I do? I can't have my feet in 2 boats. Shin Yi scratched his head and felt like he was going bald from worry. Having a harem is a fantasy that every man has had. But fantasy is fantasy, and life is life. He was sure that he didn't have the ability to handle the situation of having multiple women around him at the same time. It will definitely fail by then. It's no big deal if his body can't take it. If he can really keep steady, he would be willing to be drained dry. But once something goes wrong, it might even lead to a fire in the backyard, with the goddesses fighting among themselves. His situation is different from that of the wealthy and emperors in the secular world. After all, those people can't marry such a powerful wife. The goddesses in his card pool are all top-notch, and their future cultivation will be at the level of destroying the world. If there is a fire in someone else's backyard, you can put it out by pouring some water. At worst, you can drive a fire truck over. The fire in his backyard might be a catastrophe for the world, with countless lives lost. The more Shin Yi thought about it, the more horrible it became, and the more he felt that he was the root of the trouble. He looked down at his brother and suddenly an idea came to him. Or, cut it off. From then on, the 6 senses are pure and free from worries. Even if the intimacy level is 100, there will be no physical contact, and everyone can just be friends. We are all friends, so you shouldn't be jealous and angry, right? Brother Qin. At this time, Jiang Zishi's voice came from the direction of the cellar. Shin Yi turned around and saw that the 2 goddesses had come out from underground. 2 goddesses and fairies, equally stunning but with very different styles, walked towards him hand in hand. Jiang Zishi smiled and said, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. Miss Shin is no longer angry with you. It's all thanks to me." She looked like she was asking for credit or reward. Shin Qingyue's face was flushed and her walking posture was a little unnatural. After arriving in front of Qin Yi, she bowed slightly and said shyly, "Mr. Qin, thank you for saving me. Qingyue was a little rude just now. I hope Mr. Qin will not bear a grudge." Qin Yi. Looking at the harmonious scene of the 2 women holding hands, his heart, which was about to explode, suddenly calmed down. Or, just hold on a little longer and see? Chapter 028. Are you addicted to imagination? Ding! Shin Qingyue's intimacy with you increases by 15 points. Current intimacy, 25. Check the bond interface to claim corresponding rewards. The system pops up a prompt. After Shin Qingyue realized that she had misunderstood Qin Yi, she felt ashamed and grateful, and her intimacy increased by 5 points. Then, because of the detoxification matter, I felt ashamed and embarrassed, but at the same time, I felt like I was being saved. With mixed emotions, my stock price rose another 10 points. Xin felt happy. Looking at Feishue's sword immortal, whose face was red and whose head was lowered, not daring to see anyone, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. 100 points of cultivation. Got it. It's okay, as long as you don't blame me. Xin said frankly. Xinyue doesn't dare. Xinyue still lowered her head, feeling extremely embarrassed. There was another reason why she was so shy. After she fainted, she woke up once in the middle. In a daze, she felt as if she was holding something warm in her hand. After opening her eyes and seeing clearly, she fainted again out of shame and panic. There were still dry marks on the palms of her hands. She didn't dare to hold Jiang Zixi hands tightly and wanted to run away. Miss Shin, let's leave here first. You're new to Woya City and don't have a place to stay. How about staying at our Jiang clan's mansion for a while? Jiang Zixi suggested. Keeping a love rival around might be a bit foolish. But she mainly wanted Senior Qin Yi to see her mature and generous side, and not abandon this lonely and helpless girl out of jealousy. Men all like kind girls. Taking in Xinyue is an act of kindness and will get extra points. Xinyue thought for a moment and nodded slightly. My magic ring was stolen. I have no money on me, so I have no choice but to bother you first. Okay, let's go. Jiang Zixi said she didn't mind and took her hand to prepare to return to the Jiang clan. At this time, a burst of horse neighing was heard. A snow-white horse appeared outside the collapsed gate. The horse was as tall as Fong Wuyan's blood unicorn, but it was snow-white all over, with very beautiful mane, and a pair of small horns on its forehead, exuding the aura of the Gangxi realm. Wow, the white dragon divine horse. This is a BMW that is even rarer than the blood Qilin. Jiang Zixi said in surprise. Xinyue smiled slightly and introduced, this is one of the 8 famous horses of Songxian sect. It is older than me. Then he walked towards the white dragon horse. Jiang Zixi envied, the Songxian sect is truly wealthy. I heard there's a vast grassland at the foot of your mountain. The sect's biggest business is horse breeding, and they earn 1 million taels of gold every year just from selling fine horses. Xinyue shook her head, I don't know much about this. I only practice in the mountains, and my master never lets me worry about other things. Then he added, Miss Jiang, Master Qin, my legs are not very convenient, so I will ride a horse and go with you. Well, you go up, let's walk back slowly. This place is not far from the Jiang clan, and we will be there soon. Xinyue went up lightly and rode the horse sideways. Her legs were still aching, so she didn't dare to sit astride. At this time, the moonlight was shining, and she was dressed in white. She and the bright moon complemented each other, each of them bright and clear. Coupled with the fact that she is sitting sideways on the white dragon horse and walking slowly, her appearance is simply breathtakingly beautiful. However, because of what just happened in the cellar, this beauty is mixed with a sense of fragmentation. Especially, the marks on the clothes. Qin was stunned for a while. Jiang Zixi couldn't help but admire and said, Miss Shin, you are truly worthy of the title of fairy. Even I, a woman, can't help but be attracted to you. You are so beautiful. Xinyue said modestly, Miss Jiang, you are too kind. You are the most beautiful goddess in the world. I was also fascinated by you just now. I have never seen such a beautiful person in my life. Qin, you two can just keep praising each other commercially without even looking at me. Do you mean I'm ugly? Brother Qin. Jiang Zixi knew she couldn't ignore Senior Qin. After they finished exchanging compliments, she said to Qin, you and those Songxian sect traitors came here. Do you have any plans? If I bring people to rescue you, will it ruin your plans? Qin shook his head, no, I'm very happy that you can come. Alas, I'm not a master, so don't take me too seriously. He planned to confess. Xinyue had just given him an intimacy reward. After returning, he could be promoted to the Gangxi realm and barely become a small master. Anyway, he mainly relies on the goddess for his livelihood, so it doesn't matter if his fighting ability is low, and he is not afraid of being despised. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zixi smiled upon hearing this and said, I'm glad you're not angry. Just continue to act like an ordinary person. I already know how to handle things like today. The next time someone tries to harm you, I will immediately summon all the Jiang clan's experts and kill them without a single survivor. Qin. This silly girl has an unparalleled imagination. I told you I'm not an expert, yet you're still addicted? Fairy Shin frowned in confusion, a little bewildered. From what Jiang Zishi said, it seems that Qini is very powerful. But his cultivation is very low. His body wasn't very strong, so he didn't seem to be pretending. Only a very strong person would not have their fingers wrinkled just from soaking them in water. Her water is not poisonous. Shen Xingyue thought to herself, this Qini is probably pretending to be a master to deceive the little girl and tricking Jiang Zishi. I have to find a way to remind Jiang Zishi that I can't let this bad guy succeed. Let's put things one way or another. She remembered that Qini had helped her, but she would not allow a bad man to deceive a young girl. My master, Taoist Ling Wan, was too naive and was deceived by a man, so she locked herself up in the mountains and never went out for the rest of her life. Jiang Zishi looks like a very kind girl, but we can't just watch her being deceived by a bad man. Even if he wanted to lie, he had to do it to Shen Xingyue. After all, she is very smart and the scammers can't do anything to her. Soon, 3 people and a horse arrived at the gate of the Jiang clan. The white dragon horse was handed over to the servants for care. There was a stable in the Jiang clan's mansion, which housed many fine horses purchased from the Zongxian sect. Qini, Jiang Zishi, and Shen Xingyue entered the mansion together. Miss Shen, there's a vacant yard next door to me. Why don't you live there? Okay, thank you, Miss Jiang. I'll take you there. I'll arrange 2 more maids for you. TSK, you're all sticky. Take a hot bath and have a good sleep. By the way, why are your palms so hard, like they're calloused? When you break through the Gangxi realm, won't your skin reshape and become smooth again? Jiang Zishi tried to find things to talk about along the way, but Shen Xingyue remained silent. Qini was trying to suppress his laughter beside him. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but add, it will become soft once you wash it clean. Ha? Why? Jiang Zishi didn't understand. Shen Xingyue stamped her feet in embarrassment. Seeing that they had arrived, she immediately shook off Jiang Zishi and trotted inside. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Zishi recalled what the old prostitute had taught her and suddenly understood. She turned around to look at Qini and snorted, "You bad senior who bullies a little girl." Well. Qini laughed dryly. Jiang Zishi called 2 maids, brought clothes, and went in to give Shen Xingyue a bath. Before entering, he said to Qini, "Next time, come at me." Chapter 029 Immortal Tomb. Late at night. After taking a shower, Qini lay quietly on the bed to rest. He was really tired today. Being knocked unconscious was okay, as his neck didn't hurt anymore, but he was locked up in the cellar all day and worked hard all afternoon, so he really wanted to rest. But someone didn't let him rest. Outside the door, the Great Elder and others have returned. "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" the elder asked in the yard. Jiang Zishi was also outside and spoke on his behalf. "Brother Qin has fallen asleep. What about those traitors from the Zongxian sect? Have they been caught?" The Great Elder said ashamedly, "Those guys were too slippery, and seemed to be very good at escaping. We chased them for dozens of miles outside the city, but finally lost them in a deep mountain forest." "Are there any casualties on either side?" "We don't have any. Someone on the other side was hit hard by the third elder, but it shouldn't be fatal. So the loss isn't great." "Never mind. Brother Qin needs to rest. Great Elder, you should go back and rest as well." The traitors of Zongxian sect meant nothing to Jiang Zishi, so she didn't bother to care. But Qini was a little interested. Through the door, he asked, "Great Elder, do you have any ideas about the cooperation proposed by that group of people?" The Great Elder was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he shuddered and immediately replied, "We dare not make decisions on our own. Please. Young Master Qin, give your instructions." Qini smiled and said, "I'm just a junior outsider, so I have no right to give orders. But does the Great Elder know anything about the immortal tomb they're talking about? Immortal tombs and the like. He is actually quite interested in them. Because, touching the corpse can increase the number of times you draw cards. The first 10 consecutive draws were given to him by the corpse of the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Since the immortal tomb is called the immortal tomb, the person buried in it should be an immortal. Those below the Wanshang realm are generally called masters, and those in the Jindan realm can barely be called immortals, but they are definitely not true immortals. The so-called true immortal refers to a powerful person who has reached the realm of unity after completing the 9th level of inscription. Apart from anything else, the gap between the 9 levels of inscriptions alone is like an insurmountable chasm. The progress of cultivation in other realms is divided into early, middle and late stages. The inscription realm is divided into 9 levels. Every time you advance to a higher level, an additional law inscription will appear on the golden elixir in your body. When the inscription is complete, the golden elixir will transform into the nucleus of life, and the dantian will transform into a furnace of life, which can continuously refine all things in the world into vitality, allowing you to gain endless life. Only immortal creatures can be called true immortals. Immortal tombs are at least the burial places of powerful people in the Jindan realm, and may even be the tombs of immortals in the Hujin realm. If I could touch the remains of such a powerful person, wouldn't the number of card draws increase dramatically? The Great Elder replied, well. Taoist Lingchong didn't go into too much detail about the immortal tomb, only saying that there are great opportunities there, and that there's a chance to break through to the myriad realm and condense the golden core. He wants to cooperate with us, but the condition is that we send 3 myriad realm and 10 Fashuan realm masters to join them, and then he'll give us 30% of the immortal tomb's harvest. The opportunity to form a pill. This gimmick is indeed quite big. Although the Zhang clan has the inscription ancestor in charge, they do not have any strong people in the Jindan realm. If they can break through one of them, it will be of extraordinary significance. Shini thought about it and felt that the Great Elder and the clan leader might be somewhat tempted, but they did not dare to make a decision easily. So he asked again, did they say when they would go down to explore the immortal tomb? The Great Elder replied, it has not been stated. However, it has been revealed that within 7 days is the best time. If we wait too long and miss the opportunity, the entrance to the immortal tomb will gradually close. 7 days? How long will it take to explore the tomb? Shini asked again. The Great Elder shook his head, I don't know about this either. Not even Taoist Lingchong knows. It is precisely because of this that we need to be concerned about the demon's invasion next month, so we dare not agree lightly. I see. Shini nodded slightly. If you want to go down to the immortal tomb to explore opportunities, you must go within 7 days. But it may not come back after a month. If the matter of the immortal tomb is not resolved by then, and the Jiang clan masters are not around, it will be a disaster for the Jiang clan. But think about it from another perspective, didn't those people who went into the tomb also escape disaster? Of course, this is Qini's idea. Now that he is here, the people of the Jiang clan are full of confidence and are not afraid of the big devil at all. The biggest reason for not going is that I am afraid that this ancestor will be unhappy. After clarifying the relationship, Qini said, from what I know, Taoist Lingchong still has some room for improvement. He can offer some more benefits. If he comes again, tell him you can agree, but we want 60% of the benefits. 60%? The Great Elder was shocked. It is said that the chance of forming a golden core in the immortal tomb is inevitable. If you take 60% chance, there will basically be a powerful person in the golden core realm, or even 2. The Jiang clan only provides manpower and labor, but won't do any dangerous work. They want 60% of the profit, which is a bit too much. This, will they agree? The Great Elder felt it was unlikely. Shini said, just tell them that. It doesn't matter if they don't agree. The Jiang clan won't suffer any loss anyway. As for the Jindan realm, even if we don't get the opportunity this time, with Zishi here, it's enough to support the Jiang clan's rise. These words were spoken with great calmness and dominance, as if everything was under control. The Great Elder thought to himself that as long as the ancestor was here, everything would be fine and there was really no need to worry too much. Even if they don't go to the immortal tomb, the ancestor is confident that he can send Zhang Zishi to the Jindan realm. Isn't an 18-year-old Jindan realm expert much more powerful than a few hundred-year-old Jindan realm expert? Who knows, maybe in a few decades, Zhang Zishi will be able to enter the inscription realm. That is truly an unparalleled existence that can sweep away all enemies, and even the king of the snow country has to bow down to him. In the future, the Jiang clan will definitely be the most powerful force in the snow country. It all depends on the orders of our ancestor. Young Master Qin. The Great Elder said no more and left. The yard became quiet. Squeak. The door opened and Zhang Zishi walked into the room. Brother Qin, you were so domineering just now. With an expression of admiration on her face, she said, you've been keeping a low profile since leaving the mountain, and only today have you officially intervened in the affairs of the Jiang clan. Shini smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm just using your ancestor's name to show off my power. Actually, I'm very weak. Zhang Zishi thought he was joking. She came to the bedside, leaned close, and said, what's the old ancestor? Just a big devil. You are the real peerless master. Brother Qin. I was wrong about what happened in the cellar just now. I caused you trouble. Shir apologizes to you. As she spoke, she half knelt beside the bed, posing in a humble manner, looking up at Qin, and said with watery eyes, "Please punish Shir." The beautiful young lady knelt on the ground and begged for punishment. Her innocent and beautiful face was filled with a hint of temptation. No man can remain unmoved by this scene. Qin couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. Very soft. Very smooth. It feels good to pinch it. Qin smiled and said, "Why, you're not jealous now?" Jiang Zishi took the initiative to put her face in his palm and shook her head, saying, "Shir doesn't dare. I was too anxious just now and lost my composure." Seeing Brother Qin and Shen Xingyue together, there was a strange smell in the air. Shir was really very sad at that time. She said it without any reservation. The appearance of Shen Xingyue brought a great sense of crisis. If she didn't take the initiative, she was afraid that she would lose the favor of Senior Qin. Especially, Senior Qin has already tasted a little of Shen Xingyue's beauty, and is even easier to be seduced away. She has to work harder. After hearing her brave confession, Qin felt guilty. I had no other choice at the time. If I didn't help her detoxify, her blood vessels would burst and she would die. I understand, Brother Qin, you are a good person, of course you won't watch others get into trouble. And you are also a gentleman. Even when facing a beauty like Shen Xingyue, you can remain calm. Such a Brother Qin is even more likable. Jiang Zishi continued to attack and spoke brave words again. Qin looked at her exquisite and pretty face and couldn't help but said, "Why are you so stupid? Don't brainwash yourself. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not as strong as you think, nor as righteous as you think. I don't care." Jiang Zishi straightened up, moved closer to him, and asked, "Since Brother Qin said so, then, do you have a bad side? Shir wants to see it." Chapter 030, Peace and Tranquility. You. The goddess's delicate face was so close to him, yet she was still speaking such provocative words. Qin's heart began to beat faster and faster. He looked at Jiang Zishi's red lips and couldn't help wanting to reach out and hold her little head and kiss her, then nibble her fiercely, bite her, and eat her. At this time, the maid's voice came from outside, "Miss, the hot water is ready." Qin froze. Jiang Zishi frowned. Seeing that Senior Qin was about to kiss her on the mouth, he was interrupted by a maid. She was very angry. "I know. Why are you arguing? It's so annoying," she replied unhappily. Then, she changed her expression to meekness in a second and said to Qin, "Brother Qin, Shir will go take a shower first and come back to accompany you later." Qin responded and watched her walk out of the room, already beginning to feel a little distracted. At this moment, he discovered something extremely embarrassing. He seemingly possible. A little bit. Can't get up. Qin lay down, covered his head with the quilt, and cried. "It's all Shen Xingyue's fault. Why are those damn little hands so soft? How come that damn little face is so fairy-like? I can't stop at all. If he hadn't fainted, he might still. Alas, in the end it's still because I'm too weak. He is so weak in the dragon transformation realm that he couldn't do it after just 7 times. If he had the strength of the inscription realm, he would definitely be like the ancestor of the Jiang clan, and could not breathe for half a month at a time. Upgrade. I want to enter the Gaianqi realm." Qin opened the host information interface. He now has 159 points of unused cultivation, and to move from the late stage of the dragon transformation realm to the early stage of the Gaianqi realm, he only needs 60 points. Qin clicked on upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful force surged from his body, and his strength more than doubled. But no true qi appeared. Gaianqi realm, but no true qi. What's going on? Qin was a little confused. His physical strength increased a lot, but his true qi did not appear at all, as if he had broken through a fake Gaianqi realm. System, what's wrong with my realm?" Qin asked in his heart. The system did not respond. But a sudden realization appeared in his heart, as if giving him the answer. It turned out, his meridians were blocked, his acupoints were blocked, and he couldn't obtain true energy at all. Therefore, the energy corresponding to the realm was transformed into pure physical growth, allowing him to possess a more domineering body than the normal Gaianqi realm practitioners. In other words, his future growth path will be different from that of normal people. Others cultivate their true chi and magic power along the way, protect their bodies with the laws, and control the natural forces of heaven and earth. Their destructive power becomes greater and greater, and they are getting closer and closer to the form of immortals. And he flesh. Flesh. And still flesh. The strength grew, and grew. Finally, it became a big muscle tyrant. Other people's punches only have a few tons of force, and only by relying on true energy or magic power can they produce a force that can destroy mountains. He threw out a punch, and without any other effort, he directly collapsed the mountain. Such differences have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that his defense is very high, and he will not be hurt even if others hit him. The downside is that you can't cast spells, and your flying ability will come later than others. Oh, if only I had traveled through time 10 years earlier, I wouldn't have had this worry when I was younger. Shini had a headache. He longed to see the immortals flying with swords and calling the wind and rain. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't do it. In the future, I can only be carried away by the goddess, or when I reach a higher level, I can cross the void with my strong body. Take a look at your own page. Host, Shini. Current realm, Early Gangchi realm. Current cultivation, 99-100. Next realm, Middle stage of Gangchi realm. To advance to the 3 sub-realms of Gangchi realm, one needs 100 points of cultivation to reach the first level. He was only 1 point away from upgrading, which was a bit frustrating. Jiang Zixi intimacy is already 52. If you get closer to her and raise it to 61, you can receive 400 points of cultivation in one go and enter the tyrant body realm. Shini was a little looking forward to it. This growth rate is actually very fast. After all, he has only been in this world for 3 days. He advanced from 0 foundation to the early stage of Gangchi realm in 3 days, which is comparable to others practicing hard for 10 years, and those with top qualifications. It's time to be satisfied. Certainly. If I manually capture Jiang Zixi first, get her to 61 intimacy, and then give her the Foshuan realm upgrade card, maybe I can directly reach 81 intimacy. If you can reach 81, that would be amazing. 400 plus 800, 1,200 points of intimacy in one go. The relationship will become never leave or abandon, and you will be completely devoted to him and can do whatever he wants. Shini was even more excited. But he thought again. Using upgrade cards to gain intimacy seems a bit mean. It's obvious that the two people are not that close, but they were forcibly promoted by the system, which is more or less disrespectful. Shini likes Jiang Zixi in his heart, not just because he is attracted by her beauty. After 3 days of getting along, he felt that this girl was bold in love and hate, domineering on the outside but soft on the inside. She was a very likable little sister, and it would definitely be great to raise her to be his wife. But using the system to conquer her always feels vulgar and not what a gentleman should do. But without the system, there is no way to help her improve her strength. Improving one's realm to gain favor is actually reasonable. After all, it is really beneficial to her. However, Shini himself had some resentment in his heart, thinking that this was not his credit and he felt unworthy of it. As I was thinking, I heard footsteps outside. Jiang Zixi came in wearing a gauze dress of similar style to the one she wore last night. "Brother Qin, are you asleep?" The girl's playful voice had a hint of teasing. Shini lay there motionless, pretending to sleep. With a knot in his heart, he suddenly didn't want to attack Jiang Zixi so quickly. He wants to win the heart of this young lady with his charm. Well, it's not because I can't get up today. Brother Qin. Brother Qin. Jiang Zixi, with her bare feet, walked to the bed with a cat-like gait and gently lifted Qini's quilt. Seeing him closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, the eldest lady curled her lips and said with a smile, "I am a stingy girl. Shin Xinyue took your first touch, and I want Brother Qin to make up for it." Then he took Qini's hand and put it on himself. Shini didn't move, treating himself as a corpse, and let her hold his hand and touch some shameful parts of a girl. Jiang Zixi knew that he was pretending, and her face was very red and hot, but she had the courage to endure the shame and guide him to do something outrageous. After a while, she felt like she was about to cry, but Shini remained indifferent. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Qin, is sheer unattractive? Am I not as good as Shin Xinyue? Why don't you react at all?" Shini continued to pretend to be dead and said nothing. Jiang Zixi thought about what the old whore had taught her and murmured, "Whether a man likes it or not, whether his heart is moved or not, there is one thing that will never lie." Then she completely lifted Qini's quilt and looked towards Qin Shoui's position. Result: what you see is peace and tranquility. Are you really asleep? Jiang Zishi pursed her lips, like a deflated ball, suddenly losing momentum. She absolutely did not believe that she was not charming enough, and she certainly did not believe that Senior Chini would not be able to get up. Seeing that the senior was really asleep, he had no choice but to give up the charge tonight, covered him with a quilt, and went back to his own bed on the floor to sleep with a lost look on his face. Before going to bed, Jiang Zishi discovered that Qin aura had risen to the early stage of Gangqi realm. Although it is a bit strange and seems different from the normal early stage of Gangqi realm, it is certain that his strength is improving. Despite feeling disappointed, Jiang Zishi was still somewhat happy. Senior Qin is indeed gradually unsealing himself. At this rate, it won't be long before he will be able to use the power of the Jindan realm or even stronger to protect me. The feeling of being protected makes me happy just thinking about it. I'm so lucky to have a man like this to rely on. Today's siege failed, but will continue tomorrow. I must make sure Brother Qin and I become close as soon as possible. Even if we don't take the final step, we must be closer than Shen Qingyue. Anyway, I will never lose. Shen Qingyue. Humph, isn't it just that she has more immortal energy than me, bigger breasts than me, and higher cultivation than me? I won't accept it. Senior Qin must be mine. Chapter 031: The Fairy's Doubts. When I woke up in the morning, Jiang Zishi had already gone to practice, and the room was still filled with the elegant fragrance of a young girl. Qin's strength has improved, and after a good sleep, he now feels refreshed. The arena battle starts today, so I can use up all my card draws. He was happy in his heart. After a simple wash with the help of the maid, she changed into clean clothes and went outside. Jiang Zishi knew that she had something to do today, so she didn't practice for too long. When she felt Qin's footsteps, she opened her eyes. Brother Qin, let's eat something and then go to the martial arts field, she suggested. Qin nodded. Yes, call Shen Qingyue as well. Shen Qingyue is also the goddess drawn by Qin. Her moves are actually the same as Jiang Zishi's. As long as they win, they can get rewards for the number of card draws. Moreover, Jiang Zishi is in the early stage of the Tyrant Body realm, while Shen Qingyue is in the late stage of the Tyrant Body realm, so there is some gap in their strength. If they meet someone that Jiang Zishi cannot defeat, it would be a good idea to let Shen Qingyue deal with him so that the problem is not wasted. Why take her with me? I was thinking of arranging someone to send her back later. Jiang Zishi was a little unhappy when she heard Qin mention Shen Qingyue. Because this is a dangerous signal. But seeing Qin's insistence, she had no choice but to agree. The two came to Shen Qingyue's yard, and the fairy had just finished her training. Miss Shen, have you eaten? Not yet. Then let's go to the martial arts arena and have some fun after we finish eating. Jiang Zishi immediately ordered the maid to serve breakfast and extended an invitation. Although he regarded Shen Qingyue as his love rival, he would definitely not show it openly. The two women sat together, chatting and laughing like old friends. Qin watched from the side, his eyes sweeping over Shen Qingyue's face and figure, and he couldn't help but recall his experience yesterday afternoon. Well, it's so painful. 5 hours. 5 whole hours. Do you know how he spent those 5 hours? Do you know how hard it was for him to endure? The ultimate touch, the suppressed moan, and the demand spoken involuntarily after losing consciousness are all the world's top temptations. Qin felt a little regretful when he thought about it later. He shouldn't have been so gentlemanly at that time and should have just killed her directly. After all, this fairy really. TSK. So beautiful. So fairy. Turning fairies into, it's exciting just to think about it. Although Jiang Zishi is also very beautiful, her temptation to Qin is relatively not that exaggerated. It's not that she is bad, but she is too young, and her youthful temperament makes people want to treat her like a little sister and protect her rather than play with her. Shen Qingyue is different. She has grown up. Her figure and temperament are no longer those of a little girl. Instead, she is a white orchid waiting to be picked. She is fragrant, pure and flawless, and so holy that people can't help but want to turn into a devil to bully her. Shen Qingyue was eating breakfast, seemingly chatting with Jiang Zishi, but in fact her attention would glance at Qin from time to time. She had tried her best not to think about what happened yesterday, but shameful images kept popping up in her mind, as if reminding her loudly how she screamed yesterday and how she begged Qin to be faster and harder. Oh my god. Just die. Miss Shen, are you interested in this? No, no. My master won't let me do that. Jiang Zishi was talking to her about the martial arts competition. But Shen Xingyue was thinking about matters between men and women, and shook her head violently. Jiang Zishi was puzzled. It's just a martial arts competition, is your master so strict? Ha? A martial arts competition? Shen Xingyue blushed, realizing she had misunderstood. She quickly corrected herself. I mean, Master didn't allow me to use my full strength. Besides, my sword was in my magic weapon ring, and someone stole it. Xini was silent for a long time. After hearing this, he finally spoke and continued, Taoist Lingchong should contact the Jiang clan to negotiate peace. Then you can ask them to return your ring. Shen Xingyue was still thinking about shameful things, and didn't dare to respond to Qin Yi's words, let alone look at him. She nodded and said, okay. Then she lowered her head and said nothing. After breakfast, the three of them left the Jiang clan residence and headed towards the martial arts field in Woya City. Originally, the Jiang clan also had a martial arts training ground, but the purpose of holding this competition was to invite all the masters in the city to come and show off, so they borrowed the public martial arts training ground in Woya City. Walking on the street, passers-by were stunned when they saw the two goddesses Shen Xingyue and Jiang Zishi. Xini was arranged by Jiang Zishi to walk in the middle, with stunning beauties on both sides, which made countless onlookers envious. But no one dared to say anything bad about him. After all, now all the people in the city have known the secret of the Jiang clan, and no one dares to offend the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Hey, Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. I've heard of Master Qin's great name for a long time, and seeing him today is truly extraordinary. Young Master Qin is here. Wow! Young Master Qin is so lucky. When we arrived at the martial arts training ground, there were already dozens of practitioners and many onlookers gathered around. These people all took the initiative to greet Qin Yi, but Jiang Zishi, who originally had a very high status, was somewhat neglected. Qin Yi knew that everyone was flattering him because of his status as an ancestor, so he didn't bother to be polite and said lightly, you guys perform well. Then he took the two women to the VIP stands for watching the game. There was already a competition arena in the martial arts training ground, which was about 10 feet square. A distance away was the VIP stand with 5 large chairs on it. At this moment, the chief of the Jiang clan, the organizer, has arrived, but he did not sit in the main seat in the middle, but sat on the left side of the main seat. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Jiang Chengxian greeted Qin Yi politely and invited him to take a seat. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could this be considered a low-key ancestor? The whole city knew his identity, and everyone was so flattering to him that they almost called him ancestor. But in this situation, it seems inappropriate to explain too much. He simply sat in the main seat with peace of mind. Except for Jiang Chengxian, the other 3 positions are also vacant. Qin Yi said, Miss Shen, you can sit down too. Zishi will go on stage to compete in a while, and there will be a break in between. If you are interested, you can also go on stage and try it out. Shen Xingyue was wondering why these people were so respectful to Qin Yi. Hearing this, she shook her head slightly, I don't like fighting. However, she did not refuse the seat. She was the most important inner disciple of Zhangxian sect and was placed with high hopes. She was expected to become the next generation sect leader in the future. Her status was not much inferior to that of the clan leaders and family heads of Woya City. Jiang Zishi didn't sit down, but stood beside Qin Yi, looking at the people below with a look of satisfaction on her face. Brother Qin, quite a few people from the tyrant body realm have arrived, and there will be even more later. It seems your face is very useful. It's the Jiang clan's face that works. Never mind him, as long as he's here. I'm going to fight hard today and accumulate enough potential you mentioned. Then, I'll have to ask Brother Qin to work hard and help me reach the Fashuan realm. Good. Looking at Jiang Zishi's playful look, Qin Yi readily agreed. Shen Xingyue frowned slightly as she listened. What are these two talking about? What potential, what profound law realm? Qin Yi was only in the late stage of the dragon transformation realm yesterday. Although he broke through the Gangqi realm today, he is still very ordinary. What can he use to help Jiang Zishi break through? Is he really a master? Those masters, and even the Jiang clan leader, are so in awe of him. Could it be that I've misjudged him? No. Impossible. A truly powerful person wouldn't act like this. Yesterday. Anyway, it didn't seem like something a master would do. Shen Xingyue was thinking randomly in her heart. There is one thing she can be sure of, that is, Qin Yi's strength is not strong. As for why his status is so noble, it's probably a lie. Chapter 032. The heroine is so cool. A lot of people have already come. The competition was held in a hurry, so it was not very formal and everything was kept simple. Jiang Chengxian stood up and said, "My dear friends, recently Jiang Zishi, a young girl from my Jiang clan, has achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation and has grown in strength. To validate her learning, we are holding a competition today and invite all the masters of the Tyrant Body Realm to come and compete with us. Anyone who comes on stage to compete today will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. If anyone is injured, the Jiang clan will cover all medical expenses. The winner will also receive a reward of 500 taels of silver and an invitation to become a retainer of the Jiang clan. Everyone present here is a witness. Please actively participate. Jiang thanks you." In this arena, not everyone fights against each other, but everyone comes up one by one to compete with Jiang Zishi. If you win, you get a lot of money, and if you lose, you can still make 100 taels. It can be said that it is a huge profit. In order to help Jiang Zishi accumulate potential and to meet the requirements put forward by the ancestor, the Jiang clan really spent a lot of money this time. The audience was bustling with activity. The clan leader has to keep his word. "I'm going to get beaten by the young lady later, so I can't deny it. Our family can go up there too, right? What if I accidentally hurt the young lady? Can I go up to the dragon transformation realm? I also want 100 taels, 10 taels is fine too." Jiang Zishi smiled and said, "Only those at the Tyrant Body Realm can go on stage. Early and late stages are acceptable. Other realms are not allowed. Jiang clan members can also go on stage. If I get hurt, it's my own fault. You can just attack without any hesitation." After saying that, he stepped on tiptoe and floated onto the stage. "I'll do it. I'll do it, I'll do it. Me first." As soon as she went on stage, more than 10 masters of the Tyrant Body Realm jumped up from the stage. Jiang Chengxian laughed silently on the side, raised his hand and waved it in the air, and his cultivation in the Wanxiang realm turned into a gentle force, pushing most people down, leaving only an opponent in the early stage of the Tyrant Body Realm. "Come one by one, everyone will have a chance," Jiang Chengxian said. Shini was sitting in the main seat and watching the crowds of people below the stage. The masters of the Tyrant Body Realm were like cards swinging around and would soon become his. The battle begins. Jiang Chengxian took the initiative to shoulder the responsibilities of hosting and refereeing. On the stage, the first master to come on stage bowed and said, "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry," and then launched an attack. The Tyrant Body Realm is already a very strong level. It is invulnerable to swords and spears and can kill enemies from a distance. It should not be underestimated. Of course, it is still in the realm of martial arts and has not reached the level of immortality. Jiang Zishi tapped her lotus feet lightly, her figure as graceful as a startled wild goose, floating unpredictably. But the power in his hands was overwhelming, fierce and fierce. Although the opponent was at the same level, he did not have the Jiang clan's profound mental skills as a foundation, the quality of his true energy was poor, and he was quickly defeated. Yuan the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the Tyrant realm together, and gained one card draw opportunity. Current remaining number of card draws, 2 times. The system pops up a prompt. Shini, who was sitting in the main seat, smiled with satisfaction. The card drawing process has finally officially begun, and he is about to take off. And he took Jiang Zishi with him and sent her to the sky. Fa Xian Wanxiang formed a pill and they all rose up in one breath. Next. The people in the audience couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the first person fell, someone quickly jumped up. The others were a little slow to react, so they had to continue waiting. Someone from the Jiang clan was in charge of distributing money from the audience. The loser received 100 taels, which was distributed on the spot without any delay. The second person to come on stage was a master in the middle stage of the Tyrant Body Realm, who looked difficult to deal with. He said, "Miss Jiang, I am Gu Daxiang, a disciple of the Thundersword sect. I have come to learn the unique skills of the Jiang clan. I dare not, please give me some advice." Jiang Zishi was polite, and then it was time for battle. Shini looked at it calmly, but he was actually very excited inside. A martial arts master. This is a real martial arts master. The Tyrant Body Realm is neither high nor low, it is exactly the highest level of martial arts, just like the master in the martial arts movies, with a 3-foot air wall to protect the body, and the true energy flows through every move of the hands and feet, which can create bang 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 explosions. Although it is not as mysterious as the methods of immortals, in terms of viewing pleasure, the level of Tyrant Body Realm is definitely the most suitable for martial arts films. Lady Z, she is so cool. My intimacy with her is plus 20. Qin shouted in his heart. Jiang Zishi was heroic on the ring, exuding the aura of a female hero as she performed her moves. She was decisive and agile, completely different from her usual self. Qin even felt that Jiang Zishi had many faces. She could be domineering and cold, well-behaved and lovely, heroic and bold, or even a seductive little devil. To have her is to have everything a man wants. If she changed into Shen Qingyue's dress, carried a sword, and acted cool and aloof, she might become an otherworldly female swordsman. Intimacy plus 10, and plus 10 again. Qin Yi's eyes were full of Jiang Zishi, and he didn't even bother to look at the system prompts about the number of card draws he had obtained. Jiang Changxian, who was standing aside, presided over the discussion while secretly paying attention to the ancestor. Seeing Qin Yi so obsessed with Jiang Zishi, he felt extremely relieved. Jiang Zhendong has a wonderful daughter. She is truly a blessing for the Jiang clan. With her around, those demons and the Songxin sect, oh, they're just second-rate bastards. But in the final analysis, the ancestor is the most important. She is just a bait. Without the ancestor, no matter how beautiful she is just a girl. She lacks talent and her aptitude is not top-notch. With normal cultivation, she may only stop at the Wanxiang realm and it will be difficult for her to even form a pill. Let's go back and test the old ancestor's attitude, find an opportunity for them to truly get together, and stabilize the old ancestor first. Otherwise, Shen Qingyue is not an easy person to deal with either. As the head of the clan, Jiang Changxian has a very sharp vision. Although Shen Qingyue had only appeared for a short time, Jiang Changxian still sensed a sense of crisis from Qin Yi's unintentional behavior when the three of them came to the training ground together. This fairy Shen is from the Songxin sect. It is certainly a good thing for the ancestor of the Jiang clan to be on good terms with her, but if she takes away the benefits that should belong to the Jiang clan, it will be a loss for the Jiang clan. Next. Challenger after challenger lost to Jiang Zishi. Even if someone in the middle stage of Tyrant Body Realm wanted to defeat her, it would be quite difficult. The difference in a small realm is actually not that big. Everyone is protected by a 3-foot air wall. If there is no killer move, it is usually difficult to determine the winner after fighting for 1 or 2 hours. In Qin Yi's opinion, this is called defense is too high, attack is too low, and defense cannot be broken. Jiang Zishi grew up immersed in the Jiang clan's martial arts collection, and has many more killer moves than others, so her explosive power is far higher than that of ordinary people, and she can break through defenses. A martial arts competition is not a life and death battle. If someone's defense is broken and they suffer minor injuries, they will automatically admit defeat. Jiang Zishi defeated one opponent after another and was in a good mood. When she defeated the 12th opponent, she turned around and looked at Qin Yi, smiling sweetly, as if asking for praise. Qin Yi did not hesitate to praise him and said, "Very good, take a break and continue." He opened the system interface and checked the number of card draws. Then he froze. Chapter 033 Qin Yi is a big liar. Current number of card draws, 6 times. On the system page, the number of card draws is actually different from what was expected. Didn't he defeat 12 people? Including the one before, that should be 13 times in total. Qin Yi was very puzzled. I was so busy admiring Jiang Zishi's beautiful fighting posture that I forgot to pay attention to the system information. After checking again, he realized that not every victory would result in a reward. Sometimes, if the opponent lets up and doesn't try their best, then it doesn't count. Or if the fight isn't intense enough, and both sides have 100 HP, and the other side immediately surrenders when HP drops to 99, that doesn't count either. A defeat determined by the system will only count if the opponent has exhausted almost all of his means and has no stronger strength available, but is still defeated. Going easy, holding back, and going through the motions are all in vain. After figuring this out, Qin Yi frowned slightly. He wanted to tell the people in the audience to be more drastic and not to hold back. But on second thought, if this were to be told to others, Jiang Zishi would probably blame him for not being gentle with women. A competition is just a competition. Few people will use all their skills. There is nothing that can be done about it. Forget it, let it be. I'll just give them as many beatings as I can. If those guys really go all out and injure my goddess, I won't be able to bear it. Qin Yi thought. Anyway, there are hundreds of Tyrant Body Realm people in Wuya City. Even if some of them don't come and some of them let up, it should be no problem to get 100 draws in the end. The card pool is shallow now. After 100 draws, you will get at least 10 complete goddess cards and 95 fragments. Plus the free card draws for the next 20 days, the card draws for continuing to fight after upgrading to the Magic Profound realm, and so on. The Jindan realm should be able to be accumulated. After all, from the Gangchi realm to the Jedan realm, a total of 8 Jiang Zishi bodies and 11 other cards are only needed, which is not too difficult. Jiang Zishi stepped down and took a break. The battle is moving at a fast pace and it's not even noon yet. As the battle progressed, more and more people gathered in the training ground, and it was already a bit crowded outside. Jiang Zishi came to the stands and said to Qin Yi, "Brother Qin, the battle just now was okay, wasn't it? How many more battles do I need to fight before I can break through the Fashuan realm?" Before Qin Yi could reply, Shen Xingyue asked curiously, "Miss Jiang, fighting like this shouldn't have much to do with your cultivation level growth, right?" Jiang Zishi, "It seems unrelated, but my brother Qin is a god. He can transform the potential points I accumulated in battle into cultivation, and my cultivation will skyrocket in an instant. How can such a thing happen in this world?" Shen Xingyue shook her head, glanced at Qin Yi, and said meaningfully, "Miss Jiang, don't be fooled. A woman as outstanding as you is easily coveted. Hey, this chick?" Qin Yi tilted his head and really wanted to grab Shen Xingyue and press her on his thigh to spank her. "You're such a mouthful. You little devil, if you do that again next time, I'll definitely not use my hands, I'll just use the real thing." Jiang Zishi chuckled and said, "Thank you, Miss Shen, for the reminder." But he still maintained his trust in Qin Yi and it did not waver at all. In her opinion, Shen Xingyue had tasted the kindness of senior Qin Yi and wanted to steal her away, but it was difficult for her to speak directly. So she tried to trick her like this and lead her astray. Unfortunately, is Jiang Zishi the kind of person who trusts others easily? If Senior Qin Yi is a bad guy, then there will be no good people in the world. She is very smart and can tell who is good and who is bad at a glance. Brother Qin, who wants to snatch her away, wait for the next life. Brother Qin, I'm going to go on stage and continue. We still have a long day, and we should be able to play 100 games. If possible, please help me break through today, so that everyone won't disbelieve you." Jiang Zishi said this, and then floated to the ring without waiting for Qin Yi to reply. Shen Xingyue curled her lips when she heard this, feeling that her kindness was being taken for granted. She thought to herself, this Qin Yi will definitely refuse. If he can help Jiang Zishi directly leap from the early stage of the tyrant body realm to the early stage of the mysterious law realm, I will be his maid. Sure enough, Qin Yi responded to Jiang Zishi, "I'm afraid it won't work today. I'll have to wait a few days." Shen Xingyue raised her chin slightly, "Look, big liar." The competition continues and the battle is still going on. Jiang Zishi was not disappointed when she heard that it would take a few more days. After all, she had only broken through to the tyrant body realm a few days ago. The tyrant body realm warriors from Woya City came up one by one to fight with her. Sometimes it was quite strenuous and she would get tired, so she needed to take a break from time to time, take chi recovering pills and meditate to adjust. The Jiang family is wealthy and powerful, and they have plenty of consumables in this area. Jiang Changxian is also very willing to give. In order to please the ancestor, let alone silver and elixirs, even taking out some of the family treasures is no problem. At 12 noon, the system refreshed the number of card draws. Qin Yi opened the interface and saw that the remaining number of card draws had accumulated to 18 times, which was very exciting to watch. Lunch was provided by the Jiang tribe, and everyone took a short rest after the meal. At this moment, a voice came from outside. "Senior Sister Shen, Senior Sister Shen." I saw a young man in purple robe waving his arms and running towards the stands through the crowd. "Fang Woyun?" Qin Yi, Jiang Zishi, and Shen Xingyue recognized the identity of the visitor at the same time. Fang Woyun came to the VIP stand and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Shen, why did you come down the mountain?" "I just heard from Junior Brother Yang that he saw you here. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true." Shen Xingyue replied, "Nothing. I went down the mountain to gain some experience under the orders of my master. I'll be back soon. I heard you had a mission this time. How's it going?" Fang Woyun laughed heartily, "My mission is to eat, drink and have fun in Woya City. I don't have to do anything. It's very leisurely." Jiang Zishi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "You were so free, yet you still ride into the city like a horse. Are you so impressive?" Jiang, please forgive me, Miss Jiang. It was my junior brother who was wrong that day. I have already taught him a lesson, and you have also taught me a lesson. Let's not hold it against each other anymore. Fong Woyun smiled apologetically. He couldn't beat Jiang Zishi and was whipped twice that day. Although he recovered with medicine, he still felt a little trauma in his heart. Moreover, Qin Yi was sitting right next to him. Even his master was afraid of this terrifying Jiang clan ancestor, so he didn't dare to be arrogant and presumptuous anymore. Have you ever dealt with each other? Shin Xingyue was a little surprised. Fong Woyun replied, yes, senior sister, that day. Well, it was all junior brother Xiaolin's fault. He insisted on showing off and bumped into Miss Jiang and young Master Qin, making me lose face on the street. But, I have to thank Miss Jiang and young Master Qin for showing mercy, otherwise the situation would have been even worse. Young Master Qin. Shin Xingyue frowned, wondering in her heart, what's wrong with these people? Why do they respect Qin Yi, a big liar, so much? She was quite familiar with Fong Woyun. She knew that this man came from a prominent family and had a powerful master. He had always been lawless, and even within the Zongxian sect, he was a little bully that no one dared to mess with. But not long after coming down the mountain, he became a good boy? He was so polite to a man of the same age who was obviously not as strong as him, calling him young master? The sun is rising from the west. Qin Yi is so good at deceiving people. He even deceived people from my Zongxian sect. I have to find an opportunity to expose him, so that Jiang Zishi and Fong Woyun won't be fooled by him and suffer a great loss in the future. Shin Xingyue said secretly. She was very grateful that Qin Yi saved her, but one thing is for sure. She would not allow Qin Yi to be a liar and do bad things. A monk of a reputable and righteous sect cannot stand by and watch evildoers do evil things without doing anything. Otherwise it would go against one's will. Perhaps many years later, when one breaks through to the Jindan stage, one will think of this matter and will not be able to untie the knot in his heart, and will be stuck in that realm. This is for inner enlightenment. Forget it. It's good that you admit your mistake. Don't be so arrogant next time. You must know that there are always people better than you. Jiang Zishi taught Fong Woyun a lesson in a mature tone. Fong Woyun didn't dare to say a word and just responded with yes, yes, yes. Chapter 034. Fong Woyun is a big idiot. The afternoon ring battle continues. Fong Woyun refused to leave after he arrived and sat to the right of Shin Xingyue, which was the rightmost position. Shin Xingyue was thinking about Qin Yi's deception, and then she thought of the group of people who arrested her yesterday. So he asked Fong Woyun, junior brother Fong, where are the uncles who came down the mountain with you? Fong Woyun was stunned. Aren't the two outer disciples who came down the mountain with me the ones who came here? Where did the uncle come from? Seeing that he was unaware, Shin Xingyue said, Master Lingjing asked you to come to Woya City to lure out the group that rebelled against the Zhongshuan sect 100 years ago. I dealt with them yesterday. They are very powerful, with 4 Wanshan realm masters and 11 Fashuan realm masters. You can't handle them with just the 3 uncles behind you. There's such a thing? Fong Woyun was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was just a fishing bait. No wonder the task was so easy. What should I do? Senior sister, I haven't gotten married yet. It would be a great loss if I died here. Have you brought people with you? Did senior uncle Lingwan ask you to come and support me? He asked hurriedly. Shin Xingyue shook her head slightly. I came out alone to gain experience, and I will be back soon. You figure it out on your own. She wanted to help. Those bad guys knocked her out and poisoned her yesterday, and they haven't settled the score yet. But she lacks the strength, she can't help much. What can I do? I'm only at the tyrant body realm. Fong Woyun wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, his gaze passed Shin Xingyue and fell on Qin Yi, and his eyes lit up. Fong Woyun stood up and ran to Qin Yi's side, bending over and asking cautiously, Qin. Young Master Qin, are you interested in taking action and cleaning up these bad guys? Shin Xingyue? She was really confused. How did Qin Yi develop his deception skills? Even a playboy like Fong Woyun was fooled. When he encountered danger, his first thought was not to return to Zhongshan sect for help, but to seek help from a big liar. This is outrageous. What is wrong with this world? He will definitely refuse. Shin Xingyue stared at Qin Yi and thought to herself. Sure enough, Qin Yi shook his head and said, not interested. Fang Weiyun, Master Qin, those bad guys are not ordinary bad guys, they have valuable treasures on them. Shen Xingyue, he will definitely say that he doesn't care about the treasure. Xini shook his head, the treasure is of no use to me. Fang Weiyun, that's not an ordinary treasure, it's a spiritual weapon. Shen Xingyue, he'll be surprised, then continue to act indifferent. Humph, he's just a liar. How could he possibly be able to take back the treasure that our Tsang Xian sect has been chasing for 100 years and still can't retrieve? If he can do it, I'll be his maid for life. 2 lifetimes. Xini was surprised when he heard the word spiritual weapon. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, that's none of my business. I'm just an ordinary cultivator in the Gangchi realm. I can't defeat those masters. Shen Xingyue nodded slightly, that's a bit of truth. But, why does this sound so strange? Like a double-edged sword playing hard to get? Fang Weiyun flattered, look at what you said. They are just a few traitors in the myriad realm. Young Master Qin can easily capture them. That spiritual weapon is really powerful. It is called the Tsangyun Fan, one of the most precious treasures of our Tsangshuan sect. If you can help retrieve it, I promise on behalf of my master that I will reward you handsomely. Shen Xingyue rubbed her forehead and thought to herself that Fang Weiyun was such an idiot. He was sold and still helped others count the money. Junior brother Fang, please don't bother outsiders with your own affairs. There are many people here, so it is not easy for her to expose Qini directly. After all, Qini is her benefactor, and she must give him face. But in order to prevent Fang Weiyun from continuing to be confused, she could not sit idly by. Unexpectedly, when Fang Weiyun heard what she said, he actually retorted to her. Senior Sister Shen, please don't be so arrogant. We must act in an emergency. This is a matter of life and death for several of us. Asking Master Qin to help will not only save our lives, but also eliminate the traitor and reclaim the Tsangyun Fan. It's a multi-pronged approach and very meaningful. I'm aloof? Shen Xingyue's eyes widened, and she was so angry that she wanted to beat the boy up. She sees through everything. Qini is just a big liar with low fighting ability. If you pin your hopes on such a person, something bad will definitely happen. She didn't accept the well-intentioned reminder and even blamed her for being aloof? Is your brain at home? Fang Weiyun chuckled and continued to say to Qin, Master Qin, ignore my senior sister. She's never left the mountain in her life and has never seen the world. She doesn't know how treacherous people are. She probably thought those traitors wouldn't kill us. Alas, the situation is actually very dangerous. I've heard my master say how treacherous and evil those traitors were since I was a child. I didn't expect to run into them in Woya City this time. You are the most powerful, handsome, and charming master of the younger generation. You must help us. Shen Xingyue almost vomited. How could this person be so stupid? Is there no one left in the Tsangyun sect? He actually let an idiot go down the mountain to embarrass himself. Xini shook his head and said he didn't want to agree to anything. Xini doesn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, and even if he wants to, he doesn't have the ability to do so. On the left, the Jiang clan leader heard the conversation of the 3 people and couldn't help but say to Fang Weiyun, young man, it is not convenient for us in the Jiang clan to interfere in the internal struggle of your Sangshuan sect, so please don't bother our young Master Qin. This. Fang Weiyun frowned. Although what Jiang Chengxian said makes sense, Qini is really useful. Inscription realm. A slap in the face, snap. Traitors, all those in the universal realm, all turned into meat patties. It was such a small matter of a slap, but it caused so much trouble, which gave him a headache. What should I do? Fang Weiyun didn't know how to continue for a moment. He turned around and tried to return to his seat. When he saw Shen Xingyue, suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. It is said that the Jiang clan's ancestor is extremely lustful. Senior Sister Shen is so beautiful, as long as she takes action, success will be immediate. Fang Weiyun thought about it and moved closer to Shen Xingyue. Then he whispered something to Shen Xingyue using his true qi to transmit the sound into her ears. Shen Xingyue's face changed drastically when she heard this. Fang Weiyun, you bastard. She slapped the chair and stood up, glaring. Senior sister, Fang Weiyun was frightened by her aura and lowered his head timidly. What's wrong? What's going on? Why is that fairy suddenly angry? TSK, that Fang Weiyun must have teased the fairy. Beat him to death. Kill him. I hate this kind of playboy the most. Sheeny looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you doing? Fang Wuyan smiled awkwardly. No, nothing. I'm going back to the inn first. Goodbye, Master Qin, and Chief Jiang, goodbye. Then put oil on the soles of your feet and run away. Shen Xingyue glared at his back, snorted, and then sat back in her seat. What did he say to you? Qin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Shen Xingyue thought, the weak are weak, they can't even eavesdrop on the sound transmission. Fang Wuyan is such an idiot, not only did he get deceived, but he also wanted me to sacrifice myself to this big liar in exchange for a chance to escape. He is so stupid. But because of her face, she didn't say it out loud, but just replied, nothing. Then she was silent. Chapter 035, Always Brother Qin's Person 5 more. Jiang Chengxian had been listening for a long time, and only after Fang Wuyan left did he have the chance to speak. He sent a voice message to Qin Yi and asked, Young Master Qin, two factions of the Zhongshan sect are in Woya City. One wants to kill the traitor and retrieve the spiritual weapon, and the other wants to cooperate with us to explore the immortal tomb. Which side do you think is better to cooperate with? Although the orthodox lineage of the Zhongshan sect has not yet sought an alliance with the Jiang clan, since Fang Wuyan has asked Qin Yi, it is very likely that they will ask the Jiang clan later. There are benefits to uniting with both sides. Helping the orthodox Zhongshan sect to deal with traitors can gain the favor of Zhongshan sect, which is beneficial to expanding its influence in Nanzhou. By cooperating with the traitors of Zhongshan sect, you can obtain more treasures and resources in the immortal tomb. Of course, there are disadvantages too. The former will put the Jiang clan and the traitors of the Zhongshan sect on opposite sides. They have many experts, and if things go wrong, the other side will fight to the death, and everyone will be in trouble. The latter would easily offend the orthodoxy of the Zhongshan sect. After all, if one wanted to descend into the immortal tomb, one must first eliminate the trouble caused by Fang Wuyan and the masters behind him. But all of this is not a big deal in front of the ancestor. Qin Yi saw that Jiang Chengxian wanted to benefit from it. No matter which side is helped, the purpose is to benefit the Jiang clan. He thought for a moment and replied, You decide. I only care about Zishi. There is no way. I am not the real ancestor, so I dare not speak nonsense. If he leads the group astray and the Jiang clan suffers huge losses, it will be all his responsibility. Qin Yi is very clear about his position. He is Jiang Zishi's master and is only responsible for raising the goddess and upgrading her rank. As for the Jiang clan, if you can help, you can help. If you can't, don't take it upon yourself. Qin Yi's answer made Jiang Chengxian embarrassed. How come the ancestor who used to play with women to death has become a love-brained person? You don't care about anything but a little girl? Although Jiang Zishi is indeed very beautiful, she is not enough to attract the attention of a 3,000-year-old man. Shen Xingyue, who was standing by, also heard this, but her thoughts were different from Jiang Chengxian's. This Qin Yi should really like Jiang Zishi, but he shouldn't pretend to be her ancestor. A relationship earned through deception cannot last long. Masters said that we must treat relationships with sincerity. But for some reason, when she heard Qin Yi say, I only care about Zishi, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. It felt like someone had taken something from me. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi is back. She just played a few games and needs to rest. Are you tired? Qin Yi asked with concern. Jiang Zishi only had Qin Yi in her eyes, no one else. She shook her head and said, I'm not tired, not at all. I just used up a lot of my qi. I'll just take a qi recovering pill and rest for a while. Then, without caring about so many people watching, he took the pill and sat quietly on the ground next to Qin Yi to regulate his breathing. Shen Xingyue couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Miss Jiang has fallen into this mess and can't get out. Unfortunately, she is an outsider and cannot interfere in this matter. The sun sets and time flies. Before I knew it, it was already dusk. Jiang Zishi fought a total of 103 battles in one day, and took pills to restore his true energy 6 times. When the sun went down, she finished her last fight and came to Qin Yi, saying tiredly, Brother Qin, I don't have any strength left. Let's continue tomorrow. Okay, it's getting dark, let's go back and rest. Qin Yi nodded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengxian announced loudly, today's competition ends here. We will continue tomorrow morning. Everyone, please return. Some of the onlookers have dispersed and gone home to eat and hug their children. Jiang Zishi fought 103 games today, and basically won all of them, with only 2 draws. It's not that she is really so powerful that she is invincible in the same realm. It's mainly because those masters are reluctant to use their full strength for the sake of the Jiang clan and deliberately let her win. It's all for free anyway, so 100 taels of silver will be enough. If you are greedy and want 500 taels and defeat Jiang Zishi, the ancestor of the Jiang clan will be unhappy, and you might even lose your life. But because there were too many people who gave up, Qini only got 29 card draws in the end, plus the one free draw every day, which was exactly 310 draws in a row. Brother Qin, I don't have the strength to walk anymore. Can you carry me back? The crowd below gradually dispersed, and Jiang Zishi suddenly made a soft sound. Jiang Chengxian raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look over, wanting to know how Qini would respond. Shen Xingyue was also surprised. She didn't expect that the two of them could be so close. Qini looked at Jiang Zishi's tired but playful look and couldn't help but smile, of course. He carried Jiang Zishi on his back without any hesitation, walked down from the stands, and walked slowly towards the direction of the Jiang clan. Jiang Chengxian stood in stunned silence, thinking, this little girl is too spoiled. How could the ancestor indulge her to this extent? Shen Xingyue shook her head and sighed, alas, there is no hope. The training ground is neither too close nor too far from the Jiang clan. Qini felt light and airy as he carried the frail and boneless Jiang Zishi on his back, as if she weighed nothing at all. His pure physical cultivation in the Gangxi realm gave him an extremely outstanding physique. Not to mention carrying a girl, he could even walk briskly even if he was carrying a tank. Brother Qin, some people deliberately held back today, so my victory was a bit dishonorable. On the way, the two talked in low whispers. It's okay, as long as you finish the battle, it will help. That's great. I'm almost at the profound FA realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Why are you so excited? This is nothing. You will become an unrivaled warrior in the future. A peerless powerhouse, is he as powerful as Brother Qin? I'm not that strong, I can't beat you. Nonsense. I feel like a single look from Brother Qin would make me lose my ability to resist. A single finger would have me prostrating before you. You don't always think I'm so powerful. I'm actually very weak. Yes, you are weak, so I will protect you. When I become a peerless warrior, I will be Brother Qin's backer, and you will be my little maid. I'm a man, how can I be a maid? Just do what a maid does, like, help me wash and comb my hair, undress me, and so on. Qini couldn't help but laugh and patted her, but, little girl, you have no shame. You dare to say such things on the street. Why should I be afraid? I belong to Brother Qin. I always will. Jiang Zishi deliberately raised her voice, not afraid that passers-by would hear her. She wrapped her arms tightly around Qini's neck and wrapped her whole body around him, as if she wanted to tie them together. 52 points of intimacy means that the couple is in love and their behavior will become very bold. Qini was very happy that such a beautiful girl liked him. But he knew that this was based on his status as a senior. If it weren't for this identity and the system's push, with Jiang Zishi's identity and vision, it would be impossible for her to look down on an ordinary person like him. He thought to himself, I still need to work harder to improve my intimacy. Not just with Zishi, but also with Shen Xingyue. Only by cultivating more can I become stronger and be able to protect her. Shen Xingyue walked behind the two of them. Watching Qini whispering to Jiang Zishi all the way, occasionally making a loud declaration of love. For some reason, Shen Xingyue felt a little blocked in her heart, and her mind kept replaying what happened with Qini in the cellar yesterday. This big liar is so hateful. He actually deceived a little girl. Why didn't he lie to me? Chapter 03630 Consecutive Draws Leader +1. Thanks to the book friends Senki Anu and Karen for the reward. 2 more chapters will be added for each leader. In the evening, Jiang Zishi took a bath with the help of her maids, put on a thin dress, and sat in the pavilion with Qini to enjoy the cool air. She was really tired today. 103 battles had drained all her energy. Brother Qin, sit here, like this, and then like this. Well, this is the most comfortable. The bench at the edge of the pavilion was called a beauty backrest. Jiang Zishi asked Qini to sit on one end, then she lay down, resting her head on Qini's thigh, and pulled his hand over to put it on herself. They are so close that they are almost like a formal couple. Jiang Zishi rested comfortably in the cool air. Qini played with her soft black hair and asked, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you so proactive?" Jiang Zishi replied, "Nothing, I just feel more and more that Brother Qin is a good person, and I want to tie you to my side firmly." She knew very well that Qin was too important and could not be let go at any cost. This senior has a very high level of cultivation, but is still very shy when it comes to feelings. As long as she is more proactive, they can become a family sooner or later. Qin didn't know what to say. It was inconvenient to express the concerns in his heart. The only thing he could do was to enjoy this beauty and then make himself stronger until he was truly qualified to possess her. It's time to draw a card. He opened the system interface. There are now 30 card drawing opportunities, and I wonder how many goddess cards I can get. The card pool is very shallow and there is not much suspense. Qin used the 10 draw combo 3 times in a row, using up all his opportunities. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, the 30 card draw times were used up, and his collection space was filled with many goddess cards. With 30 draws and the cards he hadn't used up before, his reserves were already quite good. Current number of goddesses held. Jiang Zishi Orange Body, 1. Shen Qingyue Orange, 1. Jiang Zishi Purple, 3. Shen Qingyue Purple, 3. Jiang Zishi Fragments, 105. Shen Qingyue Fragments, 125. The probability of drawing cards is basically balanced, and Shen Qingyue has slightly more fragments. Qin also combined the fragments into a whole purple card. Then Jiang Zishi's purple cards became 6, and 15 fragments remained. Shen Qingyue has 7 purple cards and 5 fragments. As long as Jiang Zishi's body eats the orange Shen Qingyue, he can enter the red card magic realm. To raise a red card to 1 star, you need to eat 2 purple cards of your own, plus 1 random red card. Any red can use Shen Qingyue. 3 Shen Qingyue plus 3 Shen Qingyue, 2 oranges combined into 1, is exactly 1 red. In other words, take 6 Shen Qingyue purple cards as materials, feed them to Jiang Zishi all at once, and eat 2 of Jiang Zishi's bodies, and you will get a 1-star Jiang Zishi. My little goddess will be able to reach the myriad realm. The formula is very simple and you will understand it after taking a look at it. The number of cards Qin has in his hand now is enough for Jiang Zishi to reach the Wanxiang realm, and there are still 4 purple cards left for Jiang Zishi. But he is still not in a hurry. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the ring battles can still continue. Hundreds of battles are still waiting for Jiang Zishi. The little goddess has a long way to go. Although you don't get card draws every time you win, the total number is still considerable. Brother Qin, can we sleep late tonight? When Qin was closing the card, Jiang Zishi talked to herself for a few words and then made a small request. Why? Qin asked. I want to do something exciting with you. Jiang Zishi bit her lips lightly, her face slightly hot. Qin rubbed her face and said with a smile, let's do it another day. You are exhausted today, and you have to continue fighting tomorrow. You can't toss it again. Oh, all right then. Jiang Zishi felt a little lost. But on second thought, it makes sense. Senior Qin is so powerful. If I really play with him, I'm afraid it will take all night to finish. So she didn't say anything else and waited until they stopped fighting before looking for another opportunity to interact intimately. At this time, the voice of the Jiang clan's great elder came from outside the yard. Master Qin, a guest wants to see you. What guest? Looking for me? Qin looked towards the door. The great elder stood outside the courtyard and did not come in. He said respectfully, yes, they call themselves Songxian sect cultivators. Songxian sect. Qin Yi's face darkened as he replied, let them find the clan leader. I'm just a junior from another clan. Well. The great elder looked embarrassed and said, but they are already here. Qin had a headache. What is this? He is just pretending to be an ancestor. Not only do people ask him about the Jiang clan, but people from outside also come to him. Do they really think he is a universal processor? Well, let them in. Qin was helpless. They were already at the door, and it was not a good idea to expel them, so he had to let them in to talk. Thank you, Mr. Qin. A voice came from outside the door, and 3 masters of the Wanxiang realm of the Songxian sect followed the great elder in. Seeing that there was a guest, Jiang Zishi got up from Qin Yi's leg pillow, wrapped her clothes, and stood quietly beside him, playing the role of a little maid. Junior, I'm Lingjun from Songxian sect. Nice to meet you, Master Qin. Song Xuanzong Lingjue greets young Master Qin. Song Xuanzong Lingyi, greetings to Master Qin. The 3 people introduced themselves in unison. Xini took a quick look and found that Ling Jun looked the oldest, like a 60-year-old man, Ling Ju was middle-aged, and Ling Yi was still a young man. However, their cultivation auras are similar, one is in the late stage of the Wanxiang realm, and two are in the middle stage of the Wanxiang realm. No need to be so polite. Are you here for Ling Chong's group? Xini said. Taoist Ling Jun replied, yes. We were ordered by the sect master to go down the mountain and capture the rebels. We thought it would be a small matter, but we didn't expect them to improve so much over the past century. Their strength is even greater than we imagined. Therefore, we would like to ask Master Qin for help. Xini shook his head and said, the Zongxian sect is only 1,000 miles away. With the speed of your divine horses, it will only take a day to go back and forth. There is no need to look for me. Taoist Ling Jua smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, we have been busy lately. The three Jindan level brothers and sisters are not able to go out, so we have very few people available. You can also look for other forces in Wuya City. Why do you have to choose the Zhang clan? Xini said he didn't want to help at all. On the one hand, Taoist Ling Chong's group is quite powerful, and it would be very difficult to fight them. On the other hand, compared to the favor of Song Xuanzong, what he actually wants more is the gains from the immortal tomb. If you can touch the remains of the immortal, the reward for drawing cards will definitely be very considerable. So he will not target Ling Chong and others. This, Taoist Ling Jun wanted to explain. At this time, a figure walked in. Master Ling Jun, Master Ling Ju, Master Ling Yi. Shen Xingyue, dressed in white, heard the noise here and walked in slowly. Her figure under the moonlight was incredibly beautiful. Junior brother Qingyue, you are here too. The three masters of the Wanxiang realm were not surprised to see Shen Xingyue. Fang Wuyun had already told them that Shen Xingyue was a guest of the Zhang clan. Shen Xingyue said, three uncles, this is a serious matter, you should ask for help from the sect. She knew Qin Yi's past, a weakling and a big liar, and there was no way she could help him. She asked Qin Yi for help, and if he refused, it would be fine. If he agreed and couldn't help at that time, and caused the Zongxian sect to lose its experts, that would be a disaster. Taoist Ling Jue said, Junior brother Qingyue, you are aware of the situation within our sect. The Chen Kingdom and the Snow Kingdom are at loggerheads, and war could break out at any moment. As one of the three great sects defending the Snow Kingdom, many of our members have already been dispatched to the border, leaving us with no resources to spare for even a few myriad realm experts. Then, it's okay to seek cooperation with the Zhang clan. They have several elders and are powerful enough. As for young Master Qin, he is a free man, so don't bother him. Shen Xingyue thought for a moment and replied. She didn't want to embarrass Qin Yi in front of others, but this commission could not be completed no matter what. This. As soon as these words were spoken, different thoughts arose in everyone's mind. Great Elder, did this little girl think we were enemies because she saw us chasing after Taoist Ling Chong and beating him up last night? The immortal tomb is a treasure, and we need to cooperate with it later. Why is she giving us orders like that? The three Zongxian sect members asked, what are you talking about, nephew? Are you trying to be a traitor and help the Zhang clan patriarch reject us? I heard she was captured by Ling Chong yesterday and was rescued by the Zhang clan patriarch. Now she lives next door to the Zhang clan patriarch. Could it be that? Zhang Zishi, this Shen Xingyue, seeing that Senior Qin Yi didn't want to take action, actually took the initiative to help. She's so flattering, she must be greedy for my man, I can't let her succeed. The three parties have their own thoughts. At this time, another voice came from outside. He is the second elder of the Zhang clan. Second elder, Master Qin, a guest wants to see you. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. What a coincidence, you all came together. Chapter 037, Ling Chong, Awakening in the World Leader +2. What guest? He asked. The second elder looked inside the doorway and saw three masters from the Zongxian sect. He said awkwardly, it's those people from last night. Qin Yi rubbed his forehead and said, let them go, otherwise there will be a fight soon. Could it be? Is it them? The three Zongxian sect masters in the yard immediately showed signs of nervousness. They only have 3 people in the Wanxiang realm. If all the traitors like Ling Chong show up, they really won't be their match. The second elder sat awkwardly outside the door, but they've already arrived, and sent something over. As soon as the words fell, the voice of Taoist Ling Chong also rang out, Old Ghost Lingjun, I know you are in there. Don't be afraid, I won't beat you up today. We are here to discuss serious matters with the ancestor of the Zhang clan. When you are done talking, leave and don't waste everyone's time. The tone of his voice clearly showed that he was not afraid of Ling Jin and the other two at all. Ling Chong, you traitor! Ling Jin got angry when he heard his voice. But with Qinyi around, she didn't dare to get angry and could only scream. Shen Qinyue, who was standing by, felt overwhelmed. Why is this situation so chaotic? Why did so many experts come to Qinyi? Is Ling Chong mentally ill? He just arrested Qinyi and imprisoned him in the cellar yesterday, and today he's coming to see him and curry favor. Is there any logic in this? Ling Jin, shut up! Taoist Ling Chong retorted, then changed his tone to respectful, well. Master Qinyi, we're coming in. He was accompanied by two people, namely Taoist Linka and Taoist Lingqian, both of whom were at the level of Wanxiang realm. These people had fought with the Jiang clan last night, but now they had no hostility. It was obvious that both sides had made things clear. Taoist Lingqiang walked in. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear. He already understood why he was beaten yesterday. Ultimately, it was because the two disciples Luo Yang and Zhang Bai were too stupid. They were asked to capture Zhang Bowen, but they captured the Jiang clan ancestor Qin Yi by mistake and brought him back. After all, Zhang Bowen is just a junior, so even if the Jiang clan is anxious, they won't send out all their forces to track him down. But the ancestor of the Jiang clan is different. He is a powerful person in the inscription realm. Just leave a mark of true energy, or transmit telepathy or something like that. You don't even need to do it yourself. You can easily create 100 or 80 strong men. Otherwise, how could they be found by the Jiang clan in such a short time when they were hiding so well? How could it be such a coincidence that the troops and manpower arranged by the Jiang clan were just enough to suppress them? It's obvious. All of this was secretly assigned by the Jiang clan's ancestor. Fortunately, this Jiang clan ancestor has been pretending to be a weakling to little girls recently, and fortunately, they did not use torture to force Zhang Bowen to obey, otherwise he would not have survived until now and would have turned into ashes. Despite this, capturing someone else's ancestor is still a very serious crime. They were quite miserable last night. The 5 elders of the Jiang clan and 10 masters of the Fashuan realm were like crazy, chasing and beating them, running for nearly 100 miles. Finally, seeing that they couldn't get rid of it, Ling Chong and the others gritted their teeth. They all rushed into the pit toilet of a family in a mountain village. After burying their heads in the manure and holding their breath for half an hour, the Jiang clan members finally left and escaped from danger. They all regretted that they should not have been so smart as to catch Zhang Bowen. Although he had his true chi protecting him and didn't get dirty much after soaking in the toilet, Taoist Lingqiang still felt that his true chi had been marinated. As soon as I circulate my true energy, I feel a foul stench, as if I'm back in the toilet. From last night to this morning, more than 10 of them had been bathing in the stream, and they only came back when they were almost swollen. The first thing I did after returning was to find out from the Jiang clan why the consequences of arresting Zhang Bowen were so serious. After figuring out Qin Yi's identity, Ling Chong suddenly realized something. No wonder the Jiang clan ancestor didn't resist and even chatted with them with a smile. It turned out that he was fearless and just wanted to see what tricks these kids could play. No wonder, facing a celestial beauty like Shen Qinyue, he could persist for 5 hours without complaining of being tired. 5 hours. Can Zhang Bowen, a scumbag, do it? That's impossible. Not to mention the weak Zhang Bowen, even men in the tyrant body realm and the mysterious law realm would become quick shooters when encountering a fairy of Shen Qinyue's level, and they would not be able to hold on for long. Only an ancestor of the Jiang clan who had reached the inscription realm and had undergone a major transformation, transcending the mundane world, could easily control the fragile Shen Qinyue, causing her to beg for mercy again and again, demanding more, and finally fainting. At this moment, Taoist Lingqiang has deeply realized his mistake. With the help of the second elder, he reflected on his problems and came to the courtyard with sincerity, ready to express his most sincere apology to Qin Yi. Encountering a spiritual shock or something like that is purely an accident. Mr. Qin Yi, I'm really sorry for what happened yesterday. We didn't expect to catch you. To express my apology, I have just beaten up the 2 disciples who caught you. Now they are still hanging naked on the tree. Please calm down and don't beat us later. Taoist Lingqiang said to Qin Yi with a wry smile. Yeah. Qin Yi rubbed his forehead. The situation seemed to be getting more and more outrageous, and he didn't know how to deal with it, so he can only wait and see. Lingqiang. You traitors, what do you want to do by coming back to Nanzhou? Ling Jin asked angrily. Lingqiang has a bad temper, but he can be humble to Qin Yi, but he is a completely different person to Lingjun. He retorted, I told you to shut up, and you still dare to fart? I'm coming back, and if you don't agree, hit me. 3 against 3, 6 masters of the Wanxiang realm glared at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with sparks and the smell of gunpowder. Look at this irreconcilable posture. If this wasn't the territory of the Jiang clan, they would probably have been fighting each other. Okay, be quiet and don't scare the maid, Qin Yi said helplessly. The two sides glared at each other, then looked away and looked at Qin Yi together. Qin Yi asked Ling Chong, why did you come here tonight? Taoist Ling Chong said respectfully, Master Qin Yi, we came here tonight to apologize to you for what happened yesterday and to return Xin Qingyue's magic ring. As he spoke, he took out a white ring and used his magic power to send it to the pavilion, or it fell into Qin Yi's hands. Hello? Xin Qingyue on the side opened her eyes wide. That is her magic weapon. Just return it. What is the point of giving it to Qin Yi? Is she transparent? Such a big fairy standing here, you must be blind. Ling Chong also said, from the contents inside, I only took out 3 desire pills for Xin Qingyue to take, and everything else was left intact. What did you say? Qin Yi tilted his head and a row of question marks appeared above his head. This means that the desire pill was carried by Xin Qingyue herself? Wasn't he at Ling Chong who prepared it specially for her? Xin Qingyue was also stunned. She was first stunned, then embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in anger. Traitor uncle, stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly carry something like that on me? Chapter 038 I brought it myself. Lingjun and the other two just blinked helplessly, completely unaware of what was happening. The two Jiang clan elders and Jiang Zishi seemed to be thinking about something. Taoist Ling Chong replied innocently, I'm not kidding. It really was in your magic ring. It's a whole bottle. After taking 3 pills, there are still 33 left. I only discovered the existence of the lust pill after I captured you. I was originally trying to figure out how to match you up with young Master Qin, but I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. I didn't have to worry about it at all. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Xin Qingyue was anxious and refused to admit it no matter what. This is a lie, there is no way that kind of dirt could be on her body. Not only did this traitorous uncle bully her by knocking her out, he even slandered her by bringing the lust pill to Qin Yi. He was so abominable. It was such a great humiliation that if she could win, she would have beaten Ling Chong on the spot. Well, just don't admit it. You know the truth anyway. Taoist Ling Chong was too lazy to argue with a junior. In fact, he had a reason that he didn't tell. He was so poor that he had to sell all his belongings to get his apprentice's monthly salary. How could he afford to buy the lust pill? That thing was very expensive. Xin Qingyue comes from a prominent family and has abundant resources, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to buy some sex toys for herself. You. Xin Qingyue's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt extremely aggrieved. Qin Yi felt strange while listening to the conversation between the two. Taoist Ling Chong didn't seem to be lying. It seemed that the elixir was really in the magic ring. But Xin Qingyue didn't seem to be lying. She really didn't know there was an aphrodisiac in her ring. That is to say, is there a possibility that her ring might have been tampered with? For example, was it arranged by her master before she went down the mountain? Hiss. Thinking about it this way, her master, Taoist Ling Luan, is too evil. Miss Xin, don't get excited, it must be a misunderstanding. Qin Yi stopped the argument and handed the ring to Jiang Zishi, asking her to return it to Xin Qingyue. It's not a misunderstanding, he is slandering me. Xin Qingyue pursed her lips, looking at the magic ring that was lost and found again, feeling very depressed. In order to find out the truth, she opened it on the spot and took out the things inside. 2 precious flying swords are hers. A bottle of qi restoring pills, it's hers. A bottle of recovery pill, it's hers. Some beautiful clothes, they are definitely hers. Beautiful shoes, jewelry, dry food, silver, etc. Yes, they are hers too. There was also a familiar-looking bottle of medicine. It was something she had been carrying with her since she was a child. Wait, what kind of pill is this? After checking this, Xin Qingyue suddenly frowned. She took out the bottle, opened it and took a look. Inside are all bean-sized red pills, emitting an attractive fragrance. Taoist Ling Chong shouted, yes, this is the bottle. It's of superb quality. It's of exceptional quality. It's the kind of lust pill that only a master alchemist could create. If I sell it, each pill will cost 3,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. That's 180,000 taels for a bottle. I definitely don't have that much money. She must have brought it herself. I guarantee on my life that I'm not lying. Shen Qingyue. Cough. All the masters around had strange expressions on their faces. Jiang Zishi frowned. Qinyi was speechless. Shen Qingyue's face turned red. This isn't mine. No. She threw the pill bottle away with a snap, as if it was very dirty. There was soft green grass on the ground, and the pill bottle was intact. But Shen Qingyue felt like she was broken. Her dignity, her image, her reputation were shattered. That's not the case, that's not the case. Shame and grievance intertwined in her heart, her eyes turned red, and she couldn't help crying in front of so many powerful people in the Wanxiang realm. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what happened before she went down the mountain. The night before she left the mountain, her master helped her pack her things. Originally, she also carried a pill bottle of the same style as this one. But what else inside is the detoxification pill? I guess the master didn't pay attention when he was cleaning up and took the wrong two identical pill bottles, so the detoxification pill became the lust pill. By the way, why does master have the lust pill? She doesn't know how to make pills, did she buy them? But why did master buy such dirty stuff? Ouch. My head hurts. The more Shen Qingyue thought about it, the more confused she became, and the more embarrassed and aggrieved she felt. Foolish master, he almost caused her to lose her innocence, and tonight was really too embarrassing. How could she, a young girl with little experience in the world, handle such a situation? In front of so many seniors, and even with two people of the same age next to them. Seeing everyone staring at her, Shen Qingyue's tear glands began to lose control, and shame and grievance turned into tears that flowed down. She threw down a sentence, I really don't know, I didn't mean it, I'm not that kind of person, woo. Then she ran out crying. There was a strange atmosphere in the yard. They were discussing something, but Taoist Lingchong's words lust pill disrupted the conversation and completely distorted the situation. Taoist Lingchong saw that the little girl was crying because of him, and his expression was a little embarrassed. He stood there scratching his head and laughing dryly. Qinyi coughed dryly and said, Sheer, go and comfort her and don't let her run around. At this moment, Shen Qingyue probably wanted to die. I brought a large bottle of lust pills down the mountain, but was caught and had a few pills stuffed into my mouth. Then I spent the entire afternoon in a cellar with a strange man. Not to mention that she is a young fairy who has just entered the world, even an older woman with an unrestrained personality cannot bear it. So embarrassing. The kind that gets thrown to grandma's house. The two elders of the Zhang clan, as well as the 8 Wanxiang realm masters from both the Zhangxuan sect and the Zhangxuan sect's traders, all had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were trying to suppress their laughter, or as if they felt sympathy for the little girl. Qinyi sighed inwardly. Shen Qingyue is one of his goddesses after all, and he cannot let this fairy be looked down upon. He said in a deep voice, the matter of the elixir is all a misunderstanding. Miss Shen obviously didn't know anything about it. You must not mention this matter again. It's best to forget it completely. If I hear any rumors outside, don't blame me for being cruel. Originally, he didn't even want to pretend to be the ancestor. But the situation today is serious and ordinary people cannot handle it. In order to preserve Shen Qingyue's reputation and face, and to deal with the subsequent matters, he had to pick up the vest and put it on again. Mr. Qin, your words are too serious. Look at what you said, how dare we do that? Junior brother Qingyue is your beloved slave. We absolutely dare not make irresponsible remarks about her. People from the three parties said one after another that they were all very afraid of Qinyi. However, Qinyi had some objections to Taoist Ling Chang's words at the end. He said angrily, Miss Qingyue is a clean and good girl. She is not someone's woman, nor is she a pet slave. Don't talk nonsense. Taoist Lingchong quickly said, yes, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It was quiet for a while. Qinyi returned to the point and said, Lingjin, Lingchong, you Zhangxian sect should resolve your own internal grievances among yourselves and not drag the Jiang clan into this. I came out of seclusion this time only to deal with the enemies of the demonic path and to give Jiang Zishi some pointers. For anything else, don't come to me. Since he was going to install it, he might as well do it clearly and solve the subsequent troubles, so that these people wouldn't bother him every now and then. The longer you pretend to be an expert, the higher the chance of being exposed. The best way is to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. Once Jiang Zishi becomes stronger and can protect him anytime and anywhere, then these concerns can be truly put aside. Master Qin, this. Lingjun still wants to fight for it. He could actually understand why Qin didn't want to help. The inscription realm is indeed too strong. It is even easier for it to deal with people in the myriad realm than for the myriad realm to deal with people in the tyrant body realm. It is easy to grab one and it is accurate. There is no way to escape. The ancestor Qin has long been detached from the world and doesn't even care about the rise and fall of his family, so it is naturally impossible for him to help them. But the Jiang clan is different. Putting aside the ancestor, the Jiang clan is also quite strong. If they can lend a helping hand, it will be much easier to deal with Ling Chong and others. Taoist Lingjun. At this time, the great elder spoke up, saying, "Young Master Qin's meaning reflects the Jiang clans. With your sect fighting amongst itself, it's inappropriate for us, an outside force, to help anyone. The Jiang clan welcomes you anytime, whether as guests or to discuss other cooperation. However, I hope you can understand this." This, well, alright. Lingjun sighed and said helplessly, "In that case, we'll take our leave first. Mr. Qin, we'll see you later. Song Xian's sect welcomes you at any time." Qin waved his hand without being polite. Lingjun and the other two left, and before leaving, they had an eye duel with Taoist Ling Chong. After they left, Taoist Ling Chong couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't seen you in 100 years. I didn't expect to see that old man Lingjun get so humiliated this time. It's so satisfying." "Ah, Master Qin, thank you so much." "Qin, stop talking nonsense. If you have anything else to say, please say it all." He was still anxious to comfort Shen Qingyue. What happened just now was too hurtful to the little girl. If I don't comfort her, what if she becomes unable to get over it? Okay, then I won't waste any more words. Ling Chong restrained his expression and said seriously, "Mr. Qin, the great elder should have mentioned something about the immortal tomb to you, right?" Chapter 039 The Weight of the Ancestor. Not bad. Qin nodded slightly. "Ling Chong, we thought about it carefully last night. If we want to cooperate, we must show sufficient sincerity. Arresting Zhang Bowen was a wrong decision on our part. We have now changed our ways and will not make the same mistake again. I came back tonight to make things clear to you and the Zhang clan. First of all, the opportunity to find the immortal tomb was obtained by us in Ningbo, and so far no other forces should know about it. Since its entrance is near Woya City and is quite dangerous, we would like to cooperate with the Jiang clan, and especially seek your help. Secondly, we plan to split the harvest from the immortal tomb with the Jiang clan 70% and 30% respectively. You only need to dispatch 3 myriad realm experts and 10 profound law realm experts to raid the formation. We will handle the dangerous tasks, and you can explore the safe areas, and you will receive 30% of the harvest. Of course, if you, Mr. Qin, personally take charge, we're willing to give up another 20% of the benefits, and we'll split it 50-50. Qin sneered at this and said, "I'm at the inscription realm, and I'm only worth 20% of the benefit?" This. Taoist Lingchong looked embarrassed. The great elder smiled and said, 7 and 3 is fine, but it's just 7 for us and 3 for you. When Taoist Linka heard this, he said anxiously, "That's too bad. We lost several people before we got this clue. They were all our brothers and sisters, and we have been friends with each other for 100 years. Second elder, ancestors of the inscription realm, please think carefully. I'm afraid you won't find another with such strength in the snow country. But, we can't just take 30%, it's really too little." Taoist Lingqian was also very unhappy. The Jiang clan is suppressing us too harshly. They have to provide clues and take risks, but they only need to send out a group of people and an inscription realm ancestor, and they will take 70% of the benefits. Who would want this? Master Qin, how about this, how about 60:40? We have 4, and you have 6? Taoist Lingchong asked. This has exceeded their bottom line. The lowest bottom line they originally wanted was 50-50. Now Qin seems to be interested in participating, so giving an extra 10% is acceptable. If it's any less, it's better not to go. Qin knew the other party's bottom line. Hearing this, he pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded and said, "Never mind. The immortal cemetery is probably of no use to me. I'll just go there for fun. 60%, 60%. Thank you, Senior. Taoist Lingchong breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, Qin Yi's tone changed. The three of them pricked up their ears, afraid that he would put forward some conditions again. Qin Yi smiled faintly. I will take Zishi girl into the immortal tomb with me. You can solve the small problems. I will only take action for the big problems that cannot be solved. The biggest purpose of his trip was to enter the immortal tomb and touch the immortal corpse. It is undoubtedly necessary to bring Jiang Zishi with him as a bodyguard. Then, do less and watch more. If you are lucky, maybe you won't be seen through in the end. As for, if we encounter an irresistible and deadly danger, we can all die together without worrying about being seen through. So, rounding it off, he can get the rewards from the immortal tomb for free without having to do anything. Taoist Lingchong smiled and said, of course there's no problem with that. A strong man like you doesn't take action easily, but when you do, it's with all your might that you can turn the tide. He didn't mind bringing Jiang Zishi with him. Although she was only at the tyrant body realm, she was a little weak, but with Qin Yi personally protecting her, he wasn't afraid that she would become a burden. Then at this time, what do you think, Mr. Qin? Taoist Lingchong asked again. The best time to enter the immortal tomb is within 6 days. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be, and in the end you may not even be able to enter. The great elder had already introduced it, so Qin Yi didn't waste time listening to it again. He roughly calculated the time required for the arena competition and said, prepare as soon as possible. At the earliest, we'll leave in 3 days, and at the latest, 5 days. As soon as Zishi finishes the competition, I'll help her break through the Fashuan realm and then enter the immortal tomb. 3 to 5 days, give some flexibility in case the situation changes. Taoist Lingchong immediately said, okay, then we will leave someone in the Jiang clan to wait for your news at any time. Taoist Linka was a little surprised and couldn't help asking, Mr. Qin, was it so easy for you to help Miss Zishi break through? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. This matter is actually very important. Helping people break through the realm without any side effects is terrifying. If everyone could do this, Qin Yi alone could easily build up a terrifying force. It doesn't take much, just 100 Fashuan realm, 1000 body realm, or 10,000 Ganqi realm, and they will be enough to walk sideways in the snow country. It takes time and talent for others to practice and upgrade, but Qin Yi only needs to let others fight and give a little guidance to achieve a breakthrough. This concept is too scary. As long as he opens his mouth and opens this kind of service to the outside world, the whole world will probably go crazy, and countless people who want to become stronger will flock to him and beg for his guidance. Qin Yi also knew the importance of this operation. Therefore, he stopped talking nonsense and said seriously, Zishi's bones are special, and her physique is a perfect match for my technique, so I can help her like this. As for others, I think the hope is slim. Perhaps, only Shen Xingyue has a similar opportunity. This? Is Shen Xingyue also possible? Then wouldn't the Tsong Xian sect be? The great elder, Ling Chong and others were all surprised. If Qin Yi had simply said that only Jiang Zishi was capable, they would not have been so surprised. Because this can explain why the ancestor of the Jiang clan suddenly changed his personality. He was no longer evil and cruel, but instead took good care of Jiang Zishi. It is understandable that he waited for 3,000 years to meet a woman with a compatible physique, doted on her in every way, and even gave up evil and turned to good. But, with the addition of Shen Xingyue, it's another story. Both girls were stunning beauties, and they happened to come to Qin Yi. What Qin Yi said more or less had a bit of the meaning that, old illness has relapsed, bad habits are hard to change, and his nature as a slut is about to be exposed. But Qin Yi had no choice. How else can I say it? He said that Jiang Zishi was the only one in the world who could get his guidance and quickly level up. What should I do when I want to upgrade Shen Xingyue in the future? Re-explaining it will definitely not work, as it will only make people think that he is lying. In fact, he has a magical method that can unconditionally help anyone improve their strength without any side effects. By then, it won't just be the weak who will come looking for him, the strong will also come looking for him madly and force him to hand over this magical ability. So he simply took precautions in advance and included Shen Xingyue in his harem. In this way, it would be natural for him to help Shen Xingyue upgrade in the future. Even if he didn't help, no one would think it was wrong. At most, they would feel that Shen Xingyue was not favored and he didn't like this girl. It has nothing to do with the Tsong Xian sect. It's just that they have special physiques that they are treated this way. What, do you have any objections? Qin Yi asked calmly. We dare not. Ling Chong and others immediately shook their heads. Okay, if there's nothing else, go ahead. I need to rest. Qin waved his hand. Junior, I'm leaving. Ling Chong, the great elder and others immediately took their leave respectfully. Chapter 040. This is called fate. Qin walked out of the pavilion only after everyone had left. There is a bottle of medicine on the grass. This thing was quite valuable, so he didn't want to waste it, so he picked it up. Then he walked out of the courtyard and headed towards Shen Xingyue's residence next door. Shen Xingyue, alas. This poor fairy, I don't even know what she looks like when she cries. She felt really wronged when encountering such a thing. Being knocked unconscious and fed medicine is bad luck in itself. Although Qin did not do anything too extreme to her and preserved her innocence, the degree of humiliation was not much better than losing her virginity. What made her even more miserable was that she found out at the end that the aphrodisiac she took was actually something she had on her. This is outrageous. No girl can accept such a thing. Qin came to Shen Xingyue's yard, and faint sobbing sounds came from the house. Jiang Zishi was comforting Shen Xingyue. Okay, Miss Shen, don't be sad. My brother Qin will order those people to shut up, and no one will tell anyone about these things. I know you're feeling bad, but things have come to this. Brother Qin didn't hurt you. You're still the innocent fairy you are today. Think positively and stop crying, okay? Seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Qin felt a little helpless outside the door. This girl really doesn't know how to coax people. They're already so sad, what's the point of this? This isn't comforting, it's clearly finishing off the attack. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door and said, "Can I come in?" Woo woo. When Shen Xingyue heard his voice, she cried even louder. Jiang Zishi came over to open the door, a look of worry on her face. Brother Qin, I don't know how to comfort her. The more she cries, the sadder she gets. Let me do it. Qin said this and walked towards Shen Xingyue. Shen Xingyue lay on the bed crying, her tears soaking the pillow and her hair sticking to her face, which deeply interpreted what it meant to wash one's face with tears. Qin couldn't help but sigh. She must be made of water. It was like this yesterday, it seemed like it would never stop flowing. Miss Shen. Qin sat on the edge of the bed and gently touched her shoulder. Shen Xingyue twisted twice and shook him off. Qin sighed, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Shen Xingyue's crying paused for a moment. Jiang Zishi frowned and thought, what does this have to do with you? You didn't do anything wrong, and you even protected her out of pity. Shen Xingyue thought so too and didn't understand why Qin apologized. Only Qin himself knew that Shen Xingyue came down the mountain and encountered these things because of him. He said sincerely, my appearance caused some things that shouldn't have happened to happen suddenly. It was my fault that you left Song Xian sect, and it was also my fault that you entered that cellar. Although I didn't feed you the lust pill, but if it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. So, if you're angry, just beat me up. Even stabbing me twice is fine. Just leave me a breath. I can't die now. Shen Xingyue's crying stopped completely. She got up from the pillow, her eyes red from crying, and looked at Qin with a very complicated look. There are doubts, complaints, and confusion. What do you mean? She asked, her voice choked. Qin felt his heart break when he saw Shen Xingyue's tearful face. What a beautiful fairy, so beautiful that it seems like she does indeed belong in this world. Who would be willing to hurt such a perfect person? Damn Ling Chong Taoist, his mouth is so venomous. I'll find a chance to beat him up later. I mean. Qin explained, you came down the mountain because of me, so the responsibility lies with me. I will bear all the consequences. If you are angry, take it out on me. I will never fight back. Jiang Zishi frowned, becoming more and more confused the more she listened, and didn't quite understand. Shen Xingyue understood a little bit. She did come down the mountain because of Qin. The first time I saw Qin in the cellar, I could confirm that the shadow that appeared in my mind was him. You know, she asked, sniffing. Yeah. Qin nodded. So what else do you know? Shen Xingyue bit her lip, some emotions accumulating and brewing in her heart. Qin replied, I also know that you, like Sheer, have a special feeling for me and will involuntarily want to get close to me. The system's affairs are secrets, he cannot tell. But this kind of mysterious connection doesn't matter. You. This. Both women were surprised when they heard this. Qin is telling the truth. They all had this feeling from the first time they met Qin. It seemed as if this man was very kind, very familiar, and as if I had known him for a long time. Why? Why is this happening? Xinxingyue didn't understand. She has been practicing in seclusion in the Zhongxian sect, only meeting with her master every day, and rarely interacting with her fellow disciples. She was 100% sure that she had never met Qin before. But inexplicably, a figure popped up in her mind, making her want to travel thousands of miles to Wuya City to see him. Qin sighed, maybe it can be called fate. Fate? Both women felt that the concept was too vague. Qin couldn't explain it too clearly, so he could only tell them, there is an inevitable connection between you and me. I can help you quickly improve your strength, and as your strength increases, you will become more and more dependent on me. Honestly. Qin smiled bitterly, I feel like a sinister villain, using this privilege to get close to you. But I have no choice. If I want to gain a foothold in this world and want to live longer, I must continue on this path. As I train you, your strength will feed back to me in another form. We will grow stronger together and grow together. This is what I call destiny. Xinxingyue shook her head repeatedly, not understanding. Jiang Zishi frowned and said, Brother Qin, are you helping me just to gain strength? You aren't a senior? She understood what Qin meant, and combined it with the situation she had encountered in recent days and the rapid changes in her mood, she roughly understood it. Qin nodded and said, I'm not an old senior to begin with. I'm only 21 years old this year. I told you this the moment we met. My status as an ancestor is to survive. Everything after that will just happen naturally. So you had no strength at the beginning, and then gradually gained power? Jiang Zishi asked again. Yes. Qin admitted. Jiang Zishi shook her head. She doesn't believe it. Because this is unreasonable and does not conform to the laws of nature. How can the weak help the strong to improve their realm? Even if he has this truth, how can he improve his own strength just by helping others improve theirs? A new realm a day? What a joke! There are many ways to practice in the world, but there is definitely no such way. So it is obvious that Senior Qin is making up stories. He lied. Chapter 041 Jiang Zishi, be more reserved. Jiang Zishi was very smart and she guessed the reason immediately. In the final analysis, Senior Qin was afraid that Xinxingyue would be too sad, and would fall into the inner demon of shame and never get out of it, so that her cultivation would stagnate and be completely wasted. Senior Qin is a very good person. He doesn't want anyone to be hurt, and he even let go the traitor from the Zhongxian sect who wanted to capture him. This shows how broad-minded he is. Xinxingyue was a good girl, and she had had very close contact with him in the cellar. Of course he would not sit idly by and watch a girl like this encounter such a shameful and humiliating thing. Therefore, they made up such a lie and used the word fate to comfort Xinxingyue, making Xinxingyue believe that all the mistakes were caused by Senior Qin, and that it was his overly charming charm that caused all these mistakes. Oh my God! Senior Qin is the real one. So touching. In order to help others get out of the shadows, he even took the blame himself. He clearly didn't do anything bad, but in the name of fate, he took the blame for harming the fairy. Jiang Zishi was almost crying. She thought to herself, Senior Qin is so kind, he is worthy of being the man I like. He's so good to Xinxingyue. If I get closer to him, it will definitely be better for me. Besides, Senior Qin has no relatives in this world anymore. He's so pitiful. From now on, I will give Senior Qin more love. I will be his little wife, caring for him meticulously, loving him, and not letting him suffer any grievances. Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 62. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to view. A system prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin ears. Qin was stunned for a moment. Confused. What's going on? Aren't you here to comfort Xinxingyue? Jiang Zishi, why are you joining in the fun? Did I just say something? What happened to the sudden 10-point increase in intimacy? What is she imagining? Jiang Zishi, you are a goddess. Be more reserved. Qin felt like he was about to break apart. If this continues, I'm afraid he won't have to do anything, and Jiang Zishi will be able to conquer her to 100 points of intimacy by herself. Qin. At this time, Xinxingyue spoke. The information she received was completely different from Jiang Zishi's. After hearing Qin Yi's words, although she felt it was a bit nonsensical, she believed it 90% in her heart. Being less unconvinced is what Qin Yi meant by helping you improve your strength. Miss Qingyue, please cheer up and stop crying. It's really not your fault. Don't punish yourself with other people's mistakes. Qin Yi grabbed her hand, held it tightly, and encouraged her. Xin Qingyue's mood was still complicated. But looking at Qin Yi's sincere eyes, she nodded slightly. I'm fine, thank you for saying this. Seeing that she was finally getting better, Qin Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I have ordered Ling Chong and others to keep their mouths shut. They won't say anything nonsense. Tomorrow morning, you will still be the pure and detached fairy Shin. Qin Yi said. Xin Qingyue's eyes moved, and she found that her hand was being held tightly, and a hint of shame flashed across her face. She pulled her hand away imperceptibly, shaking her head. I'm not some fairy, just an ordinary person. Qin Yi, what you just said, that fateful connection, is there any way to sever it? This. Qin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Then what should I do? Xin Qingyue was in a dilemma. I promised Master that I would sever my worldly ties after leaving the mountain and continue to follow her in cultivation. But you. I feel like you're a good person. If I kill you, my conscience will be uneasy. Kill me? Qin Yi was stunned. Does this mean that her original purpose of coming down the mountain was to kill him? Jiang Zishi was also stunned. So scared. What do you want to do to my brother Qin? Jiang Zishi quickly protected Qin Yi behind her and said to Xin Qingyue warily, Miss Shin, my brother Qin is so good to you. In order to protect your innocence, he endured it all afternoon and didn't enter your body. Do you know how painful and tormenting that kind of thing is for a man? With so many experts here today, he's the only one who can keep the peace and save your face. He even started making up stories, telling lies, and talking about fate just to appease you. Such a kind man, who always thinks of you, you must not hurt him. Otherwise, you will be ungrateful, cruel, repaying kindness with enmity, and you will be a bad woman. With 62 points of intimacy, Jiang Zishi's feelings for Qin Yi have reached the level of deep affection, which is deeper than the feelings of many real couples. She would never allow anyone to hurt Qin Yi, not even to glare at him. Anyone who glared at him would have their eyes gouged out. Xin Qingyue was accused by Jiang Zishi and lowered her head in guilt. She said weakly, I just thought so before I went down the mountain. Now I have given up. I will not hurt Qin Yi. She also felt quite aggrieved. Qin Yi was really nice to her, very gentlemanly and caring. But if it weren't for Qin Yi, she wouldn't have encountered these things when she went down the mountain. All in all, Qin Yi is a bad guy and a disaster. But she really couldn't do it. Okay. Qin Yi was almost confused by the two people's completely different ideas. He said to Xin Qingyue, Miss Qingyue, you should have a good rest and stop having random thoughts. If you are unhappy staying in Wuya City, then go back to Tsongshuan sect. If we are destined to meet again in the future, we will meet again. Then he said to Jiang Zishi, Shir, stop imagining nonsense. You fought so many battles today and you must be very tired. Go back to sleep quickly. Oh. Both women nodded. This matter is over. No one delved into the concept of fate or anything like that. Jiang Zishi felt that the thing was just nonsense Qin Yi made up to fool girls, and it was fake. Xin Qingyue didn't dare to delve into it further. She was afraid that in the end, she would find out that she was destined to marry Qin Yi as a concubine. If that happened, she would not know what to do. Anyway, let us end the topic here and go back to our rooms and sleep. Xin Qingyue wiped the remaining tears from her face and said a little embarrassedly, just now. I made you laugh. Qin Yi smiled, it's okay, it's normal for girls to cry. Fairies are also girls. I'm not a crybaby. Xin Qingyue pursed her lips. Ha ha. Seeing her expression of a wronged young wife, Qin Yi was very happy. Let's go back to bed first, see you tomorrow. Oh, and here's your return. Qin Yi pulled Jiang Zishi and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he remembered that he still had a bottle of pills in his hand, so he stuffed it into Xin Qingyue's hand. When Xin Qingyue saw the familiar pill bottle, her pretty face suddenly changed. I don't want it. This isn't mine. She threw the pill bottle out as if by reflex, and it fell to the ground. This bottle is surprisingly resistant to falling. It is a treasure bottle specially refined by a powerful person of high realm. It cannot be broken at all. Qin Yi curled his lips, really? It's very expensive. No. I don't want to die. Shen Xingyue sternly refused. Xin Yi thought for a moment, glanced at Jiang Zishi beside him, and said, then. I'll take it? Jiang Zishi's intimacy level is already 62. At this rate, it will probably reach 100 in a few days. By then, even if he doesn't ask, this bold little girl will take the initiative to push him down. Lust pills and the like can be used to add interest to the bedroom between couples in the future. 3,000 taels of silver for 1 grain, well worth it. He had seen it once before. Fairy Shen, after taking the lust pill, was a completely different person. She. Ugh. I can't describe it, it's killing me. This kind of good stuff is not expensive at 30,000 taels per pill for the goddess to eat. Take it, it's so annoying. Shen Xingyue's face turned red again. When she mentioned the lust pill, she remembered the shameful words she had said after taking the pill. Xin Yi must remember. In front of him, he will never be able to raise his head. Thank you, fairy. We won't bother you anymore. Xin Yi happily picked up the pill bottle and left holding Jiang Zishi's hand. Shen Xingyue watched the two of them leave, pouting in displeasure. She couldn't tell what made her unhappy. It seems that the desire pill is too disgusting. It seems like there is some other reason. Chapter 042, Just Cowardly 5 More. On the way back, Xin Yi felt a little depressed. This Shen Xingyue, why doesn't her intimacy level increase? She accepted it even though I coaxed her, so why didn't she react at all? Even if you're a fairy who doesn't care about the mundane world, you should at least show some appreciation, right? Something like +1 intimacy would be fine. Not adding anything at all, it's very frustrating. Oh, it's too difficult to conquer this fairy. I'm afraid that in the future I can only rely on upgrading cards to build up intimacy. Xin Yi thought. Then he hugged the obedient little goddess Jiang Zishi and walked into the house. This is the standard template. Her imagination is so strong that you don't need to spend too much time studying her ideas. She can convince herself and the intimacy between us will increase rapidly. The intimacy level has leaped again tonight, and Xin Yi has more cultivation points to claim, and it's 400 points in one go. But he was not in a hurry. After returning to the room, he coaxed Jiang Zishi to sleep first. This young lady is really exhausted today. Not to mention fighting so many battles. When he finally had a chance to rest after taking a shower at night, he was disturbed by that group of people and had to run to comfort Shen Xingyue. Now that she was finally completely free, she felt weak all over and had to rely on Qin Yi's support to walk. Brother Qin. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Zishi said to Qin Yi, "Can I sleep on the bed tonight?" After the intimacy reached 60, she became bolder. This was no longer an active attack, but rather a bombardment of Qin Yi's position with bombers. A man with poor self-control simply can't get through it. But Qin Yi can. Didn't I just say that we can wait until we're not busy for a few days? He was a little reluctant. Because he used the convenience of the system to get Jiang Zishi, it always felt like his methods were despicable. Of the 62 intimacy points, 10 points are the initial value given for drawing cards, and 20 points are rewards for upgrading. In terms of true emotions, it is actually only 32 points, just reaching the level of mutual affection. I just want to hold you to sleep, Jiang Zishi said in a soft voice. Then, regardless of whether Qin Yitong agreed or not, she pushed him onto the bed and lay down with him. Why? The bed was a little hard, but the young lady was very soft, delicate, and boneless. Qin Yi looked at Jiang Zishi's beautiful girlish face and his heart beat inexplicably faster. Looking closely, she is so beautiful, every inch of her skin is flawless, and there is no flaw in her. Each eyebrow is so soft and smooth. Oh, she doesn't even need to draw her eyebrows, she is born with a pair of beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows. Jiang Zishi's clothes were a little loose, her 3,000 black hair were scattered, and her whole body exuded a charming aura. She also looked at Qin Yi, and seeing that he was somewhat obsessed with her beauty, she smiled happily, opened her cherry lips, and said, "Brother Qin, do you want to kiss Sheer?" As she said this, she closed her eyes, looking as if she was ready to be picked. Can Qin Yi tolerate this situation? He immediately pounced on her and bit the young lady. The lights were dim and a chaotic noise was heard in the house. After a while, Qin Yi pushed Jiang Zishi away, panting, lay down with his eyes closed, and silently recited the Taoist Bingxinju. There was no way, his willpower was limited, and he would lose control of himself if he kissed for a few more seconds. Jiang Zishi lay beside him, holding her face with her hands, her legs swaying gently in the air, smiling happily. Brother Qin is so shy. You're such a coward. You didn't even dare to reach out your hand. You pulled it back after touching it. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're a little tired. Sheer is at the tyrant body realm, so her body recovers quickly. Each of her words was like a fairy spell, trying to tempt Qin Yi to go a step further and do something that a child should not do. Qin Yi was in a very conflicted mood. On the one hand, he was happy to be close to such an outstanding woman, but on the other hand, he felt regretful that he was not good enough and strong enough. He thought to himself, this little devil is so bad, even after I said no, she kept sending out temptation signals. If it really happens in the future, I must torment her all night and let her know how powerful Brother Qin is. Jiang Zishi teased him for a while, and seeing that he was still lying there motionless, the smile on her lips became more and more obvious. She thought to herself, Brother Qin is really nice, he must love me so much that he doesn't want to hurt me. This big fool, doesn't he know that when a girl takes the initiative, the best response is to bravely respond? She wasn't afraid of losing her virginity at all. As long as this person was Brother Qin, even without a wedding ceremony or any other ceremony, she would willingly give herself up. No worries or hesitations, only happiness. Because her Brother Qin is so perfect. Big idiot. Jiang Zishi was really tired. After teasing for a long time without any response, she kissed Qin Yi lightly on the face and lay down to sleep. She didn't sleep on the floor tonight. She relaxed and slept directly with Qin Yi. She slept inside and Qin Yi slept outside. With such a reliable and caring man by her side, she felt that she would have a good dream tonight. Maybe there will be more intimate interactions in dreams. Ha! Qin Yi felt relieved when he saw that she was finally quiet. This kind of thing is really hard to bear. He also thought about giving up and eating Jiang Zishi directly. But after thinking about it, I always feel that it is too fast. After all, we've only known each other for a few days. Maybe she was just impulsive, and after a while the novelty would wear off, and if there was no system at work, she would slowly calm down. And besides, in short, he is a coward. Yes. He is a coward. He doesn't dare. When meeting a woman who is too perfect, many men will become timid and cowardly, feeling that they are not worthy of her, and then unable to bear to destroy her perfection. In fact, Qin Yi himself knew that this was not harm, but what Jiang Zishi wanted in her heart. There was no need to impose so many restrictions on himself. But I still can't get over it in my heart. Only when you become truly strong and have the ability to protect her, can you possess her with peace of mind? Sleep, sleep. Qin Yi glanced at the goddess who was sleeping in the same bed with him. He felt a little depressed, but more satisfied. He closed his eyes and prepared to fall asleep. After a while, a hand and a leg reached out and rested on him. His knee happened to hit his brother. Qin Yi looked at the ceiling inside. This little goblin. Kill her sooner or later. There was a fairy sleeping in the same bed with me. Her arm was resting on my head, my chest was hugged by her, and my lower body was pressed by one of her legs. Sleeping is really hard. Qin Yi had no choice but to open the system to divert his attention. Receive your cultivation rewards. He collected the joint reward after the intimacy breakthrough. 400 points of cultivation were injected into the host's information page, bringing his cultivation balance to 499 points. The improvement of each small realm in Gangchi realm is 100 points. Qin Yi advanced 3 levels in a row, from the early stage of Gangchi to the early stage of Bati realm. With the deduction of 300 points of cultivation, a huge torrent of energy suddenly surged out of his body and flowed into his limbs and bones. Qin Yi clearly felt the growth of his physical strength. His body became stronger and much more ferocious than before. He felt that he could throw a car hundreds of meters away with one hand. Although he has no true energy to use, his current body in the Tyrant Body realm has already surpassed Xinqingyue, who is in the late Tyrant Body realm. And it's not just a little bit beyond that. If they were to engage in actual combat, he felt that Xinqingyue would find it difficult to hurt him without a sword, and Jiang Zishi would be even more difficult. This is the benefit of only strengthening the body. However, Qin Yi's strength is still not that strong, because the current goddess card resources are enough for Jiang Zishi to directly leap to the Wanxiang realm. He is only in the early stage of Tyrant Body realm, and is not strong enough for the young lady to deal with. Host, Qin Yi. Current realm, early hegemony realm. Current cultivation, 199 200. Next realm, mid-stage tyrant realm. Entering the hegemonic body realm, as expected, he only needs 1 point of cultivation to upgrade. Now the cultivation required for each level has increased to 200 points, and it is more difficult to upgrade. Unless Jiang Zishi never leaves him. Chapter 043. The fairy can't sleep at night. That night, Jiang Zishi slept soundly, and her dreams were full of happy things. Qini felt a little uncomfortable, holding a young lady in his arms. He wanted to move but didn't dare to, for fear of causing trouble. He didn't fall asleep until midnight. Xinxingyue in the other yard didn't sleep at all. Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't control her random thoughts. Fate, traitor, lust pill, master, Qini, big liar. One factor after another kept running through her mind. She recalled the scene of being bullied by Qini in the cellar, and then she wondered why her master had the lust pill. I think too much and feel a splitting headache. In the 23 years since I was born, all my worries combined are not as many as I have today. Xinxingyue tossed and turned, not feeling sleepy at all. Qini. Humph, you're a big liar pretending to be a senior. I won't just obey fate or anything like that. But at that time, he was so gentle, even his breathing was soft. He also told me not to move, otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. But then he used my hand again. Oh, how embarrassing. What will he do if he takes the lust pill? Give it to Jiang Zishi? She's still so young, she can't eat that. Thinking about it carefully, the feeling after taking the pill doesn't seem that bad. He was just trying to coax me. He takes all the responsibilities on himself. He is a responsible man. But he lied. Well, you used your lying identity to help me cover up the embarrassing incident. That's quite courageous. Whoa, I'm done. My heart is unstable, master. Xinxingyue tossed and turned while hugging the quilt, feeling shy and angry at times, her whole body almost twisted into a knot. It was late at night and she still couldn't fall asleep. Later, I simply stopped lying down and went to the yard to get some fresh air wearing a thin dress. Looking up at the sky, the moonlight is beautiful, the sky is clear, and the stars are sparse. Xinxingyue, how are you going to survive this mortal world? Master's cultivation has stagnated because of men. I can't be like her. Humph, wicked master, you actually hid that kind of medicine and killed me. Qini, this guy, ah. Outside the house, with the cool breeze blowing, her mind was not as confused as before. Thinking of Qini, the two of them had only met for more than a day, but they were already entangled. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that Qini was actually a pretty good person. Although his cultivation level is not high and he pretends to be a senior to deceive people, he is kind by nature and responsible, and is not comparable to the conventional liar. Stay in the Jiang clan for the next few days. I need to think carefully about how to deal with this fate. Xinxingyue's purpose of going down the mountain was for Qini, so of course she would not leave so easily. There is no point in leaving until things are completely resolved. Because even if she escapes this time, fate will make her meet Qini again. Only after completely cutting it off can the six senses be pure. But no one stipulates that one must cut off all worldly ties in order to cultivate immortality. If you really can't figure it out, just let it go. Being married is not a shameful thing. Many saints from famous families have their own destinations. As long as he is strong enough. Qini. Xinxingyue murmured Qini's name, and the scene in the cellar appeared in her mind again. Her face flushed, and she waved her fist at the air in front of her. Bad guy, you disturbed my sweet dream, I'm going to hit you. Then he realized that this was the Jiang clan's residence, not the Song Xian sect's retreat, and there might be maids watching around. His face turned even redder all of a sudden. He looked around timidly, and after making sure that there was no one around, he ran back to his room dejectedly and forced himself to sleep with the quilt between his legs. At the same time, a voice popped up in Qini's mind while he was already asleep. Ding! Xinxingyue's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 35. However, he was sleeping soundly with the eldest lady in his arms and did not notice the change at all. The next day, Qini was woken up by Jiang Zishi early in the morning before the sun rose. Brother Qin, you are pressing my hair. Jiang Zishi's voice was very gentle, as if she couldn't bear to disturb him. She grabbed her hair and carefully pulled it off the pillow. Qini opened his eyes and saw her lovely appearance, and his heart was moved. Sheer. Good morning. He stood up slightly and let her black hair go free. Good morning, Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi casually gathered her hair behind her head, then pounced on Qin Yi and kissed him on the face several times quickly like a woodpecker. What are you doing so early in the morning? Qin Yi asked with a smile. Nothing. I found Brother Qin erecting the flagpole early in the morning, but I couldn't satisfy you, so I made it up to you with a kiss. Jiang Zishi explained. Well. Qin Yi was embarrassed for a moment, and then he realized his condition, and his old face turned slightly hot. Well, don't you want to practice for a while? Go ahead. He quickly changed the subject. Jiang Zishi smiled even more happily. Brother Qin is so shy, so cute. Then she hugged him and pecked him a few more times. Looking at the eldest lady of the Jiang clan up close, Qin Yi felt extremely satisfied. Jiang Zishi, who was born as a cultivator, is completely different from ordinary people. She is stunningly beautiful without makeup, and her face will not be greasy when she wakes up in the morning. She is always so fresh and elegant, and always maintains the beautiful appearance of a goddess. You won't find such a person on earth even with a lantern. But here, it is so close. You annoying little goblin. Qin Yi was so choked by her pecks that he stood up and hugged her, holding her in his arms and giving her a big kiss, while also satisfying his desire to touch her. Jiang Zishi didn't expect that the shy Brother Qin would actually take the initiative, and was kissed so long that his whole body felt limp. After a while, her pretty face turned red, and she pushed Qin Yi away and ran away. When he ran to the door, he said, Brother Qin, your skills are not very proficient. You need to practice more. Qin Yi reflected deeply on himself. I just hit my tooth. My technique definitely needs improvement. Oh, how could I be so careless? Will she look down on me? Will it make her feel that Brother Qin is not living a good life and lower her expectations? Really? Never mind, there's no shame in admitting I'm an idiot. I have no experience to begin with, so pretending to be an expert would be out of place. Qin Yi put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Jiang Zishi had her long hair loose as she sat in meditation, while the maids were busy watering the flowers and bringing her breakfast. It seemed that everyone was busy with something. He didn't want to just sit there doing nothing, so he took out a book on Jiang clan martial arts and read through it. The system can only give him a basic strength foundation, but he has to learn martial arts skills on his own. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang clan, Jiang Zishi naturally has a lot of secret books collected in her house, enough for him to study for a long time. The ultimate skill from the Demon Subduing Sutra, the 8-armed Demon Subduing Fist. Rough, wild, domineering. Yeah, not bad, quite suitable for a reckless man like me. Qin Yi didn't want to be a reckless man, but the system only gave him physical strength, so he had to be reckless. He followed the instructions in the secret book and performed the 8-armed demon suppressing fist in the open space in the yard. I thought it was just the level of Tai Chi practiced by the old men in the park. Unexpectedly, when he started to move, he could faintly hear the roar of some ferocious beast between the movements of his fists and feet. Fuck, am I so powerful? Qin Yi was a little surprised. After a round of punches, his body seemed to be wrapped in an extremely domineering aura. Several maids who had finished their work were looking at him. When he used the last move, Qin Yi couldn't help but point his fist at a rockery in the pond and release his power through the air. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous force penetrated the space for more than 10 meters and blew the rockery into powder. Along with it, a turtle lying on the base of the rockery was reduced to ashes. Wow! Amazing! Young Master Qin is so powerful. The maids uttered perfunctory exclamations. They knew that Qin Yi was the ancestor and he definitely had more tricks up his sleeve, but they had to create the right atmosphere. The sound of the rockery collapsing startled Jiang Zishi. She stopped practicing, looked at Qin Yi, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said, Brother Qin, if you continue to unlock a new realm every day, you'll reach the profound law realm tomorrow and be even more powerful than me. Then you'll reach the postnatal Wanxiang realm, the great postnatal Jindan realm. Then you won't be able to pretend to be young anymore. Lift the ban? Qin Yi was stunned. He was speechless and said, I didn't suppress my strength. This is all I have. I definitely won't be able to reach the Fashuan realm tomorrow, and it's even more impossible to reach the Wanxiang or Jindan realms so quickly. Oh, I understand, you hope Sierra can protect you for a while longer. Jiang Zishi still stubbornly believed that he was a super strong man. Xini was completely at a loss. This silly girl has such a strong imagination that she doesn't even believe the truth now. Chapter 044. What realm is he in? After breakfast, Xini and Jiang Zishi left the courtyard together. When he went out, Shen Xingyue happened to come out too. She looked like she hadn't gotten enough sleep and looked a little listless. "Miss Shen, are you going to the martial arts training ground today?" Jiang Zishi greeted. Shen Xingyue subconsciously cast a glance over. The moment she saw Qin, her eyes flashed with panic. She quickly averted her gaze and replied, "It's all right. I don't have anything else to do." "Oh, then let's go together," Jiang Zishi said, and the three of them walked towards the Jiang clan's gate together. Xini felt that Fairy Shen was acting strangely today, as if she was deliberately avoiding him. They had made everything clear last night, and he hadn't pestered or made things difficult for her. He had even taken on the source of her shame, the lust pill. He really couldn't understand what she was hiding from. Maybe this is a fairy, it's just hard to get close to her. What he didn't know was that Shen Xingyue didn't dare to see him at this moment simply because of embarrassment. Last night, after Shen Xingyue returned to her room, she still couldn't sleep. She squeezed the quilt tightly and tried to sleep, but while squeezing it, she accidentally touched a switch and remembered what happened in the cellar. As if possessed by a ghost, she replayed in her mind what Xini had done to her at that time and reviewed it, herself. Throughout the whole process, she was thinking about Qin, so when they met this morning, she immediately felt ashamed and embarrassed, feeling as if she had flirted with Qin. But it's okay. As long as she doesn't say it, no one will know. "Hey, Qin you." After a while, Shen Xingyue suddenly exclaimed. She suddenly discovered that Qin's aura had jumped from the early stage of Gangqi to the early stage of Tyrant Body. Such a huge leap happened overnight, it's incredible. Especially since everyone went to bed late last night, it was already late at night when Qin left her place. From the time they separated to the time they met again, it was less than 4 hours in total. In such a short time, it is impossible to improve your realm even by taking elixirs. After all, it takes time to transform the effect of the medicine. It takes at least 2 days of meditation to reach a higher realm. Shen Xingyue can be said to be an expert in cultivation. With the guidance of a master in the Jindan realm, she knows a lot. Her surprise made Jiang Zishi feel a little proud. Jiang Zishi raised her chin. "Miss Shen, just get used to it. My brother Qin is an unparalleled genius. Yesterday he was in the Gangqi realm, the day before yesterday he was in the Hualong realm, and the day before yesterday he was in the Xiuhu realm. A new realm every day is normal." Everyone knows that Qin is the ancestor of the Jiang clan, and she also firmly believes that Qin is an old senior with extremely high cultivation. Speaking of genius, he was just cooperating with Qin to pretend to be a young man. But in Shen Xingyue's opinion, this is not the case. This kind of talent is more than just a genius, it's simply a monster. She murmured. She was absolutely confident that Qin was not the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Not to mention anything else, just based on that day in the cellar. Qin's performance was not like that of a powerful inscription realm expert. She knew very well that Qin was really improving his realm day by day, instead of using his strong cultivation to cover up his aura and adjust the strength of his aura at will. This is too terrifying. She has been practicing for so many years and has never heard of anyone being able to improve so much overnight, and it happens every day. She had never witnessed the tiger jumping and transforming into a dragon, but she could understand it as taking a magical medicine and suddenly increasing her physical strength. She had experienced the transformation into a dragon and the jumping of the Gangqi realm. The night before, they came back from the cellar together, and when Qin woke up, he was already in the early stage of the Gangqi realm. And last night. This must be an illusion, right? Shen Xingyue thought to herself. She speculated in her heart, perhaps Qin has some means of simulating auras. Sometimes he simulates it to be at the inscription realm to intimidate the strong and deceive the little girl. And sometimes, he simulates it to be a weaker aura to pretend to be low-key. In fact, his actual realm should be the dragon transformation realm, otherwise he wouldn't have been in the cellar that day. That's for sure. This bad guy lies to people every day. He is so hateful. The three of them came to the martial arts training ground together. Today was the same as yesterday, with Jiang Chengxian still presiding over the affairs, leaving the family affairs to the elders. Speaking of which, Jiang Chengxian has had a pretty good time these past few days. In the past, the 5 elders would enjoy the flowers and walk the birds every day, calling it seclusion. He has to do all the important matters of the family by himself, which makes him extremely tired. Now that the ancestor has come out of seclusion, the 5 elders dare not be lazy anymore. They are all very diligent, as if they were 500 years younger. With them sharing the pressure, clan leader Jiang Changxian naturally had a lot more free time. Next. Jiang Changxian presided over the competition leisurely. On the other side, Shen Xingyue, who was sitting on Qin Yi's right, was a little absent-minded, thinking about all sorts of things. "Miss Shen," Qin Yi called her. Shen Xingyue turned her head and looked at him. "What's the matter?" Qin Yi said, "Sheer's opponents today seem quite strong. Why don't you let her rest for a while and warm up? After all, Jiang Zishi is only in the early stage of the tyrant body realm. Even with the Jiang clan's unique skills, he is still only considered to be at an average level in the entire tyrant body realm, and it is impossible for him to defeat everyone. But Shen Xingyue is different. She is already in the late stage of tyrant body realm and has received the true teachings of Linguan Daozuan, a master in the core formation realm. She is almost invincible among those in the same realm. If she is willing to play, the probability of getting card draws will increase a lot." Shen Xingyue shook her head and said, "No, this is Miss Jiang's business. Aren't you going to use this opportunity to help her accumulate potential and improve her cultivation? If I go up, what's the point?" "All right." Qin Yi thought about it, and it seemed that Shen Xingyue's reason for going to the ring was not sufficient. For now, he only wants to train Jiang Zishi to fight against the upcoming powerful demonic enemy. Even if Shen Xingyue went to the arena, she would just be a tool to earn the chance to draw cards, and no resources could be allocated to her improvement. It's just a pity that those opponents in the late stage of the tyrant body realm will not have the chance to draw cards. I'm also in the tyrant body realm, and I feel pretty strong. But unfortunately, I have no reason to go on stage. Qin Yi thought to himself. When he was practicing boxing in the morning, he had a hunch that with his physical strength, he might be able to defeat Jiang Zishi. Fighting in the ring is not a fight of life and death. The strength of the physical body can be fully utilized in the ring, and close combat has huge advantages. But the purpose of holding the arena competition is to let Jiang Zishi fight and become stronger. Qin Yi's 2 identities, whether he is the ancestor or the young master Qin, have no reason to go on stage. The people of Woya City are so simple-minded. They just believe me when someone says I'm the ancestor. Why doesn't anyone question my identity or challenge me? After his strength reached the hegemony body realm, Qin Yi became a little inflated. Before, I hoped that no one would pay attention to me, but now I hope someone will come to practice with me. He sat bored in his seat watching Jiang Zishi spar with the challengers. At this time, several people from the Jiang clan came down from the stage. The 2 leaders were Jiang Yunji and Jiang Xuehan. Chapter 045 Expose him. An hour ago, Jiang Yunji was feeling melancholy in the pavilion in his yard. There was a painting hanging in front of him. In the painting, there was a humanoid creature, thin and small, with strange features and a weird smile. This is Jiang Zishi abstract version. Although the painting skills are average, it is the result of Jiang Yunji's painstaking efforts over the past 2 days using his memory and hands. Anyway, abstract art doesn't have to be too realistic, as long as the meaning is conveyed. Sister Zishi should be up by now, right? I wonder if she slept well last night. How will the ancestor bully her? Will she not even have the strength to get out of bed? Alas, my poor sister Zishi is being toyed with by an old man who is over 3,000 years old. A gorgeous ivory bed, a cold jade pillow, a delicate flower with cow dung. My sister Zishi, woo-woo. Jiang Yunji looked at the Jiang Zishi he had drawn, and his eyes became moist unconsciously. At this time, a person came in from outside. It's Jiang Xuehan. Brother Yunji, how can you still have the patience to stay here? Your sister Zishi has been taken away by someone and has been sleeping in the same room with you for 3 nights. Stop talking. Where else can I go if not here? Jiang Yunji looked bitter. You're so stupid. Go get her back. Look at me, do I look like I can snatch it? You don't think that Qin Yi is really the ancestor, do you? What do you mean? Hearing Jiang Xuehan's words, Jiang Yunji, who was originally sentimental, immediately jumped up with a start. Jiang Xuehan said, I've conducted an in-depth investigation over the past 2 days. Qin Yi is not a master at all. Otherwise, how could he have been captured and detained for a whole day? If the elders hadn't rescued him, he might have been beaten to death. This reason is not sufficient. Zhang Yunji shook his head. Jiang Xuehan continued, then tell me, why hasn't he taken action? He doesn't possess the pressure of a powerful being, nor does he possess the aura of a powerful being. He's even never done anything like rewarding a junior with elixirs, treasures, or mental skills. Would a true ancestor be like this? This. Jiang Yunji frowned slightly. Jiang Xuehan continued, think about it again. What kind of person was the old ancestor before? Although we haven't met him, the Jiang clan's rules clearly state that the old ancestor was extremely violent, his moods were clearly visible, and he loved to bully and humiliate women. Every time he went out of the mountains, he would toy with dozens of women to death. How could such a demonic person become the gentle Qi Ni just because of Zhang Zishi? But Jiang Yunji frowned even deeper, subconsciously wanting to refute, but he didn't know where to start. Jiang Xuehan also said, don't even mention that Zhang Zishi's outstanding talent and beauty attracted him. The ancestor has lived for 3,000 years, what kind of women has he not seen? There are historical rumors that he once dared to play with the queen of the second generation of the Snow Country Lord, and directly humiliated her in public in the court. In his eyes, all women are playthings, and there is absolutely no way he can change his character. What you said makes some sense, but Zhang Yunji wanted to say, everyone believes in him, why should we doubt him? Zhang Xuehan asked, Brother Yunji, didn't you attack him that day? How did he react? This. Zhang Yunji thought about it. That time he attacked Qi Ni, although he was stopped by Zhang Zishi, but there seemed to be some panic in Qi Ni's eyes. A truly strong person shouldn't be like this. Even if you go out as a young man, the demeanor of a strong man will not change. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunji's mind became active. Sister Xuehan, your analysis does make sense. Could it be that Qi Ni is a fake? He clenched his fists. Thinking of Zhang Zishi being toyed with for 4 days and 3 nights, it felt like a knife was cutting his heart repeatedly, causing him terribly pain. Zhang Xuehan said, that's most likely the case. I suspect he's an ordinary person who strayed into the Zhang clan's forbidden land and pretended to be the ancestor to survive. Zhang Zishi's sudden surge in strength was her own opportunity. The two of them have a common interest, so it makes perfect sense for them to team up to deceive the Zhang clan's top brass. The real ancestor must still be in seclusion in the Forbidden Land and hasn't come out at all. This is what she has been thinking about for the past 2 days. She was slapped twice that day and she still holds a grudge against me. She couldn't slap back at her great-grandfather, but she wanted to get back at the humiliation inflicted by Zhang Zishi and Qi Ni. These two people deceived everyone in the Zhang clan. Their crimes are heinous. Let's bring some experts with us to expose them. Jiang Xuehan suggested. Zhang Yunji was very tempted. But he thought about it and shook his head, saying, don't act rashly. Qi Ni's identity is almost undoubted by anyone now. If you act rashly, you will be severely punished by the elders and clan leaders. So what does Brother Yunji mean? Zhang Yunji looked at the sky and said, they will go to the martial arts training ground today, and the clan leader will also be there. It's in public there, and as long as someone attacks Qi Ni's disguise will naturally be exposed. Then we will stand up and explain everything to the clan leader. Jiang Xuehan nodded slightly. Brother Yunji is really thoughtful. In front of everyone, as long as Qi Ni is knocked down, no matter how they explain, it will be useless. Qi Ni will be executed on the spot, and that little bitch Zhang Zishi, humph, she will definitely be punished too. Don't talk about Sister Zishi like that. When Zhang Yunji heard her scolding Zhang Zishi, he said unhappily, Sister Zishi is innocent. She just wanted to survive. She did nothing wrong. But that Qi Ni, how dared to bully my sister Zishi? I must kill him with my own hands. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, let's go find some people at the peak of the tyrant body realm. The two of them immediately joined together and left the courtyard. At this moment, on the stage, Zhang Zishi had fought more than 10 games in a row and was a little tired. She was just about to go down and rest for a while when a figure suddenly jumped onto the ring. Miss, I'll also take a beating and earn 100 taels of silver to spend. The newcomer was a top-tier tyrant body realm expert in his 60s, emitting an aura far stronger than Zhang Zishi's. Just standing there, he gave off a rock-solid aura. Senior Beiyan. When Zhang Zishi saw this person, he immediately bowed as a junior. Zhang Beiyan, nearly 200 years old, is of strong build and is of about the same generation as the clan leader Zhang Chengxian. Although his aptitude and strength are not as strong as Zhang Chengxian, he has been stuck at the peak of the tyrant body realm for 100 years. His combat effectiveness is also very good. He has almost no rivals in the same realm. Even many people in the early stage of the profound law realm may not be able to defeat him. This person is too strong. Sheer is no match for him. Qini knew the gap between the two sides by looking at their momentum, and Zhang Zishi had no hope of winning. Zhang Beiyan smiled and said, "Miss, please teach me." "Then get ready." He did not rush to attack because he was well prepared and had something planned in his mind, so he could not be impatient. After all, there was Jiang Chengxian sitting next to him. If he attacked Qini hastily, he would be easily stopped. "Let's start," Jiang Chengxian announced. Zhang Zishi didn't hesitate and said, "Please give me some advice." Then he exhaled his true energy, turning it into a sharp blade and attacking Zhang Beiyan. Chapter 046. He is really the ancestor. Zhang Beiyan handled it easily and with ease. He did not attack, but kept dodging and defending, consuming Jiang Zishi's true energy and physical strength. Below the stage, Zhang Yunji and Zhang Xuehan nodded secretly. Zhang Xuehan, Senior Beiyan, is one of the strongest people in the tyrant body realm in Woya City. With him around, Zhang Zishi can't win this fight. Zhang Yunji, well, just watch and don't talk. The patriarch was right next to them, so they didn't dare say too much, otherwise it would be bad if they were discovered. Zhang Beiyan was one of the masters invited by the two. He had a good relationship with Zhang Yunji's lineage and agreed to test Qini as long as he was given a rare medicinal herb. There are two more people like this in the audience, and their strength is not much different from Zhang Beiyan. Even if Zhang Beiyan fails, they still have a backup plan. Bang bang bang. The battle on the stage gradually became more intense. Zhang Zishi released the Zhang clan's unique skills, and his every move was destructive. The floor of the arena, which had just been repaired last night, was already riddled with holes. Zhang Beiyan resisted for a long time, and seeing that she was gradually losing strength, he smiled in his heart. Here comes the opportunity. The next moment, Zhang Beiyan's figure flashed, avoiding Zhang Zishi's big move, and raised his hand to attack with an iron fist. "No! I can't catch this." Zhang Zishi realized that her fragile body could not withstand Zhang Beiyan's attack, so she immediately pulled away to avoid it. At this moment, Zhang Beiyan and Qini were standing in a straight line. Zhang Zishi was near the edge of the ring, and Qini was less than 20 meters away from her. Zhang Beiyan attacked with all his strength, and his powerful true energy transformed into a tangible golden airflow, rushing out like a ferocious tiger. Zhang Zishi dodged in a hurry, but the power did not weaken at all and rushed straight towards Qini. "It's done!" Zhang Yunji and Zhang Xuehan in the audience were overjoyed, as if they had already seen Qini being beaten to pieces by a punch and dying on the spot. "Fuck, are you messing with me?" Qini was shocked. He didn't expect that while watching the show, he would actually fall into the trap. The golden fist rushed towards him. Although he was surprised, he was not panicked. The pure way of cultivating the physical body made his body extremely tough, and even Zhang Beiyan, who was at the peak of the tyrant body realm, found it difficult to hurt him. Jiang Chengxian on the left was also very calm and did not offer any help. In Jiang Chengxian's eyes, Qini was an ancestor who had experienced a physical transformation at the inscription realm. He could stand still and beat Zhang Beiyan for 3 days and 3 nights without losing a single hair. Zhang Zishi was also not panicked. When she was hiding, she knew that Qini was behind her, but she was not afraid at all, because her senior Qini was invincible in the world. He was only in the hegemony body realm, so even if his attack failed, it would not be a big deal. But one person panicked. Shen Qingyue. She knew Qini's strength. This guy was at most at the dragon transformation realm. The aura of the Gangxi realm and the tyrant body realm he displayed in the past 2 days was different from that of a normal cultivator. It was completely fake. A cultivator at the dragon transformation realm could never withstand a full-strength attack from a peak tyrant body realm cultivator. In her opinion, with this punch, Qini would die miserably with blood and flesh splattered. He was her earthly destiny, a very important shadow in her heart, the first man who had close contact with her and taught her how to be happy. "Don't want!" Shen Qingyue screamed and jumped up reflexively. A surge of true energy burst out from her body, trying to help Qini block the punch. But, a step too slow. No matter how fast she reacted, it was only after she saw the force of the punch. Zhang Beiyan's attack, which had been planned for a long time, was extremely fast. Almost when everyone realized that Qini would be accidentally injured, the golden fist shadow had already appeared in front of Qini. Don't die. Shin Qingyue's mood instantly plummeted. She was still 10 feet away from Qin Yi and it was too late to save him. The next moment. Boom! The punch hit Qin Yi without any waste, hitting his chest completely. The golden airflow engulfed Qin Yi's figure, and the stone seat shattered into powder, with smoke and dust flying. Qin Yi. Shin Qingyue felt as if her heart was pierced by a sword, and she felt a sharp pain in her heart. She did not stop rushing forward, and in the midst of smoke and dust, she pounced on Qin Yi. The audience was stunned. Zhang Beiyan didn't continue to attack, pretending to be panicked, and said, "Ancestor, I didn't mean to do that, I didn't mean to do that." No one paid any attention to him, everyone's eyes were fixed on the place where the smoke and dust were filling. The ancestor of the Zhang clan was attacked by his own juniors? Will he get hurt? No, there shouldn't be any injuries. Then, will he go into a rage and kill people? Could it be that the rumored violent temper of the Zhang clan ancestor has been activated just like that? And, why is Ferishan so nervous? Many people have doubts in their hearts. The dust from the shattered stone chair quickly fell. As the smoke and dust cleared, everyone could see Qin Yi's appearance after the punch. He's totally fine. Even laughing. Ferishan, why are you crying? Qin Yi looked at Shin Qingyue in front of him and couldn't help but asked with a smile. Shin Qingyue hugged him tightly, her eyes red, as if she had experienced something particularly sad. This reaction made Qin Yi a little confused, but at the same time he was very happy. He felt a sense of happiness that came from being cared for. "Ha? Are you okay?" Shin Qingyue was stunned. The man in her arms was safe and sound, only his hair was messed up. She had already prepared herself mentally to accept the fact that Qin Yi was killed, and then she would close her heart and return to the mountains to practice asceticism like her master. It turned out that this guy was not only fine, but also looked at her with a smile. Oops! Shin Qingyue exclaimed in her heart. She was too anxious to pounce on him just now and didn't pay attention to her movements. Now her breasts are pressing on Qin Yi's face. They are even deformed. "No, I'm glad you're okay." She hurriedly let go of her hand and took several steps back. Her eyes were no longer red, but her face was red. Qin Yi was touched by her cute and innocent look. It was obvious that Shin Qingyue rushed over to protect him because she was afraid that he would be beaten to death. The information this fairy obtained was different from others and was closer to the real Qin Yi, so her reaction was different from everyone else. And such a reaction was extremely heartwarming to Qin Yi. He took a look at the intimacy panel and noticed that Shin Qingyue's intimacy with him had risen to 35 points, the level of mutual affection. "Why are you so silly? Am I someone who gets hurt so easily?" Qin Yi said with a smile. I thought. Shin Qingyue muttered, not knowing what to say. She is a little confused now. Is Qin Yi really a master? With such a powerful punch, even if she was hit, she would be seriously injured and it would be impossible for her to be unscathed. The aura Qin Yi displayed was only at the early stage of Tyrant Body Realm, and with such strength, it was impossible for him to take Zhang Baiyan's full-strength punch and remain unharmed. What realm is he in? Is he an old senior? Below the stage, Zhang Yunji and Zhang Xuehan had dazed expressions on their faces. They were stunned when they saw Qin Yi using his chest to take the full-force attack from a peak Tyrant Body Realm expert. Such strength is definitely not what they understand Qin Yi to be able to achieve. Even the aura of the dominant body realm that Qin Yi displayed openly could not withstand it. He really is the ancestor. Really? Zhang Yunji's hands and feet were trembling, and a sense of fear filled his heart, as if his death was approaching. Zhang Xuehan was even more frightened than him. Her legs were shaking and her crotch was wet. Ancestor of the Zhang clan, ancestor of the Zhang clan. Once the real ancestor of the Zhang clan gets angry and knows that it was them who instructed Zhang Beiyan to do this, how will the two of them have a chance to survive? Zhang Yunji is a man, the worst that could happen is that he would be beaten to death. But Zhang Xuehan is a beautiful girl. If the ancestor gets angry, she will. Xuehan, hurry up, let's go. Zhang Yunji's Adam's apple rolled up and down, fear completely enveloped his heart, and he pulled Zhang Xuehan and tried to slip away from the crowd. In the end, he couldn't pull Zhang Xuehan. When I turned around, I saw Zhang Xuehan's legs were tightly clamped together, and her skirt was wet. She was so scared that she became incontinent. Chapter 047 How dare you hit my man 5 more. Qin Yi's attention was not on the stage. Zhang Yunji seized the opportunity and dragged Zhang Xuehan away. On the stage, Zhang Zishi saw that Qin Yi's seat was broken, but he was unharmed, so she asked, "Brother Qin, are you okay?" Qin Yi shook his head slightly. "It's okay, you guys continue, don't worry about me." He looked fine on the surface, but he actually had some minor injuries inside his body. Zhang Baiyan's charged attack was enough to kill a normal Tyrant Body Realm cultivator. Even if his body was very strong, he was still in the early stage of Tyrant Body Realm. It was already very good that he was not seriously injured. The identity of the ancestor would need to be used for some time, so he maintained a calm appearance and endured the slight discomfort in his body without showing it. The two men on the stage did not continue fighting. Zhang Zishi shook her head and said, "Senior Beiyan is too strong. I am no match for him." Zhang Beiyan was sweating profusely. Facing Qin Yi, he felt a fear of impending death. Even if Qin Yi was not angry, he would not dare to move. Zhang Chengxian remained calm. His gaze fell on Zhang Beiyan, and he said calmly, "Then let's call this a draw. Zishi, come down and rest for a while. We'll continue later." "Wait a minute." At this moment, a voice came from the side. Shen Xingyue adjusted herself and came out of her worry, fear and shyness. She looked at Zhang Beiyan on the stage and said, "This senior is very powerful. I would like to spar with him. Please allow me, Chief Jiang." Originally, she didn't want to take action at all. Even if a stronger Tyrant Body Realm appeared, it would have nothing to do with her. But this old man actually hit Qin Yi. This is intolerable. Even if Qin Yi was fine, the scene just now still made her very distressed, so much so that she felt very uncomfortable and angry now, and wanted to find someone to vent her anger on. The punching bag was standing right on the stage, so of course she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Okay, Sheer, come down and let Fairy Shen try." "I thought I couldn't get this single draw," but unexpectedly Shen Xingyue stood up. With Shen Xingyue's strength, she has a great chance of winning even if her opponent is Zhang Beiyan. If she is willing to play a few more games, the number of card draws will increase dramatically. "Oh, okay." Zhang Zishi jumped off the ring and came to Qin Yi. Shen Xingyue stepped forward with her jade feet, her white clothes fluttering, and took over from her. Then he reached out with his right hand, and the magic ring on his finger flashed with a faint light, and he took out a jade white sword from it. "Senior, I am used to using a sword. You should use a weapon as well," she said politely. In fact, I couldn't hold back my urge to beat the old man up. After 2 days of fighting, this was the first time weapons were drawn. Zhang Beiyan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that he had offended Qin Yi by listening to Zhang Yunji's words today, and that the matter was a bit serious. But he didn't dare to run away, so he had to bite the bullet and take out a sword. "Fairy, please teach me." Before Zhang Beiyan could clench his knife, Shen Xingyue couldn't wait to attack. Clang! The sword rang out loudly, and the sword light gushed out, like heavy snow flying in a strong wind, sweeping towards Zhang Beiyan. So strong! Zhang Beiyan quickly exerted all his strength to resist. Shen Xingyue fought fiercely. She used all her strength right from the start. "You stinky old man, you actually dared to attack Qin Yi. Even if it might be unintentional, you still deserve to be beaten. No one is allowed to hurt me before I sever my earthly bond with you. I was scared to death just now. I want to scare you too. Scare you to death. Scare you to tears." Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows were like a snowstorm, overwhelming and pressing towards Zhang Beiyan. Zhang Beiyan was already terrified because he had accidentally injured the ancestor, and he could only exert 70% of his full strength. Facing Shen Xingyue's revengeful intentions, he was able to resist a few times at first, but he soon fell into a complete disadvantage and was unilaterally crushed and beaten. Above the ring, the wind and snow were howling, and the sword light was like moonlight in falling snow, blocking the view. To outsiders, it looked like a dream and extremely beautiful. But in Zhang Baiyan's view, this is a nightmare. Shen Xingyue didn't hurt him, she just scared him, and none of her moves actually hit him. The sword light touched his body but did not cut or stab. Instead, the air blade passed by his ears, cheeks, neck, arms, and other places. Each time, it was full of momentum, as if it wanted to cut him in two with one sword. But every time, they didn't really want to chop him. Zhang Beiyan was terrified. This fairy is so scary. He felt as if he was standing at the gates of hell, with chains tied around his body. He was kicked in and then pulled out, over and over again, dying and coming back to life. "I give up, I give up. Fairy, spare my life, fairy, spare my life. The 200-year-old old man was frightened by Shin Qingyue. He trembled when he spoke, dropped the weapon in his hand and shouted for mercy. Snort! Shin Qingyue was still a little unsatisfied, so she scared him a few more times, and poked Jiang Baiyan's clothes with the tip of her sword repeatedly, finally stopping less than half an inch in front of his eyebrows before she finally stopped. At this distance, she could kill Jiang Baiyan with just a little bit of her true energy. Looking at the tip of the sword in front of him, Jiang Baiyan didn't dare to move. Even Jiang Changxian, who was in charge of hosting the competition, was worried about Jiang Baiyan. He was really afraid that this dog of the Jiang clan would be killed by Shin Qingyue. Jiang Changxian glanced at Qin Yi and Shin Qingyue with mixed emotions, and announced, Shin Qingyue wins this match. Call. Jiang Baiyan breathed a sigh of relief, retreated cautiously, picked up his weapon, jumped off the arena and fled, not even taking the 100 taels of silver. Ding! You and the goddess defeated a late-stage Tyrant Realm opponent together, gaining 1 card draw opportunity. Current remaining number of card draws, 7 times. With Shin Qingyue's victory, Qin Yi received another card drawing reward. There was a cheer from the audience. Fairy Shin is so amazing. So strong. So beautiful. It's a visual feast. The audience didn't quite understand the change in circumstances. Sometimes Jiang Baiyan confronted Jiang Zishi, sometimes Jiang Baiyan accidentally injured the ancestor of the Jiang clan, and sometimes Shin Qingyue came up to bully Jiang Baiyan. Everyone could only guess the reasons and had no idea why. However, you don't need to know the reason. Just enjoy watching it. Shin Qingyue is so powerful and her moves are so beautiful that everyone wants to see it again. Fairy Shin, don't leave, keep fighting. One more round, one more round. Fairy Shin, I'm here to fight you. The crowd started to make a fuss, and several people even jumped onto the stage. Jiang Changxian looked at Qin Yi, Mr. Qin, this. Qin Yi nodded slightly, let her play for a while, it's a good time for Sheer to have a rest. Whether Jiang Zishi wins or Shin Qingyue wins, it's the same to him. In fact, Shin Qingyue might have a greater chance of getting a card draw. Jiang Changxian saw that Shin Qingyue didn't seem to want to step down, so he said, okay, then Fairy Shin Qingyue from the Tsangshuan sect will continue to fight against the Tyrant Body Realm Master. Then he waved his sleeves and pushed the extra people away, leaving only the weakest one. Fairy Shin, I'm using weapons too. The person who stayed behind was a young man in the early stage of Tyrant Body Realm. Seeing how beautiful Shin Qingyue was, he wanted to show himself and make a good impression on the fairy. Shin Qingyue said nothing and waited for him to make the first move. Fairy, please give me some advice. The man used advanced martial arts. However, swish! A flash of sword light passed by, and his special move was directly broken by Shin Qingyue. The tip of the sword stopped in front of his nose, and he could take his life with just a breath of true energy. Ding! You and the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the Tyrant Realm together, and gained 1 card draw opportunity. Current remaining number of card draws, 8 times. The system pops up another prompt. Qin Yi felt happy. In this kind of situation where the opponent can kill instantly with 1 strike, there is no need to judge whether the opponent has tried his best. They can all be killed instantly, no matter if he has hidden tricks or not, it's all the same. As long as it is a flash sale, rewards will be given. Shin Qingyue wins, next one. Shin Qingyue wins. Jiang Changxian continued to host. Shin Qingyue was like an invincible god of war. He would break the opponent's moves with 1 sword and then send them down. Then, he would break the opponent's moves with 1 sword and send them down again. His efficiency was several times faster than Jiang Zishi's. Moreover, she killed the enemy almost instantly every time, and Qin Yi's number of card draws also increased rapidly. By noon, he had already obtained 25 card drawing opportunities, which was comparable to Jiang Zishi's entire day's efforts yesterday. Qin Yi was overjoyed. This Shin Qingyue is really his lucky star. Good fairy, can't let her go. Keep her as a helper, she will definitely be useful. Chapter 048 She is too strong. Shin Qingyue went crazy killing. Qin Yao is going crazy. It was only around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Shin Qingyue had already swept through dozens of Tyrant Body Realm cultivators, earning Qin Yi a large number of card drawing opportunities. She is a god in the realm of hegemony. He is elegant in white clothes, otherworldly and ethereal, holding a jade sword, cold and aloof. No matter who comes on stage, he almost always sweeps across with 1 sword. Even the strongest top-level tyrant body realm expert would not last many rounds in her hands. There was a master with similar strength to Zhang Beiyan who tried to test her. He attacked her in his prime, but was defeated in just 10 moves, not even as long as Zhang Beiyan. This is because Shen Qingyue no longer wants to scare people, she just wants to have a good fight and vent out the unhappiness that has accumulated over the past few days. So it was no longer like the way he teased and frightened Zhang Beiyan just now, and his moves became more fierce. Too strong, too strong. This is the true invincibility in the same realm. The direct disciple of the Jindan Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation. The onlookers at the scene were all amazed by her. This fairy is not only extremely beautiful, but also extremely powerful. Even some people in the early stage of the Fashuan realm felt that they were no match for her. Is there no one left? There are no opponents left in the ring. Shen Qingyue glanced in all directions at the audience with the jade sword in hand, and no one came up to challenge her. Jiang Zishi pouted, looking very unhappy. Brother Qin, they are all my opponents. Look at her. She held Qin Yi's arm and shook it back and forth, feeling very anxious. Without an opponent, she cannot accumulate her potential. If you can't accumulate potential, you won't be able to break through quickly. Shen Qingyue actually snatched her opportunity, how abominable. It's okay, it's all the same. Qin Yi comforted the little goddess. Jiang Zishi became even more unhappy when she heard this, how are they the same? She is her and I am me. I don't want to give it to her. Qin Yi's tone made her panic. She felt Qin Yi's love for Shen Qingyue, and felt a sense of crisis as if she had encountered a strong enemy and her lover was about to be taken away by someone. Qin Yi smiled and said, don't panic. I will not give you any less realm than what you deserve. I also want to see you use the strength of the Jindan realm to sweep away the enemies of the demonic sect and resolve the crisis. Then, what if I have no opponent? Jiang Zishi pouted. Qin Yi said, if there is nothing today, we will see tomorrow. There should be many experts in the city. What if no one comes? I haven't reached my full potential yet. Enough is enough, in fact, it is enough. Seeing that she was about to cry, Qin Yi had no choice but to tell her some good news. Ah? Really? Jiang Zishi was surprised when she heard this. Brother Qin, are you saying that I can already break through the profound law realm? Yeah. Qin Yi nodded. Very good. Only then did Jiang Zishi become happy. At this time, clan leader Jiang Chengxian asked loudly, is there anyone else coming up to challenge? No one responded. The patriarch was also depressed. Last night, the great elder told him the reason why Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi were compatible in physique. He knew that Shen Qingyue and the ancestor were also compatible. Shen Qingyue's performance today was more impressive than Jiang Zishi's, which means Qin Yi will also help Shen Qingyue improve her strength. As a result, the Jiang clan felt like they were experiencing a resource outflow. But the person who made the decision was the ancestor, so even though he was the clan leader, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only endure the depression and continue to preside over the meeting. No one came up from the stage, so the challenge was over. Let's end it here today. If any friends in the Tyrant Body Realm want to challenge you, please come early tomorrow. Jiang Chengxian said loudly. Qin Yi added, those in the early stages of the Fashuan realm can also try it on stage. However, no one in the Xian realm could take action. Because when the Fashuan realm fights the body realm, it is a case of the big bullying the small. If you win, it is not glorious, and if you lose, it is even more embarrassing. Shen Qingyue stole the show, winning more than 50 games in a row. The name of Fei Shue's sword immortal would probably be heard throughout Woya City soon. No one wanted to steal the limelight from her, they just praised and exclaimed in amazement, no one ruined the event. Then let's go. Qin Yi said. Shen Qingyue's anger subsided, she put away the jade sword, and floated back. Let's go back home. Qin Yi said to the two women. Jiang Zishi hugged one of his arms tightly, as if declaring her sovereignty. Shen Qingyue fought for a long time, mainly to vent the frustration in her heart. Her mood had recovered by now. Seeing Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi being so close, she didn't have any special thoughts and walked side by side with them. Fairy Shen was so majestic just now. On the way back, Jiang Zishi couldn't help but say something sarcastic. Shen Qingyue, sorry, Miss Jiang, this should have been your battle, I got addicted to it. Qin Yi tried to smooth things over, it's okay, it's all the same. Jiang Zishi grabbed a piece of flesh from his hand, gritted her teeth and whispered, "It's different, it's different." Seeing that she was unhappy, Shen Xingyue pursed her lips and apologized again. "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I really didn't think that much just now. Anyway, Genie can't really help you improve your cultivation through fighting. How about this? I will compensate you with 10 chi gathering pills, what do you think?" Until now, she still didn't believe that someone could reach a higher level just by fighting. She was a little shaken by the fact that Qini had withstood Jiang Baiyan's attack, but ultimately attributed it to Qini's powerful physique, which was at the peak of the tyrant body realm. As for the physical condition of the dragon transformation realm in the cellar, she thought that Qini's ability in that area was not very good, and was much lower than his physical defense, so it caused misunderstanding. But Jiang Zishi didn't think so. Hearing Shen Xingyue's words, the anger she had been able to suppress suddenly erupted, and she said angrily, "Shut up. Brother Qin is omnipotent, and whatever he says is okay is okay. You stole my opportunity and still say bad things about my brother Qin, that's too much." Shen Xingyue didn't know what to do for a moment. This sentence was said loudly, and passers-by looked over. Everyone didn't understand what was going on and thought the two fairies were arguing over a fight for favor. Passers-by pointed and whispered. Qini felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This was like something was about to start a fire. It must be stopped. He quickly pulled the two women to his side, one in each hand, and said, "Stop arguing. I have my own plans. Come home with me immediately." Then he dragged them towards the Jiang clan's residence without saying a word. Only after returning to the courtyard did Qini let the two go. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zishi actually cried. She cried all the way back, her face wet, sobbing, "I thought Brother Qin was a shy man who would only be nice to me. I didn't expect that after just a few days, you treat me the same as others. You are a bad man, woo-woo." Shen Xingyue didn't cry, but she was a little embarrassed, her face was red, and she was half pulled, half carried by the man all the way back, and she felt very embarrassed. Qini felt uncomfortable seeing Jiang Zishi crying, and quickly comforted her. "That's not what I meant, anyway, you two are different." "Is it the same or not?" Jiang Zishi asked him. Chapter 049. Is this a breakthrough? Qini was so confused that he wanted to knock himself out with a punch. The same is the same, different is different. The same thing is that both of them can get rewards when fighting. What's different is their identities. Oh my god, how do you say this? Woo. Qini didn't explain, and Jiang Zishi didn't get a response, so she sat on the stone bench and cried. The man she loved showed so much affection for another woman that she felt like she was about to fall out of love. Sheer, don't cry. I meant the result of the fight would be the same. I didn't say anything about Miss Shen. Shen Xingyue is right next to me, how do you explain this? Are you saying that his feelings for Shen Xingyue are not as good as Jiang Zishi's? What if Shen Xingyue is unhappy? Although intimacy has never dropped, it doesn't mean it won't drop. If he doesn't handle it properly, both goddesses will hate him, then he will be caught in a dilemma and end up with nothing. Cough. Just when Qini was in a dilemma, Shen Xingyue said, after a series of battles just now, I seem to have gained some enlightenment and can break through the realm. You too, I'm going back first. Well. Qini was stunned. Is this a breakthrough? You are a monster. He's not even 24 yet and he's about to break through the Fashuan realm. This talent is simply outrageous. Wait. Miss Shen. Qini quickly stopped her and said, can you delay your breakthrough by a day or two? We haven't defeated all the Tyrant Body Realm warriors in Wuya City yet. There were 103 games yesterday, and today the two women fought a total of 70 to 80 games. At least half of the people have not appeared yet. If she breaks through and upgrades now, it will be meaningless to fight against the Tyrant Body Realm later. Only by defeating the Profound Law Realm and higher can she get the chance to draw cards. But, the realm is not something that can be broken through at any time. Shen Xingyue said, my true energy is agitated, and now is the best time to break through. If I suppress it forcibly, I'm afraid it will damage my essence. Qini, why did you let me wait a day or two? She didn't know Qini's purpose in stopping her. Qini thought, never mind, let us just break through. They want to upgrade, and it's outrageous for him to stop them. It doesn't make sense. So he shook his head and said, no, then you can be promoted. I was just talking casually. Okay, then I'll go back. You can comfort Miss Jiang. Shen Xingyue didn't say much and returned to her courtyard after finishing speaking. Wow, she's amazing. Jiang Zishi rubbed her eyes and cried even more sadly. As soon as she broke through, she was a whole realm higher than me. I will never be able to compete with her again. Originally, Shen Xingyue was ahead of her in progress. She received Qinyi's caress for 5 hours and even used her hands to help Qinyi feel happy. The most intimate thing Jiang Zishi could do was hug and kiss for a short while. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Jiang Zishi. She felt that she was about to lose Senior Qinyi's favor. Perhaps Shen Xingyue would kidnap Senior Qinyi. If the Demon King came, no one in the Jiang clan would be able to save them. Thousands of lives would be lost here. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she lay on the stone table and cried. Qinyi felt complicated as he watched Shen Xingyue leave, feeling weird. Now, a lot of opportunities to fight in the hegemony realm have been lost for nothing. But, we can't blame Shen Xingyue. There is nothing she can do about not being able to suppress her realm. Her talent is just so incredible. What else can she do? Maybe this is fate. God doesn't want him to brush so many times. When I opened the system, I saw that the total number of card draws was 66, which was quite a lot. If all of it is used up, it should be possible to accumulate enough resources for 2-star Jiadan realm Jiang Zishi to deal with the threat of the Demon King. Sheer, stop crying. Qinyi sat down, hugged Jiang Zishi gently, and comforted her. I will help you break through soon. Shen Xingyue has reached the profound realm of magic, and you can also reach it. No one will lose to the other. Really, really? When Jiang Zishi heard this, she stopped crying a little. Seeing her crying, Qinyi couldn't help but sigh that a little girl is always a little girl. No matter how outstanding or powerful she is, she still has a child's temper. Of course it's true. He wiped Jiang Zishi's tears and said softly, my words must count. No matter how I treat others, I will not give you less than what I promised. Don't cry anymore. If you cry again, I will spank you. Judging from today's situation, Shen Xingyue's original qualifications should be much stronger than Jiang Zishi's. She is a truly top-notch goddess between heaven and earth, not just outstanding in a small place in the southern province of the Snow Country. Even without the help of a system's combined cards, she was still far ahead of all her peers. With her unparalleled talent, achieving the Jindan and Mingwen realms in the future would not be difficult. As soon as she breaks through the Fashuan realm, Qinyi's overall strength rating will rise by 1 level, and only by defeating the Fashuan realm can he get the reward. Therefore, Jiang Zishi's level must also keep up. Brother Qin. Qinyi's gentle tone greatly soothed Jiang Zishi's mood. She pursed her lips and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was too childish just now and made things difficult for you. What nonsense are you talking about? You are just a child. Qinyi smiled. This girl is only 18 years old. If she were on Earth, she would probably still be preparing for the college entrance examination. To be able to perform like this is already very outstanding. She only has good aptitude in cultivation. It takes time to slowly accumulate all aspects of interpersonal relationships. It is impossible to be perfect in all aspects. Jiang Zishi pouted, Brother Qin, don't look down on me. I'm not a child. If you don't believe me, just touch me. Bang! Qinyi raised his hand and hit her little butt. Well, you're definitely not a child anymore. That's not how you touch it. So? Bang! Qinyi spanked her other buttocks again. Oops. Jiang Zishi blushed. There were maids around, and Senior Qinyi actually spanked her in public, and it was so loud. It was so embarrassing. Stop fighting, stop fighting. When will we break through? She quickly changed the subject. Qinyi looked at her cute red face and couldn't help but smile. Now is the time. Then I want it now. Jiang Zishi said decisively, got up from the stone bench, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. Qinyi was not vague either. He opened the card combining interface and directly put the existing cards in according to the formula. Jiang Zishi orange card plus Jiang Zishi purple card plus Jiang Zishi purple card plus Shen Xingyue orange card. Click OK. One-click synthesis. Byte. Congratulations, you have synthesized the red quality Jiang clan goddess Jiang Zishi. The process is very simple. The system information flashed by, and a red-bordered portrait of Jiang Zishi appeared on the card collection page. At the same time, another prompt flashed on the system. It is detected that the goddess card you synthesized is stronger than the goddess herself. Do you want to extract the exclusive upgrade card? Yes. Qin confirmed the operation. A golden card appeared in his hand, shining brightly. Jiang Zishi red upgrade card, only for Jiang Zishi to use. Immediately break through to the early stage of the Fashuan realm after use. No side effects. Wow, it's true. Jiang Zishi was deeply impressed by this golden card. This was the card she used when she broke through to the hegemony body realm last time. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin excitedly, waiting for him to make the final move. Chapter 050 at 1T work. Qin shouted. Yeah. Jiang Zishi looked at him with her dark eyes. Qin said, be good in the future, and don't cry because of Xin Xingyue's affairs. Why? She was quite unhappy. Xin Xingyue was her love rival, so after all, she wasn't crying for her, but because her beloved man was taken away from her. Qin explained, because she can't take anything away from you. What belongs to you is yours. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Zishi's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had won the final victory. She said happily, Brother Qin, what you mean is that you will only love me from now on and won't get close to other women, right? Well. Qin really couldn't guarantee this. The damn system came up with this setting. If you don't increase your intimacy, you won't have any cultivation. If you don't have any cultivation, you can only be a rookie. He can only cultivate all the goddesses in the card pool one by one. In this way, it would be difficult to be devoted to one person. Oh. I see. Jiang Zishi was a smart girl. The moment she saw him hesitate, she knew that Qin indeed had someone else in his heart, and that person was Xin Xingyue. Her nose felt sore, she sobbed softly, and pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. This look is really heartbreaking. Qin used the upgrade card on her. Swish. A flash of golden light penetrated into Jiang Zishi's body. Qin took advantage of the situation and hugged her, gently rubbed her little head, and said, no matter what happens in the future, you are the first person I met in this world. I will always treat you well. You will always be the first in my heart. Really? Jiang Zishi's mood recovered a little. At the same time, with the effect of the upgrade card, her aura was growing rapidly, and her whole body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, with a hint of spiritual magic power emerging from her body. Wow, I really made a breakthrough. She cheered and stretched out her hand. A ball of true energy gathered in her palm, emitting a green light. This is the wind spirit. My magical nature is the breeze between heaven and earth. She understood. Let's see the effect. Qin said. Jiang Zishi nodded, raised her hand and released the magic power in her palm. Ha! A strong wind blew in the yard, and a flower not far away was bent down, shaking off many leaves and petals. He seems quite strong. Qin said. This is just an extremely tiny strand of magic power, but it is comparable to an 8-4 scale. If she uses all her strength, she will probably become a human typhoon-making machine. Brother Qin, I'm in the profound realm of FA. Thank you. Jiang Zishi said happily, hugged Qin tightly, and kissed him several times just like when she woke up in the morning. Ding! Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 20 points. Current intimacy, 82. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to view. One upgrade directly increased the intimacy by 20 points, making a huge leap in one go and entering the realm of never leaving or abandoning. Jiang Zishi sat in Qin's arms, feeling that she loved this man so much. She kissed him non-stop, as if she would never be able to kiss him enough in her lifetime. Qin was happy, but he felt a little guilty inside. He actually didn't handle today's events well. Xin Xingyue stole Jiang Zishi's limelight, which was unfair to the latter. Although he helped Jiang Zishi break through the realm, this breakthrough should have belonged to her. It was the card resources she had fought for all day. Now this girl was so happy as if she had received a great favor, which made Qin feel very ashamed. Brother Qin, let's go back to the room. We're not going to compete anymore, so why not? Jiang Zishi kissed for a while and suddenly said to Qin. Her face was flushed, she put her arms around Qin's neck, bit her lips lightly, and looked shy. But beneath this shyness, there is also some eagerness and desire. Xin Xingyue is so amazing, a pure and innocent fairy from other worlds, exuding invincible charm every moment, and few men can resist her temptation. Faced with such a strong opponent, all she could think of was to quickly defeat Qin and become Qin's first woman. Only in this way can you sit firmly on the throne forever. It's broad daylight, it's not nice to do this. Shinny backed down again. It can't be said that he is a coward, but he still feels a little guilty inside. The intimacy he obtained purely through the system is as high as 50 points, and the one he got from his own interactions is only 32 points. He thinks he is not worthy of Jiang Zishi. Anyway, there is no way this girl has anyone else in her heart. She will be his sooner or later. There is no need to rush. But Jiang Zishi is anxious. Don't be shy, Brother Qin. I'll drive all the maids out. Let's go into the house. Sheer wants you to love her. She directly used the trick she had learned before, pestering Qini and acting coquettishly, sitting her little butt on Qini's thighs and rubbing it back and forth, stimulating his nerves. Qini knew that his patience was limited, and if he allowed her temptation, he would definitely lose control. So without giving her too much chance to show her skills, he picked up the admired eldest daughter of the Jiang clan and slapped her on the butt. Stop messing around and go practice to consolidate your realm, he said with forced calmness. Woo! The blow was quite heavy. Jiang Zishi felt her buttocks were trembling, and it felt slightly hot and painful. Seeing that Brother Qin was unmoved by beauty, she felt a little frustrated and muttered with a pout, Brother Qin is really not a man. Could it be that he is not good at that? Then he slowly moved to the place where he usually meditated and practiced. She walked slowly on purpose, thinking that if she provoked him like this, Qini might burst out with his masculine strength, grab her, rip open her skirt and kill her right there and then. Result: Qini remained unmoved. He just watched her walk away step by step, and then sat down to practice. Oomph, it seems I was right. Jiang Zishi provoked him one last time. Qini still didn't fall into the trap. She had no choice but to put aside her distracting thoughts and practice diligently. This damn girl. Qini felt very uncomfortable. Being spoken to like this by a girl who was destined to be his, he really wanted to fulfill Jiang Zishi's wish and eat her right here in the yard under the scorching sun. Fortunately, he is an inexperienced coward. Because of lack of experience, so I can bear it. I practice too. He has not yet learned all the martial arts moves, and the book Demon Suppression Sutra contains many martial arts skills that he can use. Qini took out the secret book and continued to read it. There are still cultivation rewards in the intimacy system that have not been claimed, but he is not in a hurry now. I've already developed the habit of it. I'll reach a new level every day, so I might as well reach the next level tomorrow. The intimacy reward for Never Leave or Abandon is 800 points of cultivation. Currently, one small realm is 200 points, which is enough for him to reach the early stage of Fashuan realm in one go. In other words, starting tomorrow, he, Jiang Zishi, and Shin Xingyue should all be at the Fashuan realm in terms of combat power. This upgrade speed, tisk, it's unparalleled. Chapter 051, Resurgence in Sight. The yard next door. Shin Xingyue's internal energy fluctuated, her true energy became extremely active, and the momentum of breakthrough could no longer be stopped. As soon as she came back from there, she sat in the house and practiced her mental skills to achieve a breakthrough. But before the breakthrough even began, a sense of loss suddenly emerged in my heart. It's like something that should have belonged to me has become someone else's. Qini fed her orange card to Jiang Zishi as material. Although she would not know about this behavior, she would have some sense of it. That feeling is not very pleasant. But she didn't know what exactly happened, but a thought popped up in her heart. Compared to me, Qini still likes Jiang Zishi more. I have to work hard too. As for what to work hard for, she had no idea. Now is not the time to think about that. Suppress all distracting thoughts, practice your mental skills, and break through to the realm of Fashuan. As the true qi flowed, a true qi vortex gradually formed in Shin Xingyue's dantian. The vortex continued to spin, and wisps of moon-white air squeezed out from it. As her mind worked, they flowed throughout her body, nourishing her body. Gradually, that kind of energy gathered more and more, and all the true energy was transformed into the magic power of the Fashuan realm. Mana is an advanced version of true qi. It can still be called true qi, but it is more agile and carries the attribute aura that is different for each person. Jiang Zishi's magic power is the breeze and wind spirit qi. Shin Xingyue's magic power is the bright moon and moonlight energy. When all the true energy was transformed, she was already shrouded in moon-white light, as holy as a fairy from the moon palace. A breakthrough that lasted 3 hours. Shin Xingyue withdrew her breath, the moonlight dimmed, and it was already dusk outside. What a powerful feeling. This is the profound Dharma realm. She raised her hand and clenched it, the moonlight gathered in her palm, bringing a strong sense of confidence. I didn't expect to break through so quickly. Master said before that I would stay in this realm for about a year. It seems, the trials and tribulations of the world have accelerated my growth. Shinshiyue thought to herself. It hadn't been long since she reached the late stage of the hegemonic body realm, so logically speaking, she shouldn't have broken through so quickly. But today in the martial arts training ground, when she saw Chini being attacked, she suddenly became anxious. When he got anxious, his true energy surged and flowed through his body at several times the speed, accelerating the transformation. After that, she fought a fierce battle and defeated dozens of tyrant body realm opponents in a row, which completely activated all the true energy in her body and allowed her to reach the threshold of the profound law realm ahead of time. So, in the final analysis, it's Qin-E's credit. That guy, I don't know what his true strength is. Sometimes he seems like a liar, and sometimes he's so calm, as if everything is under his control. The image of Qini emerged in Shinshiyue's mind and could not be shaken off. Oh, what should I do? Fate and destiny are unstoppable. He has only been around for 2 or 3 days and he has already helped me break through the profound law realm. As time goes on, he will bring me even more benefits. But if I stay with him for too long, I'm afraid I'll get sucked into it, and it will be even harder to break free. And, the person he likes is Jiang Zishi. Before she could experience the joy of breaking through the realm, she fell into confusion about the future. After thinking about it, there is still no good answer. In the end, Shinshiyue simply gave up. Who cares? Let's just take it one step at a time. At worst, I'll be toyed with and abandoned by a stinky man, and then hide in the mountains like my master and never come out again. No matter whether you get hurt in the end, take the initiative to cut off the relationship or get a happy ending. In short, as long as I can live, that's enough. Ding! Shinshiyue's intimacy with you increases by 2 points. Current intimacy, 37. Chini received a prompt in his ear. He was practicing boxing when he suddenly heard this, and he felt a little amused. These two goddesses really. It's outrageous that he didn't do anything and no one was around, but his intimacy level still increased on its own. Ah, maybe this is the charm. It's getting dark and another day is coming to an end. Sheer, it's time to eat. Jiang Zishi is still in meditation to consolidate her cultivation. Seeing how serious she looks, she must have been stimulated by Shinshiyue's strength today and wants to compete with her. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi opened her eyes, stood up gracefully, and walked in front of Qin on the breeze. Her figure had a touch of fairy air, and she was becoming more and more like a goddess. What are we having for dinner? She asked. I don't know. The maids just brought it over and I haven't looked at it yet. Qin pointed to the food box on the table. Jiang Zishi curled her lips and said, Don't eat that, eat me instead. Qin raised his eyebrows. Sheer has a unique skill. What's that special skill? That's the kind that will make Brother Qin very happy. So I'm looking forward to it. Don't expect it, come on, go into the room and I'll show you. Jiang Zishi pulled him, not even wanting to eat, and was eager to possess him. Qin was helpless. This silly girl has been deeply poisoned by the system. He grabbed Jiang Zishi and said, Stop messing around. After dinner, go talk to the Great Elder and ask him to contact Taoist Lingchong. We're going to dig the grave. The immortal tomb is also quite important. On the one hand, it provides an opportunity to form a pill, and on the other hand, you can touch the immortal corpse in exchange for the number of times you can draw cards. It is valuable to everyone. Once Jiang Zishi breaks through the Fashuan realm, the martial arts competition arena loses its meaning. There are very few people in the Fashuan realm, and basically they will not take action easily. Even if they go on stage, they will only have a superficial exchange and will not try their best, so they will not get any card draws. Instead of wasting time, it is better to go down to the immortal tomb to explore early, and then return early to prepare for the attack of the new Demon King. Is that so? Okay then, I'll be there after dinner. Seeing his serious look, Jiang Zishi knew that she had no chance to overthrow Senior Qin today. The two sat down to eat together. After a hearty meal, he left the courtyard and went to find the Great Elder. The Great Elder is in charge of liaison with Taoist Lingchong. He said last night that it would take 3 days to prepare, but in reality everyone may be ready in a shorter time. After all, making the ancestors wait is not a good habit. Soon, the two arrived at the Great Elder's retreat. Mr. Qin, Mississippi. The gatekeepers saluted respectfully. The voice was heard by the great elder inside, who immediately came out to greet him. Master Qin, why are you here? Oh, Zishi has made a breakthrough. The great elder had sharp eyes and immediately spotted the spiritual aura on Zhang Zishi's body. It was the fluctuation of magic power of the Fashuan realm, which was obviously much stronger than that of the Bati realm. Zhang Zishi nodded happily and said, yes. Brother Qin helped me break through this afternoon. It was very simple. This. The great elder was extremely surprised. This time he was really convinced. A few days ago in the forbidden area, Zhang Zishi jumped from the early stage of Gangxi realm to the early stage of Bati realm in one breath. Everyone just felt it was strange, but not too shocked. But in such a short period of time, she actually advanced to a higher level. Even though the great elder had lived for more than 900 years, he couldn't help but be moved by this. Grand Elder, please tell Ling Chong that we will set off for the immortal tomb the day after tomorrow. Qini went straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. We will set off the day after tomorrow and stay for 1 day tomorrow to give Jiang Zishi and Shen Qingyue a chance to familiarize themselves with the power of the Fashuan realm. Qini himself also wanted to master the 8-armed demon suppressing fist in the demon suppressing sutra. The great elder said respectfully, no problem. I'll send someone to talk to Ling Chong and the others right away. By the way, Mr. Qin, that Taoist Lingjin came again this afternoon. Oh? What else do they have to do? Lingjin wanted to know the purpose of Ling Chong and the others returning to Nanzhou, so I gave him a little information about the immortal tomb. When he learned that we were going to explore a secret realm, he asked us to bring Shen Qingyue and Fang Wuyan with us. He wanted these two to investigate Ling Chong and the others on behalf of the Songxian sect, so that we could take them in later. The great elder said. Qini listened and nodded slightly. Shen Qingyue is fine, but Fang Wuyan is too weak, and he would be a burden if he were to bring her along. Well. The great elder was a little embarrassed, thinking to himself, wasn't Jiang Zishi also in the tyrant body realm yesterday? Why didn't you say she was a burden? But he certainly didn't dare say this. Lingzhen has opened up benefits. We don't have to do anything. As long as we bring Fang Wuyan and Shen Qingyue with us this time, we will directly give the Jiang clan 10 precious pills, said the elder. There are different grades of elixirs: ordinary, rare, spiritual, mysterious, and immortal. Refining rare elixirs requires the use of mana fire, which requires at least the cultivation level of the profound realm of magic, and is extremely difficult. Usually, only alchemy masters of the myriad realm can do it. Spiritual elixirs are treasures that can only be refined by those at the Jindan realm and Mingwen realm, and each one is priceless. Xian Pin is of legendary level. It is said that even a strong person in the Hajin realm finds it difficult to make it successfully. As for the immortal grade, for the worldly people, it is purely a fictitious grade and it is impossible to see it. The lust pill is a kind of rare elixir, costing 3,000 taels per pill, and is one of the cheaper ones. Pills that can heal injuries, save lives, or temporarily increase strength are more than 10 times more expensive than this. Qini nodded slightly, then agreed to it, but I am not responsible for Fang Wuyan's safety. If he encounters danger, he has to save his own life. Yes, I will tell Lingzhen. The elder replied. Qini didn't stay long. After explaining the matter, he took Jiang Zishi away. The great elder watched the two men leave, and a smile gradually appeared on his old face. Fashuan realm. TSK, this little girl will definitely be a figure who stirs up the world in the future. The old group really dotes on her too much. The Jiang clan has great potential for revival, perhaps even surpassing its most glorious past. If our ancestors were still alive in heaven, they would surely be pleased. Chapter 052 The Witches Plan 5 More. Snow Country, Shizhou. A woman in black sat cross-legged on the collapsed building, regulating her breathing quietly. This is the territory of the Chu clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. However, it is already in ruins. Owner. A green figure came in from outside and knelt on one knee. How? The woman in black asked calmly without even opening her eyes. The woman in green said respectfully, the fragments of the Chu clan's sacred artifact have been found, and Sister Gigi is cleaning up the mess. Very good. The woman in black was very satisfied. Master, do we want to kill all the remaining people of the Chu clan? The woman in green asked casually. The woman in black said calmly, do you want me to say it for the 5th time? We are here to retrieve our ancestors' relics, not to declare war on the righteous path. There are only 5 of us. If we provoke the righteous path of the snow country, we will die without knowing how. But we've already killed so many people. Fool! The Xiao, Qin, Yi, Chu, and Lin clans have been bullying the locals, long ago causing discontent among various factions. Killing their people would be a reprisal for the common people, and a removal of dissidents for the righteous. They're already overjoyed, so why would they turn against us? Oh, I understand. Cao Cao suddenly realized, so before we retrieve the fragments of our ancestors' sacred artifact, we can kill all those who resist, because we have a legitimate reason to do so. And after we get it, we must let the rest go, because we can't kill prisoners. That way, the righteous sects will think that we also follow the rules, and unless we are particularly evil, they won't take the risk of dealing with us. Well, you're not that stupid. The woman in black nodded slightly. Cao Cao chuckled, but we are already big demons. Once we gather all the holy artifacts and repair them, you, the master, will become the strongest in the snow country. Then we can do whatever we want, rebuild the demon cult, oppress the people, bully men and women, commit all kinds of evil, and even eat 3 roasted whole lambs a day. Before he finished speaking. Fool! The witch in black opened her eyes and knocked down someone's head from the air. Ouch! Cao Cao covered his head with his hands, tears streaming down his face in pain. The witch in black said angrily, I've said it 1,000 times, we are the Holy Church, the Holy Church. I am a saint, not a witch. Cao Cao muttered, you yourself said that we are not on the same side as the righteous path. If it's not the righteous path, then isn't it the devil's path? Idiot. Devil is a derogatory term. Even if we are the devil, we still have to call ourselves the holy way and the holy religion. How can a bad person call himself a bad person? Do you understand the rules? The witch was speechless. If her subordinates were not so few in number, she really wanted to leave this stupid girl at home. Oh. Cao Cao looked as if he understood but not quite. At this time, another person came outside. She was a woman in white, named Xian Xian. Master, the situation of the Jiang clan has been clearly understood. Xian Xian said respectfully. Report it. Yes. Xian Xian said, the Jiang clan is different from the other clans and has a good reputation locally. In terms of strength, although they also lack a Jindan level expert, it is rumored that there is still an inscription level ancestor in the world. This inscription level ancestor has recently been traveling in the world as a young man, using the alias Qin Yi. He is very low-key and rarely takes action. However, he has been living in the Jiang clan mansion. If we want to snatch the fragments of the holy weapon, I am afraid. Ancestor of the Jiang clan? The witch's face suddenly darkened. She was only in the early stage of the Jindan realm, so it was easy for her to deal with the Wanxiang realm, but it would be a bit troublesome when she encountered the Jindan realm. There is no chance of winning when encountering the inscription realm. Master, should we go and wipe out the other 2 tribes first, and then go to the Jiang tribe after the holy weapon is almost repaired? Xian Xian asked. The witch thought for a moment. He immediately shook his head and said, impossible, impossible. Master, what's impossible? Cao Cao and Xian Xian asked at the same time. The witch murmured, that old fellow of the Jiang clan can't possibly have lived that long. According to the handwritten notes of the previous leader, he should be 3,400 years old now. Those in the inscription realm can only live for 3,000 years, so he shouldn't still be alive. Xian Xian, the Qin Yi you mentioned is either an impostor specially nominated by the Jiang clan after they learned of the danger, or the Jiang clan's ancestor has made a major step forward in strength and entered the Hajin realm. Hajin realm. Xian Xian and Cao Cao were both horrified. The inscription realm is terrifying enough. Even if it is just one level of inscription, it can crush the core formation realm. If it has the 9th level of inscription, one slap can kill 100 Jindan realm masters. The Hajin realm far surpasses the 9-layer inscription. That is the qualitative change of becoming an immortal. It's over, it's over. If this is the case, it will be impossible to retrieve the fragments of the Jiang clan's sacred weapon. Cao Cao was panicked, and Xian Xian was worried. The witch said, don't worry too much. I'm 99% sure that Qin Yi is a fake. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if there's only a slight chance that he's at the true realm, we have to be cautious. How to stabilize it? Asked the 2 subordinates. Witch, we need to keep a low profile on our trip to Nanzhou. The 4 of you go back to the Holy Land to repair the holy artifacts. I will go alone to meet Qin Yi and test him. If he is a fake, I will kill him. What if he really is an immortal in the Hajin realm? Asked Xian. The witch frowned and sighed softly. Then I can only seduce him. Seduction? Xian and Xiao Qiao looked at each other with strange expressions. The witch looked at the two men and said unhappily, "What's with that look on your face? What? You don't have confidence in me?" No, the master is so beautiful that she can captivate everyone. She is definitely one of the most beautiful women in the world. She will definitely succeed in seducing him. Xian hurriedly flattered him. Xiao Qiao whispered softly, "But if she's at the Hajin realm, your seduction will be useless. You'll just end up losing both the wife and the troops, and end up being raped for nothing." Shut up. I've been putting up with you for so long. The witch gritted her teeth, jumped down from the ruins, and beat up whoever she caught. Oops. Pain. Master, don't. Don't spank me. Woo. Don't tear it, master. This skirt is very expensive. I can take it off myself. Jiang clan. Another new day has arrived. Xinyi had just woken up, and there was still a faint and elegant fragrance lingering on his pillow. However, the beauty had already gotten up to practice, and Jiang Zishi got up earlier than him every day. Lying on the bed, Xinyi opened the system interface. Host, Xinyi. Current realm, Early Hegemony realm. Current cultivation, 999-200. Next realm, Mid-stage Tyrant realm. Yesterday, Jiang Zishi's intimacy level was upgraded, giving him 800 cultivation points. Following the rule of reaching a higher level every day, Xinyi did not hesitate and reached another 3 levels in a row. Wow. After 600 points of cultivation were consumed, an even more powerful aura emerged from his body, and his strength surged again. My leveling speed is really too fast. I haven't had a chance to find someone to practice with and adapt to my strength. Xinyi said secretly. He was punched by Jiang Beiyan in the martial arts training ground yesterday, but he didn't think much about it. In fact, Jiang Beiyan did it on purpose, he could see that. The reason why I didn't make a fuss about it was that his injuries were minor and not a serious matter. On the other hand, it is also taken into consideration that there should be people who doubt his identity as the ancestor, and their number should be quite large. It was impossible for him to kill every smart person, so he simply pretended not to know and ignored it all with a magnanimous attitude. My current physical body is probably almost surpassing that of a normal Jindan level cultivator. Xinyi felt like a humanoid beast. His speed, strength, and defense were all terrifying. He could crush a mountain with one punch. If someone in the Fashuan realm wants to hurt him, it is impossible without some special skills. Even at the Wanxiang realm, it is quite difficult to kill him. Take a look at the experience bar. Each small realm in the Fashuan realm requires 400 points of cultivation to upgrade. He had 399 points, just a little short. Oh, it would be great if I could cultivate on my own. Even if I could cultivate just 1 point, it would be a small realm. The broken system messes up people's mentality, and every time I almost reach my cultivation level, it drives my obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Xinyi sighed helplessly, got up from the bed, and prepared to go to the yard to practice boxing for a while. At this moment, an idea came to his mind, and he thought, let's use up the card draw times first and synthesize the goddess card in advance. If we encounter danger, we can immediately extract the upgrade card to help Jiang Zishi upgrade. Chapter 05360 Consecutive Draws. With 66 card drawing opportunities, there should be hope of combining a 2-star Jiang Zishi. 2 stars is the Jindan stage, so you can imagine how powerful it is. Xinyi opened the system. Start drawing cards. He muttered to himself, and the first 10 consecutive draws began on the spot. Buzz. As the clouds rolled, 10 cards appeared on the card drawing interface. After all of them were opened, a batch of goddess card resources were added to the inventory. Jiang Zishi 1, Xinxingyue 1, Jiang Zishi fragments 25, Xinxingyue fragments 25. The first 10 consecutive draws were very balanced. Continue. Next is the second round. The clouds and mist rolled, and 10 more cards appeared. Jiang Zishi 2, Xinxingyue 1, Jiang Zishi fragment 15, Xinxingyue fragment 35. I was lucky this time and got 3 whole cards. Come again. The third 10 consecutive hits. The fourth 10th company. The fifth 10th company. The sixth 10th company. Xinxingyue 1 Jiangzishi fragment 30 Xinxingyue fragment 25. Jiangzishi 2 Jiangzishi fragment 25 Xinxingyue fragment 40. Jiangzishi 1 Jiangzishi fragment 20 Xinxingyue fragment 30. Xinxingyue 2 Jiangzishi fragment 35 Xinxingyue fragment 25. After 60 consecutive draws, the number of goddess card resources on hand increased dramatically. Such a quantity is definitely enough to achieve the Jindan realm. Qin Yi thought to himself. He combined all the fragments into a whole card. In the end, we got 11 Jiangzishi and 11 Xinxingyue. Including the previous ones, there are 17 Jiangzishi and 18 Xinxingyue, with 5 and 15 fragments left respectively. Start combining cards. The main task now is to train Jiangzishi so that she can have the strength to fight against the Demon King at the Jindan level, so we need to gather all the materials needed to star her up to 2 stars. Currently she is a red card, with 1 star in between. Red body plus 2 purple plus any red equals 1 star. 1 star body plus red self plus any 1 star equals 2 stars. To solve the formula, you need to eat 5 more Jiangzishi and 11 more Xinxingyue on the original basis. Of course, you don't have to use Xinxingyue, you can also use Jiangzishi's own card as any. However, Qin Yi didn't want to get Jiangzishi to 2 stars in one go. She was only at the Profound Realm yesterday, and she was already at the Core Formation Realm today. That would be too scary to tell anyone. Moreover, in this case, his strength rank rating will also soar, and he will need to defeat a strong man in the Jindan realm to get a chance to draw a card, which is not cost effective. It is a safer way to combine a 1-star Wanxiang card and keep it in hand for the time being, and then find an opportunity to let her reach the Wanxiang realm after entering the Immortal Tomb. As for the Dan formation, of course it will be the last breakthrough. Qin Yi will first put Xinxingyue's card into the public notice. 3 plus 3, 2 orange Xinxingyus will be combined into 1 red Xinxingyue. Congratulations, you have synthesized the red quality Flying Snow Sword Immortal Xinxingyue. Red represents the Fashuan realm. Xinxingyue just broke through yesterday, so she still cannot extract the upgrade card. Next, feed the newly combined red Xinxingyue and 2 purple cards of Jiangzishi to Jiangzishi's original body. Ding! Congratulations, you have synthesized the 1-star quality Jiang Clan Goddess Jiangzishi. It is detected that the goddess card you synthesized is stronger than the goddess herself. Do you want to extract the exclusive upgrade card? 1 star is equal to the Myriad Realm, and this time you can extract the upgrade card. However, Qin Yi was not in a hurry to extract it, but instead synthesized Xinxingyue to 1-star quality. As long as he has 1-star Jiangzishi's body plus red Jiangzishi plus 1-star Xinxingyue in his hands, he can synthesize 2-star Jiangzishi at any time and create a Jindan realm combat power on the spot. Alternatively, you can extract the 1-star upgrade cards of both girls and allow them to reach the Wanxiang realm. The specific operations will be adjusted according to the situation encountered in the Immortal Tomb. It takes a total of 11 cards to synthesize a 1-star Xinxingyue. Qin Yi chose to use 8 Xinxingyue cards plus 3 Jiangzishi cards for synthesis. Congratulations, you have synthesized the 1-star quality Flying Snow Sword Immortal Xinxingyue. It is detected that the goddess card you synthesized is stronger than the goddess herself. Do you want to extract the exclusive upgrade card? Soon, another Wanxiang Realm upgrade card entered standby status and could be used at any time. The last one is red Jiangzishi. 3 Jiangzishi plus 3 Jiangzishi equals red Jiangzishi. All the materials are gathered, and a complete set of 2-star Jiangzishi is ready at any time. I think we're almost done dealing with the Demon King, Qin Yi said secretly. At this time, he still had 6 Jiangzishi and 4 Xinxingyue left. With so little material, it's impossible to get 3 stars. The realm corresponding to the 3-star goddess card is 3 levels of the inscription realm. If the main body is in the early stage of the core formation realm, it will jump to the 1st level of the inscription realm. If it is in the late stage of the core formation realm, it will jump to the 3rd level of the inscription realm. This realm is a huge leap. Therefore, the materials required are also extremely exaggerated. In addition to the 2-star main body, you also need to eat 2 1-star versions of yourself and 4 1-star versions of anyone else. 1 1-star card requires 11 cards, which means 66 cards are needed as materials. This is a very exaggerated number. Even if you are lucky, it will take 200 draws. Fortunately, the Demon King's strength is only at the Jindan stage, so 2 stars should be enough. Xinyi thought to himself, I hope the Demon King isn't in the late Jindan stage, otherwise it will be troublesome. If he is in the middle Jindan stage, my cultivation level will have improved by then, and with the pure physical strength of the Wanxiang realm, I can help a little, and we should be able to win. I heard that the Demon King has several very powerful subordinates, but the Jiang clan is not a pushover either. The 5 elders and the clan leader are all in the Wanxiang realm. If they can't defeat the Jindan Demon King, shouldn't it be easy to deal with a few of his subordinates? Overall, things went pretty smoothly. I originally thought that a month would not be enough, but unexpectedly, a competition arena allowed me to solve the problem in just a few days. However, Xinyi also thought of some long-term things. That is, the more you draw cards, the harder it will be to obtain them. The strong are inherently fewer than the weak. Once Jiang Zishi is upgraded to the Jindan realm, he will have to challenge stronger opponents in the future. How many people in the Snow Country are at the Jindan stage? It is no longer possible to quickly gain card draws through combat, and there won't be many opportunities to visit graves and touch corpses. In other words, the real main source of card drawing is actually the free refresh at 12 noon every day. Just to train Jiang Zishi to 3 stars, you have to wait for almost 200 card draw opportunities. There are also 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, all the way to 10 stars. How many times do you have to draw cards? And this is just Jiang Zishi. He has more than one card pool. If Xinyi wants to become stronger, he must leave the southern province of the Snow Country and go out to expand the card pool and open up intimacy reward channels. In this way, he will need to train more goddesses. Assuming there is no fighting, no touching corpses, and only 1 draw per day. Then it takes him 300 days to train a 3-star, and 3,000 days to train a group of 3 stars. And cultivating a group of 10 stars. Hiss. Xinyi took a breath. You don't know until you calculate it, and you'll be shocked when you do. This level of development depth is simply outrageous. Fortunately, cultivators have a long lifespan, otherwise I don't know if I could survive until then. Chapter 054 This is unreasonable. Xinyi walked out of the room and went to the yard to practice boxing. He currently possessed the strength of the profound realm of law, but lacked even a single decent technique. He was going to visit the immortal tomb tomorrow, and he didn't know how powerful it was, so he had to make some preparations. After practicing the 8-armed demon suppressing fist for a while, Shen Xingyue arrived. Xinyi, Miss Jiang, good morning. She looks very happy. Because Xinyi upgraded her to 1 star this morning. Although she didn't extract the upgrade card to upgrade her, the synthesis operation still made her feel happy. As for the slight discomfort caused by Jiang Zishi eating some low-quality material cards, it has been diluted by the high-quality synthesis. Good morning, Fairy Shin. How does it feel to be in the Fashuan realm? Xinyi greeted with a smile. I still feel. Why did your aura change again? And Miss Jiang, how did you also break through the Fashuan realm? Shen Xingyue had nothing to do, so she just came over to take a look. As a result, as soon as she entered the yard, she found that Xinyi and Jiang Zishi's aura was as strong as hers, which frightened her. She broke through the Fashuan realm yesterday, and she was actually very proud of herself. 23 years old in the Fashuan realm. Such an enchanting figure has not appeared in the Snow Country for thousands of years. She feels that she is extremely powerful, even more powerful than her master said. But Jiang Zishi and Xinyi also broke through to the Fashuan realm. Xinyi is 2 years younger than her, and Jiang Zishi is 5 years younger than her. This is outrageous. Clearly, both of them were in the early stage of Tyrant Body Realm yesterday. How come it suddenly became like this? Shen Xingyue couldn't figure it out for a moment and stood there in a daze. Jiang Zishi finished her training and said with a smile, how's it going? Fairy Shin, did you believe me this time? My brother Qin can really help me improve my strength. After you went back yesterday, he just flashed a golden light, and I broke through immediately. His speed is even faster than yours. She was full of pride when she said this. Yesterday she was quite afraid that Shen Xingyue would steal her love, but after Qinyi's help in breaking through again, she no longer cared. Because she knew that she was brother Qin's only favorite and the first woman he loved in this world. What is this called? This is called first love. With this advantage, even if Shen Xingyue is 10,000 times better, she can never replace her. Shen Xingyue, what's wrong with you? I don't understand. Xinyi couldn't help but smile. This fairy feels so stupid. But it is understandable. After all, this is indeed outrageous, and even a true inscription realm expert cannot do it. Shinshingua looked at Chini stupidly and asked, "Are you really the ancestor of the Zhang clan?" She has never believed this because her preconceived impression made her feel that Chini was not particularly strong. But now, looking at the two people in the early stage of the Fashuan realm, she was confused. Let's talk about Qin Yiqiang. His performance before was really average. It stands to reason that he wouldn't have grown much in just 3 days. Saying Qini is weak. Zhang Baiyan's punch yesterday was truly terrifying, yet he took it head on and was unharmed. That's outrageous. And his aura is advancing by 1 realm every day, which is also terrifying. Of course. Jiang Zishi said proudly. No, I'm not. Qini shook his head. Hey! Brother Qin? Jiang Zishi looked over in confusion. Qini explained, I'm being honest. My real name is Qini. I'm neither the Zhang clan's ancestor nor any other senior. The aura you sensed has always been correct. I have never concealed my strength. To outsiders, he still needs to use his identity as the ancestor of the Zhang clan to support himself for a while. But Jiang Zishi and Shinxingyue are his own people, both goddesses in the card pool, and they will never betray him no matter what, so there is no need for him to hide it. This. Shinxingyue frowned deeply after hearing this, feeling even more bizarre. It would be more reasonable to say that he is a master. What happened in the cellar before can be seen as him deliberately pretending to be weak and wanting to bully the little girl. The fact that his aura changes every day afterwards can also be seen as intentional. But you say he is not a master. Is this reasonable? Can a normal person improve to a higher level every day for 4 consecutive days? Even the reincarnation of a powerful being is not so exaggerated. What's more, he also helped Jiang Zishi improve her realm, which is even more outrageous. Who can easily improve others' cultivation? No sequelae. All the outrageous things Shinxingyue had experienced in her life were not as outrageous as this one. She even wondered if her journey down the mountain for a few days was a dream, but in fact, none of it was real. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi came over, grabbed Qin Yi's hand with both hands, and said with a pout, Are we family members? Of course. Qin Yi nodded. Then why are you lying to me? I didn't. I was telling the truth. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When you tell a lie, everyone believes it, but when you tell the truth, even your closest people doubt it. What is this? Jiang Zishi snorted softly. I understand, you are interested in Farishan, and you are afraid that she will dislike your age, so you pretend to be a young genius to win her favor, right? Am I that kind of person? Qin Yi was completely speechless by her wildly imaginative ideas. He is such an upright man, yet he was misunderstood by a little girl like Jiang Zishi. Does a real old man have to pretend to be young to pick up a little girl? With the strength of the inscription realm in hand, no matter what your background is, I will just capture you and lock you in a room to have fun with you, and no one can stop me. Even if Shinxingyue's disciples came to rescue, it would be useless. 3 Jindan realm masters could not defeat 1 Mingwen realm master. Maybe they would have to put on a show in front of people. Jiang Zishi muttered, who knows? Although Brother Qin is powerful, he is extremely shy in that area and has no experience at all. Farishan is so beautiful, it's hard to say whether you are deliberately. Ms. Jiang, stop talking. Shinxingyue heard it all clearly and felt embarrassed. She changed the subject and asked, Qin Yi, how did you break through? The profound law realm, isn't that easy, is it? Jiang Zishi, it's simple. Just like I said before, I fought with people of the same realm. The more I fought, the more potential I accumulated. Then Brother Qin gave me some pointers, and I broke through. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Shinxingyue blinked. She doesn't believe it. This is unscientific. Unreasonable. Absolutely impossible. She looked at Qin Yi, wanting to hear what he had to say. Qin Yi shrugged and said, She's right, that's it. Shinxingyue. Her eyes dimmed and she understood. The fact that both of them made rapid progress in strength at the same time was obviously a very confidential matter. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi are family, and she is an outsider, so it is normal not to tell her. Okay, sorry to bother you. Shinxingyue sighed softly, turned around and left. Ha! Qin Yi was stunned. Why does this fairy look so lost? He chased after them and explained, It's true. Everything I said today is true. Why don't you believe it? Chapter 055, Straighten Yourself. Shinshiniwa did not respond. Jiang Zishi looked silly, as if to say, I understand everything. Qini collapsed, am I really not worthy of your trust for once? When I was pretending to be a senior, no one doubted me. Now I want to be myself again, but you won't even give me a chance. It's so hard to be a human being. Obviously every word is true, but no one believes it. Damn Jiang clan ancestor Ba. What a lousy identity. I should have stopped pretending. Brother Qin, are you angry? Seeing Qini looking crazy, Jiang Zishi quickly ran over and took his arm. Even you don't believe me. This life is really meaningless. Qini was very unhappy and sat on the stone bench sulking. Okay, I know I was wrong. Jiang Zishi immediately coaxed him, I know Brother Qin's situation. You are a young man of 21 years old, not some old ancestor. I was just teasing you just now. Don't be angry. Sheer knows I was wrong. How about you spank me? Hit me hard, it feels good. It's okay to hit somewhere else, as long as you're happy. As she said this, she turned around, lay down on the table, raised her butt, and looked like she was ready to be manipulated. Bang! Qini was really not polite. He raised his hand and hit her with quite force. Oh, you really are willing to hit me. Jiang Zishi turned her head and said pitifully. But the lying posture did not change, with the little butt raised high. Qini said angrily, it's you, girl, who keeps imagining that I'm a master. If I don't give you a good beating today, you won't know how violent I, a young man, can be. As he said this, he started to beat him. Ouch. Brother Qin, please be gentle. You hurt me. Jiang Zishi's face flushed red. Shinshiniwa hadn't left yet, and the maids were still in the yard. It was too humiliating to be spanked in front of everyone. Qini didn't care about that. He opened his hands left and right and hit the round little butt again and again. Waves of water rose from under her green skirt, and the girl's screams echoed in the yard. The maids blushed and ran away quickly, fearing that their master would come back and punish them. Seeing this, Shinshiniwa hurriedly said, I'll go back first. And turned around to run. Qini, stop, come here. Today he wants to be strong and establish his own identity. He is not a strong man. No need to be so respectful. You don't have to serve me with you every day. A newbie in the cultivation world like him should often be suspected, provoked, and beaten. That's more like it. Everyone is so afraid of him that he has no fun at all. It's so annoying. Especially these two goddesses, they were completely obedient to him, and even made up their own plans to conquer him, without giving him any pleasure of conquest. It was such a waste of their noble status as goddesses. Shinshiniwa didn't expect Qini to speak to her in such a commanding tone, and she was a little uncomfortable for a moment. Come over. Qini urged again. I don't want it. Shinshiniwa shook her head violently. Seeing him spanking Jiang Zishi, he looked like a bully. She was afraid that she would also be pressed on the table and beaten if she went over. Although, she is very strong, but when facing Qini, she always feels unable to resist. You don't want to, right? Okay, that's it. You're going to resist me. Question me. This is the right thing to do. Qini was very happy. Very excited. While beating Jiang Zishi, he said, see? You should learn more from Shinshiniwa. Don't always give in to me. I'm not your ancestor, nor am I a senior. I'm just an ordinary person who can occasionally help you improve your strength. Bang! You have to learn to judge for yourself. Someone like me, Qini, who doesn't even know the most basic martial arts, can't possibly be a master. Bang! Also, don't think of repaying me just because I helped you improve your strength. Did I help you improve your strength so you can please me? Of course not. I did it to make you stronger so you can fight at a higher level and defeat outsiders. That way, I can continue to help you level up. Bang! You seduce me like a little devil every day. Are you looking down on me? Can't I conquer you, please you, and win your favor myself? Bang! I'm a fucking man. I have methods, plans, and strategies. I know how to pursue women. Bang! Did I ask you to take the initiative? Did I ask you to kiss me? Did I ask you to grab my flagpole? You little bastard, you're depriving me of the joy of chasing girls and having children. Papa. The more Qin Yi spoke, the angrier he became, and he hit harder and harder. Jiang Zishi lay on the table, her face red and her ears flushed from the beating. She was so ashamed that she was about to cry. She said shamefully, I was wrong, Brother Qin, I know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me, okay? If you want to hit me, wait until Shen Xingyue leaves. From now on, I will pretend to be more noble and stop teasing you. I just didn't know your taste. I thought you were shy, so I took the initiative. Ouch, that hurts. Ouch, stop hitting me, my butt is swollen. Qin Yi, from your tone, I know you can't change. Get cocky. Get arrogant. You're a young lady. You're a goddess. You're so beautiful, you have such a great figure, you're talented, and you come from such a powerful family. Can you have a little temper? I've been spanked by you, how can I still have a temper? Jiang Zishi said aggrievedly. Shen Xingyue hunched her shoulders and felt inexplicably scared when she saw Qin Yi's vicious look. She moved towards Qin Yi step by step, her heart pounding and her breathing becoming much more rapid. Qin Yi was so focused on teaching Jiang Zishi a lesson that he forgot about Shen Xingyue. As they were fighting, suddenly, a white figure appeared beside them. Shen Xingyue came up to him and said timidly, I won't leave. What do you want me to come here for? Qin Yi was stunned. What are you doing here? This is not right. He was praising Shen Xingyue just now. She refused well. What a wonderful way to resist. This is what fairies should be like. What kind of fairy is she if she obeys everything? Too submissive, no sense of accomplishment from the strategy. Just now he thought Shen Xingyue was great, and her fairy-like demeanor was well maintained. And now she comes again? What is going on? Shen Xingyue's face flushed, and when she saw Qin Yi didn't say anything, she became even more frightened. Looking at Jiang Zishi lying on the table, she bit her lower lip and said weakly, I won't let you beat me like this. Even if you are really the ancestor of the Jiang clan, I won't listen to you. I have a master, and my master is also very powerful, and. The tone was soft and weak, without any strength at all. Qin Yi tilted his head, feeling his mind was a mess. No, what are you talking about? He couldn't help but ask. Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth and said, all right. I'll give you a shot, just once. Then he lay down with his butt raised. Chapter 056 No one is normal. Qin Yi. What the fuck is going on? What happened? What's going on here? Sister, you are a fairy. What's the matter with you lying on your stomach with your butt raised and asking someone to spank you? Looking at the two people lying on a stone table, Qin Yi was in a trance. Was it because he wasn't clear enough? Or is there something wrong with the understanding ability of these two women? Hurry up, I want to go back. Shen Xingyue urged with a red face. She didn't know why she had to listen to Qin Yi. She was obviously the holy maiden of Zhongxian sect and didn't have to care about anyone's face. But when Qin Yi said to her, stop, come here, she subconsciously wanted to obey. After she gritted her teeth and said I don't want it to refuse, Qin Yi praised her on the surface, but turned around and beat Jiang Zishi hard. The momentum was simply scary. Shen Xingyue felt that Qin Yi was doing this for her to see. The words were spoken to her, and they were all sarcasm. So she was very scared, afraid that if she didn't obey, she would be spanked like this. It could even be worse, lifting up the skirt and beating. So, she had no choice but to come over obediently. Be good, he will probably be gentler, right? As she waited nervously, Qin Yi's hand did not move for a long time. Shen Xingyue couldn't help but look back. Qin Yi just looked at the two of them with a dull expression, and his mood was extremely complicated. Crazy, all crazy. Qin Yi sighed and sat on the stone bench. Brother Qin, are you still going to hit me? Jiang Zishi asked cautiously, not daring to get up immediately. Qin Yi smiled bitterly, don't ask me if I'm okay. Just be more self-reliant and independent, and be a young lady like you used to be. Don't be angry, I really know I was wrong. Jiang Zishi said pitifully. Instead of being angry after being beaten, she felt very guilty. Oh. Qin Yi was really convinced. This broken system is too abnormal. Two good goddesses have lost all their IQs because of intimacy. Shen Xingyue. Qin Yi looked at the fairy in white on the left. The fairy also stuck out her butt, which was rounder than Jiang Zishi's, like a ripe peach. Qin. Young Master Qin. Shin Qingyue blushed. No, 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 stop it, sir. Just call me by my name. It was fine the way it was before. Shini hurriedly said, I was a bit too loud just now, don't take it personally. I just like your icy attitude that keeps people at a distance. That's when I pursue you, I'll feel a sense of accomplishment. What I said to Sheer just now was all true. Please don't think otherwise. I'm really scared. You guys, sigh. Xin Yi's words are sincere and from the bottom of his heart. Heaven and earth are my witnesses, he has never said a single word that goes against his conscience. But the more he said this, the more the two women felt that he was speaking in a sarcastic way. Shin Xingyue explained, I'm not keeping people at a distance, I just don't know how to get along with people, so I don't talk much. Xin, if you want to fight, hurry up, I really need to go back. No, you? Xin Yi was almost crying with anger. What is this called? He is really at his wit's end. Hurry up. Shin Xingyue urged again, just wanting it to be over soon, fearing that someone else would come and see her embarrassed. Okay, you want me to hit you, right? Xin Yi became famous. He won't listen no matter what I say. Then fight. He's giving up, never mind. You guys are just such a mean-spirited person, aren't you? You like to obey, right? Okay. Then I'll make you obey me to your heart's content. Bang! Xin Yi raised his hand and brought it down on Shin Xingyue's round buttocks. Ah! Shin Xingyue screamed in shock, a huge wave rising from deep within her heart, and her already red face turned even redder than before. Is it enough? Xin Yi asked unhappily. Shin Xingyue gritted her teeth, enough. I'm not enough. Xin Yi raised his hand and started beating him again. Shin Xingyue gritted her teeth and dared not make any more sound, enduring several blows with all her might. The skirt was undulating. She has a great figure, this waist, this butt. Jiang Zishi looked at her with envy. Stop fighting, please stop fighting. After a while, Shin Xingyue could no longer hold it in. She was so ashamed that she begged for mercy. Seeing her blushing face in shame, Xin Yi couldn't help but feel some perverted pleasure in his heart. He whipped her a few more times, making Shin Xingyue almost cry and feel ashamed. Miss Jiang, don't look. Shin Xingyue tried to push Jiang Zishi away. Jiang Zishi chuckled, what's the matter? Just now you watched me get beaten, now I watch you, we're even. Woo! Shin Xingyue was a little overwhelmed. Do you know what to do next? Xin Yi asked. How to do it? Shin Xingyue replied subconsciously. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit again. Xin Yi said in a deep voice, I solemnly tell you for the last time, every word I just said is the truth. Brother Qin, you are not lying? Jiang Zishi frowned slightly. Xin Yi, God is my witness, if I lie to you, I will be struck to death by lightning immediately. This. The two women were speechless for a moment. Could it be that he really? What is going on? What is your identity? Shin Xingyue got up with a red face and sat down on the other side of the table. My butt hurt a little when I sat down, and I couldn't help but rub it with my hand. Xin Yi said, I've made it clear enough. I really don't want to explain anymore. Do whatever you want. If you treat me as Qin Yi, I will treat you sincerely. If you insist on treating me as the ancestor, I don't mind beating you up like this every day. After saying this, he walked away with a dull look on his face and went to the other side of the courtyard to practice boxing by himself. Brother Qin. Qin Yi. The two women felt complicated when they saw that he looked very shocked. Even though they were beaten in such an embarrassing way, they were not angry at all. Instead, they felt shy and secretly happy. Seeing that Qin Yi was unhappy and felt quite guilty, he reflected deeply on whether he had done something wrong. Ding! Shin Xingyue's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 47. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to view. A pleasant prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin Yi's ears. He had just gotten into position to practice the 8-armed demon suppressing fist when he heard the sound and almost fell down. That's outrageous. Can this fucking increase intimacy? Is Shin Xingyue this bitch sick? Are you happy about being beaten? Are you a fucking fairy or not? Qin Yi was in tears. Could he be wrong? This system is actually not a system for cultivating goddesses, but a system for turning goddesses into masochists? Otherwise, why would they both ask for spanking? After the fight, the intimacy level increased by 10 points. Intimacy is 47. She has never used any upgrade cards, so all her intimacy levels have increased normally. 47 points is the rating for affectionate. But Qin himself was confused. How could he be so affectionate? How long has he and Qingyue known each other? Wasn't it just that we were locked in the cellar together for an afternoon, coaxed her once, and spanked her once? Is this affectionate? Is it really that simple? There's something wrong with this world. There's no normal person left. Qin felt that everyone in this world had some problems with their brains. Perhaps this is the difference between the worlds. Compared to Earth, the average IQ of people in this dimension is slightly lower. But that's fine. He himself is not very smart, and if others are too smart, he may suffer losses. Chapter 057 Qin Yi's Immortal Treasure 5 more. Qin Yi practiced boxing all day and ignored everyone. When Jiang Zishi wanted to talk to him, he pretended not to hear. When Qingyue suggested to spar with him, he simply ignored her. Two goddesses started fighting nearby, one with the wind spirit and the other with the moonlight. The power of the Fashuan realm competed back and forth, and the fight looked quite realistic. However, no matter how hard they fight, there will be no reward, because the system determines that the opponent must be an outsider. By the evening, the two of them became a little anxious when they saw that Qin still ignored them. Jiang Zishi whispered, "Fairy Shen, Brother Qin seems really angry. Shouldn't we think about how to get him to forgive us?" Qingyue sighed, "He has made it very clear. He is not a senior. You have always misunderstood him." Although I didn't regard him as a senior, there were some misunderstandings before. In short, he just wants to be himself. We should understand him. Jiang Zishi, but he's not like this with others. Oh. I understand. As he spoke, he suddenly realized, so Brother Qin treats us as his own people. Qingyue nodded slightly, with an unnatural look on her face. She said, "Qin seems to have a deep understanding of fate. He's particularly fond of you and quite considerate of me too. He was so angry this morning because, after all, we don't know him well enough." After a day of calm thinking, Qingyue already understood Qin Yi's feelings very well. Then what should we do in the future? Jiang Zishi asked. Although she knew Qin Yi earlier, her preconceived ideas led to a deeper misunderstanding than Qingyue's, so her angle of thinking was not quite right. Qingyue whispered, just as he said, "Let's treat him as someone of the same age." No. He's about the same age as us. The reason he's exhibiting so many strange behaviors is probably because he has some special secret. I can sense that he didn't lie to us. What he said this morning was truly sincere. So, Jiang Zishi seemed to understand something. Brother Qin is really only 2 or 3 years older than me, he really has never had a good relationship with girls, and he really has no relationship with the ancestor. It's also true. He took on huge risks and pretended to be the ancestor to save me. When she heard the last sentence, she was deeply moved. The determination to never leave has become even stronger. Qingyue sighed, "Yes, he's very powerful. As you said, he wasn't even at the tiger driving realm at first, and it was all his courage and insight that supported his status as an ancestor. Over the past few days, the strong men of your Jiang clan, as well as my uncle Lingzhen, Uncle Trader, and others, have all been tamed by him. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Brother Qin is so charming." Jiang Zishi secretly glanced at Qin Yi, with stars in her eyes. Your strength and his strength are improving very quickly. This must be his secret. I guess he must have a particularly powerful treasure, but this must not be known to others, otherwise it will bring about fatal disaster. Qingyue said again. In fact, after all, the main reason why everyone has such a deep misunderstanding is due to the changes in Qin Yi's own strength and Jiang Zishi's strength. If the two of them had always been rookies, the elders of the Jiang clan would have noticed the clues long ago. Treasure? What kind of treasure can be so powerful? I have advanced 2 major realms in just a few days, and I don't feel any side effects at all. It's amazing. Jiang Zishi was both surprised and curious. Qingyue was knowledgeable and speculated. Treasures in the world can be divided into ordinary items, rare items, spiritual items, mysterious items, and immortal items. Like elixirs, rare items are already very rare. My 2 flying swords are both of this level. Xinyi can manipulate fate and change both your and his own cultivation. This is definitely not something that an ordinary treasure can do. In my opinion, it is at least a Xian grade, or even a Xian grade treasure. Immortal item. Jiang Zishi was shocked. Even a strong person in the inscription realm cannot possess a fairy grade treasure. It is an existence that even the immortals in the Hajin realm are crazy about. Each one is unique and awe-inspiring throughout the world. Don't tell anyone. Shen Xinyue signaled her to keep the secret. They both looked at Qinyi. Qinyi was waving his fists and feet, and he was already quite proficient in the 8-armed demon suppressing fist. His every move exuded a terrifying aura like that of an ancient ferocious beast. Look, how could a normal person master a unique skill so quickly and skillfully? There must be some treasure helping him. Shen Qinyue said. Jiang Zishi nodded. The 8-armed demon suppressing fist is very difficult. I haven't mastered it either. This unique skill is one of the 3 most profound secret techniques of the Jiang clan. It requires an extremely strong physical foundation. Usually, one needs to reach the profound law realm to get started, the myriad realm to be able to perform it freely, and the core formation realm to truly unleash its full potential. Brother Qin seems to have comprehended it thoroughly. He just needs to practice it a few more times. Shen Qinyue agreed. The two of them admired Qinyi's heroic posture while practicing martial arts for a while. After a while, Jiang Zishi said, Fairy Shen, let's keep this secret together. Brother Qin said that our physiques are compatible with his. In the future, we will fight and practice with him together. He will also help you improve your strength, just like I advanced to a higher realm in one go yesterday. You mean? Shen Qinyue's face felt slightly hot. She knew that Qinyi and Jiang Zishi liked each other and were a couple. Some intimate actions also occurred between her and Qinyi. Originally, in this situation, the two of them were rivals in love, and Jiang Zishi should have been very repulsed by her, wanting to kick her away. But now this attitude is not what I imagined. Can this young lady accept it? Under Shen Qinyue's puzzled gaze, Jiang Zishi immediately explained, Don't misunderstand me, I'm just saying that cultivation and emotions are different. Anyway, I'm already Brother Qin's person, and you. I won't say anything unpleasant, just understand it yourself. In Jiang Zishi's view, the compatibility of physiques and the connection of fate are innate conditions that cannot be changed. She already knew very well that fighting on her own would not only be good for herself, but also for Brother Qin. The two of them could become stronger together. Similarly, Qinyi might also need Shen Qinyue to fight, so he was so happy when Shen Qinyue was killing everyone that day. But strength is strength, and feelings are feelings. She believed that she was Brother Qin's true love, and Shen Qinyue and the others were just accidents. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinyue nodded and said, I understand. In fact, I was secretly thinking, don't be too proud too soon. You've only known each other for a day or two longer than I have. Besides, Qinyi and I have done more intimate things. How can a little girl like you compare? But when she thought of this, her face turned red again. I clearly promised my master to cut off worldly ties before I came down the mountain. How come it's only been a few days and I'm already thinking about competing with Jiang Zishi for a man? What's so good about Qinyi? Why do you want to get him? It's all master's fault. He bought her the lust pill for no reason and embarrassed her, which caused her to develop special feelings for the first man she had intimate contact with. If I accidentally lose my virginity to this man in the future, I will go back and make a fuss with my master and ask her to pay me compensation. Chapter 058 Card Pool Update. After practicing boxing for a whole day, combined with the accumulation of the previous 2 days, Qinyi has mastered the basic secrets of the 8-armed demon suppressing fist. After nightfall, I took a satisfying bath and went back to my room to sleep. After a while, Jiang Zishi also came into the room. Today she was much more obedient. She did not crawl into Qinyi's bed half naked, but went back to sleep on the floor. Qinyi was a little surprised. Oh, the little girl has changed her personality? Jiang Zishi pursed her lips and replied, No, I'm just afraid that Brother Qin will dislike me, so I dare not provoke you again. Her tone sounded rather pitiful. It seems that the beating I received today was not in vain. I have learned a lot. Qinyi smiled. This girl always wanted to seduce him, but he had some resentment in his heart because the intimacy was not entirely obtained through his own efforts. Every time he was excited, he was not able to make a move. If she went back to sleep on the floor, she could avoid many embarrassing situations. Jiang Zishi whispered, Brother Qin, next time you want to spank a girl, just spank me. Fairy Shin is a guest, it's inappropriate to spank her. Well. Qin Yi was embarrassed. He didn't know what happened that morning, he was just talking and talking at the same time, and suddenly he got excited. Plus, Shin Xingyue was also a fool, she actually ran over and raised her but to ask for a spanking. In that situation, if he didn't spank her, would he still be a human being? Now that I think about it, Shin Xingyue was a guest, and it really didn't make sense for things to turn out like this. Okay, then I will be more restrained next time. Qin Yi said. Jiang Zishi was very satisfied and thought to herself, see, Shin Xingyue, you can't beat me. From now on, you won't even have the chance to be touched on the butt by Brother Qin. He said, well, but don't hold it in. It's normal for men to have those needs. If you want to hit, touch, or that, sheer is fine with it. No matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are, in my heart, you are always my only destination. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Her voice was quiet, but her tone revealed an unwavering determination. Qin Yi looked at the eldest daughter of the Jiang clan, who was curled up in the quilt with only her little head exposed, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. I'm just an ordinary person. Without the system, I'd be nothing. It's really shameful that she treats me like this. Qin Yi thought to himself. But he didn't say that out loud. I see. Qin Yi said, go to sleep. We will go to the immortal tomb tomorrow morning. Jiang Zishi, Sweet dreams, Brother Qin. The next morning. Qin Yi, Jiang Zishi, and Shin Xingyue came to the gate of Jiang Mansion together. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is here. The great elder, Taoist Lingchong and others all extended their greetings. Qin Yi took a quick look and nodded, let's go when you're ready. The Jiang clan sent out the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, 10 Fashuan realm masters, as well as Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi. On Lingchong's side, the 4 Wanshan realm masters and 11 Fashuan realm masters all came out. Including Fang Wuyan and Shin Xingyue from Song Xian sect, there are a total of 31 people. Fang Wuyan, the weakest person in the room and without any backing, ran over as soon as he saw Qin Yi and said with a wry smile, Good morning, Mr. Qin. Did my senior sister Shin stay with you last night? Fang Wuyan. Shin Xingyue glared with her almond-shaped eyes. This guy has no backing, and wants to get close to Qin Yi, the ancestor of the Jiang clan, so he sends his senior sisters away as much as he can, and he wishes Shin Xingyue could consummate her marriage with Qin Yi right now. Shin Xingyue was really speechless to have such a stupid junior brother. Qin Yi chuckled and said, Young man, watch your mouth. Your senior sister is now 1 realm higher than you. She would beat you like a son. Ahahaha, this. Fang Wuyan laughed dryly, then he noticed that Shin Xingyue and Jiang Zishi were both in the early stages of the Fashuan realm. To please Qin Yi, he said with a smile, Mr. Qin is really amazing. My senior sister Shin has only been staying with you for a few days and has already broken through the realm barrier. Miss Jiang's improvement is even more rapid, it's amazing. Fang Wuyan, if you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. Shin Xingyue clenched her fingers, suppressing the urge to hit someone. She broke through the Fashuan realm with her own understanding and hard work, not with Qin Yi's help. This brat will say anything to curry favor with others. If we don't take care of him, who knows what outrageous things he will do later. I'll just shut up. Fang Wuyan shrank his neck when he saw his senior sister glaring at him fiercely. Qin Yi, Fang Wuyan, go follow the great elder. He will protect you if you encounter minor troubles. If you encounter major dangers, you will be on your own. I want to follow you, is that okay? Fang Wuyan said with a bitter face. Although the great elder was very powerful, already at the peak of the myriad realm, he was still far behind the Jiang clan patriarch at the inscription realm. Comparing the two, even a fool would know that it is better to follow Qin Yi. Without waiting for Qin Yi to reply, the elder said, Come here, young man. Master Qin doesn't have time for you. Well. Fang Wuyan took a look. Jiang Zishi is on Qin Yi's left, and Shin Xingyue is on his right. The 2 youngest and most beautiful fairies in Nanzhou are beside him. They seem to be very busy. Oh well. He walked towards the great elder. Lingchong, where is the entrance to that place? Do we need to prepare horses? Asked the elder. Lingchong shook his head. It's not far, but the mountain road is steep and dangerous. It's more convenient to walk. Come with me and let's get out of the city first. Well, let's set off directly. The elder nodded slightly and glanced at Qin. Qin had no objection and was ready to set off at any time. However, at this moment, ding! A system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. A new goddess has appeared in the Snow Country South Province area, and the card pool will be reset immediately. Why? Qin was stunned. What's going on? Can the card pool be reset? What is the new goddess? Is another fairy born? This damn system 1T even let newborn babies go, right? What a beast! What a beast! This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Wait a minute. He stopped everyone who was about to leave and opened the system card pool to check. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. Seeing this, Qin's scalp suddenly went numb. Card pool reset completed. Current card pool range, Snow Country Southern Province only for the goddess drawn in the Snow Country Southern Province area. Card pool characters: Jiang Zishi, the goddess of the Jiang clan; Shen Qingyue, the flying snowsword fairy; Hua Siyu, the magic saint. The demon saint. The four huge words shocked Qin directly. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? The great elder and Ling Chong cast doubtful glances at him. I slowly. Qin rubbed his forehead. He hasn't drawn this goddess card yet, so it's not currently within the scope and won't be included in the strength rating. But the four words Saint of Demonic Path reveal a lot of information. Grand Elder. Young Master Qin? Qin took a deep breath and asked, is the new generation of Demon King who destroyed the four ancient clans, Xiao, Qin, Lin, and Yi, a woman? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? The great elder was a little puzzled. Qin cared about the Demon King, so of course he was very happy. But why didn't you care about it earlier or later, but at this moment? Qin, don't worry about it, just answer me. The great elder nodded. Yes, according to the intelligence, the new Demon King is a masked female demon dressed in black, at least at the Jindan realm. She has 4 subordinates at the peak of the Fashuan realm, who practice special secret techniques. When they fight together, their power is comparable to that of 4 masters of the Wanxiang realm. In the past 6 months, they have successively overthrown the Xiao, Qin, Yi, and Lin tribes, with each attack lasting about a month. Currently, the Chu clan in the western province has also been brutally attacked, suffering heavy casualties. After that, it will be our Jiang clan's turn. At this point, he smiled again, but with you here, Master Qin, a mere Demon King is nothing to worry about. She's only at the core formation stage, far inferior to the giant demon crocodile from 5,000 years ago. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. It seems it really is her. The Demon King has entered the card pool. This fucking. So exciting. Chapter 059 The Storm is Coming? Great Elder, do you know the name of that female devil? Qin asked, thinking that the demon saint in his card pool might be another person. The Great Elder shook his head. I've never heard of it. Every time that female devil appears, she swiftly annihilates the core members of the ancient clan with lightning speed, forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of the magic weapon fragments. After obtaining the magic weapon, she also leaves quickly. Her comings and goings are so hurried and mysterious. Although there is no definite answer, it should be impossible for 2 female demons to appear at the same time when the magic path is declining. Therefore, the magic saint Hua Siyu in the card pool is most likely to deal with the Demon King of the Jiang clan. I'm afraid the trip to the Immortal Tomb will have to be postponed for another 2 days. Qin said. Why? Master Qin, this. Why? The Great Elder, Ling Chong and others all looked puzzled. They all felt that Qin was acting strangely this morning, and his logic was a bit jumpy. Ling Chong said, Master Qin, the aura of the Immortal Tomb key in my hand is gradually fading. I can't delay any longer. In 3 days at most, it will be completely ineffective, and I won't be able to enter even if I want to. Qin was also helpless. He wanted to touch the corpse, but that wasn't allowed. The witch has already appeared in Nanzhou. What if the Jiang clan is attacked when he and Jiang Zishi enter the Immortal Tomb? Wouldn't there be a river of blood? Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Jiang clan, it was still Jiang Zishi's clan. Her family and relatives were all here, so if something happened to them, it would be bad. Besides, the witch is a member of his card pool, and he has every chance to settle this matter through the bond. Maybe the life and death battle will not happen, and it will turn into a good thing. In comparison, the opportunity to touch corpses in the Immortal Tomb is relatively minor. After all, even if it's just a few dozen card draws, it's just like being idle for a few dozen days. There are still 3 days left, don't worry. Qin comforted Taoist Lingchong. The great elder, however, heard some clues. He asked, Master Qin, you suddenly asked about the Demon King, and then suddenly changed your focus. Could it be related to the Demon King? Qin nodded slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, the female devil will be here soon. The system has the potential for orientation sensing. Although Qin has not drawn the witch yet, the most basic connection with the card pool still allows him to vaguely distinguish that the witch is now located in the northwest of Nanzhou and is heading towards Wuya City at a very fast speed. The entire Nanzhou is only a little over 1,000 kilometers in size. A Jindan realm cultivator can fly through the air without being hindered by the terrain, and can reach the Zhang clan within a day. Hearing Qin Yi's words, everyone in the Zhang clan was shocked. What? The devil is coming? So fast? Jiang Zishi was surprised and asked, Brother Qin, how did you know? Didn't you say it would take more than 20 days? The new Demon King's actions have always been very regular. Every time he destroys an ancient clan, he will rest for about a month before appearing again. Now that the Chu tribe in Shizhou has been robbed, the Jiang tribe should have a safe period of 1 month. Qin said, the female devil has been attacking once a month. This is her previous pattern. But who stipulated that she must wait that long to attack? Nanzhou has the Zongxin sect, with 3 Jindan realm masters in charge. They pose a huge threat to her. Perhaps she was worried that the Jiang clan would ask the Zongxin sect for help, so she came here early. This seems to make some sense. The great elder and others looked surprised. Master Qin, you seem very confident. Could it be that you have already deduced the Demon King's movements? Qin nodded slightly, I guess so. She may arrive today, so the trip to the immortal tomb must be postponed. If the demon saint is here to deal with the Zhang clan, he must raise Jiang Zishi's level and then have a fierce battle. With Jiang Zishi at the Jindan realm, 6 elders at the Wanxiang realm, and Qin Yi's own strength, it should not be difficult to defeat a witch and 4 witch guards. But Qin Yi was not entirely sure whether the other party was here to start a war. What if the witch is here to investigate the situation? She would rest for a month after each operation. Maybe during that month, she would be closely investigating the overall strength of her next target and deciding whether to take action or not. After all, it is very dangerous for 5 people to attack a large clan. Now that the evil path is declining, with only 1 remaining, they must act very cautiously, otherwise they would have been wiped out by the righteous path long ago. In this case, it seems that we really have to postpone it. The great elder nodded. The survival of the Jiang clan is definitely more important than the immortal tomb. He said to Ling Chong, fellow Taoist Ling Chong, you've heard the situation. We need to deal with the demonic threat for the next 2 days, so we can't spare any manpower for the time being. If you can't wait, please enter the immortal tomb on your own. Taoist Ling Chong sighed helplessly, alas. Let's wait for you for 2 more days. If you can resolve the matter within these 2 days, please contact us and we will continue our operation. If you are still unable to get away after 2 days, then we will have to explore on our own. There is an opportunity to form a pill in the immortal tomb, which is very tempting to the powerful people in the Wanxiang realm, and no one wants to miss it. In fact, the great elder and others really wanted to go now and leave the family affairs to Qin Yi alone. But in this case, they will have to deal with the crisis of the immortal tomb by themselves. Without the protection of a strong person in the inscription realm, the degree of danger will be greatly increased. So after weighing the pros and cons, I decided to just follow the ancestor closely and obey his arrangements in everything. Okay, that's it. We will give you an answer within 2 days. The great elder agreed. In that case, we'll take our leave first. Taoist Lingchong clasped his fists and bowed, said something to Qin Yi, and left. Fang Wuyan looked left and right, blinked, what about me? What should I do? Shin Xingyue said angrily, go back to where you came from. Oh. Fang Wuyan scratched his head and left alone. None of the Jiang clan's masters left. The matter of the Demon King was of great importance, and now that they had received Qin Yi's signal, they were all very nervous. The great elder asked, Master Qin, do we need to temporarily relocate our people? Qin Yi nodded and said, those in the tyrant body realm and below will go outside to avoid the limelight for a while and come back after the matter is settled. Although the Jiang clan's residence was large, a battle above the Jindan realm was terrifying and could destroy everything in an instant. Even if the Demon King was captured, there would still be heavy losses. Okay, second elder, you go and take charge of this matter immediately. The first elder ordered the second elder. Yes. The second elder brought several members of the Foshuan realm clan quickly back to the mansion to confirm the matter. Mr. Qin, is there anything else to prepare? The elder asked again. Qini shook his head slightly. Shir and I are mainly responsible for this matter. The rest of you in the Myriad realm should stay home for the next 2 days and don't go out, lest you get caught by the Demon King if you are left alone. Judging from other people's impression, he is an old man in the Mingguan realm, and is more than capable of dealing with the Demon King in the Jindan realm. In fact, it is impossible to rely on the Jiang clan themselves to deal with the Demon King, so they can only leave it to him. Therefore, Qini did not shirk his responsibility in this matter. Chapter 60. I don't want to support her. The Great Elder also went to help evacuate the tribesmen. There are more than 8,000 clansmen, servants, and attendants in the Jiang clan mansion, which is comparable to the Forbidden City. However, except for a few maids and servants, most people were cultivators, and they moved quickly, so they were evacuated quickly. Qini brought the 2 goddesses back to his residence, and the 3 of them sat together. Jiang Zishi asked, Brother Qin, did you receive any information? Why are you suddenly talking about the Demon King? Xinxinhua didn't know much about this matter, but she also felt that Qini's change just now was a bit too sudden. Qini did not hide anything from the 2 of them and said bluntly, I sensed that the witch had entered the territory of Nanzhou. She, like you, has some bond with me. What? Bond? The 2 women looked surprised at the same time. Jiang Zishi said anxiously, no way, Brother Qin, it's not enough that you've provoked Fairy Shen, and you're thinking of provoking another demon woman? Xinxinhua's competitiveness is so strong that she already feels the threat is huge. If a more powerful witch in the Jindan realm comes, won't her brother Qin be divided into 3 pieces? Qini smiled bitterly, I don't want to do that either, but this kind of thing, it's not something I can control. If possible, he also wants to be a loyal and upright young man. But this crappy system is going to cause trouble. 2 are not enough, let us come to the 3rd one. The 3rd one may not be the end, there will be more to come. Xinxinhua frowned, this female demon king you are talking about, my master has mentioned her before. She is not a good person. Oh, you understand? Then tell us about it. Qini said immediately. Xinxinhua shook her head slightly. Not really. I just heard from Master that the witch, in order to seize the relics of the ancient ancestor of the demon sect, used ruthless means and killed many people. Because the people she was targeting were always powerful families in the local area and had no conflicts with other sects, no one cleared her out. A witch with a deep sense of murderous intent is obviously not someone to be dealt with easily. It is too dangerous to come into contact with such people. Brother Qin, that female demon king is a powerful Jindan realm expert. We can't defeat her now. What should we do? If she arrives today, wouldn't the Jiang clan? Speaking of killing, Jiang Zishi became even more nervous. Qini soothed her, don't worry. If she dares to attack me, I'll find a way to deal with her. What's bothering me now is that this witch and I have a bond, but I don't want to support her. The broken system is ridiculous. It has to force a female devil into being in his place. Can that thing be cultivated? He is already a big shot in the Jindan realm. If you draw her, your overall strength level will soar directly to the Jindan realm. If you want to increase the number of card draws, the difficulty will increase by who knows how much. And she's a villain. There are already 2 righteous goddesses around, and now a villainous female demon suddenly appears. What are you playing? Backyard nuclear explosion, right? If you don't want to raise one, then don't raise one. Just raise me. Jiang Zishi held Qini's hand with an expectant look on her face. Originally, Qini belonged to her alone, but she didn't expect that 2 more women would appear in just a few days. Forget about Xinxinhua. After all, she is a righteous fairy, pretty, and has a decent temper. Judging from the fact that she voluntarily raised her but to get spanked yesterday, maybe she can be persuaded to be my mistress. But the Demon Queen will never allow it. Well, let's take it one step at a time. I'm also annoyed now. Qini was helpless. I'm going to practice boxing for a while. Don't go too far. You must stay by my side when the witch comes. He stood up and walked to the open space next to him, preparing to cram and strengthen his methods. That's right. After Xinxinhua was beaten yesterday, her intimacy increased a little, and she was given another 200 points of cultivation reward. Qin directly raised his level by one small realm and was promoted to the middle stage of Fashuan realm. After the promotion, he felt that his body had become much stronger. He only had 199 points of cultivation left, and he needed 201 points to improve again. The two women's attention was on Qin, and they were a little surprised to find that his aura had become stronger again. But this is not the most important thing right now. The two looked at each other without saying anything, but they both understood each other's thoughts. Jiang Zishi thought for a moment, then used her true qi to transmit her voice to Shen Xingyue. Miss Shen, Brother Qin seems to be in a difficult situation. I'm afraid he really can't fully control the bond with that female demon king. Shen Xingyue nodded slightly. I felt it too, he was a little flustered. A witch in the Jindan realm, even my master might not be able to win for sure, the two of us are simply not enough. Yes, but that's not the point. Brother Qin is just a little annoyed, but he doesn't seem to be worried about the danger. This means he is confident in dealing with the demon queen. You mean, we don't have to worry about the battle? What we need to do is prevent the witch from staying with Qin and not letting her get close to Qin like us? Both of them had similar thoughts, and they understood each other after a little communication. Jiang Zishi said, wait until the female demon king arrives and then observe. If she comes with great force, we will form an alliance and drive her away. If Brother Qin has no interest in her at all, then we can fight for her slowly. Shen Xingyue shook her head. I'm not trying to compete with you. If you need help, I can help you. It's my duty to deal with the demons. As for Qin, I'm not interested. Jiang Zishi smiled teasingly. Really? Keep your word, then I will have Brother Qin all to myself. Yeah. Shen Xingyue nodded decisively, looking calm and unconcerned. If Jiang Zishi hadn't seen her asking for a beating yesterday, she would have probably believed it. Your whole body is soft, except for your mouth, which is the hardest. Jiang Zishi smiled and thought to herself, if you really have no idea at all, would you endure the shame and let a man beat you like that? The holy maiden of Tsang Xian sect is not a prostitute, she is very noble. Not to mention spanking, even if a man touches her hand, he will be guilty and his fingers will be chopped off. If it were someone else, what Qin did to Shen Xingyue would have been enough to get him killed dozens of times. But because he was Qin, the fairy Shen Xingyue had no intention of caring at all, and even took the initiative to move forward. I don't. Shen Xingyue shook her head slightly, refusing to admit that she had been tempted. I'm going to practice for a while. She stood up and walked to the open space on the other side. Following Qin's instructions, she did not go far and sat in meditation in the yard to practice. Jiang Zishi looked left and right. The sound of Qin's boxing practice was like the roar of a beast, with extraordinary momentum. Shen Xingyue sat in meditation, the moonlight swirled around her, holy and peaceful. The two of them are one active and one quiet, with huge differences, but there is a special sense of harmony between them. This fairy is really charming. Jiang Zishi said secretly. Although she didn't want to admit it, she felt that in terms of charm, she seemed to be slightly inferior to Shen Xingyue. Of course, she also has advantages. Shen Xingyue was too bland, like clear mountain spring water, and tasted tasteless. And she, Jiang Zishi, is a glass of cool and sweet juice that can sweeten a man's heart. No matter what, I must be Brother Qin's eldest wife. No, it's the only one. I'm taking a day off today, so I'll only update 3 times. Chapter 061 Witch's Vigilance. In the morning, at the border between the southern and western states of the snow region, a fairy in white flew through the air. She is the holy maiden of the demon sect and the only one in the demon sect who can practice the Demon God Sutra. The reason for dressing up as a fairy is mainly for disguise. Her appearance, figure, clothing, and aura have all been disguised. Now she looks like a female disciple of the righteous immortal sect in the early stage of the Fashuan realm, pretty and elegant, with a righteous look on her face. Going to Woya City with this image can reduce some trouble. The Zhang clan's ancestor had a limited lifespan and must have died. That expert named Qin must have been an external aide hired by the Zhang clan. While on the way, she was still thinking about the problem. She must get the fragments of the holy weapon in the hands of the Zhang clan. No matter who it is, no one can stop her plan. The Zhang clan's strength is only considered average among the 8 ancient clans, and there is no one at the Jindan stage. Relying on a person who is suspected to be an external aide is not a problem for her. Xianxian's intelligence is always accurate. Qin has only been in Woya City for a few days, and he's already captured 2 stunning beauties, the eldest daughter of the Zhang clan and the saint of the Tsangxuan sect. He must be a womanizer. Lustful men are the easiest to deal with. As long as I use the heavenly maiden soul-stealing technique, not only will he not stop me, he might even pursue me and become my arm. By then, with multiple powerful warriors at least at the Jindan realm by my side, sweeping across the snow country and rebuilding the holy church will be just around the corner. As for the hastily mentioned what if? Oh, that's impossible. That genie definitely cannot be a strong person in the Hujin realm, because the Hujin realm is different from the ordinary realm. Once someone breaks through, it will immediately cause strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, and all practitioners within thousands of miles will feel it. That is the realm of true immortals, like gods, very rare between heaven and earth, and has never appeared in the snow country. Of course, this is the truth, but it is better to be cautious when doing things. After all, you only have one life and you can't afford to lose it. Whoosh! The witch was very fast and crossed the boundary line between the two states. At this moment, a special feeling suddenly emerged in her heart. Ha! The witch's heartbeat suddenly became disordered for a while, and a figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. What's going on? She was shocked. The spirit of a strong person in the Jindan realm is condensed and will not be affected by any illusion. But this sudden appearance of the figure could not be stopped and was directly imprinted in her heart. In the direction of Woya City, there is a cause and effect waiting for me. The feeling was not very clear, and she didn't know whether it was good or bad. The figure in my mind was also very blurry and I couldn't see its appearance clearly. It seems that this trip is not as simple as I thought. She became more alert and used the unique mental method of the demon sect to suppress her aura again, revealing only the fluctuations of the early stage of the hegemonic body realm. The previous leader had instructed that the demon sect was declining and everything should be done in a low profile. Even if you have 10,000 points of strength, you must hide 9,999 points. You cannot let anyone see through your true strength. Don't fight a battle if the chance of winning is less than 100%. To deal with small forces, you must eradicate them completely and kill every one of them, even the cats and dogs at home cannot be spared. You must dig deep into the ground to eliminate all possibilities of retaliation. When dealing with a powerful force that cannot be completely wiped out, try to hold back and kill fewer people, and establish the signboard of evil also has its own way, and will not kill innocent people. Therefore, in the past 100 years, almost no one in the snow country knew that there were still powerful people in the demon cult. It was not until the last 6 months that the witch returned to the public eye after going to war with the 8 ancient clans in order to retrieve the magic weapon. She revealed her Jindan realm cultivation level, but no one knew what she looked like. No one even knows her real name. The female devil, the new devil king, and the witch are what people call her. People have the impression of her as a masked woman dressed in black. She had originally wanted to hide her gender, so that no one could tell whether she was a man or a woman. But her breasts were too big, and her waist was too thin, so there was no way to hide it. In short, many people now know that the demon sect has made a comeback, and there is a witch in the Jindan realm who is very scary. But no one knows that the witch is her. She can stroll down the street at any time, appearing before the world in various images, with various cultivation auras and identities. Even though he was still fighting with the Yi clan the day before, the next day he disguised himself as a righteous cultivator, walked into the Shao clan to visit the Yi clan leader who was not yet dead, and quietly killed the other party. The witch didn't take the trip to Woya City seriously at first. She actually wanted to go play. The process of repairing the magic weapon was too long and boring, so she left this hard work to her subordinates. She wandered around and took the opportunity to find out about the Jiang clan's background, which was more interesting. However, the figure that just appeared in her mind made her more alert, so she hid her cultivation a little deeper. The Jiang clan's mansion. In the evening, Qin Yi has become very familiar with the 8-armed demon suppressing fist. He no longer feels any sluggishness when using it. It is smooth and easy to use. Moreover, he has fully adapted to the physical strength of the middle stage of the Fashuan realm. He can send and receive strength freely and has the aura of a master. In addition to practicing boxing, he always kept a close eye on the whereabouts of the magic Saint Huasiyu. At this moment, the witch had already arrived near Woya City. It's time to meet this female devil, Qin Yi thought to himself. He is a little nervous. After all, this legendary female devil has already wiped out 5 of the 8 ancient clans. She is almost a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Although he has the system and should not be killed, it is still very difficult to subdue such a powerful and cruel woman. Xie, Xinyue, let's go out. He called the 2 women together. Although the resources at hand were only enough to build a Jindan realm, he felt that the possibility of taking action was not very high. Because the witch's speed slowed down rapidly after approaching Woya City, it seemed that she was not going to go straight to the Jiang clan to start a war. "Brother Qin, is the female devil here?" Jiang Zishi asked seriously. Qin Yi nodded. Both women were a little nervous. "Xin Xinyue, let's go meet her first. If she is cruel and wants to massacre the Jiang clan, I will use the Jade Talisman to ask my master for help. My master is in the middle stage of the Jindan realm and should be able to defeat the witch." The people of the Jiang clan believed that Qin Yi could easily control the Demon King, but the two of them already knew Qin Yi's background and were still worried about it. Qin Yi said, "This is also a solution, but isn't your master not going down the mountain?" Xin Xinyue said, "She has said that she will never leave Sangshuan Mountain, but as long as I am in danger, she will definitely take action regardless of the consequences." "That's great. With multiple escape routes available, it will be much easier for us to deal with the witch." Qin Yi nodded slightly. Then he said, "When you meet the witch later, treat me as a senior and see if I can scare her. The Jindan realm is very difficult. Without starting a battle, bluffing is the best way." We understand." This time, Qin Yi plans to take the initiative. Before, he was pretending to be a junior despite being a senior, but others still treated him as a senior and were very respectful to him. And now, he has to pretend to be a senior from head to toe, inside and out. Chapter 062. You look like a friend of mine. On the west street of Woya City, Hua Siyu was dressed in white and walking gracefully on the street. "Wow! What a beautiful girl. With this figure and this pretty face, I'd be willing to marry her and live 20 years less." Passers-by were amazed. Hua Siyu smiled sweetly and said to the passerby who was willing to live 20 years less, "Hey, are you serious?" Passerby nodded rapidly, "Of course it's true. Fairy, will you marry me?" Hua Siyu smiled and said, "I don't want to." Are you kidding me?" The passerby smiled bitterly, his joy was in vain. "I'm being merciful. If I marry you, you'll lose 20 years of your life. That's too tragic. If I don't marry you, you'll just live 10 years less." "Hey! What kind of logic is this? I'm so in trouble." Fairy, don't go, let's talk for a while." It is a great honor for the common people to be able to talk to the fairy, but it is a bit difficult to keep talking to her. Hua Siyu's figure was like a swimming fish, weaving among the crowd. She walked briskly. For her, strolling around the city in a disguised identity is just a game. She doesn't need to worry about her identity or her image. She can be an elegant noble lady or a dashing and heroic man of the world as she pleases, because no one knows her anyway. She came to another street and, as expected, attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful girl. That waist, that butt, fit to be my child's mother. Master Yunji, look, there's a beautiful woman. Oh, it's just average, far worse than Sister Zishi. There were some different voices mixed in with the comments of this group of passers-by. Hua Siyu looked in the direction of the voice and found a young nobleman with a few followers sitting by the window of the tavern, pointing at her. When the young master saw her appearance, he seemed indifferent. He just glanced at her and continued to drink. Not only did he drink, he even recited poetry. The fish sinks and the wild geese disappear on the distant road. Only then do I realize the pain of separation in this world. Standing in the setting sun, I pondered the past, thinking it was nothing special at the time. Love has always been full of regrets, and good dreams are always the easiest to wake up from. Alas, Sister Zishi, my sister Zishi. Tons. He took a big gulp of wine every time he recited a line of poetry, and was already half drunk. Hua Siyu was puzzled. This kid has lost his mind. How could he even ignore my beauty? Although this saint maiden has not shown her true appearance, she is still a fairy of stunning beauty. Who the hell is Sister Zishi? How dare she compare herself to me? Her first purpose in coming to Wuya City this time was to have fun, her second purpose was to find out the news about the fake Jiang clan ancestor Qin Yi, and her third purpose was to figure out the figure that inexplicably appeared in her mind this morning. Since she had plenty of time, she walked straight into the pub. Waiter, bring the wine. Hua Siyu said domineeringly and sat down at the table opposite Jiang Yunji. Master Yunji, this woman is interested in you. The guard immediately showed excitement when he saw her coming towards him. Jiang Yunji chuckled, took a sip of wine, and sneered, Abai, you've been with me for 20 years, don't you understand me? I'm a passionate man. Sister Zishi is being taken over by that old man. I don't know how much suffering she has to endure every day. How could I, Jiang Yunji, be in love with another woman at this time? Guard Wang Xiaobai advised, but master, the ancestor is too powerful. We can't save the young lady. In life, not everything can go as planned. You have to look forward. Yes, literally, look forward. This girl really, her figure is amazing. Ancestor? Hua Siyu became interested as soon as she heard this word. She simply went to Jiang Yunji's wine table, casually pushed aside a guard, and sat down in a familiar manner. What's your name, sir? Why are you drinking alone here? Wang Xiaobai spoke for him. My young master Yunji is the direct descendant of the second elder of the Jiang clan. I wonder what you should call him, fairy, and where he learned his skills from. Hua Siyu's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect that I would meet the young master of the Jiang clan while just walking around. It's just right, I can take this opportunity to find out about the situation of that fake ancestor. I am Zhao Lingji, a disciple of the Black Sword sect of Zhengzhou. So you are from the Black Sword sect. No wonder Miss Zhao has such an outstanding temperament. Wang Xiaobai said politely. In fact, I have never heard of the Black Sword sect. Hua Siyu, young Master Jiang looks a lot like an old friend of mine, especially when he's drunk, they're exactly the same. Wang Xiaobai, oh? Where is your old friend now? Hua Siyu sighed, he is no longer here. Wang Xiaobai, this. Hua Siyu, I miss him so much. Wang Xiaobai was excited. His hand under the table kept poking Jiang Yunji's thigh, reminding him to seize the opportunity. But Jiang Yunji looked indifferent and continued to drink heavily. Hua Siyu rested one hand on the table, supporting her chin, and looked at Jiang Yunji infatuatedly, resemble, really too much like. Master Jiang, can you tell me about your sad story? Just think of it as helping me recall my deceased friend. Jiang Yunji looked up at her and laughed, what is there to say? I'm just a waste and can't do anything. Then another big mouthful. However, after drinking the wine, he immediately used his true energy to refine the alcohol and did not dare to actually drink it. A beauty like Hua Siyu, even if she disguises herself and becomes much uglier, can still be regarded as a rare beauty in the world. Jiang Yunji was attracted to her from the beginning, but he was in a bad mood and didn't bother to strike up a conversation with her. Unexpectedly, the girl came to him on her own and said that he was like an old friend of hers, expressing her deep longing for him. How could he drink in this situation? The girl obviously treated him as a substitute. As long as he performs well and meets the girl's psychological expectations, there will be a story to tell. How can you let go of the little white rabbit that comes to your door? The reason why Jiang Yunji continued to drink was just to maintain his decadent image and confuse Miss Zhao. To trick her, Hua Siyu consoled her, don't say that. Everyone has moments when they feel powerless. Tell me, what happened to your sister Zishi? Jiang Yunji thought, it's time to play the victim. As long as I describe the situation in a more tragic way and add some tears, Zhao Lingji will miss her old friend and will definitely feel sad for me. To comfort me, she will definitely accompany me, replace Sister Zishi, and spend the night with me. So he sighed, oh, let's not talk about it, it's too painful. Wang Xiaobai understood and immediately said, it's like this, Miss Zhao. My young master and my eldest daughter, Jiang Zishi, were childhood sweethearts. We are in love with each other and have loved each other since we were young. It's just that. Jiang Yunji was delighted. Xiaobai was indeed sensible and worthy of being his confidant for 20 years. He would reward him with 20 taels of silver afterwards. Hua Siyu, just what? Could it be the ancestor you just mentioned? Jiang Yunji took a big gulp of wine and forced out 2 tears. Yes, it was that old bastard. He stole my love and took Sister Zishi by force with his inscription realm cultivation. He also beat me up, breaking all my bones and almost killing me. Sister Zishi was dragged away by him while crying. I wanted to save her, but I was powerless. He wiped his eyes and continued, the clan leader used a magical medicine to heal my injuries. I worked hard to get my sister Zishi back. But that day. What happened that day? Hua Siyu listened attentively. When Wang Xiaobai saw Jiang Yunji pause, he knew that the young master had run out of words. So he quickly stepped forward to fill in the gap and said, that day, the young master secretly went to see the eldest lady. The eldest lady opened the door a crack to meet him, crying and saying that she missed him. But then, something terrible happened. What terrible thing? Hua Xiyu opened her eyes wide. Jiang Yunji was also quite curious, wondering what kind of tragic love story this kid could make up. Wang Xiaobai, the young lady, she actually moaned in pain. Chapter 063. You're quite interesting. Ah? Hua Xiyu was stunned. Jiang Yunji's face darkened. The other guards almost laughed out loud. Wang Xiaobai's face was filled with grief. Yes, you guessed right. The ancestor discovered her secret meeting with the young master at the gate. That old man was so cruel and obscene that he actually entered the young lady's body at the gate. The young lady held the door and talked to the young master, but her body was enduring incomparable torture. Every breath was like a raging fire, and every tremor was like a thunderclap, bombarding the young master's heart. They both cried, and I wanted to cry too when I stood behind and watched. The young master saw his beloved being tortured like this, and finally fainted from heartbreak. I took him away. After saying that, he rubbed his eyes, looking sad. Jiang Yunji gritted his teeth and wished he could beat Wang Xiaobai up. What the hell are you talking about? The reward money is gone, 20 taels will be deducted. Hua Xiyu suppressed the urge to laugh and pretended to be touched. It's so tragic, how could this happen? That old ancestor is so evil, he really deserves to die. Ah, who said it wasn't? But he is too strong. With the cultivation level of Inscription Realm, he is invincible in the Snow Country. We can only let him do whatever he wants and we can't save the young lady at all. Wang Xiaobai sighed. Hua Xiyu slammed the table in anger. How can someone in the Inscription Realm bully others like this? Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Let's go find him and reason with him. I want to criticize him. Although Jiang Yunji was very unhappy with the story Wang Xiaobai made up, he was still very happy to see Zhao Lingji so excited to help him. In this situation, with just a little guidance, we can have meat to eat tonight. It's useless. That old man is completely unreasonable. Jiang Yunji sighed and looked at Hua Xiyu with a sad look in his eyes. You look so much like Sister Zishi. You must be a kind and good girl. I can't let you fall into danger. You should leave Woya City quickly. Otherwise, if our ancestors meet you, even you will. Hua Xiyu frowned. Is that ancestor really that powerful? Yes, he is in the Inscription Realm. What realm is the Inscription Realm? Why have I never heard of it? Hua Xiyu pretended to be ignorant. That's a terrifying force that's 10 times stronger than the core formation realm. It can destroy a city with a single wave of its hand, and even create a hole in the heavens and earth with a full strength attack. Jiang Yunji explained and felt even happier. This girl doesn't even know about the Inscription Realm, which shows that her sect, the Black Sword sect, is not of high rank. She may already be the strongest person in the sect. A heroine like this can be dumped at any time when you have had enough fun with her, and you don't have to worry about her revenge. She is simply the perfect prey. Ah? So scary? Hua Xiyu pretended to be surprised and asked, could it be fake? Have you seen him take action? What if he is a weakling and deliberately pretends to be the ancestor to deceive you? She paid attention to the changes in the expressions of Jiang Yunji and others. I thought Jiang Yunji and others would follow her words and guess the origin of the ancestor. Their reaction was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Yunji shook his head. It's impossible, he's an imposter. He's truly terrifying. Although his methods of toying with women are extremely brutal, he actually helped Sister Zishi advance from the early stages of the Gangxi realm to the early stages of the Fashuan realm within 5 days. Sister Zishi also told me the other day that the old man practiced an extremely cruel technique that could suck the life out of people. If you dare to resist him, you'll be sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones in an instant. He wanted to emphasize the cruelty of the ancestor and his own helplessness. His beloved was taken away and the infatuated man could do nothing in order to gain sympathy. As a result, Hua Xiyu's expression changed drastically when she heard it. Sucking life? Could it be that kind of evil magic that sucks all the energy out of a person and robs them of their life essence? She asked in surprise. Jiang Yunji was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes, that kind. He was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect Zhao Lingji to look like she had heard of it before and was very shocked. Her shock means she is afraid, so just continue the conversation and make her more sympathetic. It's over. Hua Xiyu's heart trembled and she fell back, having suffered a severe blow. She only calculated the lifespan of the Zheng clan's ancestor, but ignored the fact that powerful cultivators have the means to prolong their lifespan. Longevity pills and magical herbs, strange spells that absorb vitality, mysterious magic circles that evade punishment from fate, and so on. Although these are common methods used by cultivators at the Jindan stage and below, they are almost useless against the lifespan limit of cultivators at the Mingwen stage. But it is not ruled out that there are one or two types among them that can allow the strong people in the inscription realm to live for hundreds of years longer. Although Jiang Yunji was trying to gain my sympathy by playing the victim, the fear and resentment he expressed when he spoke of the ancestor didn't seem fake. Hua Xiyu thought to herself. If that person is really the Jiang clan's own ancestor and not an external aid, then we will be in trouble. Jiang Yunji looked at Hua Xiyu with a worried frown on her face and felt very happy. Although this girl is not as pretty as Jiang Zishi, she can also be called stunning. And she has such a hot body, it would be absolutely intoxicating if you got into bed with her. He continued to act pitiful and said, Miss Xiao, you also feel that you can't compete, right? Sister Zishi is so pitiful, and I am also a waste. My life is really meaningless, alas. Oh, it's quite miserable. Then drink more. You won't feel so bad when you're drunk. Hua Xiyu suddenly changed her expression and replied coldly. Hey! Miss Xiao, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yunji was stunned, not knowing why her attitude took a sudden turn for the worse. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Take your time drinking. Hua Xiyu got up and left. Wang Xiaobai quickly stepped forward to stop her. Miss Xiao, why are you leaving just like that? You haven't finished your sentence yet. We can take our time with things. It's rare to meet someone you like, so why don't you have a couple of drinks too? I have something urgent to do, and besides, you and I just don't get along. Hua Xiyu had lost interest in them. Hey! Miss Xiao. Jiang Yunji became anxious. How can the little white rabbit that is in your mouth run away? Bye. Whoosh whoosh. Several guards immediately blocked Hua Xiyu's way, preventing her from leaving. Hua Xiyu frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Wang Xiaobai, Miss Xiao, to be honest, my young master has become lovesick and is in desperate need of your help. You and our eldest daughter are very similar, and only you can help the young master out of this sea of suffering. And didn't you also say that the young master is very similar to an old friend of yours? Hua Xiyu's mouth twitched. Playing the victim doesn't work, so you want to use force, right? Okay, this saint will play with you. She replied, it's very similar. My old friend has already died for love. Why is your young master still alive? Jiang Yunji was speechless. He understood that he had been tricked. Zhao Lingji, are you kidding me? Yeah, you're quite entertaining. Alright, you're shameless. Bye, take him down. Jiang Yunji was so angry that he wanted to take action immediately. Anyway, Zhao Lingji has no background. She is only in the early stage of the tyrant body realm. He and a few guards can easily take her down. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaobai circulated his true energy and struck Hua Xiyu with a palm. At this time. Stop. A voice came from the door. When Jiang Yunji and others heard this voice, they shuddered all over and were scared out of their wits. Chapter 64, Omniscient Ancestor Jiang. Ancestor, no, I've met young Master Qin. Wang Xiaobai and others were shocked. 3 figures appeared at the door of the tavern. The 2 on the left and right were both stunning goddesses, and the one in the middle was Qin Yi. Qin Yi followed Hua Xiyu sent all the way here. Since he didn't draw the corresponding goddess card, the connection between him and Hua Xiyu was very weak, and it took him a long time to find her. After entering the pub, he saw that there was only one woman and all the others were men, so he immediately locked onto Zhao Lingji. His eyes fell on Zhao Lingji and Qin Yi frowned slightly. This girl is quite different from what I imagined her to be. She possesses neither the cruelty and tyranny of a demon king nor the evil charm and weirdness of a witch. Even her appearance does not reach the top level of stunning beauty. If Jiang Zishi is considered to be a goddess template with a score of 100, then the person in front of him would only be around 80 points at most. Jiang Yunji, what are you doing? Jiang Zishi was unhappy when she saw Jiang Yunji and others, and asked in a bad mood. Shin Xinyue looked at Hua Xiyu warily, ready to defend herself at any time. Although the aura she sensed was only at the early stage of the tyrant body realm, she was convinced that Qin Yi's judgment was correct. The woman before her was the female devil. Sister Zishi, we. Zhang Yunji was just saying bad things about Qin Yi and making up stories about Zhang Zixi misery. Now that the two real culprits appeared before him, his face suddenly turned pale and he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Could they have heard me saying bad things and come here to beat me up? Zhang Yunji groaned inwardly. Thinking of what Wang Xiaobai had just said, he wished he could stab Wang Xiaobai to death with a knife. Alright, get out of here. Zhang Zixi was too lazy to pay attention to him. She was completely obedient to Qin Yi, but she acted like a spoiled brat to others, especially to Zhang Yunji and his group of people whom she disliked. The female devil is right in front of them, and the presence of Zhang Yunji and others will only be a hindrance, so they must be expelled immediately. Okay, I'll get out of here. Zhang Yunji felt as if he had been pardoned. He no longer cared about Zhao Lingji and quickly ran away with a group of guards without a trace. Even the other people in the pub were so scared that they ran away quickly, and some people didn't even pay the bill. Hua Xiyu didn't leave. Her eyes met Qin Yi, and they looked at each other. Mid-stage Fashuan realm, so weak? But the aura between his breaths is extremely profound, and his body seems to be even stronger than mine. These two girls are both stunningly beautiful, no less beautiful than me, and they were willing to accompany him without any sense of coercion. It seems that Zhang Yunji was lying, and they threw themselves into his arms. The tavern fell silent. Qin Yi looked at Hua Xiyu and guessed that she must have used disguise to cover up her true appearance, and the same went for her cultivation aura. Hua Xiyu, you are finally here. This time, Qin Yi decided to pretend to be an expert in order to scare the witch away. So before the other party gave her name, he directly called out her real name. When the witch heard this, she was shocked. How do you know? No one knows her name. No one. The master who named her has passed away. The believers all call her the Holy Lady, and her 4 subordinates call her master. None of them know her real name. Although a name is just a code, it has no meaning if no one uses it. But Qin Yi's direct calling out of this code name that no one knew still moved her immensely. This doesn't make sense. I can't figure out why. Qin Yi said calmly, I knew you were coming, and I've been waiting for a long time. He found a random table and sat down, pointing to the seat next to him. Sit. This calm and sophisticated attitude frightened Hua Xiyu. She came over obediently and sat down on the bench. You are Zhang Changyun, the supreme elder of the Zhang clan. Qin Yi said lightly. This was the first time he personally revealed the identity of the ancestor of the Zhang clan. Facing a powerful enemy in the Jindan realm, you have to put in some effort. Although he practiced boxing all day today, Qin Yi had actually rehearsed this encounter countless times in his heart. Upgrading Zhang Zixi to fight against the witch is his last resort, and he doesn't want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. It would be great if I could use my status as an ancestor to directly intimidate and persuade the other party to retreat. Of course, fooling people requires skills. It's not just about bragging about how great I am or how awesome I am. The most important thing about scaring someone is to overwhelm them with your aura. Obviously, Qin Yi called out Hua Xiyu's real name and recognized her identity, thus gaining the upper hand. But Hua Xiyu is not a pushover either. She was suspicious by nature. Although she was shocked when her real name was called out, she still didn't quite believe that Qin Yi was the ancestor of the Zhang clan, nor did she believe that his strength had reached the level of the inscription realm. So she said, My humble self, Zhao Lingji, is honored to meet Senior Jiang. Qin Yi glanced at her and said calmly, How dare you lie to me? Your little tricks are useless to me. You're at the Jindan realm, a saint of the demonic path, and you're like a flower. Do you want me to explain it more clearly? Hey, you. Hua Xiyu's breath suddenly became disordered. She was really shocked. The way she conceals her breath is a secret technique created by the previous leader of the demonic path. Even people at a higher realm cannot see through it. Coupled with the methods of disguising herself, changing her identity and temperament, not to mention a stranger, even her biological parents would not be able to recognize her. But now, Qin Yi knew her real name, saw through her cultivation, and revealed her identity in one sentence. This is simply terrifying. How did you figure that out? Hua Xiyu couldn't help but ask. She really couldn't understand why her perfect disguise was seen through. Qin Yi said calmly, It's hard to tell. You've disguised yourself very well. But I can deduce the secrets of heaven. If they are revealed, all attempts at concealment will be meaningless. Deducing the secrets of heaven? Hua Xiyu frowned, obviously not quite understanding the mystery. Qin, have you heard of the Heavenly Dao inscription? Heavenly inscription, what is that? Hua Siyu was even more confused. Qin explained, the runes of the Heavenly Dao are engraved on the golden elixir, which can be used to deduce the secrets of heaven and know everything one wants to know. Your cultivation level is not as high as mine. I casually deduced your whereabouts this morning and knew you were coming to Wuya City today. I also know your name. Of course, your cultivation level is also quite good. When I was deducing the secrets of heaven, I believe you also had some sense. The first half of the sentence is pure nonsense. The second half of the sentence is the truth. He asked Shen Qingyue and Jiang Zishi and learned that when they were included in the card pool, some abnormal fluctuations appeared in their hearts and illusions appeared in their minds. After being drawn for the first time, I could clearly sense his presence, and an urge to meet him surged in my heart. Hua Siyu was not drawn, but she couldn't avoid the changes of being included in the card pool, and she must have felt it. Combining these, Qin created an image of an omniscient person without any flaws using only the information he had at hand, greatly raising his image in Hua Siyu's eyes. Hua Siyu was frightened and exclaimed, "So that's you." She panicked. The short-haired man in front of me coincided with the illusory figure that appeared in my mind this morning. Only then did she realize that all this had been planned out long ago. As soon as she set out, people already knew she was coming. They had been waiting for her for the entire day and had prepared countless ways to deal with her. It's ridiculous that she still thought she could quietly find out the situation of the Zhang clan and Qin Yi's identity and find a way to crack it. Now it seems that this Wuya city is actually a terrible trap. People have prepared chopping boards and kitchen knives, just waiting for her to jump in. Hua Siyu became nervous and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Qin Yi looked calm. He replied calmly, "I originally wanted to get rid of you to save the Zhang clan's descendants from trouble. But now that I've seen you, I've changed my mind. You're good looking. Although you've made yourself look a little ugly, you can tell that your original appearance is no less than that of my two slaves. If you become my disciple and a bed slave, not only will I not kill you, I'll also teach you and help you enter the inscription realm as soon as possible." What? Hua Siyu was shocked when she heard this. This old man wants to sleep with her. And her status is particularly low, she is just a slave girl, not a wife. She decisively and sternly refused, "Senior, please stop joking. I am a dignified saint of the demonic path. There is no way I can accept such a thing." Qin Yi smiled and said, "I think you misunderstood." What's the misunderstanding? I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm telling you the results. He reached out and grabbed Hua Siyu's shoulder. Chapter 065, The Witch's Fear 5 More. You. Hua Siyu was shocked and immediately circulated her true energy to resist. Bang! The tables and chairs shattered in an instant, and a domineering aura dissipated. Jiang Zishi and Shen Qingyue were forced to retreat several steps. But Qin Yi acted as if nothing had happened and didn't move at all. What a powerful force! This is the extraordinary body of the inscription realm. Hua Siyu was shocked. She was at the Jindan stage. Although the power she burst out hastily was not her full strength, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even a strong man at the peak of the myriad realm would be repelled by her aura at such a close distance. Qin Yi's hand was still on Hua Siyu's shoulder, as if her Jindan realm true qi did not exist at all. Little girl, you have a very strong temper. Not bad, not bad. It's very interesting to conquer a strong woman. The more you resist, the more excited I am. Qin Yi smiled evilly and stretched out his other hand to grab the hem of Hua Siyu's clothes. You old thing. Don't even think about it. Hua Siyu became anxious, and burst out with all her strength at the Jindan realm, slapping Qin Yi in the chest. Boom! Qin Yi resisted casually. A mighty wave of air rose up, and Qin Yi's left hand, which was like an ancient ferocious beast, was finally forced away and took a half step back. Hua Siyu was shocked. It's horrible, horrible. He didn't even use his true energy, and he was able to fight me on equal terms with just his physical body. We can't let him get to us, or we won't even be able to escape. Absolute shadow blood escape. Whoosh! Hua Siyu directly burned her blood in essence, used a secret technique to break through the wall of the tavern, and flew away into the air. Qin Yi's laughter echoed from behind. Run, let's see how far you can run. I have already planted a spiritual curse on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will never escape from my palm. Hua Siyu ran even faster. This is true. She already had Qinyi's figure in her mind, and could sense Qinyi's vague location, which she couldn't get rid of no matter what she did. How so? She circulated her true energy and searched her entire body, trying to find any trace of the spiritual spell. But I couldn't find anything, as if that thing didn't exist at all. What kind of evil spell is this? It can't be removed. She can sense Qinyi's location, and Qinyi must be able to sense her location as well. If the curse is not removed, you will never be able to escape capture. This is simply a nightmare. Go back to Shizhou, go back to Shizhou. No, I want to leave the snow country. Otherwise, if I'm caught by this old monster, I'll definitely not have a good ending. Hua Xiyu had never been so scared in her life. Qinyi didn't even use any energy in that hand, but he actually suppressed her. If it weren't for the complete unleashing of the power of the Jindan realm, it would even be difficult to break free. Qinyi did not chase her, but she still did not dare to be careless. A shadow lingered deep in her heart, turning into a deep fear that shrouded her heart. She fled very quickly, burning her blood in essence to speed up her flight even at the cost of getting injured. The tavern was in a state of disrepair. The true qi of the Jindan realm destroyed almost all the tables and chairs on the first floor. Qinyi stood at the gap blasted out by Hua Xiyu, looking at the direction she went away. Brother Qin, what's going on? Qinyi, are you okay? Jiang Zishi and Shen Xingyue came to him. Qinyi didn't say anything, just watched Hua Xiyu's shadow disappear in the western sky. After a long time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I managed to scare her off. He was taking a gamble just now. He bet that his physical body could intimidate Hua Xiyu. The way he grows with pure physical body and no true qi is very strange. When he was in the early stage of Tyrant Body Realm, he could withstand the full force attack of Jiang Beiyan, who was at the peak of Tyrant Body Realm, and the degree of injury was minimal. This was enough to prove that his defense had reached an alarming level. Even someone who was at a higher level than him would find it difficult to deal with him if they used all their strength. After breaking through to the middle stage of Fashuan Realm, Qinyi's strength became more and more solid, and his body became more and more powerful. It was impossible for people in the same Fashuan realm to threaten him, and even those in the Wanxiang realm would have a hard time attacking him with all their strength. So he thought that his physical strength alone should be comparable to that of a strong man at the peak of the Jindan realm or the first level of the Mingguan realm. Using this as a bargaining chip to scare Hua Xiyu is probably enough. If she is not scared, let Jiang Zishi break through on the spot, and use the intimacy reward given by Jiang Zishi after the breakthrough to level up 2 or 3 levels, and work together to defeat the witch. In short, when Hua Xiyu appeared alone without her men, Qinyi already had a perfect chance of winning. Things went smoothly. Before taking action, Hua Xiyu was already convinced of his identity and had no courage to fight back. Combined with the previous information intimidation and the brute force suppression, the witch was scared out of her wits on the spot and only wanted to escape. Your strength is so terrifying that you can even compete with the Demon King in the Dan realm. Shen Xingyue expressed surprise. Qinyi shook his head. If a real fight breaks out, I'll just get beaten up. I was just trying to scare her, and it went relatively smoothly. However, her chi burst had a pretty strong impact on me, and I still suffered some hidden injuries. Ah? So, is your condition serious? Jiang Zishi hurriedly took out the pill from the space magic weapon and stuffed it into Qinyi's mouth, her face full of worry. Fortunately, the damage is not serious. It will heal in a day or 2 at most. Qinyi replied. The Jindan realm is the Jindan realm after all. The true energy is extremely powerful, and a solid wall is like paper in front of it. He was only in the middle stage of the Fashuan realm, and it was something to be proud of that he had not been seriously injured. Let's go home. The witch probably won't dare come back anytime soon, so you can focus on exploring the immortal tomb. We can deal with her later when we have time. Qinyi greeted the 2 women and left the tavern. The threat posed by the witch is already very small, and we have a trump card to counter it in a head-on battle. The longer the battle lasts, the more advantageous it will be. If the witch had not entered the card pool, with the power resources he had at hand, it would have been possible for him to kill the witch in one fell swoop with a full burst of energy. Of course, Qinyi also wanted to draw more cards. For the time being, Jiang Zishi and Shen Xingyue's realm would not be broken through if possible, and they would develop slowly and steadily. Otherwise, once your realm reaches a higher level, the difficulty of drawing cards will increase by more than 10 times. The 3 of them returned to the Jiang clan. Someone from the Jiang clan would be responsible for the losses of the tavern, so they didn't need to worry about it. The noise just now scared a lot of people, and the streets were crowded with people watching the excitement. The identities of Qin Yi and the other two were already known to everyone in Wuya City. No one dared to stop them or question their reasons, so they left easily. However, after they left, a figure appeared near the tavern with a thoughtful look on his face. He was a middle-aged man wearing tight clothes and had a beard. Looking at the direction Qin Yi left, he thought to himself, I never thought there was such a master in Wuya City, who could rival the Jindan realm with just his physical body. It seems that the Snow Country's foundation is much stronger than I imagined. The chances of success by brute force are not high. I can only wait until His Highness and the others emerge from the immortal tomb before making any plans. Chapter 066 Open your eyes and look at me. We can call all the tribe members back now. After returning to the Jiang clan mansion, Qin Yi said something to the great elder. I originally thought there would be a big battle, but I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It was a coincidence that after evacuating all the tribesmen today, Zhang Yunji actually ran into the female devil. Fortunately, Qin Yi arrived in time, otherwise, if the fight had started, those people would most likely have been killed on the spot. Young Master Qin, is that woman in white the Demon King? The great elder and the others were well informed. Qin Yi was fighting with someone on West Street, and someone had already sent a message back, much faster than the slow pace of Qin Yi and the other two. Well, he is at the early stage of Jindan realm. He was scared away by me and probably won't dare to come again in the short term. Qin Yi replied. If he was in the middle or late stage of the Jindan realm, his injuries would be much more serious. The great elder said happily, Thank you, young Master Qin. With you, the Jiang clan will have no worries for generations to come. Qin Yi shook his head, You can't rely on me, you have to rely on yourselves. Go tell Ling Chong to set out early tomorrow morning. We must fight for the opportunity to enter the immortal tomb. Yes. The great elder agreed excitedly. Everyone wants the opportunity to reach the Jindan realm. Even if Qin Yi didn't say it, he would still cooperate with Ling Chong. But with Qin Yi, a giant in the inscription realm, leading the charge, the feeling is different. Originally, they believed that the opportunity to form a pill was worth risking one's life. However, with Qin Yi by their side, it was like shopping, the risk was greatly reduced. It all depended on whether one had enough capital to win this opportunity. Qin Yi said no more and walked towards his residence. At this time, the second elder asked, Master Qin, why didn't you just kill the Demon King? Qin Yi chuckled, She is very beautiful, let's keep her for now, and catch her when I have time. You definitely can't say that you can't beat him or keep him. After all, he is the ancestor, with a peculiar temperament, and he does whatever he wants. Ah, this is it. The second elder didn't dare to say anything more. However, after Qin Yi left, the elders became a little nervous. The ancestor actually fell in love with the female devil. Will Miss Zishi fall out of favor? What if the ancestor is bewitched by the female demon king? Our Jiang clan. The great elder was quite calm, after all, he is the ancestor of the Jiang clan and will definitely not harm the interests of our clan. That female devil just wants the magic weapon. At most, we can give her the magic weapon fragments. With the ancestor here, I don't think she would dare to kill people indiscriminately. In fact, they had already discussed it before Qin Yi appeared. If there was really no other way, they would choose not to resist, give the magic weapon fragments to the female demon king, and pray for safety. As for how the female demon king will deal with the righteous people after repairing the magic weapon, that has nothing to do with the Jiang clan. Those sects that claim to be righteous watched the demon king slaughter the 8 ancient clans and did nothing. In the end, the demon king wanted to kill them. Who should they blame? Sacrificing the lives of an entire family for the sake of the world is admirable, but it is unacceptable. The great elder is right. That which is only at the Jindan stage. Even if the magic weapon reappears, she will only be at the first level of the Mingwen stage at most. In front of the ancestor, her full strength attack will be futile. She can only kneel down and let the ancestor play with her. The elders smiled at each other, feeling quite heroic as if they were in control of the world's situation. Amidst the conversation and laughter, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Qin Yi was slightly injured, but his body was strong after all, and he recovered quickly after taking the pill, and his movements were basically unaffected. Shen Xingyue returned to her own courtyard to practice. Zhang Zishi poured tea for Qin Yi and asked, Brother Qin, do you really think the witch is beautiful? I think she is, far inferior to Miss Shun. Qin Yi smiled and said, that's definitely not her true face. I used a special method to lock onto her. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find a female devil who was good at disguise. Oh, then will you really capture him and make him sleep with you in the future? Jiang Zishi asked again, with a sense of crisis. Shini shook his head. I can't handle it. I'm very weak. Why? Jiang Zishi was stunned. You call this weak? With such a strong body, he could probably kill someone with just one blow. It's already dark, and there's nothing to do at night, so it's time to rest and recuperate. Brother Qin, can I go back to bed tonight? Jiang Zishi asked again. Qini, you've been quiet all night, why are you here again? Jiang Zishi, I just want to be closer to you. Think about it, you're my senior, the same age as me, and so powerful, so why would I stay away from you? Shouldn't I like you even more? Well. What she said made so much sense that Qini was speechless for a moment. I'm not as good as you think. I rely on external forces. He shook his head. Jiang Zishi smiled. I know that Brother Qin has a secret treasure. Fairy Shin and I already know about it. But that's not important. Even if you don't help me improve my strength, I still like you based on what you have done for the Jiang clan and for me. Have I ever done anything for you? Qin tapped her forehead and said, stop self-improvement. 18-year-old children should study hard and practice a few more unique skills. Those adult matters can be discussed when you grow up. Jiang Zishi felt discriminated against and retorted, in the secular world, daughters of ordinary families have to get married at the age of 15 or 16. I'm already 18 years old and already an adult. Ha, that's great, that's great. I'm going to go recuperate first. We'll talk another day. Qin laughed it off and went back to his room to sleep after taking a shower. Damn it! You didn't even give me a chance. Jiang Zishi was so angry that she stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do to him. Thinking of Shen Qingyue and the witch, her sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Seeing Qin coming back to the house after taking a shower, she gritted her teeth and said, no, I must take him down tonight. I don't care even if he gets hurt. At worst, I can just sit on him and move myself. After saying that, she ran to the bathroom, called all the maids, rubbed herself clean, and then gave Qin a surprise. Soon, Jiang Zishi finished washing. No outsiders would enter the courtyard, so she walked into the room barefoot, wearing only a translucent green gauze. She didn't even wear underwear. Brother Qin, are you asleep? Thinking about what she was going to do next, Jiang Zishi's face felt hot. Qin did not respond. However, Jiang Zishi knew that he was pretending. It was still early and not time to go to bed. She came to the bedside and saw Qin lying flat on the bed, looking like he was sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but pursed her lips lightly. Brother Qin, why do you always reject me? If you hate me, just tell me, I will try my best to change. If you don't hate me, then open your eyes and take a look. I don't believe you can remain indifferent when you see me like this. Jiang Zishi was very confident, and sometimes she would be mesmerized by herself when she looked in the mirror. How could a man in the world resist such a beautiful woman, naked and offering herself to him? Qin didn't move. He was indeed pretending to be asleep because he was very confused and didn't know how to deal with the current situation. He himself knew that there would be no bad consequences if he ate Jiang Zishi. The two of them had some emotional foundation with each other, and they would not separate in the future and would be together forever. Whatever they did was reasonable. But after all, they had only known each other for a short time, and there were also system issues to consider. He always felt a little sorry for this innocent girl. Then just close your eyes and I'll do it myself. Seeing that he was unmoved, Jiang Zishi was not discouraged. She took Qin's hand and placed it on herself. Qin smiled bitterly inwardly. Here we go again. Last time he was so exhausted that he couldn't get up. But today I only suffered a minor injury, I'm not weak at all. Something will happen. Chapter 067. Who the hell is this? Qin lay motionless, but his left hand followed Jiang Zishi's guidance, touched the girl's delicate skin, and moved to one place after another. When he closed his eyes, his vision stopped working, but his sense of touch was magnified to the extreme, allowing him to deeply appreciate Jiang Zishi's charm. Qin couldn't help but feel a little distracted by the smooth and tender touch. Jiang Zishi was very bold. She gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage, specifically taking him to the vital spots. After a while, she was about to cry. Qin also found it difficult to control himself. He finally realized how delicate a young girl could be. It's so tender that you can squeeze out water. It's not an exaggeration at all. A shy chuckle came from my ear. Brother Chin, raise the flags. Are you ready to blow the horn and attack? Chin. It's over, this time it's really going to happen. Just open your eyes and take a look. Don't be shy anymore. Do you want to miss this event that is worth remembering for the rest of your life? Jiang Zishi came to the bed, knelt beside it, and pulled Chinese pajamas. Chin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he grabbed her mischievous little hand, opened his eyes and said, "Stop making trouble, go and rest quickly, tomorrow's trip to the immortal tomb may be very tiring." What came into view was a luminous white body, without a single shadow on it, as bright as the moonlight. But she was not the moon hanging high in the sky, far away from the earth, but a delicate and graceful beauty within reach. At this moment, Chinese breathing rhythm became disordered, and a trace of animality was growing wildly deep in his heart. Jiang Zishi didn't stop. She cleaned him up, grabbed Qin Shoui with both hands, and said with a red face, "You always say what will happen tomorrow. I don't care what will happen tomorrow. Today, tonight, now, at this moment. I want to be Brother Qin's person." After saying that, she spread her legs and rode on Qin's waist. "Don't!" With his remaining dwindling rationality, Qin reached out and supported her body to prevent her from sitting down. "Why not?" Jiang Zishi asked him. Qin, because. He couldn't give a reason. Jiang Zishi, let go. Qin. Looking at Jiang Zishi's resolute expression, Qin suddenly wanted to scold himself. The girl has already achieved this, why are you still being so fussy? Saying sorry or feeling guilty are just cowardly excuses. The two are in love and bound together. They are destined to travel the world together and practice cultivation together in this life. Why should they be timid about such things? She is a goddess. How many men would give up everything for her smile? But she doesn't like anyone else and only loves this one. At this moment, can you still be considered a human being if you can still endure it? Worse than beasts. Oh shit. Do it. Superior. Kill her. Today 1T end until she cries and begs for mercy. She doesn't have to walk to the immortal tomb by herself tomorrow. I'll carry her down there. Qin's gaze suddenly became firm. Brother Qin? Seeing his change, Jiang Zishi showed joy. Qin gently picked her up, climbed up, and put her on the pillow. Of course, I should be the one taking the initiative in this kind of thing. Qin no longer avoided it and looked directly at Jiang Zishi, who had no defenses, admiring her unique beauty as a goddess. Brother Qin, that's great. Jiang Zishi said happily, hugged Qin's neck and gave him a kiss. After a struggle, Qin began to soothe her body. However, in just a short moment, Jiang Zishi's eyes became blurred and her breathing became disordered. Brother Qin, come on. She said in a delicate voice, making her final preparations. Qin was also getting impatient and got ready to break the formation and kill the enemy. Just then. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the distance. The huge noise caused the entire ground to shake, and many people who were about to fall asleep were startled. What's going on? The two were stunned. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the noise was still huge. Obviously, there are strong people fighting. Don't worry about them, let's do ours. Jiang Zishi frowned, spread her legs, and urged anxiously. I hate being disturbed the most at times like this. Qin nodded slightly, well, don't worry about them. Find a good angle, aim at the enemy position, and sound the attack horn. Rumble. The ground shook violently again. This time the noise was even louder, the whole bed was shaking, and Qin Shoei's shot slipped and missed. Who the hell is that? Qin's old face flushed red, and he felt embarrassed and unhappy. Damn it. Never mind him, let's move on. Jiang Zishi was extremely anxious. She had finally waited for such an opportunity and would not allow anyone to interrupt her. She stretched out her legs and wrapped them around Qin's waist, ready to use a unique move from the 36 Saints moves to start the battle. However, rumble. The loud noise appeared again. Along with this came a resounding shout, I am Han Xianling, the special envoy of the Snow Nation's southern border. All the experts in the Myriad Realm, listen up. Show up immediately and help me capture the enemy's spies. The battle took place near the Jiang tribe, very close and with great noise. This loud shout startled everyone. They didn't expect that the reason for the battle was the invasion of powerful enemies. Master Han, I am waiting for the Jiang clan monks to come and help you. The voice of clan leader Jiang Changxian was heard, and several powerful people in the Wanxiang realm rushed out. Boom 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 boom. The battle intensified. A rough voice laughed loudly. Han Xinling, Jiang clan member, you think you can take me down with your limited ability? It's simply a foolish dream. Han Xinling, the southern Xinjiang envoy, spoke in a low voice, as if enduring immense pain. I can't believe you've reached the middle stage of the core formation realm. Quick! Ask fellow Taoist Song Xuanzong to come and help. The battle is still going on, but it seems that the enemy's strongmen are stronger than those of the Snow Country. What's going on? Qin Yi frowned. Jiang Zishi bit her lip and rubbed against him without any gap, but she just couldn't make that crucial blow. Brother Qin, don't worry about them, she said through tears. Qin Yi supported her body and shook his head, saying, we can't just sit back and watch. A mid-stage Jindan realm cultivator is enough to sweep across Wuya City. We must take action against such a powerful being. Wu! Jiang Zishi really cried. What are these people doing? Why do they attack at this time instead of earlier or later? She was almost becoming Brother Qin's woman, but was stuck at the last step. It was so painful. Do you want to help? But you are still injured, she said. Shin Qingyue's voice came from outside. Qin Yi, Miss Jiang, there's a fight outside, should we go help? The battle outside was too intense. When Shin Qingyue heard the words mid-stage Jindan realm, she had already begun to think about asking her master for help. It was only because Qin Yi was there that she temporarily restrained herself from crushing the Jade Talisman for help. We'll be right there. Qin Yi didn't care about eating people. He put Jiang Zishi down and quickly put on his clothes. The two walked out of the room. Jiang Zi's face was still red. Go and take a look. If necessary, use all your strength, Qin Yi said. Hey! You guys! The two of them walked out while putting on their clothes, and Jiang Zishi's face was flushed, as if she had just been happy. When Shin Qingyue saw the scene, she felt as if someone had tugged at her heart, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Qin Yi didn't care about her feelings. He stepped on the ground, burst out with strength, and took a step that covered dozens of meters as he rushed towards the direction where the battle was taking place. We're going too. Jiang Zishi didn't care about being shy and followed closely. Chapter 068, Strong Enemy. Boom boom boom. The battle was still going on the street not far from the Jiang clan's courtyard wall. 6 Jiang clan warriors in the Wanxiang realm and Han Xinling, who was in the early stage of the Jindan realm, joined forces to fight a bearded man. The surrounding ground was bumpy, with numerous holes and cracks. Fortunately, the Jiang clan's location is relatively independent, and there are no ordinary houses nearby. Otherwise, with the destructive power alone, at least hundreds of people would be killed or injured. Bang! As soon as Qin Yi and the other two arrived, they saw the bearded man knock the Great Elder away with one punch. The Great Elder's old body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Great Elder! Jiang Zishi exclaimed. The injured elder saw them appear and exclaimed in surprise, Master Qin, act quickly. That man is a general of the Qin kingdom, and a mortal enemy of the Snow kingdom. As the ancestor of the Jiang clan, Qin Yi's strength in the Mingguan realm can be said to be enough to defeat everything. Not to mention the Jindan realm, even if someone in the same Mingguan realm comes, he will not be intimidated at all. Of course, this is what the Great Elder and others think. Qin Yi himself doesn't think so. He took a look at the battle situation. The strong man from the state of Chen was covered in purple-red true energy. When he waved his hands, dragon-shaped energy flew around. Every strike contained the power to split mountains. The elders of the Wanxiang realm had difficulty in connecting a single move and could only harass Han Xinling slightly to help him hold on. Han Xinling was better off. His cultivation in the early stage of the Jindan realm was quite powerful, and he could fight against the strong men of the Chen state. But it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage, with blood at the corner of his mouth and his body stained red. Qin Yi, what should we do? Shin Qingyue asked anxiously, holding the Taoist Lingwan's divine jade talisman in her hand. Chen State and Snow State are two neighboring countries, located in the south of Snow State. Chen State is much stronger than Snow State. The two sides have been hostile for hundreds of years, and wars of all sizes have almost never stopped. Sometimes the fighting is so fierce that even a large number of practitioners will participate. If there was not another country in the south of Qin state that was also at war with them and helped to contain them, the snow state would probably have been defeated long ago. Facing the strong men of Qin state, no one dared to be careless. If they cannot win this battle, even if the bearded man does not destroy Wuya city, he will definitely cause a huge bloodbath. Boom! There was another collision, and Han Xianling and Chen Guoqiang were temporarily separated. The bearded man looked at Qin Yi and said loudly, "My fellow Daoist, I am Wei Tianyang, the war king of the northern frontier of the Qin kingdom. I have yet to ask for your advice?" "Dao Yu?" Han Xianling was delighted and turned to look at Qin Yi. "I thought that a powerful Jindan realm expert had arrived and could force Wei Tianyang to retreat by fighting 2 against 1. But what he saw was just a young man in the middle stage of Foshuan realm." "Brother Jiang, are there no other masters in your clan?" Han Xianling asked Zhang Chengxian. Zhang Chengxian covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning, "Master Han, having him here is enough. It's no exaggeration to say that Master Qin only needs to lift a finger to deal with Wei Tianyang." The third elder spat out a tooth and laughed, "If young Master Qin makes a move, even if there are 10 people in the middle stage of the core formation realm, let alone 1, they will kneel down in a row and beg for mercy." The fifth elder, who was the least injured, shook his messy hair and said, "This war king of Chen only has a few breaths to escape. If he doesn't run, this day next year will be his death anniversary." "What are you talking about?" Han Xianling widened his eyes, feeling that these people were crazy. "He speaks so arrogantly that if you don't know him, you might think he is a powerful person in the inscription realm. But that young man was obviously a rising star in the middle stage of the Foshuan realm." "What the hell? There's only 2 realms between us, why are you so proud? You must have been beaten silly." What made him even more speechless was that Wei Tianyang actually acted quite fearful and bowed to Qin Yi. Qin Yi glanced at the surroundings and said with the attitude of an ancestor, "What are you doing here, youngsters from a neighboring country, entering the heart of our snow country?" Wei Tianyang had remotely sensed the brief fight between Qin Yi and the witch on West Street today, and was a little wary of Qin Yi. "But it's just a sense of apprehension, not fear," he replied, "nothing serious. I just heard that the scenery of the snow country is beautiful, so I came here to enjoy it. It's not worth losing your life just to enjoy the scenery. Tell me your real purpose, and I might spare your life," Qin Yi said lightly. Han Xianling blinked, thinking that the young man must have gone crazy, daring to speak so arrogantly in front of a strong man in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. Even if you are not afraid of death, you have to think about your family. What if Wei Tianyang goes crazy and kills your entire family? Especially those 2 girls. Damn, how can there be such a beautiful woman? It would be fine if there was only 1, but both of them were so beautiful, like fairies. And he actually followed a fool. Han Xianling almost vomited blood. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. What is even more strange is that Wei Tianyang was actually a little scared when facing this big fool. Wei Tianyang said, "To be honest, I have something to do. It has nothing to do with the war between the 2 countries. It's just that we are on opposite sides and dare not come here openly, so I am keeping a low profile and hiding my whereabouts." "Oh?" Qin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he heard this, he keenly sensed something wrong. Since it has nothing to do with the war, why did the state of Chen send a powerful Jindan realm expert? Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death in the snow country, losing a great general? It's obvious. He came here for huge benefits. Did you bring anyone else with you?" Qin Yi asked. Wei Tianyang chuckled, "Yes, I did bring a few younger generations with me. However, they are not here, so fellow Daoist, please don't ask too much." "I see." Qin Yi had already vaguely guessed it. This time. The strong man from the state of Chen brought his juniors to Wuya city, and their purpose was most likely to find the immortal tomb. Only the temptation of the opportunity to reach the Jindan realm and the immortal tomb can make people go deep into the enemy's territory regardless of danger. It seems that the information Taoist Ling Chong possesses may not be exclusive to his family, and others also know the secret of the immortal tomb. Of course, one possibility cannot be ruled out: Wei Tianyang was actually chasing Ling. As to whether they came to rob or Ling Chong called them over himself, it is unknown. After this fight, we have to call Ling Chong and others over to ask them clearly. Otherwise, the trip to the immortal tomb would not be peaceful. "Hey, brother Jiang, what's going on with this kid?" Han Xianling was still standing there in a daze. He watched for a long time but couldn't understand why Wei Tianyang was afraid of Qin Yi. Zhang Chengxian said calmly, "Mr. Qin, in the inscription realm. Just 6 short words, powerful and shocking to the whole audience. But the two Jindan realm masters didn't quite believe it. Han Xianling believed in his own breath sensing and felt that Qin Yi was not that strong. Wei Tianyang felt that Qin Yi should be specialized in physical body and had weak magic power, and he should actually be in the middle or late stage of Jindan realm. Otherwise, there would be no need to let the witch go in the evening on West Street. She could have been subdued head-on and captured directly. Everyone has his or her own set of criteria for judgment, but at this moment, the situation is tense and momentum alone cannot control the situation. The great elder said, "Young Master Qin, take action. Only by capturing this man can we find out his purpose." Han Xianling gritted his teeth. He didn't care whether he was in the inscription realm or the profound law realm. As long as he could help, he was in a good realm. That Qin or something, join me in attacking. Let's work together to take him down. Wei Tianyang smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you'd better not interfere." Han Xianling, don't bother me either. I'm leaving soon. I won't harm a single soldier of your Snow Nation. There's no need to waste energy here. Bah! You entering our territory is an insult to our national prestige. If I don't kill you here today, I won't be named Han. Han Xianling said viciously. Wei Tianyang smiled, "Okay, then you should quickly think of your last name for your next life. I'll kill you so I can use it when I reincarnate." After saying that, the two of them attacked again. Chapter 069. This style is wrong. Boom! The loud noise occurred again. Two Jindan level masters clashed in mid-air, one transforming his magical power into a long, purple-red dragon, while the other wielded a greatsword, unleashing a powerful force of sword energy. As the two collided, waves of energy swirled back hundreds of meters, and a fierce wind blew the ripped floorboards into fragments, creating a magnificent spectacle. "Young Master Qin," the great elder urged. "Everyone can see that Han Xianling is no match for Wei Tianyang, and if he doesn't help, someone will die." Qin Yi sighed inwardly. It seems that I have to break through another realm today. He opened the system interface and without hesitation, directly extracted Jiang Zixi Wanxiang realm upgrade card. A ray of golden light appeared in Qin Yi's hand. The elders of the Jiang clan looked at it with a bit of confusion. "Master Qin, what are you doing?" Jiang Zixi was overjoyed. "Brother Qin, you want it?" Qin Yi snapped his fingers and golden light penetrated into Jiang Zixi's body. Buzz! A powerful aura immediately burst out from Jiang Zixi's body. Her strength improved by leaps and bounds, jumping from the early stage of Fashuan realm to the early stage of Wanxiang realm. Fuck! I'll do it! What's this? Everyone in the Jiang clan was stunned. The two Jindan realm warriors who were fighting fiercely were also frightened by the sudden powerful aura. Everyone looked at Jiang Zixi in astonishment. Has she made a breakthrough? Breakthrough from the early stage of the mysterious law realm to the early stage of the myriad things realm? What's going on? What's going on? What the hell is going on? We are all practitioners who once climbed up from the Fashuan realm to the Wanxiang realm step by step. Everyone knows how difficult the process is. But now, Jiang Zixi actually broke through without any warning in front of them, with their very eyes watching. The wind was howling in the sky, and it seemed as if a blue cloud was gathering in the night. Jiang Zixi's magic power skyrocketed several times, her whole body was shrouded in a green whirlwind, her green hair fluttered, her feet lifted off the ground, and floated in the air. "Miss Jiang, Qin Yi, this." Shin Qinyue was stunned. The last time Jiang Zixi broke through the Fashuan realm, although she felt it was incredible, she didn't see it with her own eyes after all, so the shock was not that great. And now, Qin Yi upgraded Jiang Zixi in front of her, and it was an upgrade to a higher level. This is unacceptable. Brother Qin, I'm in the myriad realm? It's only been a few days? Jiang Zixi said hesitantly, feeling the abundant and powerful true energy throughout her body, and her mood was so happy that she couldn't describe it. She slowly floated down and looked at Qin Yi. She felt that the man in front of her was extremely handsome. Every facial feature was in her favorite position, and every hair was a perfect work of art. She likes Qin Yi so much that she can't help herself. I really want to hug him and chew on him right now. Brother Qin, you are so good to me. Jiang Zixi's eyes were filled with tears and she cried with emotion. Qin Yi just smiled slightly. It's not the first time you've made such a breakthrough. Haven't you adapted yet? I can't get used to it. You've always been so nice to me, but I can't give you anything in return. I feel so ashamed. Jiang Zishi pursed her lips. They were supposed to be together tonight, but were interrupted by a bad guy. She was really unhappy. Once this is over, I must take that ruthless step. Give him every possible part of my body. Use all 36 Saint Maiden moves. It's okay. We have a long way to go and we still have thousands of years to live. I will wait for you to repay me slowly. Qini smiled. Jiang Zishi said happily, okay. I will spend my whole life to repay Brother Qin. As long as you don't despise me, I will follow you forever. Ding. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 18 points. Current intimacy, 100. You have new bond rewards to claim. Please open the bond interface to view. Each time you advance, you will be directly rewarded with 20 points of intimacy. With the blessing of the power of the Wanxiang realm, the previous intimacy of 82 points directly reached the maximum value of 100 points, entering the stage of life and death. Qini silently opened the intimacy interface and received the 1,600-point cultivation reward for life and death dependence. Everyone around had a strange expression on their face. They were just shouting about fighting and killing. Why are they suddenly showing off their love? This style of painting is wrong. Isn't it embarrassing for a man and a woman to show their affection here? Wei Tianyang couldn't help but complain, do you want your little wife to fight me? The mere myriad realm is probably not enough. Although everyone was shocked that Qini could raise a person's realm by an entire level in an instant, they subconsciously felt that this should be a temporary improvement through secret techniques, not a permanent one. Having one more person in the early stage of the Wanxiang realm will not have a big impact on the combat effectiveness at this level, so Wei Tianyang did not feel nervous. Jiang Zishi was a little unhappy and scolded, be careful what you say. What do you mean by a little wife? I am Brother Qin's legal wife. The first wife. The legitimate wife. Right, Brother Qin? Everyone was speechless. The little wife is referring to your age, not your low status. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that your status will be unstable? Shin Xingyue, who was standing next to him, had a strange look on her face. She felt as if Jiang Zishi was talking to her. Hey, are you still going to fight? If not, I'm leaving. Wei Tianyang urged impatiently. Fight. Why are you leaving? Leave your life behind first. Han Xianling was almost speechless. How come the atmosphere of a great battle in which the powerful warriors of the Snow Country joined forces to fight against foreign enemies became increasingly distorted? He used his magic power again and attacked Wei Tianyang. I'll help. Jiang Zishi felt that Qini wanted her help in improving her cultivation, so she did not hesitate and immediately took action, sending out a wisp of wind spirit magic power through the air. Wei Tianyang repelled Han Xianling with a burst of qi, and casually brushed away Jiang Zishi's attack. He smiled and said, too weak. Little girl, if you want to fight me, you need to practice for another 500 years. Jiang Zishi was unconvinced, what big talk. With Brother Qin here, I've reached the Hajin realm in 5 years. Dealing with you is as easy as dealing with a stray dog. Hey! You're so arrogant. Watch out. Wei Tianyang got angry and slapped out in the air. Jiang Zishi raised her hand and tried to take it. But the next second, he was blocked by a figure. Qini blocked the attack for her, resisting the power of a mid-stage Jindan realm expert without moving an inch. Wei Tianyang's eyes were fixed on Qini. At this moment, Qin Yi's aura actually surged a lot. He was in the middle stage of Fashuan realm just now, but now he is already in the early stage of Wanxiang realm. How could that be? Is he unlocking his own power? Wei Tianyang's heart trembled. Han Xianling also noticed the change in Qin Yi's aura. The middle stage of Fashuan realm became the late stage of Fashuan realm, and then became the early stage of Wanxiang realm. The whole process took no more than 2 breaths, which was ridiculously fast. Even more outrageous than Jiang Zishi. When Jiang Zishi just broke through, there was at least a flash of golden light, which was a sign. Qini, however, didn't change at all, he just broke through straight and dry. Fuck, who the hell is this guy? Han Xianling was confused and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Buzz. At this time, Qini made another breakthrough. The middle stage of the Wanxiang realm. Han Xianling, fuck? Still coming? Qini, it seems to be a little short. He had just used up the 1,600 cultivation points that Jiang Zishi had given him for upgrading her intimacy. Previously, his cultivation balance was 199, which means he had a total of 1799 points. After leveling up 2 levels and entering the initial stage of the Myriad Realm, 800 points were consumed, and 999 points were left. Each upgrade to a small realm in the Wanxiang realm requires 600 points of cultivation. Therefore, after another breakthrough, his cultivation stagnated at the middle stage of the Wanxiang realm, with a remaining balance of 399 points. A tremendous force surged in his body. Shini still had no magic power, but he felt that the power contained in his body was comparable to a nuclear bomb. If he punched it with all his strength, it would probably crack the earth and tear the whole street in half. But this is not enough. Since I have already broken through the Wanxiang realm, I might as well be thorough and rush directly to the late stage of the Wanxiang realm. Chapter 70, The Ancestor is Really a God. 5 more. Extract Xinxingyue's 1-star upgrade card. Shini gave instructions to the system. Xinxingyue was previously synthesized to 1 star by him, but he did not extract the upgrade card. He retained the card and could use it as material. Shini originally wanted Zhang Zishi to eat the 1-star Xinxingyue, enter the 2-star level, and gain the strength of the Jindan realm. But now it seems that the threat of the witch can be ignored. He can easily fight against the Jindan realm by entering the Wanxiang realm. There is no need to favor one over the other and only favor a goddess. On the contrary, Xinxingyue's intimacy reward can allow him to take a step further, which is more meaningful. Tip: exclusive upgrade cards are used to upgrade the realm of the goddess. Each realm can only be extracted once. The extracted card can only be used as the main body and cannot be used as consumable materials. Are you sure? The system pops up a question. After extracting the upgrade card, Xinxingyue's 1-star card will be the same as Zhang Zishi's 1-star card, with the quality locked and cannot be fed to other goddesses. Yes. Shini confirmed it without hesitation. Then take out the golden Xinxingyue exclusive upgrade card. Why? Zhang Zishi was stunned. Seeing the golden thing, she thought that Brother Qin was going to help her upgrade again, and she was so happy that she was silly. The others were also confused. What are you doing? Han Xianling widened his eyes, feeling that this scene seemed familiar. Grass. Wei Tianyang was stunned, and a drop of cold sweat the size of a bean involuntarily slid down his forehead. The people of the Zhang clan were ecstatic. One step further. Core Formation Realm. The ancestor is so majestic. The ancestor is truly a god. Girl Zishi is about to form a pill, ha ha ha. The most glorious moment of our Zhang clan in the past 1,000 years is right now. Everyone was overjoyed. Looking at the golden object in Shini's hand, they thought Zhang Zishi was going to break through 2 realms in just a short moment. Cough. Shini coughed dryly and said faintly, "Don't get me wrong, this time it's Xinxingyue." Xinxingyue? Ah? Ha? What? Everyone was stunned again. Suddenly I became even more confused. Does this mean to help Xinxingyue break through to the Wanxiang realm? Is he a god? Can he give breakthroughs to anyone he wants? Use some logic, dear. This is the realm of cultivation, not just playing house and conferring official titles. Even if he is a real god, he may not be able to help others break through so easily, right? Even if you are just using a secret method to temporarily improve your strength, there should be a limit. It's so unreasonable to say you can break through just like that. Why should others cultivate? Just stand at attention, crane your neck, and wait for you to chop me. Brother Qin. Zhang Zishi's face turned bitter. Her expectations were too high and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Shini scratched her nose and said, "Don't be greedy. You've made rapid breakthroughs recently." Oh. Zhang Zishi was so affectionately scratched by him that her mood immediately improved a lot. She stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "Then give it to Sister Qingyue. She also needs strength." Seeing her reaction, Shini couldn't help but feel a headache. This girl, influenced by their intimacy, has become almost blindly obedient to him, and even calls Xinxingyue sister. Does this mean you want to accept Xinxingyue? The intimacy level reaching 100 is too exaggerated. It's quite outrageous. In terms of love, he rarely made a move on the 2 women. But in just a few short days, Zhang Zishi had fallen head over heels in love with him. Whoosh! The golden light penetrated into Xinxingyue's body. A powerful aura emanated from Xinxingyue's body, transforming into bright moonlight, illuminating the long street. Xin Yi. Shin Xingyue looked at him, and her mood became very complicated. She had heard Qini talk about fate before, and although she believed it, she did not think that Qini could bring her any benefits. Everything was just a shackle of worldly affairs and added to her troubles. But now, the aura in her body surged, and her magic power increased greatly, but it was like a voice echoing in her heart. Now you believe it, Qini is your true love. He can make you happy to the point of spasm, can help you improve your strength, and can give you everything you want. The man's figure left an indelible mark in her mind. The scene of me being molested in the cellar, his words of comfort when I was crying out of anger, and the scene of me being held down and spanked that day were all deeply engraved in my mind. Soon, Shin Xingyue completed the breakthrough and her aura reached the early stage of the Wanxiang realm. Ding! Shin Xingyue's intimacy with you increases by 20 points. Current intimacy, 67. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to view. With a prompt, Shin Xingyue's intimacy with Qini reached the level of affectionate. After receiving the 400-point cultivation reward, the remaining cultivation point became 799. Qini clicked on the upgrade button without hesitation, and an extremely brutal and domineering aura emerged from his body again. Plop, plop, plop. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat. But not the kind that ordinary people have. Every heartbeat is like a rushing river, a landslide or a tsunami, carrying an incomparable and amazing power. After being tempered by the mysterious power, Qini felt that the energy contained in every drop of his blood was comparable to a bomb, and the toughness of every muscle fiber was better than that of an ancient tree root. With 5 fingers clenched, the power contained in one punch is enough to blast open a rock mountain. He stepped on the ground with his ferocious beast-like body, enough to sink the long street and the mansion into the ground. However, at this moment, the first thought that came to his mind was not "I am so strong." But if I had known we'd have to fight tonight, I should have broken through during the day and saved myself from letting the witch escape. Well, Qini was more or less depressed. Wei Tianyang came at a very wrong time. Not only did he disturb his and Zhang Zixi good thing, but he also forced him to break through and give up the realm he had originally planned to stay in. Now, if you don't attack enemies in the universal realm, you won't get a chance to draw cards. And how many people are there in the Wanxiang realm? There are only so many of them in the whole country, and you may not even be able to fight them. It makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it. Moreover, the witch ran so far that her aura sensing had already left the Nanzhou area. Although the card pool option was still there, her specific location could no longer be locked. If the breakthrough took place during the day, Hua Xiyu would have no chance to escape at all. With his physical body in the late stage of the Wanxiang realm, Qini could hold her down, remove her disguise, and tear her face open to see her true face. Maybe they have even been caught and locked up in a small dark room. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. I can only beat Wei Tianyang up to vent my dissatisfaction. Qini, am I already in the myriad realm? Shin Xingyue also completed a breakthrough. She was somewhat surprised at how high her cultivation level was. She was even more surprised that such a breakthrough did not damage her foundation and her potential was not affected at all. Qini nodded slightly. You two can adapt to it, I will deal with this guy first. Eh? Aren't we the ones who did it? Shin Xingyue asked in surprise. She thought that Qin helped Zhang Zixi break through because he saw that Zhang Zixi and the others were still unable to defeat Wei Tianyang. She has practiced the unique skills of the Zhongshan sect, and her combat power is stronger than that of practitioners at the same level. With her help, the chances of defeating Wei Tianyang will be a little higher. However, Qini shook his head and said, you all should rest. Han Xianling, you should also step aside. I will take care of Wei Tianyang. Are you serious, young man? Han Xianling didn't know what to say anymore. He watched 3 people in the Fashuan realm break through to the Wanxiang realm in front of him. He felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart and he didn't know how to describe it. Although he was shocked, Qini was only at the late stage of the myriad realm after all, which was much worse than Wei Tianyang. In this situation, the chances of winning in a one-on-one fight are slim. Of course, this is just common sense. Qini is not a normal person. The reason why Han Xianling had to withdraw was mainly because he was afraid that a third party would interfere in the battle and affect his ability to obtain rewards. You know, Wei Tianyang is a powerful person in the Jindan realm, one realm rating higher than him. If we win this battle, the reward will definitely not be as simple as one card draw. Stop talking nonsense and go heal your wounds. Qini urged impatiently. All right. Han Xianling retreated behind the crowd. Wei Tianyang's expression was complicated. He stared at Qini intently and said in a deep voice, "Do you really want to be my enemy?" "No." Qini chuckled, "You are not qualified enough to be my enemy. I just simply want to beat you." Chapter 71, The Crush of the Turtle Fist. Boom! Qini moved. Every move is earth-shaking power. There was a hole in the ground where his feet had stepped on it. Before everyone could see his movements clearly, they saw Wei Tianyang flying out in the next moment, his body flying into the sky like a cannonball. "Fuck, what's this speed?" Han Xianling widened his eyes. Qini's speed was so fast that it exceeded his reaction. He could barely even see clearly, let alone resist. Wei Tianyang was even more shocked. "He has a stomachache." Qini threw a simple straight punch, and he was horrified to find that he could not dodge it. He hurriedly used his magic power to set up a body defense, but was still hit by the punch and flew uncontrollably into the sky. What a terrifying body! He doesn't even need any mana to suppress me with brute force. Wei Tianyang was horrified and immediately steadied himself and prepared to retreat. However, his true energy had just been raised. Boom! Qini had appeared behind him and punched him on the back. Wei Tianyang fell back to the ground at 3 times the speed, instantly creating a crater. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of hot blood, shocked beyond words. Too fast! Too fast! Such speed! Such power! He is not a human being at all. Qini tried 2 punches and found that the force he exerted with all his strength seemed a little too terrifying. Just the punch caused a violent sonic boom. When it hit Wei Tianyang, who was in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, he could hear the sound of bones dislocating. It's just the late stage of the Wanxiang realm, is it that exaggerated? This is a cross-border battle, not on the same level. Whoosh! During the pause of Qini, Wei Tianyang quickly adjusted his state and flew up, circulating his true energy to the extreme, forming a 3-meter-long purple-red true energy dragon that protected his body. I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Wei Tianyang said in a deep voice. Qini landed on the ground, the corner of his mouth twitching. I thought you were going to die, it seems you are in good condition. This is just right, I am not satisfied yet. Come again. Wei Tianyang let out a low roar, and the magic dragon protected his body. A round knife wheel appeared in his hand and was thrown out like lightning. Swish! The speed of the blade wheel is so fast that it cannot be seen with the naked eye. Qini was locked in by the energy and unable to dodge, so he raised his hand to block it. Ding! A crisp metal collision sound was heard, and the blade wheel bounced off and sank into the ground to an unknown depth. How is this possible? Wei Tianyang was stunned. This top-grade treasure of magical instrument level, with the blessing of the cultivation level of the middle stage of the core formation realm, actually only left a shallow blood mark on Qini's arm, just enough to break the skin. If someone else confronted him head-on, he would be beheaded instantly. Bleeding? Qini glanced at his arm and felt a little unhappy. I thought I was so powerful, but I ended up bleeding in the first battle. It's a bit unlucky. He was very upset because a man took his first blood. He was already in the mood to beat someone up, and he became even more angry. It's my turn. Whoosh! Qini made a move, leaving a shadow on the spot. Wei Tianyang pushed his magic dragon chi forward and tried to fight back, but it was useless. Boom! A punch created a sonic boom, the airwave destroyed the dragon's true energy, and the iron fist hit Wei Tianyang's abdomen directly. Ah! Wei Tianyang was beaten into a U shape, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. And this is just the first punch. Boom 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 boom. Qini's pure physical strength does not require him to mobilize his true energy at all. His arms and legs are weapons, and his fingers are much faster than his true energy. He punched Wei Tianyang again and again, each punch exerting a force of thousands of tons. The sound of bones dislocating and breaking was drowned out by the sonic boom. Wei Tianyang's body was blown 100 meters away, then intercepted and fell back, and then kicked out again. He kept moving back and forth in the air and was unable to land. Bang 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 bang. The sounds of explosions were endless, and the Jiang clan members, Han Xianling, Shen Qingyue and others were all frightened. The way Qini fights is so scary, he doesn't have any skills at all, it's just pure cuckold punches. But this bastard has a powerful punch. So awesome. He is not human at all. Wei Tianyang flew back and forth, without even having the chance to mobilize his true energy. He originally wanted to recall the knife will magic weapon to fight back, but just as he raised his true energy, Qini punched him in the abdomen, and his dantian was directly shaken and all his true energy was dissipated, and he could not concentrate at all. With Qini punching and kicking him, he couldn't even shout. Only screams and groans came out of his throat involuntarily. The situation was extremely passive. Heads popped up from the wall of the Zhang clan's mansion, and the Zhang clan's guards and clansmen lay on the wall to watch the battle. Oh my god, what level of battle is this? The streets are completely destroyed. It's more terrifying than a ferocious beast passing through. Who's fighting? I can't see anything at all. Who is screaming? Is there anyone? Where is the person? Wow, Miss is so beautiful. Fairy Shen is so beautiful. Everyone knew that a big battle was going on outside, but Qin and Wei Tianyang's figures were so fast that they could hardly see them clearly. Only the great elder, the clan leader and others could be seen, their heads constantly turning, their gazes sometimes looking into the distance, sometimes looking near, sometimes looking at the sky, sometimes looking at the ground. From time to time, a new hole appeared on the ground, as if it had been hit by something, but it was unclear what had caused it. A long time. Boom! With a loud bang, another crater appeared on the ground. Wei Tianyang was lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in blood, his head had become like a pig's head, and he was emitting a weak breath, as if he would die at any time. Qini sighed, as if he was tired, and said, "Why only give me 2 card draws, stingy?" The system just prompted that he had defeated Wei Tianyang, but the reward for drawing cards was only 2 times, which was not the geometric increase he had imagined. It seems that the system also predicts that those at the same level are not his match, and reaching a higher level is not difficult for him either, so the reward increase for cross-border battles is not too great. Wei Tianyang is not dead yet. The vitality of a Jindan realm expert is extremely tenacious. All the bones in his body were dislocated, and he struggled to crawl up like a boneless animal. "What realm are you at?" he asked with difficulty and pain. Being beaten up by someone is not a rare thing in the world of cultivation. It is normal to lose when there is a difference in strength between the two. But the current situation is that Qini is obviously 1 level lower than him in surface realm, but he still beats him up so hard that he doesn't even have a chance to fight back. This is unreasonable. What's more, this guy relies entirely on his physical body and doesn't mobilize any true energy at all, which is even more terrifying. It was impossible for a peak Jindan realm expert to defeat Wei Tianyang so easily. Even a first-level Mingwen realm expert would have to use his true chi to defeat him unilaterally. And Qini only has his fists and feet. He didn't even use any martial arts. Wei Tianyang was completely devastated by the fact that he had achieved such a result with just ordinary attacks. Now he didn't even care about death, he just wanted to find out Qini's realm. Qini was enjoying the fight, so after stretching his muscles, he replied, "Don't try to guess my realm. It's useless. You just disturbed me, and beating you up was already a light punishment. Now, tell me the reason for your visit to the Snow Country. This is your only chance to survive." Chapter 72 I Misunderstood. What good thing have I done to disturb you? Wei Tianyang almost cried. Isn't it because of our status as an enemy country that we got beaten this time? What's the big deal about being beaten half to death for disturbing someone's good deeds? Zhang Zixi face flushed as she thought about the scene where Brother Qin almost targeted her and she almost went in. She felt very shy. Qini beat the man into a pig's head because he failed to accomplish that task. This action made her even happier and she felt that she had not loved the wrong person. "Answer my question," Qini urged, pinching his fingers, making a crackling sound. Wei Tianyang shuddered and said quickly, I'm here, to escort His Highness and the others to find the entrance to a secret realm." "Your Highness?" Everyone around was surprised. Han Xianling asked, "Is he one of the princes of your Qin kingdom?" Wei Tianyang replied, "The 4th prince and the 9th princess are here, but I won't tell you their whereabouts. I can die, and you can't stop them. When they get the opportunity, the Qin kingdom will have several more Jindan realm masters. By then, your Snow Kingdom. They are going to the immortal tomb, right?" Before he could finish his words, Qini interrupted him. Wei Tianyang was stunned, his voice trembling as he asked in fear, You know? The great elder and others were stunned. Immortal tomb? Do the people of Qin know about this? Didn't Ling Chong say he got the clue from Ninghua? How come the people from Chunghwa also know about it? What's going on? No one understands. Currently, only Ling Chong and others and several high-ranking members of the Jiang clan know about the immortal tomb, and the rest of the people are completely unaware. But now it seems that things are much more complicated than everyone imagined. Qin Yi looked at Wei Tianyang and said, "Do you have the key?" Wei Tianyang nodded blankly. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. It seems that Ling Chang's statement is wrong. There is definitely more than one key to the immortal tomb. I thought that place was a little-known secret realm, and that 30 people from two forces could go in together to explore and take all the treasures. As a result, according to this situation, even if you enter the immortal tomb, there will still be competition. It is even possible that not only people from the state of Chen, but other forces also know about this. Senior, could you please spare my life? Wei Tianyang is no longer able to resist and now just wants to survive. Although he was seriously injured, his body at the Jindan stage could not be destroyed so easily. As long as he took the elixir and recuperated for a few days, he would be able to recover. Upon hearing this, Han Xinling immediately said, "We can't let him go. A mid-stage Jindan realm warrior is as powerful as 100,000 soldiers. Killing him would be a great achievement." Wei Tianyang smiled bitterly. It is a fact that no matter which side people fall into the hands of the enemy, it is almost impossible for them to return alive. He thought this mission would be easy, but he didn't expect that such a terrifying and powerful man would appear on the way and he would lose his life. Qin Yi looked at Wei Tianyang and then at Han Xinling. Honestly, he doesn't want to kill anyone. Killing is a very cruel thing. When a life is lost, a family will be broken apart. The wife loses her husband, the children lose their father, and the parents lose their son. Of course, he also knew that this was the common people's thinking. When two countries are at war, letting a general go will have a huge impact. You can imagine it with your butt. Moreover, Wei Tianyang is a cultivator in the Jindan realm, and he is at least several hundred years old. Perhaps all his family members and relatives have died of old age, leaving only his descendants. But killing people with one's own hands seemed a bit cruel to Qin Yi. He was just an ordinary college student a few days ago. Even if he came to this world and was destined to become a cultivator who killed people without blinking an eye, it would take some time for him to transition. So Qin Yi didn't make a move, but shook his head and said, "Go away, I won't kill you. As for whether you can get away, it depends on your own ability." Wei Tianyang was stunned. "Really? You won't kill me?" Han Xinling became anxious upon hearing this. "Senior, this won't do. Letting him go will have serious consequences. If you don't kill him, I will." As he said this, he was about to step forward. "No. Absolutely not." The great elder and Jiang Chengxian were startled and quickly stopped Han Xinling. "Joke? The ancestor said not to kill, how dare you do it?" This is a slap in the face of the inscription realm ancestor. The two men held Han Xinling tightly and advised, "That's enough, Wei Tianyang is only breathing his last breath. Let him go for now. It won't be too late to kill him tomorrow." Jiang Chengxian also sent a message to Han Xinling, "If you don't give our ancestor face, he will kill you in a rage. He doesn't care about the king of Snow Country, but 1,000 years ago, he raped the queen in front of the king and his ministers in the court. Have you forgotten?" Han Xinling. "Senior Qin, is he the ancestor of your Jiang clan?" He only realized this problem now. "Yes." Jiang Chengxian and the great elder nodded. Han Xuanling's heart trembled and he was terrified. The ancestor of the Jiang clan. That's a monster. There is an existence that is more evil than the devil and more ferocious than the beast. Although he rarely appears in public, every time he appears, he always leaves a deep impression on people. The queen in the court was the least of his worries. It is said that once, a Jindan realm expert from the Zhao state in the north came to the Snow Country to look for treasures, and killed several people from the Jiang clan in the process of looting. The ancestor of the Jiang clan was not in seclusion at the time, so after learning about it, he immediately captured the Jindan realm expert, brought him back to Zhao state, and found his sect. Then, in front of that man, they killed all the men in the sect and tortured all the women to death. Finally, they abolished the cultivation of the powerful Jindan realm master, chopped off his limbs to prevent him from committing suicide, kept him in a jar, and tortured him for more than 100 years before killing him. Very few people knew about this matter, and no one dared to mention it for fear of being heard by the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Knowing that Qin Yi was the ancestor of the Jiang clan, Han Xinling immediately stopped talking and quickly shut up, looking respectful and humble. Wei Tianyang didn't know what cruel methods the Zheng clan ancestor had. When he learned that the other party was going to let him go, he said gratefully, "Thank you, senior, thank you." Then he retracted the knife wheel from the ground, circulated his true energy, and flew away in a crooked posture. Shini glanced at Han Shenling, feeling worried. He thought to himself, feeling somewhat depressed, "I don't want to kill anyone, but I didn't say you can't do it either. You're a special envoy from the frontier, but you're not doing your job. Why are you just looking at me?" Letting go a Jindan realm boss would definitely have a huge impact on the border. He hoped that Han Shenling would take action, but he didn't expect that the two fools, the Great Elder and Zhang Chengxian, would misunderstand him and actually stop him. Han Shenling became even more frightened when he saw Qin Yi's unhappy expression. Thinking of his beautiful wife and well-behaved daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and great-great-granddaughter, he quickly said, well, I have things to do at home. "Senior, you are busy, I will take my leave first. Goodbye." Then he fled. The scene was in a mess and the battle was over. Qin Yi looked around and said helplessly, "It's better not to fight in the city in the future. It's very troublesome to repair it." Everyone in the Zheng clan looked embarrassed. "So you were reluctant to do it before because you were afraid of damaging the floor and making it difficult to repair?" They were all convinced. Some people had secretly suspected that the ancestor might be a fake before, but now seeing that he didn't even use his true energy and beat Wei Tianyang, who was in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, into a fool with just brute force, everyone was certain that Qin Yi was the ancestor and there was no doubt about it. Chapter 73 We Are All Ones. "Shir, Qinyue, let's go back." Qin Yi walked around the bumpy ground and returned to the mansion with the two goddesses. Zhang Chengxian asked someone to come and repair the ground. The Great Elder sent someone to call Ling Chong to discuss the matter of the immortal tomb. The news Wei Tianyang brought was too unexpected. It seemed that the trip to the immortal tomb was not as expected, and other plans had to be made. The ancestor was a free-spirited person. He went to the immortal tomb just to play with his two little slave girls, so he naturally didn't care about the gains from this trip. But they are all people who need the opportunity to form a pill, so they must think carefully about it. Otherwise, if he fails to win over the prince and princess of Chen, he will be at a disadvantage. Of course, with the ancestor Qin Yi leading the charge, they felt that losing to the people of Chen State should be impossible. Back to the yard. Zhang Zishi held Qin Yi's arm, her face full of surprise and joy. "Brother Qin, you were so amazing just now. Incredible. He was a super strong man in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, and you beat him so hard that he couldn't even fight back." Qin Yi, "Well, it's just that he's a little stronger, his body is a little more powerful, and he uses a lot of boxing all the time, there's no technical content at all." Xinyu seemed to be thinking, "Qin Yi, this is probably what Master said, one force can defeat 10 skills. Yes. As long as the strength is enough, no matter what fancy magic techniques he uses, he can be killed with one punch." Zhang Zishi echoed, waving her little fist. Qin Yi's performance just now was so brilliant that they even ignored the joy of entering the realm of all things. Qin Yi smiled and said, "That's true, but my power still has its limitations. Compared to immortal arts, it has many shortcomings." Although he is still not very familiar with the high-end realm of immortal cultivation, Qin Yi knows that everything has its pros and cons. While his physical body is strong, he is definitely not as good as immortals in some aspects. For example, he cannot refine elixirs, cannot control high-grade magical instruments, cannot summon wind and rain, and cannot cast spells and so on. That's already very impressive. You're not really an old senior. At the age of 21, you beat a Jindan realm expert who's hundreds of years old into a pig's head. Are you still not satisfied? Zhang Zishi said. Xinyu nodded in agreement. My master was also a saintly lady back then, admired by countless people. But when she entered the Jindan realm, she was already nearly 200 years old. Qin Yi, then we three are really amazing. Perhaps it won't be long before you two will also enter the Jindan realm. Such young and beautiful Jindan realm fairies, the whole world will go crazy for you. Cultivators' understanding of age differs from that of earthlings. They don't consider 50 or 60 years old to be middle-aged or old. If one's cultivation is high enough, a woman in her 50s, 60s, or even over 100 years old is still considered a girl. People like Xinyu and Zhang Zishi, who are extremely young and have high levels of cultivation, have already exceeded everyone's cognitive limits. Even in the Snow Country and the 100 Kingdoms of the Eastern Pure Land, there has never been such a terrifying genius in countless years. Of course, both of them knew that this was not just their own fault. Qin Yi's guidance also played an important role. Shen Xinyue was better off. Today was the first time she had used Qin Yi's upgrade card, which saved her about 20 or 30 years of hard training. Jiang Zishi is different. She was promoted from the early stage of Gangxi realm to the early stage of Wanxiang realm. Now her mind is full of Qin Yi and cannot accommodate anything else. Jiang Zishi pulled Qin Yi to sit down, leaned against him and said with a sly smile, "For a fairy as beautiful, powerful, and young as me, even meeting her is a luxury for others. But brother Qin, you can bully me however you want." As he spoke, he pulled Qin Yi's hand and put it into his arms. Hey, Fairy Shen is still here." Qin Yi quickly stopped. Shen Xinyue was less than 2 meters away from them. She could see their movements clearly and her face couldn't help but blush. Jiang Zishi wasn't shy. "Fairy Shen is not an outsider, it's okay. Brother Qin, the fight is over now, and the night is still long, let's continue what we were doing just now." Qin Yi, M. The fight just now was extremely satisfying. Although he did not use the 8-armed demon suppressing fist that he had just learned, he punched and kicked with all his strength without reservation. After having a good fight, the little bugs in my brain were eliminated and I have regained my sanity. Seeing that Jiang Zishi was trying to seduce him again, he decisively refused. "No, I need to adapt to the power of the late Myriad Realm overnight, so that I won't be unable to deal with any situation after going to the Immortal Tomb. You two should go and practice in seclusion, or go to bed early." After saying that, he ran away to practice boxing. "Why?" Jiang Zishi pouted. "Damn it, it's like this again. Why is it so difficult?" She could no longer control herself and was obsessed with Qin Yi beyond measure. But judging from the current situation, it seems a bit self-indulgent. Shen Xinyue smiled softly. "Miss Jiang, Qin Yi is embarrassed. You should proceed step by step and take it slowly." Jiang Zishi looked at her, a little depressed. "You are not in a hurry now that you have tasted good things, but I haven't tasted anything yet." This. Shen Xinyue blushed immediately. She whispered, "Miss Jiang, it's so rude to say that." Jiang Zishi was very calm. "We don't let outsiders hear what we say at home, so what are you afraid of? Fairy Shen, you don't still treat me as an outsider, do you?" "Hey! What you said?" Shen Xinyue was slightly embarrassed. Jiang Zishi snorted softly. "Brother Qin said it all, we are both destined to be connected with him, and so is that witch. We are all women, don't I understand your thoughts? I didn't mean that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just refining my mind in the mortal world. I have to go back to the mountain in the future." Shen Xinyue quickly shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to compete with her for the man. Jiang Zishi smiled. "Really? Then don't regret it." "Yeah." Shen Xinyue nodded without any hesitation. Although the intimacy level has reached 67 points, as a fairy who has been practicing in the mountains since childhood and has a pure heart and few desires, it is impossible for her to show her yearning for matters between men and women. Even though her affection for Qin Yi has been growing, she subconsciously only regards him as a good friend, and no fundamental qualitative change has occurred. Jiang Zishi smiled secretly in her heart, feeling that although Shen Xinyue was a few years older, she was actually more innocent than her. "Let's call each other by our names from now on. It's too strange to always call each other fairy or miss," Jiang Zishi suggested. Shen Xinyue nodded. "Okay. Brother Qin, you too." "Ha? What am I?" Qin Yi was practicing boxing, thinking about the Immortal Tomb and the state of Chen, and didn't listen to their conversation. Jiang Zishi looked at him blankly and said with a smile, "You are a pig." Qin Yi. The two women couldn't help but laugh. "Let's practice for a while. We're still a little uncomfortable with the sudden breakthrough to the Myriad Realm." "Yeah, okay. The night is long, and the higher the level of cultivation, the lower the need for sleep and food. If a strong person in the Jindan realm does not feel uncomfortable with an empty stomach, he can even go without food forever and sustain his life by simply absorbing the spiritual power between heaven and earth." 3 people practiced in the yard, each in one position, adapting to the power of the all-seeing realm. The scene looked a little strange, yet surprisingly harmonious. Chapter 74 Straightforward Chow Chow. Shizhou, the temporary base of the demon cult. Hua Xiyu used her escape skills to escape back and went straight into her residence. Just then, he saw a girl in green sitting in meditation in the room, so he called out, "Chow Chow, help me heal my wounds." The girl in green quickly opened her eyes and asked, "Sister, who are you?" "Hua Xiyu. I'm your father. Hurry up. Call them all. The Say lady was furious and tore off her disguise, leaving half of her body naked and her face back to its original enchanting and sinister appearance. Ah, master. Chow Chow was startled and quickly shouted, Sister Lingling, Sister Gigi, Sister Xianxian, the master is injured, come and see. Hua see you. This stupid girl. Real. I really want to beat her to death. Whoosh whoosh. 3 voices were heard, and 3 other guards flashed over. Master, what happened to you? You are so badly injured. You feel so weak, who hit you? Could it be that there really is an immortal in the Hajin realm in Wuya City? The 3 women were shocked. Hua Siyu sat on the ground, help me heal my wounds first. I've been exhausted all the way back. Good. The 4 subordinates immediately took orders, formed a battle formation, surrounded her from the front, back, left and right, and used their unique secret method to help their master heal her injuries. After an hour, Hua Siyu's condition improved a lot. Master, what happened? Asked Lingling in yellow. The witch side, I've encountered a monster. The Zhang clan's ancestor must have eaten a precious essence that extended his lifespan. Not only did he not die, he also became exceptionally younger. He is so unfathomable that he was able to deduce the secrets of heaven and call out my real name and identity at a glance. The power is even more terrifying. He didn't even mobilize any of his true energy, and he almost captured me. Luckily, I was able to burst out with all my strength in time to escape his grasp and use the blood escape technique to leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be. When the 4 girls heard this, they exclaimed in shock, how terrifying. They even know your real name. Hua Siyu's expression was bitter, yes, even you don't know, but he knows. Chow Chow, luckily, the master ran back, otherwise he would have been caught by the old pervert of the Zhang clan and locked up in the dungeon, fucking him day and night. Ouch, master, why did you hit me? Hua Siyu gritted her teeth and said, shut up. Shut up forever. Chow Chow had an innocent expression on her face, closed her mouth and made sounds through her nose. Gigi in red frowned. Even if we use all our strength, we won't be able to defeat the inscription realm. Doesn't that mean we'll never be able to recover the Zhang clan's sacred artifact fragments? Hua Siyu sighed, it seems so. Not only that, I'm afraid we have even greater disasters to face. Ah? What disaster? The 4 girls all became nervous. Hua Siyu said with a bitter expression, that old man left a spell in my body that can sense my location. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, he will be able to find me. Chow Chow, What are you talking about? The witch was in a bad mood. She knew that Chow Chow, the stupid girl, was not capable of producing anything, but she still wanted to know what she would say. Chow Chow said, Master. Then you are doomed? No matter where you run to, you will be caught and killed. Hastily. Hua Siyu gritted her teeth, grabbed Chow Chow, and put her hands around her neck, shaking her vigorously. Is the only fucking word you know? You keep saying gone. Do you have anything else in your head? Oh, neck, master, let go, I'm going to die. Chow Chow was pinched by the neck and thrown back and forth, his whole face was flushed red, and his eyes rolled back. After the witch let go, she coughed a few times, took a deep breath, and then said aggrievedly, but what I said is the truth. If you don't like this word, I can say something else. For example, get involved, play, go to, fuck and so on. Hua Siyu's chest was heaving, and she clenched her fists, almost fainting from anger. Xianxian quickly kicked Chow Chow away and soothed him, Master, calm down. Chow Chow just speaks his mind. Xianxian, you want to make me angry too, right? The witch slapped her chest, feeling angry and depressed. Xianxian, that's not right, Master. Let's discuss a solution seriously. Can we remove the curse from your body? Hua Siyu shook her head, I've tried, but I can't find it at all. Even if it's far away, the sense is still there, and the farther away, the clearer the sense of direction. When I was in Wuya City, the sensation was vague and I couldn't confirm the specific location. But after leaving, she knew clearly that the owner of the spirit curse was in the southeast direction. This is how we do it. All the women were worried. Gigi asked, Master, did the Zhang clan ancestor say anything important? Hua Siyu, he didn't say much. He basically said that he originally wanted to get rid of me, but after seeing me, he saw how pretty I was, so he changed his mind and wanted to. Chow Chow, fuck you. Bang! Hua Siyu kicked Cao Cao away. Then he continued, that's probably what it means. Is there nothing else? Ling Ling asked. Hua Siyu, basically, they said the same thing. He said things like, the more I resist, the more excited he gets, and that conquering a heroine is fun. In short, Cao Cao ran back, I wanna fuck you. Bang! Hua Siyu kicked her away again, and a large human-shaped hole appeared on the door. It was a serious matter, but Xian Xian and Gigi couldn't help but laugh. Ling Ling said, that old man didn't mention any magic weapons at all. Master, can you tell what level of cultivation he's at? Hua Siyu pondered for a moment and said, the body has transcended the ordinary and entered the holy realm, which should be the second or third level of the inscription realm. Ling Ling, even if you repair the magic weapon completely, you are no match for such a powerful being. This is really troublesome. Or, Xian Xian thought for a moment and suggested, Master, why don't you try the second plan you mentioned a few days ago? Plan 2? You mean? Hua Siyu frowned. At this time, Cao Cao ran in and said excitedly, go seduce him. Let him bully you. And then steal the magic weapon back. Hua Siyu got up and rushed forward and kicked him. Don't think I won't kick you just because you use a more polite word. He flew out hastily, lying flat on the ground, and said pitifully, is there something wrong with telling the truth? Xian Xian suppressed her laughter and said, Master, although what you said may not sound good, this method may work. Hua Siyu sat back on the ground and sighed, no, I'm not sure. Not sure? Why? With your looks, any woman would be attracted to you. That old man can't possibly resist such temptation. Everyone has great confidence in Hua Siyu. Her beauty is no longer just beautiful, but enchanting. It's poisonous. She can make men willingly die for her. Chapter 75. You're welcome. Do sisters. 5 more. But Hua Siyu has no confidence in herself. She smiled bitterly and said, that old fellow has 2 girls by his side, the eldest daughter of the Jiang clan and the saint of the Zhongshuan sect. Both are as beautiful as me. An old monster who has tasted such beauties will never be tempted by them again. Even if I go to him, it will be in vain and I will get nothing. This. Xian Xian sighed. Gigi frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, not necessarily. Oh? What do you mean? Xian Xian asked. Gigi, think about it, that ancestor is so powerful, would he be afraid that the master would get the magic weapon? Even if he is at the second or third level of the inscription realm, even if our entire sect joins together, we are still no match for him. Everyone nodded, and they all had this understanding. Gigi continued, think about it again. If the master expressed his willingness to submit, would the old monster believe it? Everyone shook their heads, most of them don't believe it. No. He will definitely believe it. Gigi said, he has been invincible for 2,000 or 3,000 years. He is extremely confident in himself and fears nothing. As long as the master shows submission and uses wholehearted obedience in exchange for the fragment of the holy artifact, given his pride and arrogance, he will definitely agree. Hua Siyu said unhappily, then do I really have to let him play with it? Gigi said earnestly, Master, for the sake of the holy church's rise, this price is nothing. That old man doesn't have many years left to live anyway, and even if his lifespan is extended, there's a limit. He might die in a few years. It's worth it for you to endure humiliation for a few years in exchange for the holy church's rise. Cao Cao stood outside the door, hiding behind a pillar, and shouted, yes, I heard that kind of thing is very exciting. It doesn't necessarily mean you will suffer any loss. You might even make a lot of money. Hua Siyu. No, I don't agree. She really couldn't accept such a thing. Although she is a witch, has killed people and done bad things, she is not a good person. But this kind of thing won't work without an emotional basis. Let her serve an old guy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the old man looks young and a little handsome, it won't do. Gigi continued, Master, think about it. You can't break his spell, and you'll be caught wherever you go. If he comes to capture you, you won't have the chance to make any demands and will just passively accept his toy. He might get angry and capture the 4 of us too, and that would be an even bigger loss. Death is inevitable anyway, so why not take the initiative and trade your inevitable loss of virginity for some useful benefits? Gigi, you're going too far. Am I that miserable? Hua Siyu was almost crying. She is just a little girl who just turned 100 years old and has never been in love. For the rise of the Holy Church, she has to offer herself to be toyed with by an old man who is over 3,000 years old. This is too sad. Every girl has fantasized about having a strong, handsome, gentle, and considerate man to marry her and turn her from a young girl into a young woman. The same is true for the demon saint. Although she doesn't have a strong desire in that regard, she still hopes to give her body to the person she likes. Old men and stuff, so disgusting. Ling Ling sighed, although Gigi's words may not sound nice, they seem to be true. Since there's no way to resist, I might as well just accept it and try to gain more benefits. Woo! Hua Xiu was really about to cry. This was too cruel, she couldn't accept it. Let's repair the holy weapon later. I'll run away and hide for a few more years. Maybe I can outlast that old man, she said. Gigi said quietly, Master, you must think carefully. In the eyes of men, this is equivalent to provocation. If he catches you, the consequences will be even worse. You might even be killed. Chow Chow, no, the master is so beautiful, no man would be willing to kill her. Hua Xiu glanced at Chow Chow and thought to herself, you finally said something sensible. The result was a hasty sequel. At most, it would turn the owner over and let the flesh roll out. Bang! Chow Chow screamed and flew out again. The witch sat on the ground, wiping her tears. She was so upset that she wanted to hang herself. Tell me, how could I, a young girl who has never seen much of the world and has never even held a man's hand, end up in such a mess? Master, don't be sad. Life is full of disappointments. We are bad people to begin with. It's only a matter of time before we are punished by justice. Yes, being possessed by a powerful inscription realm expert is something many girls want but cannot get. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem that bad. I won't lose my cultivation, and I won't be beaten to death. It's just physical humiliation, and the whole process is very enjoyable. It's quite a good deal. The four men surrounded the witch and each of them urged her to surrender. When it came to the latter part, Hua Xiu was a little shaken. Feeling the indelible curse within her, she gritted her teeth and said, all right, let's go. I'm a saint of the demonic path, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. I don't believe I can't defeat that old bastard. Master is wise. Master, righteousness. Go quickly, we'll be watching over you at home. Remember to tell us how you feel when you come back. We want to know what it feels like too. The four subordinates looked as if they couldn't wait for their master to die. Hua Xiu was secretly annoyed and snorted softly, no need to come back and tell them. I'll take all four of you with me. We'll share the good and the bad together. You can experience the process for yourselves. Why? This. No way. The four people exclaimed. Let's go. Now. Without saying anything, the witch wrapped the four people with her Jindan realm magic power and took them towards Wuya City. Repairing magic weapons and such, take your time. Let us deal with the ancestor of the Jiang clan first. She had already made up her mind that she would rather die than let her friend die, so she gave her four subordinates to the old man to play with. Based on the physical fitness of these four people, each of them should be able to withstand 3 hours of play. When the last one falls, the first one has almost recovered, forming a cycle. Add those two fairies, are 6 people afraid that they can't beat an old man? As long as the 6 of them work hard enough, the Jiang clan ancestor won't have the energy to deal with this saint. As for the master-servant relationship, you all said that it was a great experience, so it shouldn't be a bad thing if I give it to you to experience for free, right? This isn't called betrayal, this is called sending you to enjoy yourself. No need to thank me, we are sisters. Of course, Hua Xiu did not blindly trust her 4 subordinates. What if the 4 of them really can't deal with the ancestor of the Jiang clan? After all 4 of them are beaten down, the problem will still come to her. The inscription realm is very difficult to achieve, and her confidence is less than 50%. In the past, she would never take such a risk based on her beliefs. But now there is no choice, either I go there myself and take the initiative. Either you escape for a while, but will be caught and tortured and humiliated later, and you will get nothing. Between 2 evils, choose the lesser one. Taking a risk is always better than a dead end. If the 4 subordinates and the 2 fairies really can't get up, she still has one last trick up her sleeve. That is, the Heavenly Girl's soul-stealing technique. Chapter 76 The Witch Comes Again. The next morning. A large group of people gathered at the gate of the Jiang clan. The trip to the immortal tomb, which was postponed yesterday, started again today. The people are still the same people, but the land is no longer the same land. It is full of potholes and even has many cracks in the ground. The traces of last night's battle are still there and cannot be repaired so quickly. Xin Yi was accompanied by two stunning goddesses. Xin Xinyue was dressed in white, looking otherworldly and unworldly. Jiang Zishi was dressed in green, elegant and noble. Both women have a charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off them, but at this moment their eyes are on Xin Yi. The former thought for a moment. After practicing for a while last night, he personally experienced the power of entering the realm of all things. He became more and more appreciative and curious about Xin Yi. He always felt that this man had a mysterious attraction. The latter had a face full of resentment. Jiang Zishi stayed up until midnight last night and climbed into bed, wanting to rekindle the old relationship with Xin Yi and continue the good things that had been interrupted before. But Xin Yi was unmoved, merely raising his flag without attacking, acting like a sage. Even after she took the initiative to fight for him, he pinned her down on his thighs, saying, "Behave yourself," and spanked her until she burst into tears before letting her go. In the end, Jiang Zishi slept on the bed and Xin Yi slept on the floor. They exchanged beds and spent the night in a weird atmosphere. Now Jiang Zishi has given up thinking about other things, and her first goal is to take down Xin Yi. However, with Xin Yi's current strength, it is unlikely that she can force him. "Great Elder, you talked with Ling Chong last night, right?" Xin Yi looked at the Great Elder. After the battle ended yesterday, Taoist Ling Chong was hurriedly called to the Jiang clan residence and had a long and in-depth conversation with the elders. The basic situation is now clear. The Great Elder said, "Sir Qin, fellow Taoist Ling Chong and the others were indeed unaware that there were other keys to enter the immortal tomb. It was purely an accident that they met on the Chen side." "Well, that's good. It's just one more group of people, not a big problem." Xin Yi nodded slightly. As long as Ling Chong didn't deliberately call in more people to ambush the Jiang clan, there was no need to worry too much. "Don't be afraid of competition, just defeat them all when the time comes." The Great Elder said, "Ling Chong, lead the way. We must set off immediately. We cannot let the people of Qin State seize the initiative. The people of Qin State may have entered the immortal tomb for more than a day. If they go too late, it will be a pity if the treasures and opportunities are taken away. Okay, everyone please follow me." Ling Chong nodded, immediately activated his true energy and took a step forward. However, at this moment, Xin Yi suddenly frowned. "Wait a minute. Why? Young Master Qin?" Everyone looked at him at the same time. When Xin Yi was about to set off yesterday, he suddenly called out this and then made a temporary decision to postpone the trip to the immortal tomb. Hearing him shout like that again today, everyone couldn't help but feel that this scene was a bit familiar, as if it was happening again yesterday. Ling Chong gathered his true energy and rushed forward a step. Upon hearing Xin Yi's words, he quickly stopped his momentum, fell back to the ground, and almost fell flat on his face. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong again?" Ling Chong said, a little depressed. Xin Yi looked towards the northwest. Just now, he vaguely sensed that something was approaching him rapidly. After sensing it carefully, he found that it was Hua Siyu, the magic saint in the goddess card pool, flying from afar. She was not far from Woya City. Looking up, she could see a small black dot speeding through the air. In just a short while, a small black dot turned into 5 small black dots, flying in the air. He's a powerful Jindan realm expert. The Great Elder and others understood the purpose of Xin Yi's call to stop. "Mr. Qin, who are you waiting for?" Ling Chong asked. Flying in the air is a skill that is achieved in the Jindan realm. Although those in the Wanxiang realm can also fly, they cannot fly too far and have to land to rest. Only after reaching the Jindan realm can one soar in the sky for a long time, like a bird. Judging from his speed, he is obviously very powerful and is considered to be one of the most powerful ones in the Jindan realm. Xin Yi replied, "A woman. I was wondering why the witch came back again. Didn't she get scared yesterday? She's here again today. Could it be that she's gained the confidence to make a comeback?" There were 5 figures in the air, but the other 4 did not seem particularly powerful, most likely the witch's personal guards. 1 early-stage Jindan realm and 4 peak Fashuan realm. Even if the 4 personal guards formed a formation and fought to exert the power of 4 Wanxiang realms, they could not compete with the strong men here. Xin Yi's current strength is 1 whole major realm and 1 small realm higher than yesterday. If he fights, he can beat the witch like beating Wei Tianyang, and he will definitely beat out all the bitter bile in her. Female? What kind of woman? Everyone was confused. As the distance got closer, the 5 black dots turned into 5 figures. Fong Wuyan exclaimed, not just one. There are 5 women. And they all look incredibly hot and have great bodies. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the great elder slapped him on the head and reminded him, boy, that's young Master Qin's man, use fewer adjectives. Ah. Oh. Fong Wuyan quickly covered his mouth, fearing that he would offend Qin Yi by talking too much and get beaten into a pig's head. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi pursed her lips. She was already depressed because of the failed attack last night. Now more women came to Qin Yi, and there were 5 of them at once. The sense of crisis was stronger than ever. Xin Xingyue was also a little jealous and couldn't help asking, Qin Yi, why do women come to you every day? Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No way, don't talk nonsense, this is the witch from yesterday, the one who destroyed the 5 ancient clans. Ah! The Demon Queen. The Demon Queen and the 4 demon guards. Are they here to cause trouble for us? The Jiang clan members immediately became nervous. Qin Yi soothed her, don't panic. She's only at the early stage of the Jindan realm, not as strong as Wei Tianyang. If she doesn't behave herself later, I'll beat her into the ground. After becoming stronger, Qin Yi spoke more clearly and no longer pretended to be profound. Jiang Zishi was a little unhappy at first, but she burst out laughing when she heard this, hit it into the ground. Are you willing to do that? What's there to be reluctant about? A Jindan realm expert has a strong body and cannot die. Qin Yi replied calmly. Whoosh! 5 figures came over the sky above Woya City, and seemed to have seen Qin Yi and others, and they landed directly at the gate of the Jiang clan. Everyone looked intently, and the surrounding Jiang clan members and passers-by also looked at the 5 women. Suddenly, there were a lot of gasps and exclamations. Wow! This! Okay, what a beautiful woman! Oh my god! Dad! Mom! I saw a fairy! All 5 of them are so beautiful, this is too much. All 5 women are stunningly beautiful, and none of them is ugly. The witch in the lead was tall and wore a black gauze skirt. She had an extremely hot body, with 2 deadly legs hidden under the skirt. The length proportions were astonishing, and her waist was so thin that it seemed like it would break with a gust of wind. The mountains on her chest bulged into a breathtaking arc. She had a snow-white neck, black hair, a face like a fairy, feathery eyelashes, peach blossom eyes, and red lips curved with a charming and bewitching smile. Just by standing there, she immediately took away the souls of half of the men present. Chapter 77. Who can bear this? Those 4 demon guards were not of ordinary appearance either. Lingling is dressed in yellow, and her eyes are bright, sparkling with intelligence and loyalty. Gigi is wearing red clothes, and is a bit charming like a witch, but she is much more conservative and restrained than a witch, and looks more like a gentle and charming young woman. The fairy is dressed in white, her skin is clear as jade and elegant as orchid. Chow Chow is dressed in green, lively and active, with innocence and romance in her eyes, like a young girl who has not experienced much of the world. A witch alone is attractive enough, and she is accompanied by 4 subordinates who are not much inferior to her. This scene is deeply imprinted in the hearts of many people and cannot be forgotten. Qin Yi was the one who came back to his senses the fastest. Looking at Hua Siyu who had gone and returned, he asked, I haven't come to catch you yet, why did you come back by yourself? Hua Siyu had already figured out how to obtain the magic weapon fragments along the way. She came over with 4 of her men and bowed 3 or 4 meters in front of Qin Yi. The servant greets the master, please take me in. Well. Huh? What? Everyone had just come back to their senses, but was stunned again when they heard this. Qin Jiang Zishi stared, and the great elder and others opened their mouths wide, none of them understanding what he meant. What did you call me? Qin Yi thought he had heard it wrong. Hua Siyu lowered her head and repeated, this servant greets the master. Please take me in. Everyone. Isn't this the giant of magic? Isn't she the new generation of the demon cult saint who has reached the Jindan realm? He rushed all the way to Woya City, but he wasn't here to fight or seize the magic weapon fragments? But came to ask for shelter? And still calls Qin Yi master. What the fuck is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Qin Yi, who couldn't understand what was going on in her head. No, why? Qin Yi couldn't help but ask, too lazy to care about the demeanor of a master, with a look of confusion on his face. The witch hadn't spoken yet. He took a quick step forward and shouted, "My mistress wants to fuck you." Hastily. The witch's face flushed red, and with a slap, she hit Chow Chow on the back of the head, knocking the child to the ground. Ouch. He quickly got up, rubbed the back of his head, and corrected himself. Sorry, I said the wrong word. What I meant was that the master wanted you to bully him." Well. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces, thinking, is there any fucking difference? It all means the same thing. Jiang Zishi stepped in front of Qin Yi, stopped the witch, and said, "Stop talking nonsense here and tell me your real purpose. My brother Qin is not a casual man. He. Anyway, there is no way he will accept you." I wanted to say he doesn't even touch me, but then I felt it would be too embarrassing to say it out loud, so I stopped talking in a hurry. When the great elder saw Jiang Zishi's actions, he was secretly happy in his heart. Miss Zishi is too favored, the ancestor is completely indulgent towards her, and he is not angry even when she speaks on his behalf to reject other beauties. It can be seen that she has really secured her position as the ancestor's #1 little slave girl. However, he was still a little wary of the witch who came to him on her own initiative. This witch was so enchanting that even a 900-year-old man would want to return to his youth when he saw her. No one dared to say anything and just watched the show attentively. Hua Siyu, who was stopped, said, "Senior, I am not talking nonsense. After fighting with you yesterday, I went back and thought seriously. Our holy church is now in decline, with only a few followers, and it is difficult to move forward. Rather than going through untold hardships to rebuild our forces and face the threats of the righteous path, it is better to surrender to your sect, be pampered by you, and receive your protection. Although my cultivation is far inferior to yours, I am still quite pretty, so, as long as you are willing to take me in, I will follow your orders in everything from now on, and these 4 maids will also be at your disposal and obey all your orders." Her attitude was so low that she was down to the dust. In order to win the trust of her predecessors, she didn't care about whether it was shameful or not. As long as she could get the fragments of the magic weapon and outlast the old man, she could regain her freedom and sweep away everything. As for the body? She has made several preparations, and it will not be her turn to suffer no matter what. The senior will have no time to deal with her in the future. It's a pity for the 4 little sisters who have to sacrifice their innocence for the revival of the demon cult. Looking at her like this, Qin Yi always felt that there was something wrong with this witch's brain. Could it be that she also has the same superpower of self-conquest as Jiang Zishi, where she doesn't have to worry about anything and can just convince herself to give it away for free? This. How inappropriate. There are too many people, it's too much to handle. Easy to cause kidney deficiency. Qin Yi quickly shook his head. No, it's boring like this. The incident happened suddenly and he didn't know how to refuse in a normal way. The witch asked, "Senior, don't you like me? My beauty, is it not enough for you to appreciate it?" A group of men around, it fits in. It fits in so well. It's almost taken my heart away. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. I was just scaring you yesterday, did you take it seriously? I don't have any bad taste, and I don't play the master-servant plot. You guys, just don't cause trouble for me with the Jiang clan, and do whatever you want. This. Hua Siyu was confused. Is there something wrong with this person? She was so humble and took the initiative to come to me, and she almost said, "Please fuck me." The result. I was rejected. Qin Yi doesn't want her. What is this? Is she unattractive? Not pretty enough? Your waist isn't thin enough? Your legs aren't long enough? Your butt isn't perky enough? Your breasts aren't firm enough? What a big problem. Such a stunning beauty, Hua Siyu wanted to tear off her clothes and make herself faint when she looked at herself in the mirror. As a result, I took the initiative to express my submission and got such a response. She even had some doubts about whether Qin Yi liked men. What's this? Let's go. Qin Yi waved his hand. He really doesn't want to take in the witch now. Jiang Zishi alone was enough to confuse him. He was alone, so how could he have so much time to have relationships with 3 top-notch goddesses at the same time? Not counting the intimacy given by the system, it is unknown how long it will take for Jiang Zishi and Shen Qingyue to get along with each other to the point of true love. This witch looks alluring and sounds sweet, but she is definitely not a good person. She kills without blinking an eye. She has accumulated at least 100 years of thoughts to reach the Jindan realm. Who knows what grand plan she is planning in her mind? Taking her in will not only do no good, but will greatly increase the probability of a fire in the backyard. Did you hear that? Brother Qin doesn't like you, go away. Jiang Zishi made a gesture to drive him away. Shin Qingyue also took 2 steps and stood between the witch and Qini with Jiang Zishi. The sense of crisis brought by the witch is too strong. Her graceful figure is as attractive as a fairy. Her red lips and sweet voice can make a man's bones soften. What is even more terrifying is that she has 4 personal maids. What is the concept? Conquering 1 is equivalent to conquering 5. 10 legs and 10 mouths, which man can handle it? As long as these 5 people kneel down and stick their heads out, even the Buddha will turn into a demon. So she must be stopped from surrendering. Hua Siyu frowned, not expecting to encounter such a scene. On the way here, she had been thinking about how to keep her innocence in Qin Yi's hands and not let it be tarnished. But I ignored the possibility of being rejected. She didn't expect it. I surrendered with 4 beautiful maids, but I was still rejected. The accident was so sudden that she didn't know how to react for a moment. At this time, Cao Cao whispered, "Don't chase us away. We are very weak and can't do anything bad. As long as the old senior takes us in, the 5 of us can serve you together and let you bully us for many years. When you die of old age, we will take the magic weapon fragments away without having to kill the people of the Jiang clan. You won't lose anything by bullying the 5 of us for free. It's a good profit." Chapter 78. It's too early. Hua Siyu. She felt a little regretful for bringing Cao Cao along. Nothing can be accomplished with this stupid girl around. The ancestor of the Jiang clan is over 3,000 years old and is nearing the end of his life. You are talking about death from old age here. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Lingling and the other 2 were all worried about Cao Cao. They had all heard about the terrifying ancestor of the Jiang clan. If they said this carelessly in public, it would be dangerous. They might be picked up in public, their clothes torn off, and killed on the spot. Senior, Cao Cao didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. Hua Siyu said quickly, pleading for her subordinate. Shini looked at the dazed Cao Cao, trying not to laugh out loud, and said with a smile, "Cao Cao, right? Then tell me again, who do you think I am? How long can I live?" The hasty words just now made him roughly guess the reason and purpose of the witch's visit. Hastily. Hua Siyu was shocked when she heard this, and felt that Qini seemed to be about to get angry. Qini's figure flashed, and he pressed the witch's shoulder with one hand. "Don't interrupt. Senior." Qini's sudden appearance, the speed of his movements, and the great power contained in his hands instantly made Hua Siyu's mood plummet. "I was careless. How can we possibly succeed if we bring this girl Cao Cao with us?" The aura Qini exuded now was 10 times more terrifying than yesterday. She seemed to have seen the tragic scene of him saying the wrong thing and being killed on the spot. If their luck was even worse, this old guy would go wild and kill all 5 of them. Cao Cao also sensed Qin Yi's terrifying aura. She glanced at him timidly and whispered, Aren't you the ancestor of the Jiang clan? You've lived for over 3,000 years, relying on the life-extending essence to stay alive until now." Hastily. Hua Siyu felt so upset that she almost fainted from anger. How can you say such taboo words? The great elder and the others felt much heavier when they heard this. The deadline is approaching. These 4 words are like a heavy hammer, making people uncomfortable. They also realized that the ancestor had lived for more than 3,000 years, and even with the treasures that could prolong his life, he was almost reaching his limit. "I'm afraid that if time goes on, this big tree will fall down. Who will the Jiang clan rely on then? A Jiang Zishi, can she still look down on everything like she does now?" The hasty speech directly led people from all sides into different whirlpools of thinking. But the person involved, Qin, smiled when he heard this. "Ha ha." He said, "Hua Siyu, how did you train this subordinate to be so straightforward?" The witch said with a sad face, "Senior, please don't kill her. She didn't mean to provoke you. She just has a bad brain and speaks nonsense." Qin laughed and said, "Why should I kill her? Children who speak the truth are so lovable, ha ha ha." He really couldn't help it. "Cao Cao is so cute." The first sentence she said when she landed made Qin feel that this little girl was a promising talent. Although she doesn't curse and speaks without emotion, she is straightforward. A straightforward word that hits people right in the heart, without distinguishing between friend and foe, even attacking one's own people. This cute and innocent nature is more likable than fairies like Hua Siyu. Cao Cao frowned. She was just a little dazed, not really stupid. She could tell something was amiss with the situation and quickly asked, "Did I say something wrong again?" "Senior, you're not going to kill us, are you?" "Senior." Hua Siyu hesitated to speak, wanting to plead for Chow Chow. Sheeny shook his head and said with a smile, "Alright, it's not a big deal, do I really have to kill someone like this?" Hua Siyu and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Then will you take us in?" Hua Siyu asked. Sheeny shook his head, "I can't take it. You guys can do whatever you want, I'm very busy, no." "Oh, no. Sheeny suddenly thought of an important question. He wanted to reject the witch, but the situation was not appropriate now. He is about to enter the immortal tomb with Ling Chong and others. There are only a few Jiang clan masters left. If the witch is left here, something big happen. You have to take her with you. Okay, you guys just follow me for now." Sheeny quickly changed his words. "Senior." "Really?" The witch pretended to be very happy. "In fact, I am not happy at all." Sheeny accepted it, which meant that the five of them would soon be living the life of cattle and horses. But if Sheeny doesn't accept it, she will feel even worse. "So this is what I wanted. Brother Chin." Jiang Zishi looked resentful. Sheeny wasn't afraid of the crowd, so he directly stated the reason, "Follow me, and you won't cause trouble for the Jiang clan. After we get out of the immortal tomb, I will give you freedom." "Immortal tomb? What is that?" Hua Siyu frowned in confusion. "That's it," Taoist Ling Chong explained. "How could this be?" After hearing this, the witch looked bitter and almost cried. She came early. If they had arrived a little later, when Sheeny entered the immortal tomb, the Jiang clan would have no experts to protect them, and the magic weapon fragments would have been easily obtained, right? As long as she doesn't kill anyone and just takes the magic weapon fragments, she won't offend the ancestor of the Jiang clan too much. Even if the ancestor of the Jiang clan wants to find her in the future, she can escape desperately and deal with him with the complete magic weapon. I didn't expect it. Just because I didn't know the news about the immortal tomb and it came too quickly, I missed the most perfect opportunity. Now, I've been caught by the ancestor of the Jiang clan and can't do anything. Although the Jiang clan ancestor didn't seem to have much sexual interest in the five of them, they could still be free later. But in that case, who knows how many years it will take to repair the magic weapon. Alas, it's all fate. The witch sighed softly, and her whole body was in despair. "Let's go, Ling Chong." Sheeny stopped talking nonsense and after finalizing the matter, he prepared to set off again. Taoist Ling Chong was in mixed feelings. He couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable as he watched the team grow even stronger. There are so many people and so many masters. How will we distribute the harvest after we go to the immortal tomb? The demonic path had powerful people at the Jindan realm, while the Jiang clan had ancestors at the Mingwen realm. They were the weakest group of people. Don't end up not getting any benefits but getting killed by your colleagues in there. Everyone, follow me. Although he was worried, Ling Chong had no choice. This is his only chance to break through to the Jindan stage. If he wants to compete with the Zhongxian sect and win the recognition of his former senior brothers, it is impossible to do so without taking risks. He could only hope that the ancestor of the Jiang clan had higher standards and would not look down on the things inside and would not compete with him for them. The group finally set off. This time no one shouted "wait a minute," and they really set out on the journey to the immortal tomb. Everyone traveled light, with nothing in their hands. Dry food, water, and other items can be placed inside the space instrument. Space instruments in this world are not too rare. They only need to be made of specific materials and engraved with array patterns before they can be used. The space inside the magic weapon is generally 3 feet square, which cannot hold large objects, but is sufficient as a bag. Sheeny held a King Jiang ring, a legacy left by the Jiang clan's ancestor. This ring was far superior to ordinary space artifacts, with an internal space several dozen feet wide, large enough to hold a mountain. It's a pity that all the previous items were confiscated by the system and exchanged for card draw times. Now it is empty, with only some personal belongings that were just put in. Chapter 79. How cute this child is. The group sped along the city's main road and soon left the city. The cultivator has a strong physique and can run faster than a horse at full speed. After arriving outside the city, Ling Chong saw that there was no one around, so he said, "There is a Black Bull Mountain 80 miles northwest, and the entrance to the immortal tomb is in Black Bull Mountain." But just finding the entrance is not enough, you need the key to get in. 80 miles. Even if it's a mountain road, with Fong Wuyun's speed, he will be there in about an hour, said the great elder. Fong Wuyun is the weakest among all the people, and his speed of travel determines the speed of the entire group. Cao Cao couldn't help but ask after hearing this, why did you bring this Tyrant Realm rookie along? Fong Wuyun. Cao Cao, stop talking. The witch became anxious and grabbed at Cao Cao's wrist to warn her. Shini couldn't help but laugh and said, hey, don't scare Cao Cao, this child is so cute. Cao Cao, don't worry about her. I'll protect you from now on. Say whatever you want. Don't worry about who the other person is, just confront him. He preferred this outspoken girl to the fawning attitude of others. Although Cao Cao may be much older than him. He glanced at Hua Siyu quickly, then at Qin, not knowing what to do. He said weakly, I understand. I don't know who he is responding to. There were no buildings or passers-by blocking the way outside the city, so everyone walked faster. 36 figures, like a group of madly running cheetahs, crossed the fields outside the city and headed towards the northwest. The masters of the Wanxiang realm have the most relaxed posture, their feet barely touching the ground, and with a light tap, they can fly hundreds of meters at a low altitude. Jiang Zixi body was protected by the wind spirit Qi, and her figure was extremely light, like an elf with wings. She was graceful and hovered beside Qin Yi. Shen Xingyue was on the other side of him, stepping on the moonlight, elegant and beautiful. The witch is the one with the highest cultivation among the crowd. She is the only one who is really flying. Her feet do not touch the ground at all and are always half a foot above the ground. Senior, how should we call you from now on? She asked Qin Yi. Just call me by my name. My name is Qin Yi, not Jiang Changyun, nor Senior. Don't get it wrong. Qin Yi said, making a special correction. Why? Cao Cao was puzzled, aren't you the ancestor of the Jiang clan? Why don't you have the surname Jiang? Hua Siyu squeezed her hand, signaling her not to talk too much. But she was also curious, because that's not what Qin Yi said yesterday. Qin Yi explained indifferently, I am not the ancestor of the Jiang clan, I am just a guest of the Jiang clan. Ha ha. The great elder and others were used to it. The ancestor liked to play role-playing games recently, and everyone understood. Hua Siyu frowned deeply. You mean, you're not an old man over 3,000 years old? She was a little panicked. If what Qin Yi said is true and he is not the ancestor of the Jiang clan, then the life limit becomes a mystery. He won't die so soon. What if what I just said doesn't count, and I want to keep the 5 of them by my side after leaving the immortal tomb? How long will it take to outlast this guy? Don't let the 5 of them die before this guy dies of old age. Qin Yi didn't answer. Jiang Zixi had already explained for him, my brother Qin is only in his 20s this year. His talent is unparalleled in the world. But don't be tempted by him. He is different from our ancestor. He is devoted to cultivation and has no interest in women, especially bad women. Everyone has their own thoughts. Everyone has their own ideas about Qin Yi's identity. Some people think that he is a real ancestor who pretends to be young. Some people know that he is really young and pretends to be an old man. Some people also think that he is not young, nor an old ancestor, but very difficult to deal with. In short, everyone has a different standpoint and perspective, and sees Qin Yi in a different image. Soon, everyone came to a mountainous area with numerous hills and valleys. Hania Mountain is just ahead. Ling Chung pointed in the direction of the foot of the mountain in the distance. The entrance is over there. There is a cave underground. Go inside and you will find it. Fong Wuyun complained, so easy to find? I thought it was so mysterious. Taoist Linka replied angrily, there are over 700 hilltops around here. How can you find them without us leading the way? Besides, without the Immortal's token, even if you find the entrance, you can't open it. Fong Wuyun curled his lips, it sounds like a secret, but people from as far away as Chen State came here. Ling Chong. Qin Yi was speechless. Fong Wuyun is somewhat similar to Cao Cao, both are straightforward people. However, Fong Wuyun's personality is different from Cao Cao's. He is arrogant and domineering to the weak, and smooth and submissive to the strong. Cao Cao, on the other hand, is dull and afraid of nothing. Go down. Qin Yi waved his hand and everyone headed straight to the foot of Hania Mountain. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Friends of the Jiang clan. 3 figures flew over from behind the mountains. It turned out to be Ling Jin, Ling Yi, and Ling Ju from Tsang Xian sect. Seeing these three fellow disciples, Ling Chong burst into a curse. Ling Jin, you fucking ambushed us? It was agreed before that only Fong Wuyan and Shin Xingyue would be brought along, and no one from the Tsang Xian sect would be brought along. Now these three masters of the Wanxiang realm suddenly show up, which is a bit hard to accept. The great elder quickly explained, fellow Daoist Ling Chong, please don't misunderstand. We didn't leak the news to fellow Daoist Ling Jin. Fellow Daoist Ling Jin, why are you here? Ling Jin laughed heartily, surprise, surprise, Ling Chong, you traitor, stop barking like a dog. We came here following the people of Qin State. It has nothing to do with you. Shut your asshole for me. You're the one who's closed your anus. Your mouth stinks, even stinkier than your grandma's leather swallow. Damn it, you sneaked into our secret territory and dared to scold me? Ling Jin, old dog, I challenge you to a duel. If I don't beat you until you call me daddy today, I'm not Ling Chong. The two started cursing at each other as soon as they met. They didn't look like masters at all and were just like shrews. Chow Chow complained on the side, it sounds terrible, not elegant at all. Hua Siyu muttered in her heart, you keep saying do it all the time, you're not very polite at all. Qini rubbed his forehead and said, okay, stop bickering. He stopped both sides and asked, Ling Jin, are you saying that you have discovered the whereabouts of the Qin people? Ling Jin glared at Ling Chong, then looked at Qin Yi and said respectfully, Mr. Qin, yes, we discovered the traces of Chen Guo and his group the evening before yesterday, but they had a Jindan realm expert with them, so we didn't dare to get too close. So we sent a signal and called Han Xianling, the special envoy from southern Xinjiang, to come and investigate. That's right. So the Qin people sneaked into the snow country quietly. Han Xianling was able to track down Wei Tianyang not because of his own credit, but because of the news reported by Tsang Xuanzong. So what important news have you received? Qini asked. Ling Jin's face showed shame. We were too far away, so there was almost no useful information. I didn't detect their presence until they opened the door to the other dimension. There were about 20 of them, most of them were in the Fashuan realm, and there were a few in the Wanxiang realm. There should be 2 in the Jindan realm. One went in, and one didn't. Is there a Jindan realm? The great elder was a little surprised. Although there is no need to be afraid of the people from the state of Chen with Qini around, the other party is a powerful Jindan realm expert who entered the immortal tomb earlier, so the possibility of seizing the opportunity first will be much greater. It seems that the people of Chen State have also made sufficient preparations. They have been in there for more than a day. We can't delay and must go in immediately to avoid missing out on the benefits. Qini said. Chapter 089 Layer Immortal Tower 5 more. Okay, let's get going immediately. Ling Jin, old dog, you three, don't fucking follow me. Ling Chong replied, and cursed Ling Jin again. Ling Jin, who the hell wants to follow you? Don't be so self-indulgent, we just want to go in and help investigate some Chen State spies. Hey! You still want to follow me in to grab the opportunity? I won't take you. Get out. Try to say that again? If you say that again, I'll beat you up. Come on. Come on, damn it. The two started arguing again. Qini was speechless for a while. He winked at Hua Siyu beside him. The witch understood and immediately released the aura of a powerful Jindan realm master. Buzz. A demonic power swept across the 4 directions, shocking everyone's mind. Ling Jin and Ling Chong immediately quieted down and looked at Hua Siyu with fear. Hua Siyu looked at Qini. Qini said, the scale of this immortal tomb may be much larger than we expected. Since we are here, we might as well go together. Ling Jin and the other 2 showed joy on their faces. Thank you, Master Qin. Of course they also want the opportunity to form a pill. They didn't know much about it before, but now they know more and are eager for it. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so shameless as to argue with Ling Chong. Although Ling Chong was a little unhappy, he had to give Qini face, so he could only mutter, for the sake of Master Qini, I will take you with me this time. You owe me a favor, and you have to call me Dad from now on. You're still excited, right? Ling Jin was unhappy again. Shut up, both of you. The witch shouted loudly. A terrifying demonic aura burst out, like a puff of black mist spreading out, forming a phantom of a demon god. The 2 old men were intimidated by her pressure. They dared not breathe and remained quiet without saying a word. Go down, said the witch. Here, besides Qini, she is the most powerful. Her words are orders. Yes. Ling Chong and others did not dare to refute and obediently moved towards the foot of Hania Mountain. Shini glanced at the witch and said, "She has quite a bit of aura." Hua Siyu lowered her head, "It is all due to your majesty. I dare not act rashly." "Don't be a slave, it sounds awkward." "Then what should I do?" "Just speak normally. Don't treat me as a senior. I'm just a young master." Shin Yi chuckled. "When you don't have the ability, it's safer to be regarded as a senior. Now that you have the ability, the younger you are, the more arrogant you are. Walk." Everyone followed Ling Chong and his group to the foot of the mountain. There is a hidden cave at the foot of Hania Mountain, covered by weeds. Judging from the traces, someone has entered it recently. "Lingjin, it's right here. The people from Chen State entered the room the night before yesterday. We didn't dare to get close at that time. We sensed the special vibration of space from a distance and quickly informed the sect and the front line. We don't know if anyone has come. The Jindan realm expert you mentioned who left has been crippled by our young master Qin." The great elder recounted what happened last night. Lingjin laughed loudly after hearing this. "With Master Qin here, we will be successful in everything we do." "Ling Chong, Lingjin, old dog, stop flattering me. Make way. I'll go in and clear the way." Everyone entered the cave. Inside is a narrow corridor, which can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Qin Yi walked at the back. Jiang Zishi took his arm and said, "Brother Qin, that which covets the fragments of the magic weapon that our Jiang clan suppresses. You can't give it to her. Otherwise, the disaster that happened thousands of years ago will happen again, and it will be very troublesome." Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is that magic weapon? Is it scary? Shin Xinyue, who was walking ahead of the two, replied, "I've also heard from Master about that battle thousands of years ago. It said that the Demon King possessed a 9-layered immortal suppression pagoda, capable of killing an immortal with a single strike. Although the righteous path was victorious, they suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the inscription realm cultivators perished, and only a few remained at the core formation realm. The Snow Country, Zhao State, and Ning State saw their strength plummet, and even after years of recuperation, they were unable to regain their former peak. The 9-layered immortal tower sounds very powerful, no wonder it has to be split up and suppressed." Qin Yi nodded slightly to show his understanding. At this time, the person in front of Shin Xinyue said hastily, No, the holy weapon is powerful, but the most important thing is that the first-generation leader is powerful. He is a top-level expert in the 9th level of the inscription realm and is just a little bit away from becoming a true immortal. What are the strengths of those who surrounded and killed him?" Qin Yi was curious. Chow, there are too many people, 10,000 people fighting against our first-generation leader. The most powerful one is the great elder of the Shao clan, who has the 8th level of inscription. And the founding monarch of the Snow Nation also has the 8th level of inscription. The 8 ancient clans all have strong people in the inscription realm. The Wild Moon sect, the Hunter Sky sect, and the Xinjian Lake also have people in the inscription realm. There are more than 40 people in the inscription realm and more than 800 people in the core formation realm. The battle is so fierce that the sky collapses and the earth cracks. The western part of Zhangzhou was originally a plateau, but it was directly beaten into a basin. Now it's all a lake. It's the immortal demon lake where the black carp is abundant. Although Chow is a little bit stupid, what he says is basically true. Regarding that great battle, the righteous records said that the losses were heavy and only 1 in 10 strong men survived. The demonic path recorded the entire process more clearly to serve as a reminder of the lesson, so almost all of its followers knew the specific configurations of both sides in that battle. Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp in amazement, so many masters. The Snow Country was so powerful back then? Why didn't the Zhongxian sect mention it? Chow, there was no Zhongxian sect at that time. The founder of the Zhongxian sect was a thief. After the war, he picked up corpses and stole treasures, taking a lot of benefits. Only then did he have the strength to establish the Zhongxian sect. Shen Qingyue. Spiritual shock. Ling Chong. There are 39 people here, 20 of whom are from Zhongxian sect, and they all have different expressions when they hear this sentence. Xian grabbed the little sister's hand and squeezed her palm to stop her from talking nonsense. Then he added, the battle that year completely destroyed the earth veins in western Zhangzhou, and also destroyed the earth veins thousands of miles away from the Snow Country. As a result, few strong people have appeared in the past few thousand years, and even those at the Jindan stage have become extremely rare. The neighboring Ningguo and Jiaogua also suffered damage, but it was less severe than the snow country. The earth veins usually stretch for tens of thousands of miles. If one end is destroyed, the other end may also fail, which led to a sharp decline in the strength of the snow country in several nearby countries. Xini suddenly realized, so, if we leave this area, there should be more powerful people in the outside world? That's right. Xian nodded. Cao Cao added, I heard that inscription patterns are everywhere outside, and even those who have formed a pill are worse than dogs. Master's master, you can only act tyrannically in the snow country. If you go out, you will be killed like a dog, so don't go. Everyone. Hua Xiyu quickly said, no, it's not that exaggerated. Senior Qin, ignore this silly girl, she's just a fool. Inscription realm people are giants no matter where they are. The eastern pure land of the 100 kingdoms combined may only have a few hundred inscription realm people, and the entire eastern land only has 1 or 2,000. How big is the eastern pure land? Qin was not angry, he was mainly curious. Hua Xiyu, it's very big. There are more than 100 countries like the Snow Country, collectively known as the 100 Kingdoms of the East. But the 100 countries combined are only a small part of the East. The entire East is no less than 3 million miles. 3 million miles. This is just the East? Is there a West, South, North, etc.? Qin was shocked. 3 million miles is 1.5 million kilometers. The diameter of the Earth is only 6,300 kilometers, and the diameter of the Sun is only 1.38 million kilometers, but an area here is wider than the diameter of the Sun. Senior Qin, don't you understand this? Hua Xiyu was a little surprised. Qin emphasized again, I am not a senior. According to age, you might be my great-grandmother. Hua Xiyu. Chapter 081 Telling Lies in the Future. Except for Shen Qingyue and Zhang Zishi, no one believed that Qin was only in his 20s. The witch pretended to believe it, then continued, the vast land of China stretches endlessly. The eastern land is known as the Pure Land. Equally so are the western Divine Kingdom, the northern Demonic Realm, and the southern Sin Continent. These 4 lands face each other across the sea. In addition to these 4 lands, there are 3 islands, 7 seas, and 82 caves, all of which are giants in their own right. Listening to her description, Qin's mind seemed to have wings, flying across the vast world and taking in the outline of this world. It's huge. The East alone is 3 million li in size. With so many pieces of land put together, plus the ocean area, wouldn't that be several million or even tens of millions of kilometers? It takes a long time to fly a rocket around. Is there any realm above the Hajin realm? Qin asked again. The witch nodded. In the true realm, one can open up the furnace of life, achieving an endless lifespan and becoming a true immortal. But this isn't the end. Beyond the true immortal realm, one can ignite the fire of life and burn the laws of heaven and earth. However, very few can achieve this. Beyond that, I don't know either. Qin made a rough calculation. The maximum number of combined cards is 10 stars. The Jindan realm is 2 stars. 3 levels of inscriptions are 3 stars. For 6 level inscriptions are 4 stars. 7 9th level inscriptions are 5 stars. Hajin realm is 6 stars. In other words, there are at least 4 more realms after Hajin. Judging from the situation, relying on intimacy rewards to climb to the top level is simply impossible. The growth of experience value is explosive. In the later stage, no matter how many goddesses you have, they are not enough. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous, it's better not to be too ambitious. Qin sighed. Let us understand the snow country first. This map is so vast. If he had come into contact with 3 goddesses in the southern part of the snow country alone, how many more would there be in the 100 countries? And how many more would there be in the eastern Pure Land? There must be thousands of beautiful people like Zhang Zishi in the whole world, right? Doesn't that mean? Hiss. I can't handle this. I really can't handle this. As he thought about it, Qin couldn't help but feel a little panicked, fearing that he would turn from a normal human being into an emotionless pile driver. He was so scared that he quickly hugged Zhang Zishi. At this time, everyone had already reached the deepest part of the cave. There is a relatively large cave at the bottom of the cave. Everyone stood in one place, and Taoist Lingchong used magic fire to illuminate the cave and find the location to open the immortal tomb. Got it. Soon, he found a dent in the wall. Then he took out a jade token and pressed it in. The immortals fall, buried in the outer heavens. The talisman activates, and the holy mausoleum opens. A ray of pure magic power hit the jade talisman, and the jade talisman suddenly burst into brilliant light. Buzz. The air was shaking, the ground was calm, but the surrounding space seemed to be about to collapse. The great elder exclaimed in surprise, "What a powerful aura! This is just the slight disturbance caused by the opening of the entrance. The person buried in the immortal tomb is definitely a truly powerful being." As the immortal's magical power flowed, a bright light appeared on the wall of the cave. It was as if a door opened a crack, then gradually opened, becoming wider and brighter, and the strong light stole everyone's attention. This spiritual power, could it be the spirit energy of the immortal? When the light gate opened, wisps of white mist floated out, instantly benefiting everyone except Qin. Their true energy surged and absorbed some pure power. Although Qin had no magic power, he felt extremely comfortable after taking 2 breaths. "The door is open, let's go in." Taoist Lingchong couldn't wait and was the first to take the lead and walk into the light gate. Inside the light gate is another world. The immortal tomb is independent of heaven and earth, mysterious and extraordinary. The witch's face was filled with joy. "I didn't expect to have such an adventure on this trip. Judging from the size of this, it's most likely the tomb of a true immortal in the Hajin realm. If I seize this opportunity, my cultivation level may soar." Gigi said happily, "Master, is it possible for us to break through the barrier and enter the myriad realm?" "Of course." The witch replied without hesitation. The 4 personal guards were all special masters trained by her using the secret magic techniques of the cult. In fact, their own aptitude was not extremely strong, and they relied entirely on absorbing precious essences to improve their abilities. Their potential had long been exhausted and could not be further improved. There is a 4 symbols flowing together formation. Their combat power is very strong, comparable to Wanxiang, but after all, they are not Wanxiang. If they can get the opportunity this time and make further progress, the 4 of them can fight together and even be comparable to the combat power of 4 people in the early stage of Jindan realm. "Come in, we don't know what dangers are inside, so be careful," Qin said. "Walk." The great elder led the Jiang clan members in. "Wu Yun, follow me." Lingjin took Fang Wuyun with him. "Okay, Uncle Lingjin." Originally, Fang Wuyun was protected by the great elder, but now that Taoist Lingjin and the other 3 have arrived, it is naturally safer to leave him to their own people. After the 2 groups went in, only Qin, the 3 goddesses, and Lingji Xianqiao, the 4 witch guards, were left outside. Seeing that the Jiang clan members were gone, Hua Siyu couldn't help but ask, "Master Qin, that magic weapon fragment is of little use to the Jiang clan. Unlike the first-generation leader, I have no ambition to rule the world or dominate a region. Could you please return it to me?" Qin shook his head and said, "I don't know you well enough. If you deceive me and do something wrong while repairing the Jiuzhong Town Immortal Pagoda, I will be the sinner." Cao Cao immediately said, "It's okay, the master won't do that. If she does something bad, you can just bully her to death. The master said it herself, she can't beat you, even if she's 10 times stronger, she can't beat you, even with a complete holy weapon, she can't beat you, there's absolutely no way she can resist." Damn. The witch held her forehead and was speechless. But this time she didn't object. "As long as I can retrieve the 9-layered immortal tower and obtain the complete Demon God Sutra cultivation method, even if I do something bad in the future and am really caught and bullied by Qin, it will be worth it. Besides, if she had the 9-layered immortal tower in her hand, Qin might not be able to catch her. There's no rush for this, let's talk about it later. Let's go in first, the entrance will be closed soon." Qin didn't waste time on this topic and took Zhang Zishi and Shen Xingyue into the light gate. The 5 women of the demon cult had different expressions. Xian sighed, "Master, this senior is not what we expected. He is not that easy to deal with." Gigi pondered, "I feel like he really is a young man. Perhaps we can find another way to gain his trust." Hua Siyu nodded slightly, "If he were overbearing and rude, I would be even more uncomfortable. Now, although it's a bit hard to get used to, it's safer at least." Cao Cao complained quietly, "Master, your charm is not good enough. The seniors don't bully you. You damn girl." Hua Siyu got angry when she heard her words, picked up Cao Cao and spanked her hard on the butt. "I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. I'll let your mouth be full of it. You never learn your lesson. You never learn your lesson. You never learn your lesson." Next time you talk nonsense, I'll take off your pants and spank you in front of everyone. Hua Siyu beat and scolded him. Chow Chow didn't dare to resist and said aggrievely, "Is telling the truth wrong? Then I'll just tell lies from now on. I don't care what you say, just stop slandering me. I'm not a good person to begin with, and what you say sounds cheap." The witch said unhappily, and only let her go after she had vented enough. The light gate was about to disappear, and the 5 people did not dare to delay and walked in together. The next second, the scene before my eyes changed. Chapter 082 Tourism Distribution Center. Fuck, what's going on? No way. I heard a series of exclamations. Before Qin could see the scene clearly, he heard Fong Wuyan yell, "There are too many damn people here." Then Qin took a closer look. Good job. There are so many people here. He was completely dumbfounded. I originally thought that after entering the immortal tomb, I would appear in a gloomy underground mausoleum, or a heavenly mausoleum filled with immortal air. But I didn't expect that what I saw before my eyes was a vast grassland. What is even more unexpected is that the grassland is full of people. All. Yes. Everyone. From what we can see with the naked eye, there are at least tens of thousands of people on the grassland of several thousand meters, scattered in groups here and there. They are all cultivators, and their aura is quite extraordinary. What's going on? So many people? Am I hallucinating? Qin blinked, thinking he was seeing things. Taoist Lingchong was also confused and didn't understand what was going on. Hua Siyu's figure also appeared. Looking at the scene of strange and powerful people all around her, she couldn't help but shrink her neck, thinking that she had stepped into the alliance of righteous monks. Not far away, others were also screaming in surprise. So many people? This is fucking. Are you sure this is a fairy tomb and not a vegetable market? I'm here to look for opportunities, not to go shopping. Wow, fellow Daoist, where are you from? We are from the state of Yen. Yen State? Isn't that the northern part of the land of 100 states? We are the southernmost Zhu people. Where is Yen State in Zhu State? We are cultivators from the Purple Light River in the Arctic Demon Realm. Is there anyone we know here? Fellow Taoists from the Arctic Demon Realm. We are from the Antarctic land of no return. A group of people were exchanging information there, and the more they talked, the more shocked they became. People are coming from the Eastern Pure Land, the Western Divine Kingdom, the Northern Demon Realm, and the Southern Sin Continent. And not just 1 or 2 places. Those people should be from the state of Chen. At this time, Taoist Lingjin discovered a group of practitioners on the grass not far away. They were led by a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy, wearing a python robe. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s, with an imposing and noble air, and exuded the aura of a mid-stage Fashuan realm. The woman was petite, no taller than 155 centimeters, and was also dressed gorgeously. Her cultivation was in the late stage of the tyrant body realm. There was also an old man with white hair and beard, wearing gray clothes, and he was at the early stage of the Jindan realm. It is indeed the 4th prince and the 9th princess of the state of Chen. The old man in gray is the junior brother of the state master of Chen, known as Taoist Master Hanfeng, and his methods are quite powerful, said the great elder. When the great elder was young, he traveled far away and got to know many powerful people of the older generation. Qin was somewhat speechless. I originally thought that it was just us competing with the people of Chen State, but I didn't expect there would be so many people. Xin Xinyue, why are they staying on the grass and not leaving? Is there some restriction? Everyone was resting on the grass, some were meditating, some were chatting with people nearby, as if waiting for something. Qin looked into the distance. A team of 20 or 30 people was heading towards the outskirts of the grassland. But after running a certain distance, it seems to be stuck, and no matter how fast it accelerates, it just stays in the same place. Hua Siyu saw the clue and guessed, there must be a large formation set up by an immortal here. No one can leave until the formation is broken. The Chen people have not moved for more than a day since they came in. It seems that things are completely different from what we expected. Let's wait and see what happens next. Qin suggested. At first he thought the immortal tomb was just a tomb. After entering with the key, he dug the grave and looked for burial objects and came out. Later, the Chen people showed up. He thought there would be some competition in this tomb, and maybe there would be zombies or ghosts. Now look. This isn't a tomb at all, it's a large tourist distribution center. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the grass is green. There is no eerie feeling of a cemetery at all. Instead, there is a sense of openness as if you are on the prairie of Inner Mongolia. Of course, it's the peak tourist season now, and there are more tourists than cattle and sheep. Everyone sat down and watched the situation around them. At this time, a group of people discovered them and walked towards this side. The leader was a young man wearing a dark robe. He was very handsome and had a very strong aura of cultivation, having reached the peak of the myriad realm. Following behind him were 7 or 8 subordinates, all of whom were at the Jindan stage, and there was not a single weak one among them. My fellow Taoists, I'm honored. The young man in the gorgeous robe looked at Shen Xingyue, and then glanced at Jiang Zishi, Huasiyu, Lingling, Jiji, Xianxian, and Chaochao. He introduced himself. My name is Huang Fuyu, the 16th prince of the Warring States period, ranked 3rd among the 100 kingdoms of the East. I wonder if I would have the honor of meeting you fairies. This person looked elegant and polite. Although he was accompanied by a group of Jindan realm experts, he did not deliberately exude the aura of strength to overwhelm others, so people did not feel disgusted. But everyone was still a little unhappy. You come over to the beautiful fairy when you see her, are you just an ordinary mortal? So tacky. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you don't have the honor. Fang Wuyun stood up and stood in front of Shen Qingyue. Huang Fuyu was not angry, and asked with interest, Oh? I haven't asked for your name yet. Fang Wuyun only has the strength of the early stage of the tyrant body realm, and is not even worthy of attention from others. But since he could stand in front of Shen Qingyue, the other party could not ignore him. Fang Wuyun raised his chin and said proudly, I am Fang Wuyun, an inner disciple of the Zhanshuan sect. The fairy you were looking at with lustful eyes just now is my senior sister. You are not qualified to know her name because she already has a husband. Shen Qingyue was a little embarrassed. The term husband, that's too much. She and Qin Yi haven't even started dating yet. Besides, you are all cultivators. Even if you want to brag, you should use the term Taoist couple. Why do you make it sound like an ordinary couple? The group of Jindan powerhouses behind Huang Fuyu couldn't help but laugh. An old man in the middle stage of Jindan said calmly, Young man, if you don't have enough strength, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. There was also a middle-aged woman in the late Jindan stage who said with a smile, This fairy is clearly still a virgin, how could she possibly have a husband? Young man, if you like her, just say so directly. There's no need to be so forceful. Huang Fuyu didn't say anything, just watched with a smile, his eyes seemed to not care about anything, as if he was watching ants fighting. Fang Wuyun quickly explained, Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. I don't dare to have any improper thoughts about my senior sister. She is Mr. Qin's person. Mr. Qin, who are you talking about? The middle-aged woman looked at Qin Yi. In fact, they had noticed Qin Yi just now. Among this group of people, Huasiyu has the strongest aura, followed by the Great Elder, and then Qin Yi. Moreover, the position where Qin Yi was sitting was surrounded by stunning beauties on both sides, and there was also a beautiful woman in the Jindan realm following behind him. He was obviously the core leader of the group. Huang Fuyu looked at Qin Yi, you are in the late stage of Wanshan realm. Since you are not very old, your aptitude should be quite good. Qin Yi was very calm, it's okay, I'm just a talent. The Great Elder and others all laughed. A dignified ancestor of the inscription realm was actually described as young and talented. They all thought Huang Fuyu was very funny. But Huang Fuyu himself doesn't think so. He looked at Qin Yi, then at Jiang Zishi, who was holding Qin Yi's arm and half of her body was leaning on Qin Yi, Shen Qingyue who was sitting very close to him, and Huasiyu behind him. He said, Fellow Taoist, you are so lucky to have 3 such rare women. It's truly enviable. But with your qualifications, you shouldn't have any sect support, right? The immortal tomb is full of dangers, so why don't you even bring a Jindan realm attendant? Chapter 083, the Third of 100 Nations. Ha ha ha. Fang Wuyun laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? An old man in the Jindan realm asked. Fang Wuyun asked, Does Master Qin still need followers to protect him? A Jindan realm cultivator is like dough in front of him. He can flatten it or round it as he pleases. Why does he keep a bunch of dough around him? To eat? Huang Fuyu frowned. This is so arrogant. The Jindan realm is not just a bunch of people, each one is a strong person who can stand on his own. Even if one is a genius with top qualifications and has practiced profound and secret skills, it will take some effort to fight across borders. Huan Fuyu can be regarded as a genius among geniuses. He reached the peak of the Wanxian realm at the age of 40. He is definitely a genius among geniuses among the hundreds of countries in the East. But even he was not sure of defeating all the powerful Jindan realm masters, especially those in the late Jindan stage, who were extremely difficult to deal with. Fang Wuyun spoke as if Qin could mold all the Jindan realm cultivators like dough. His tone was just like a child bragging. But everyone around Qin acted very calmly, as if what he said was true. Huan Fuyu couldn't help but say, "It seems this young Master Qin is even more outstanding than I thought." No wonder he was able to capture the hearts of 3 fairies. However, I think I have good aptitude too. It's rare to meet him in this immortal tomb. Brother Qin, would you be willing to give me some advice? Ha 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 ha. Fang Wuyun laughed again. Cao Cao also laughed. Cao Cao said, "That man, be careful. The master's master is very powerful. Don't let him kill you." Hua Siyu covered her face. This stupid girl just can't get along with the word fuck. Oh, no, no. My master told me to speak sarcastically, I forgot. Cao Cao realized that he was telling the truth and xiquickly corrected himself, that Huan Fuyu, my maid's male servant, is very weak and can't be beaten by anyone. Beat him up quickly and kill him. Everyone. Xian Xian walked over silently, covered Cao Cao's mouth from behind, and pressed her to the grass with a series of M sounds. Huan Fuyu looked at the petite and cute Cao Cao, and his mind became much more active. The master of the master. This word sounds exciting. Those 4 women in the Fashuan realm were actually maids of the Jindan realm fairy. And the strongest fairy in the Jindan realm among the crowd is Qin Yi's maid. That's too much. She must have been forced. Although Qin Yi did not bring any attendants with him, there must be a considerable force behind this young genius. It must be the force behind him that forced the fairy to obey. Mr. Qin, could you please teach me something? Huan Fuyu became more interested in fighting. He wants to prove that he is stronger than Qin Yi. Qin Yi shook his head. Brother, don't be stupid when you see beautiful women. Even if you beat me, you can't get them. It's unwise to get beaten for someone you can't get. He knew Huan Fuyu's thoughts very well. This person just wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. This is similar to the psychology of teenage boys who like to show off in front of girls. But the 3 goddesses are characters in the card pool, how could they be seduced away? Don't say that you are not strong. Even if you are very strong, especially strong, and can kill an immortal in the Hajin realm with 1 punch, there is no way to change the effect of intimacy. The card drawing system can cultivate a 10-star goddess, so you can imagine how powerful its influence is. The Hajin realm is only 6 stars, and the 10 stars are still under control. It is almost impossible to change their fate. Ha ha. Huan Fuyu regarded Qin Yi's words as a provocation. He said, "Young Master Qin, you're worrying too much. Competing with a peerless genius is a pleasure in itself. It doesn't matter whether it's worthwhile or not. Besides, I really envy you. How about we raise the stakes? What's the bet? If you lose, give all 7 fairies to me. What if I win?" Ha 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 ha. The group of Jindan realm powerhouses behind Huan Fuyu laughed. Their prince is completely invincible among his peers, the number 1 genius among all the countries. Even the first and second largest countries among the 100 countries have no peers who dare to say that they will win. With the same cultivation level of the late Wanxian realm, it was simply a pipe dream for Qin Yi to win. Huan Fuyu was very confident and said, "If you win, I will give you 3 spiritual artifacts." Spiritual magic weapons are generally used by those who are strong in the inscription realm, and even those in the core formation realm cannot exert their full power. Its preciousness cannot be measured by money. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the great elder and others laughed. He laughed even louder than the powerful Jindan realm masters opposite him. Fang Wuyun, hey, you are rushing to give Mr. Qin a gift. Cao Cao shook his head fiercely. No, you will definitely win. 3 spiritual artifacts, my maid's male servant will definitely not be able to get them. Stop talking nonsense. Master Qin, do you accept the challenge? Huan Fuyu was a little impatient. These people talked too much nonsense. They didn't know whether to fight or not, and it all depended on their mouths. It was really annoying. Brother Qin, promise him. Zhang Zishi grabbed Qin Yi's hand and said. She had great trust in Qin Yi and naturally was not afraid of him losing. However, Qini shook his head. Huang Fuyu smiled. Are you scared? No. Qini said seriously, first of all, I don't bet on women. Huang Fuyu frowned. Qini added, secondly, I have no right to decide where they belong. They are my friends, not my personal property. It's up to them to decide who they want to follow. Xin Xingyue's lips curled up, and she felt much happier. Hua Xiyu also nodded slightly, feeling comfortable after hearing what he said. Fang Weiyun shouted, Master Qin, this isn't the key point. The key point is that they gave you 3 spiritual artifacts for free. Don't you want them? Qin Yi chuckled and stood up. He stretched his arms and legs, looked at Huang Fuyu and said, Third, I accept your challenge. If you lose, give me 3 spiritual artifacts. If I lose, I will cut off one of my arms and give it to you. This. Everyone was silent. Huang Fuyu felt Qin Yi's powerful and invincible confidence and subconsciously became a little scared. However, he was also an invincible genius of his generation and quickly regained his confidence. 1 arm in exchange for 3 spiritual artifacts, okay. With your and my qualifications, it's definitely worth it. He agreed. Although practitioners can regenerate severed limbs, the conditions are very harsh. They either have to reach the level of inscription realm in terms of strength and use their extraordinary bodies to reshape their physical bodies at any time, or find an extremely rare treasure and regenerate the broken arm. But the body cultivated with precious essence is not as good as the original one after all. The more talented one is, the more important the limbs are. Any damage may lead to the loss of the meridian formation in the body and a sharp decline in aptitude. As long as Qin Yi is eliminated, these 7 fairies will be easy to deal with. Qin Yi, you have to be careful. Xin Xingyue was a little worried. After all, the condition for the offer was an arm. The other party's attendants are all in the Jindan realm, and are the geniuses of the top 3 major countries ranked among the 100 countries. Their backgrounds are ridiculously powerful, and it is hard to say whether they really have any extraordinary means. Qin Yi said calmly, it's okay, he is not much stronger than Wei Tianyang. Master Qin, you'd better be careful. He is a prince of the Warring States period after all. Hua Xiyu also spoke up and gave some advice. She was currently hanging out with Qin Yi. There were too many experts in this place, and if anything happened to Qin Yi, she would be in trouble too. Zhang Gui, is it very powerful? Qin Yi asked. He still knows too little about the forces in this world. Hua Xiyu explained in a voice transmission, every 500 years, the 100 nations of the East hold a conference to discuss Tao and fight, which is used to rank the 100 nations. 500 years ago, the Snow Nation was ranked 117th, almost at the bottom of the list. The Warring States, on the other hand, has consistently ranked among the top 5 for countless years. It boasts numerous top sects and families, and its royal family is incredibly powerful. The founding ruler, Huangfu Dingtian, is an immortal at the Huzhan realm, a formidable figure throughout the East. I see. Qin Yi nodded slightly to show that he understood. It seems that Huangfu Yu's background is indeed not small. But background is background, strength is strength, this one can still be won. Chapter 84, Uneasy. Everyone stepped back to make room. This grassland is not particularly large, and the walking range is only a few kilometers. There were a lot of people around. The Great Elder and other powerful Jindan realm masters from the Warring States period persuaded the nearby cultivators to move away. Hearing that a fight was about to break out, everyone excitedly made way and gathered around to watch. 2 people in the late stage of the Myriad realm, and both are so young. Interesting. It seems like they're fighting for women. Oh, those 3. Hey, so beautiful. Many of them are at the Jindan stage. They have the family crest of the Warring States royal family on them. They are from the Warring States royal family. That short-haired man has such a deep aura, I can't even sense his chi fluctuations at all. Basically, everyone present was not a weakling, and some of them were even more powerful than Huangfu Yu. A man in black sat on a floating phoenix chariot, watching with great interest. He said to the old man beside him, Old Yen, who do you think will win between these 2? Elder Yen said indifferently, they are all third-rate bastards. Why bother with them? Son of God, you are not interested in the low-level forces in the East, are you? The black-clothed man laughed and said, a phoenix can emerge from a chicken coop. Although the 100 kingdoms of the East are weak, they once produced peerless masters. Elder Yen, you should not be underestimated. Elder Yin smiled and said, "The unrivaled power that the Son of God spoke of is referring to the blood slave that was suppressed by His Majesty the God Emperor beneath the heavenly palace and provided spiritual energy for the nine heavens formation?" Shenzi shook his head and criticized, "Don't easily deny other people's efforts. It wasn't easy for that blood slave to come this far. When I heard his story, I admired him very much." "Isn't that still a blood slave?" That's true." Qin Yi and Huangfu Yu were facing each other dozens of meters apart. A 500-meter wide open space had been cleared around them, which was larger than the area where Qin Yi and Wei Tianyang fought last night. White lights flashed on the grass from time to time, and some new figures appeared. The number of people here continued to increase. Huangfu Yu casually took out a long sword from the space magic weapon, clasped his fists and said, "Master Qin, please teach me." "Come on." Qin Yi stood still and signaled the other party to make the first move. Huangfu Yu did not refuse to take the initiative, but asked, "Where are your magic weapons and treasures?" The sword in his hand is a spiritual magic weapon. In the hands of Wanxiang realm, it can pose a fatal threat to Jindan realm, and even Mingwen realm dare not ignore it. If you use a spiritual weapon to defeat someone unarmed, the victory will not be glorious. Qin Yi shrugged, "No. You." Huangfu Yu was a little angry. In his opinion, it is impossible for a person with such extraordinary talent as Qin Yi to not have a magic weapon. Deliberately not taking it out is clearly a contempt for him. But Qin Yi really didn't. Forget about magic weapons, he doesn't even have a knife to peel fruit. "Go ahead, don't hesitate. I don't like being watched," Qin Yi urged. Huangfu Yu felt that he was being despised and insulted, and snorted coldly, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." After he finished speaking, his whole body of true energy burned, and he floated into the air, holding a sword, and emitting a dazzling brilliance. So strong. The onlookers were shocked. This person's Wanxiang cultivation level is actually as powerful as that of the middle stage of the Jindan realm. As expected of a member of the Warring States royal family, this strength is absolutely invincible in the same realm. That guy on the opposite side is in trouble. He has nothing in his hands. How can he resist the spiritual flying sword? Many knowledgeable people pointed fingers and thought Qin Yi was too arrogant. Shen Xingyue and Jiang Zishi were also a little worried. Huangfu Yu was very powerful, and it would be extremely difficult for them to resist him with their level of cultivation. Huangfu Yu was secretly happy when he heard what everyone was saying, but he didn't show it on his face. "Take that." He just pointed his magic sword. "Cool." A fiery fighting spirit gushed out and turned into a 100-meter-long golden sword, stabbing at Qin Yi. This sword can kill someone in the early stage of the Jindan realm. "Be careful," someone reminded Qin Yi. But Qin Yi didn't hide. That's how he felt. "Raise your arm." When? The sound of metal clashing echoed. The surrounding land sank slightly, but Qin Yi's body remained motionless. A white mark appeared on his left arm, but the skin was not even broken. What? How is this possible? Oh my god, a physical body could block a spiritual grade flying sword? Everyone around was stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous scene. Even Elder Yen, who was beside the Son of God, was surprised. "It's a precious body, that person has cultivated a precious body." Shensi smiled slightly, "I said you can't look down on others." Elder Yen was a little stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Although his body is good, it also wears out quickly. If he doesn't defeat his opponent soon, his own chi will be exhausted and he will be defeated. Huangfu Yu opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Yi in disbelief, who was unharmed. How is this possible? This is a spiritual flying sword. Come again. Qin Yi hooked his finger. He didn't attack. Huangfu Yu is not Wei Tianyang. There is no grudge between them, so there is no need to beat him into a pig's head. Moreover, the other party insisted on giving him 3 spiritual magic weapons for free. Qin Yi felt that he had to make the other party happy and use all his skills. Otherwise you will feel uneasy holding it. Good. Huangfu Yu felt angry when he saw Qin Yi's attitude. Buzz. His whole body was shining with golden light, the secret techniques of the Warring States royal family flowed in his mind, and his peerless fighting spirit burst out. Rise. Rumble. In the plain grass, it seemed as if a giant sword that could cut through the sky was slowly rising and reaching into the sky. When his fighting spirit reached its peak, Huangfu Yu closed his eyes, pointed his sword to the sky, and shouted, "Fight! Destroy the entire world!" The sky is shaking. The giant sword rose to the highest point, then emerged from the clouds and slashed towards Qin. What a terrifying aura! Everyone around was shocked. They felt that the power emanating from Huangfu at this moment was already stronger than that of an ordinary Jindan realm cultivator, and was enough to threaten a strong person in the late Jindan realm. The giant sword seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast. It appeared in the clouds in the sky and fell above Qin in the next second. Qin secretly complained in his heart, "The skill takes so long to read, if I hadn't stood still to deal damage to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Since you have so much momentum, I'll resist it for a while to give you face." Then he pushed off his foot and shot up towards the giant sword. Make a fist. Smash. Boom. Fists and giant swords collided in the air. There was a loud bang, a sonic boom from a punch. Then, with a bang, as if glass was breaking, the giant sword shattered and turned into golden light and dissipated. Qin fell back to the ground, his breathing steady. There was a blood mark on the back of his right finger, but the wound was shallow and not serious. On the other hand, Huangfu's giant sword was shattered by one blow. Under the pull of the qi, his whole body seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, and he almost couldn't stay still in the air. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, not expecting that his unique skills could be blocked so easily. "Any other tricks?" Qin asked. "Have." Huangfu gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. He forced out a mouthful of precious blood and spat it onto the magic flying sword, chanting a spell in a low voice. "Burn my battle blood as a sacrifice to God." As he shouted, the aura on his body began to surge. The early stage of Jindan realm. Middle stage of Jindan realm. Late stage of Jindan realm. The secret technique actually allowed him to burst out with the power of a higher realm. "Your Highness." Those powerful warriors in the Jindan realm of the Warring States period were shocked. This method was against the harmony of nature and would damage their vitality. It would take a long time to recover. Qin Yi's strength is beyond imagination. Huangfu has already given it his all. Chapter 085 Limited Time Card Pool 5 more. This seems a bit powerful. Qin Yi was also worried, not knowing if he could still fight without getting hurt. Logically speaking, the opponent's moves are stronger than the previous one. The previous one has already broken his skin. If he were to use a force of a higher realm, he might really be able to poke a hole in his skin. For safety reasons, Qin Yi did not continue to stand still. He took a deep breath, and the key points of the eight-armed demon-suppressing fist flowed through his mind, and he took a defensive posture. It's the eight-armed demon-suppressing fist. The Zhang clan's great elder recognized the meaning of this gesture at a glance. The second elder exclaimed in surprise, "This unique skill was created by our ancestor after he observed the Demon Suppression Sutra. When he performs it himself, its power is absolutely the strongest." Eight-armed demon-suppressing fist, third form, unmovable as a mountain. I also know this move. Of course, the ancestor is definitely the most powerful. The people of the Zhang tribe were very excited. The real ancestor of the Zhang clan, Zhang Chuanyun, created the eight-armed demon-suppressing fist. That was 2,500 years ago. And now, they saw with their own eyes the ancestor use this unique skill. "Master Qin, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now." Huangfu was in the air, his face a little pale, but he was full of energy and was confident of victory. After reaching the late stage of the Jindan realm, he could use secret techniques to slightly injure even people at the first level of the Mingwen realm, and no matter how strong Qin Yi was, he could not stop him. But Qin Yi was not afraid. He laughed and said, "Are you stupid or am I stupid? If I admit defeat, I will lose my arms. I can't bear to part with my left and right hands." Huangfu, a brave man, cuts off his arm to save his life. If he is reluctant to sacrifice an arm, he will never regret it if he loses his life. Don't waste time. You won't be able to hold on for long like this. Hurry up and take action. Qin Yi was too lazy to say more and urged. The opponent used 3 moves in total, and the pre-swings of each one were longer than the last, enough to soak your feet or take a bath. If a real fight breaks out, this time is enough for Qin Yi to kill 10 Huangfu. Yes. Okay. The secret method is ruthless, don't blame me. Huangfu stopped talking nonsense, formed seals with his hands, and a red light emerged from his body. The red light gathered, and his entire body turned into a red divine sword. His body and sword merged together, carrying the power of the late Jindan realm, and slashed towards Qin Yi. This time, it's definitely not easy to stop. Even those real late Jindan realm masters around here found it difficult. Shini was on guard with a posture as still as a mountain, with no intention of dodging at all. The next second, blood fell. Buzz. Not good. Just when everyone thought that Huang Fuyu and Shini were about to clash and a shocking killing move was about to unfold, a white light suddenly appeared between the two. Someone entered the immortal tomb. It just appeared between the two people's confrontation positions. Ha! Hua Siyu widened her eyes. The great elder, Taoist Lingchong, the powerful men of Qin State, the son of God, Elder Yen, and all the people around were all stunned. Oh no, someone's going to die. Shini was surprised. He never expected that someone would appear in the center of the battle. He didn't want to hurt anyone, so he quickly dodged and wanted to take the initiative to attack and take Huang Fuyu's sword move. However, Huang Fuyu arrived too quickly, and by the time he realized someone had appeared to resist him, it was already too late. Huang Fuyu was also shocked. How could it be such a coincidence? A figure emerged from the white light, right in front of the trajectory of the blood-red sword light. Huang Fuyu thought to himself, if I withdraw my attack now, I'll be severely injured. I can't stop. I'll strike back and kill both of them at once. It sounds slow, but in fact, from the attack to the appearance of the third person, it only takes a moment. Everyone around watched with wide eyes. The figure that appeared in the white light was a little frail, and it was actually a woman. Her black hair reached her waist, and her white clothes were as white as snow. Her figure was a little blurry and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Who attacked? A dreamlike voice floated up. The next moment. When? The blood stopped and the sword intent was interrupted. A white hand grabbed Huang Fuyu's spiritual magic flying sword. But in a hurry, I didn't hold it firmly. Phew! Blood burst out, and the power of the late Jindan realm was fully released. The woman in white groaned and fell down, landing on Qin. Huang Fuyu also fell down, his aura quickly weakened, his cultivation fell back to the late stage of the Wanshang realm, and his face was a little pale. Hello? Qin caught the woman who appeared out of nowhere and called out, how are you? Are you okay? The blood-colored sword light of the late Jindan realm did not kill the woman directly, but the blood light passed through her body, which would not be a good experience for anyone. But this woman. She just paused for a moment in Qin's arms and then got up by herself. No problem. The dreamlike voice sounded a little weak, but it didn't sound like he had suffered a fatal injury. Her right hand was bleeding, a white light emerged, and strands of feather like white silk emerged, quickly repairing the wounds on her palm and knuckles, which were healing at an incredible speed. After standing still, the woman looked at Huang Fuyu and asked, why did you attack? Huang Fuyu smiled bitterly, we were sparring, and didn't expect you to barge in. Woman. She looked at Huang Fuyu, then at Qin, and shook her head, forget it. Without caring about the offense the two had committed, he tapped his toes, his clothes fluttered, and he flew into the air to a distant, less crowded place. Then he sat quietly in mid-air, a white mist emerging from around his body, forming a feather-like cocoon to heal his injuries. She is also in the myriad realm. As she floated up, Qin sensed the strength of her aura. This woman was somewhat mysterious. Her appearance could not be seen clearly. The air around her body seemed to be slightly distorted, making it impossible to see through her. However, the brief contact just now made Qin feel that she had a great figure and her appearance must be flawless. She should be considered a goddess. Ding! As he was thinking, he heard a prompt from the system. The host has been detected to have entered a special environment, and the goddess card pool has been temporarily adjusted. Adjustment completed. Huang Fuyu watched the woman fly away and smiled bitterly, I didn't expect to be interrupted. Master Qin, what do you say about this? Qin opened the system to check the card pool and replied, let's call it a draw. I don't think you can fight anymore, so I don't want to take advantage of you. That's okay. Huang Fuyu was helpless. In fact, he felt that he had just won, and Qin could not withstand this fatal move. But the woman suddenly appeared and took the attack on Qin's behalf, and he was helpless. The game ended in a draw, and it seemed like no one suffered any loss, but in fact Huang Fuyu suffered a huge loss. After using the secret technique, his strength dropped drastically in a short period of time, which was very disadvantageous for the upcoming battle for the opportunity to enter the immortal tomb. Unfortunately, there is no other way. Now that things have come to this, I can only take medicine to heal my wounds. Huang Fuyu no longer cared about flirting with the fairy. Under the protection of several Jindan realm subordinates, he sat quietly on the spot to regulate his breathing. Qin Yi also saw the latest version of the card pool. Current card pool range, Immortal Tomb limited time activity card pool, immediately restored after leaving Immortal Tomb. Card pool content: small opportunity card, medium opportunity card, large opportunity card, Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi, Feishua Sword Fairy Shin Qingyue, Magic Saint Huasiyu. Note 1: the goddesses encountered in temporary scenes are not included in the card pool. A total of 8 goddesses are blocked in the current environment. Note 2: the chance card can be used on anyone other than yourself, allowing them to sense the chance in the Immortal Tomb. The higher the quality, the greater the chance, but there are certain risks, so please use with caution. Chapter 086 Chance Card. Qin Yi was a little surprised when he saw the introduction of the card pool. I originally thought that there would be more people, including the woman in white, but I didn't expect that the characters remained unchanged, but there were 3 more opportunity cards. And this opportunity card cannot be used on yourself. In other words, the rewards he gets from drawing cards only make others happy, while he himself loses money and gains publicity. Oh, this is a bit of a trap, Qin Yi thought to himself. Fortunately, if all the opportunities were given to Jiang Zishi and Shin Qingyue, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. After all, these 2 fairies were basically bound to him. Let's try 10 consecutive draws. It just so happens that I still have 11 card drawing opportunities on hand, which is enough for a game. Qin Yi opened the interface and gave instructions directly. 10 consecutive draws. Start. Buzz buzz buzz. The interface flashed, and soon the 10 cards were turned over, and the result was revealed. Congratulations, you have obtained a chance card. You obtain 5 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shin Qingyue fragments. You obtain 10 fragments of Magic Saintess Huasiyu. Congratulations, you have obtained a small opportunity card. Congratulations, you have obtained a small opportunity card. Congratulations, you have obtained a small opportunity card. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain 10 fragments of Magic Saintess Huasiyu. You obtain 5 fragments of Magic Saintess Huasiyu. You obtain 5 Flying Snow Sword Immortal Shin Qingyue fragments. After 10 consecutive pulls, he didn't get a complete goddess, but instead gave an intermediate opportunity card as a guaranteed reward. My luck is a bit bad. Qin Yi was secretly unhappy. But I should also be thankful that I didn't draw the complete Huasiyu. Otherwise, if Huasiyu is counted in the strength rating, he will not be able to get the reward for defeating those in the Wanxiang realm, and he will lose a lot of card draws. The previous battle with Huangfu Yu was undecided, so that battle doesn't count. There are many powerful people in the Immortal Tomb. As long as I fight with them more from now on, I will definitely gain a lot. Qin Yi took a look at the description of the opportunity card. Small opportunity card: the designated character obtains an opportunity. The benefits are approximately at the level of the profound realm of law-forming pill realm. The risk level is extremely low. Medium chance card: the designated character obtains an opportunity, with benefits of approximately the Jindan realm Mingwen realm level, and the danger level is medium. He was a little surprised. It is possible to reach the level of the inscription realm with a moderate opportunity. The span of the inscription realm is very large. The 9th level of inscription is 100 times stronger than the core formation realm. It seems that the value is still very high. As for the most powerful opportunity card, it looks like it may be at the level of Hajin realm. This Immortal Tomb is really powerful, much more powerful than previously expected. Jiang Zishi and others came to Qin Yi and asked about his situation. Brother Qin, you weren't hurt just now, were you? Qin Yi shook his head and said, I'm fine. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like we have to wait for enough people before we can start looking for opportunities. He wanted to take out the opportunity card, but the system prompted, the Immortal Tomb inheritance activity has not yet started, and the opportunity card cannot be used at the current location, and directly refused to let him take it. There are so many strong people around. If we didn't have young Master Qin, we would have no competitiveness at all. The elder was a little worried. They had just taken a rough look. The people here were in groups, with as few as 3 or 5 people and as many as 1 or 200. Basically, they were not weak. Like the woman in white just now, who appeared alone, her strength was even more formidable. She was only at the late Wanxiang stage, but she single-handedly blocked Huangfu Yu's temporary late Jindan stage ultimate move, and was not seriously injured. Her physical strength was probably comparable to that of the Mingwen stage. Huasiyu said, I just noticed that although there are many strong people around, the strongest one is only at the peak of the Jindan realm. There are no strong people at the Mingwen realm. Oh? Well, since we have young Master Qin, we are sure to win, right? Ling Chong said happily. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. After the witch said this, he understood. You can't even enter the inscription realm. The immortal tomb is where the immortals left their legacy. Since it is to be passed on, young and qualified people must be chosen, rather than those who are very strong and have a solid foundation. The inscription realm has already condensed its own law inscriptions, so it is almost useless even if it is inherited, so it is simply not allowed to come in. Otherwise, with the strength of the Zhanghua, it would not be a group of Jindan realm cultivators protecting Huangfuyu, but there would be giants in Mingwen realm accompanying him. Don't be careless. There are too many people here. I feel there will be a large-scale fight and struggle. I'm afraid only a few will be able to get out alive. Qin Yi said to everyone. He didn't dare to take the responsibility of guaranteeing everyone's safety. After all, there were too many opponents, and he could not fight four hands with two fists. Even if he was fine, he could not take care of everyone. Moreover, he will not be able to significantly improve his strength again in a short period of time. With his current ability, it is hard to say whether he can defeat everyone. Huangfuyu is already very strong, but he is definitely not the strongest. The woman in white just now and the man in black riding the phoenix chariot in the distance gave people an extremely profound feeling. Their strength must be beyond that of an ordinary Jindan realm. Let's wait and see. There are so many people looking at us. It would be a bit troublesome if there are so many beauties. Fang Wuyun muttered. Chow Chow, we are the only ones who have beautiful women. There is nothing we can do if others like to look at us. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Wait, Chow Chow, aren't you going to tell a lie? Xian Xian suddenly asked. I'm telling the truth. Chow Chow said as a matter of course. Everyone thought for a moment, what this means is, there are beauties in other places, so why don't people only look at this side? Fang Wuyun's eyes lit up and he immediately started searching around. Wow! There are fairies over there too, so beautiful. And over there, there are some too. Oh my god, every one of them is amazing. Senior sister, look at that person, she's as beautiful as you. Fang Wuyun seemed to have turned on some kind of switch, and his eyes, like radars, quickly scanned out many stunning women. Qin Yi knew without counting that there were 8 women of the same level as Shin Qingyue. The woman in white just now was one of them, but she was blocked by the system card pool. Now she can only be seen but not drawn, so there is no bond at all. Jiang Zishi also saw those fairies and goddesses, and couldn't help but pull Qin Yi's sleeve and asked, Brother Qin, do you and them have a destiny? Obviously, after Qin Yi met Shin Qingyue and Hua Siyu successively, he began to be wary of this matter. Qin Yi laughed dumbly, no, at least not for now. That's good. Hey! What do you mean temporarily? Will there be one in the future? Jiang Zishi just breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt something was wrong. Qin Yi was helpless, I don't know either. Fate is hard to predict. He wanted to fall in love with one person and spend the rest of his life with her, but the dog system wouldn't let him. It's only been a week since he came to the world of immortal cultivation, and he has already hooked up with 3 stunning women. Although Hua Siyu has not yet entered the card collection, she will most likely become one of them in time. As an upright person, Qin Yi is under a lot of pressure. Jiang Zishi pursed her lips, looking unhappy. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared and echoed between heaven and earth. Seekers, welcome to my realm. I am the master of this immortal toon world, and I call myself the immortal Lord of Bliss. All 108 keys have been collected. You, the 10,931, may seek opportunities within my realm. Outside this grassland lies a vast expanse of 800,000 miles of mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth, where 8,800 opportunities, large and small, are buried. But only one of them is my true inheritance. Whoever finds it will inherit my realm and become the new blissful immortal. When the mantle is inherited, everyone will be transported away and returned to where they came from. Go ahead. Adventure, compete, rob, betray, and fight. Opportunities are waiting for you. Life or death, enlightenment or demise, all depends on your destiny. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 087. How does it feel? Buzz. As the voice fell, something seemed to break outside the grass, and the formation that had trapped everyone disappeared. Tens of thousands of people were discussing this. Immortal Supreme Bliss. Has anyone heard of this title? He opened up a world of 800,000 miles. How powerful! This immortal venerable is probably even more powerful than those in the Hujin realm. 108 keys, no wonder there are so many people. Geniuses have appeared in every major region of the Shenzhou world. The competition is sure to be fierce. Those who are not strong enough should be careful. 8,800 opportunities. If we kill 2,000 people, everyone will get one. Kill more, and everyone will get two. The owner of the immortal tomb is undoubtedly extremely powerful. He has been dead for many years, but he still knows how many people have entered, as if he is still alive. Huasiyu, you are knowledgeable and experienced, but have you ever heard of the immortal Lord Jilo? Qini looked at the witch. The witch nodded, then shook her head and said, "There's a mention of this name in the ancient books of my religion. Countless years ago, this person once stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. But there's no record of his realm, identity, or methods. Countless years ago. It seems like a really long time. In the world of immortal cultivators, tens of thousands of years can only be considered ancient times, and hundreds of thousands of years are considered ancient times. And endless years ago usually means more than 1,000,000 years. Shenzhou is so vast that there are few forces that can survive the long river of time and stand for millions of years. However, there may be information about the immortal Lord Jilu in the ancient books of some extremely powerful forces. Whoosh whoosh. In the distance, some people have already set off. Opportunities are hidden between heaven and earth. This world is huge, comparable to the total land area of all the hundreds of countries in the East. Everyone longs for opportunities. If one can inherit the mantle of the immortal Master Jilu, perhaps it will be easy to enter the realm of Heijin. So no one wants to stay on this grass and waste time. Let's go this way. The group of people from the state of Chun chose to go east. Huang Fuyu's injuries have not recovered yet, but he has a magic vehicle. He can take out a fragrant carriage out of thin air and drive it with spiritual gems, so he can travel quickly. Huang Fuyu looked at Qini and said, "Mr. Qin, are you interested in looking for opportunities together?" Qini shook his head. "I know what you are thinking about, don't fight for it in vain." Huang Fuyu felt helpless. A powerful cultivator at the peak of the Jindan realm behind him said unhappily, "Fellow Daoist, don't be ungrateful. My prince is the most favored prince of the Warring States period, and our emperor is an immortal in the Hujin realm. He is being so polite to you, which is very respectful. What I mean is, don't be shameless when given the chance, just go with me if I ask you to." Qini was about to reply. At this time, an old man floated over and said, "Young man Qin, my son of God wants to see you." Qini turned his head and looked. This old man was the one accompanying the black-clothed man riding the phoenix chariot. He looked like he was at the peak of the Jindan realm, but he gave people an extremely terrifying feeling, as if he was much higher than the Jindan realm. "What do you want from me?" Qini asked. "Elder Yen, the son of God hasn't said anything yet. He's there, you can go and see him." This attitude is very arrogant. It's only a few hundred meters away, but people still have to go there on their own when they meet, and they use the word greetings, which is used by subordinates to greet superiors. Qini looked at the son of God in black. He instinctively felt that the man was very dangerous, like a peregrine falcon overlooking everything from high in the sky, ready to launch a fatal attack on anyone at any time. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Although he was a little unhappy, it shouldn't be a big deal since it was just a meeting. Qini stood up and walked towards the son of God. The people on the Warring State side were left alone and immediately became unhappy. The peak Jindan realm expert who had just spoken scolded old Yen, "Fellow Daoist, we are still discussing matters. Isn't it rude of you to interrupt us like this?" "Rude? Ha ha." Old Yen sneered, his old eyes suddenly narrowed. He stretched out his palm towards the person who was speaking, and shook hands fiercely in the air. Bang! The powerful warrior at the peak of the Jindan realm actually exploded on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! What? Everyone was shocked. A peak Jindan realm expert was killed instantly before he could even react. Not a trace of his body remained. Old Yin sneered, "Ants from a tiny country dare to shout like that? If it happens again, everyone will suffer the same fate." After he finished speaking, he walked away and returned to the side of the Son of God in black in a flash. Everyone on the Zhanghua side was terrified, not even daring to breathe, intimidated by the terrifying aura of old Yen in an instant. Huan Fu Yu's Adam's apple rolled and cold sweat dripped down his face, knowing that he had offended a real giant. He glanced at the Son of God from a distance, not daring to linger, much less to mention revenge, and hurriedly said, "Go." Then he got on the carriage and left quickly with his men. Jiang Zishi, the great elder, and others were also shocked when they saw how terrifying old Yen was. Xini went to see the Son of God alone and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could that old man be at the inscription realm? Fong Wuyan asked cautiously. Hua Siyu shook her head. His realm is the late stage of Jindan, but the power that burst out at that moment far exceeds the first level of inscription. At that moment, she was also nervous. She knew that she was no match for old Yen and would be wiped out in one encounter. "Brother Qin, will I be okay?" Jiang Zishi was very worried. She knew that Qin Yi was not at the inscription realm, but only at the myriad things realm. If someone were to kill him, then... Shin Xingyue was also worried. She clenched her fingers, frowned, and stared at Qin Yi without blinking. On the other side, Qin Yi came in front of the Son of God in black. The other party was floating dozens of meters above the ground, with a blue phoenix divine bird pulling a chariot and hovering in the air, looking luxurious and sacred. The Son of God was dressed in a gorgeous black robe, sitting casually, with his chin supported by one hand, looking down at him with great interest. "Are you the Son of God? What do you want from me?" Qin Yi asked. Old Yen snorted coldly. "You common people should kneel before the Son of God." He pressed down with one hand, releasing a domineering force, trying to force Qin Yi to kneel down. Qin Yi only felt a huge force coming from his shoulders and back, as if a Mount Hai was pressing down on his head. His muscles tensed involuntarily and his bones creaked under the high pressure. But he did not kneel down, he still stood straight. "Master Yen, forget it." The Son of God waved his hand. He asked calmly, "You have a good physique, how did you train it?" When old Yen withdrew his hand, Qin Yi felt that the pressure on his body disappeared out of thin air. The change from heavy to light was so fast that he almost vomited blood. He took a breath and replied, "Practice, persevere, and repeat. Of course I can't tell the truth. No one will believe it even if I tell it. I can only be perfunctory like this." "Oh, it seems that you have good perseverance." The Son of God nodded slightly to show his understanding, without asking in detail how he practiced. Although Qin Yi's treasure body is powerful, in his opinion, it is just some kind of magic. It requires a lot of true energy and cannot last for too long. It is not worth studying. He called Qin Yi over because of another issue. "How did that woman feel to touch just now?" the Son of God asked again. Qin Yi was stunned. "What? Woman? Feel? What does it feel like? Did he touch anyone?" Shenzi reminded, "I'll block that one for you." "Oh. I remember it." Qin Yi shook his head and said, "I was so nervous that I didn't pay attention to this." "Who is she?" Shenzi nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. You don't need to know who she is, and there will be no intersection. Go and have fun, this place is quite interesting, and it should be fun to fight with ordinary geniuses like you." Qin Yi frowned. This person's attitude is so arrogant that it makes people feel uncomfortable. But that old Yen looked too terrifying, and it would not be wise to turn against him at this time. "Forget it, let us look for opportunities first. There are many powerful people in the Wanxiang realm and the Jindan realm here. If you beat them one by one, you will get more cards to draw. When my strength is further improved, I can beat up any Son of God." As for the woman in white, Qin Yi smiled in his heart. "You said there will be no intersection, so there will be no intersection? As long as she is a goddess, she must enter the card pool. As long as she enters the card pool, I will get her sooner or later." Qin Yi became excited. He is not a playboy, so he would not fall in love with every woman he meets. But this is different. The Son of God is very arrogant. That woman should be the one that the Son of God likes. Here is a chance for him to experience the feeling of having the goddess he couldn't pursue being stood up and kicked by someone else. Qin Yi returned to the place where he had just been and left the grassland with Jiang Zishi and others. Old Yen watched the group go away and asked in confusion, "That man touched the goddess, why didn't the Son of God kill him?" Shenzi replied, "She's still here, and I don't want to give her another reason to dislike me." "Old Yen, then let's go that way and catch up." He raised his hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Shenzi shook his head. "If she knew, wouldn't she look down on me even more? Let's go in the opposite direction." "Hey! Son of God, aren't you waiting for the goddess?" Will she follow me if I wait for her? You're so stupid. It seems so. The two men exchanged a few words and then disappeared to the west. After a while, the feather-like cocoon of light dissipated, and the woman in white had recovered. She said nothing, didn't look at anyone, and went straight to the east. And the speed was extremely fast, a flash could cover dozens of miles. Another flash, and the person disappeared. Chapter 088, A Random Fight. Hundreds and thousands of practitioners rushed to run and fly across the earth, all in order to grab the opportunity first. Although there are a total of 8,800 inheritances in the immortal tomb, everyone knows that most of them are very ordinary, and there are only a few that are truly powerful. This place is full of geniuses and powerful people. Most people are not qualified to get their hands on the top inheritance, but if they can secretly get a medium to high quality opportunity and step into the Jindan realm or Mingwen realm, it will be very meaningful. Brother Qin, what did that son of God say to you just now? Qin Yi and his group also left the grassland and were running towards the east. He replied, ask me what kind of precious body I cultivated, and about that woman just now. Why are you asking this? Jiang Zishi was puzzled. Qin Yi, I don't know. I don't want to bother with him. Let's go find an opportunity first and try to grab the biggest share. Hua Siyu, Master Qin, there doesn't seem to be any inscription realm warriors here. Only the old man just now has inscription realm combat power. You are powerful and should be able to gain the most benefits this time. Yes. The great elder and others also thought so. Shen Xingyue frowned slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Qin Yi wanted to explain, but gave up after thinking about it. These people don't have very good brains. Explaining to them over and over again will only make their imaginations bigger. Who knows where they will go? Look ahead. At this moment, Fang Wuyun suddenly exclaimed. Thousands of meters ahead, a small hill suddenly burst into a strong light, and the light column shot up into the sky. An opportunity has appeared. Let's go and see. Qin Yi quickened his pace and rushed out in a flash. He has 4 opportunity cards in his hand, but he doesn't know what form the so-called opportunity will take. He can observe first. A few thousand meters is very short for the strong people in the Wanxiang realm, and they arrived there in a short while. In addition to Qin Yi and others, there are hundreds of people near the hill, and the number is still increasing. Everyone had just left the central lawn, and the crowd was still quite dense. They came over immediately when something happened. It's the flower on the hill. The great elder saw at a glance that there was a faint blue flower swaying in the wind on one side of the hill. There was green grass all around it, but it was the only one that was different. It was beautiful and graceful, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. A Jindan realm expert nearby who knew the value of the item exclaimed in surprise, it's the Tianpa Binglan. What a great item! He immediately rushed forward and tried to snatch it. But there was more than one person who knew what he was doing. As soon as he moved, a strong man in the late Jindan realm appeared from the other side, and the two of them started fighting in an instant. Taoist Lingjin, I just came in and I met Tianpa Binglan. This immortal tomb is really grand. Fang Wuyun asked, Uncle Master, what is Tianpa Binglan? Lingjin explained, it's a precious essence that refines the soul. It's the main ingredient for refining the primordial spirit pill. Taking it directly can also enhance the power of the soul. One primordial spirit pill has at least a 50% chance of allowing a peak myriad realm expert to break through. Your master, Ling Jing, obtained this item by chance and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Wow! That's amazing! Fang Wuyun exclaimed, then should we rob it or not? The spiritual veins of the snow country are barren. Whether it is the Jiang clan, the Zongxian sect, or the demon sect, they are all stingy and have never seen any good things. A Tianpa Binglan immediately made everyone's mind flutter. But there are too many strong people around, and their number has exceeded thousands. Young Master Qin? The great elder looked at Qin Yi with a pleading look in his eyes. Qin Yi smiled slightly, you guys step back, I'll try. He doesn't care about Tianpa Binglan, but there are so many people here. How many card draws can I get if I go up and fight? In the immortal tomb, the number of times you draw cards is your chance. The more crowded the place is, the more active you have to be. Now is not the time to act like a senior and pretend to be profound. The right thing to do is to seize the opportunity to draw cards and train all the fairies to be super strong to take you flying. That's great. The great elder and others were delighted. Ling Chon, Ling Jin and others felt a little powerless. If Qini takes action and snatches the treasure, he will give it to the Zhang clan and not to them. The orthodox and traitorous members of the Zhongshan sect combined could not even muster a single person to reach the Jindan stage, so they were not qualified to take action in such a big scene. Let's retreat further away to avoid being accidentally injured, Shin Xinyue said, and led everyone to retreat quickly several thousand meters away. When powerful warriors in the Jindan realm fight each other, sometimes a sword light can span thousands of meters. A large number of strong men are fighting in a melee, and if you are not strong enough, you will die if you get even a little bit close to them. The witch didn't stay and retreated with everyone else. A melee has broken out on the other side of the hill, with 20 to 30 Jindan realm masters fighting each other. Although they have reached the stage of Dan, and therefore cannot use the Tianpa Binglan, they still have fellow disciples and juniors around them, so they will definitely need it. No one wants too much treasure, so of course they have to grab it. Swish! A sword energy passed by Qini's side, plowing a gully hundreds of meters long on the ground. The old man who attacked shouted, "Fellow Taoists, there are many opportunities in the immortal tomb. There is no need to dwell on it. Leave quickly to avoid unnecessary casualties." A middle-aged man immediately retorted, "Why don't you leave? If you want the treasure, let's see who is more capable." Boom! A melee ensued. There were too many people, not only those in the Jindan realm, but also many people in the Wanxiang realm were eager to try and wandered around. The opportunity to form a pill is right in front of us. Everyone is tempted and wants to seize the opportunity. Seeing this, Qini laughed and said, "Everyone, I want this opportunity too." "Then take it based on your ability," an old woman shouted. "Good." Qini responded readily, exerted force on his feet, and with a bang, the tip of his fist brought out the sound of air explosion. Ah! The old woman in the early stage of Jindan realm screamed, flew several hundred meters away, and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. You and the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the core formation realm together, and gained 2 card draws. Qini was very happy that he was given 2 chances to draw cards after winning across borders. So many people, ha ha ha, they are all mine, all mine. Qini laughed in his heart, and after knocking one person away, he immediately attacked another one. Turtle punch. Mad dog fist. Unrecognizable feet. 18 dog beating palms. Bang 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 bang. He was very fast and had incredible strength. Almost every time he attacked, someone would bleed and fly backwards. You and the goddess defeated a mid-stage Jindan level opponent together, gaining 2 card draws. You and the goddess. You and. System prompts kept flashing in his ears. Qini became more and more excited and energetic as he fought, feeling as if he was possessed by the god of war. What a strong body! Who is this person? Everyone who was blown away was shocked. Although they did not die, they were not immune to Qini's punches and kicks, and it took them a while to recover. Qini had only been in the battle for a short while when the number of people around him decreased significantly. At this time, an old man in gray seized the opportunity and appeared next to the Tianpa Binglan, wanting to pick it. Qini was sharp-eyed and rushed forward with a jerk. Bang! Knee on the waist. The old man in gray was like being struck by lightning. His whole body made a crisp crackling sound and he flew out in his C shape. Uncle Master! In the distance, the prince and princess of Chen were horrified. The old man that Qini knocked flying was none other than their accompanying senior in the Jindan realm, Taoist Hanfeng. The snatcher was knocked away in one fell swoop, and there was no one else around Qini for the time being. He glanced at the treasure beside him. The Tianpa ice orchid is about half a meter tall, with a bunch of slender green leaves at the bottom, slender flower stems, and flowers that exude a faint chill and fragrance. It is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary item. Without hesitation, he dug the soil with one hand and dug out the whole flower, including the soil and roots. Chapter 089. This person is so scary. How dare you? Hand over the Tianpa Binglan. Hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. As soon as Qini succeeded, the people around him immediately changed their targets and attacked him at the same time. 18 powerful Jindan realm masters all want to kill him. Just in time. Qini was not panicked at all. He used the method Zhang Zishi taught him to open the King Zhang ring and put the Tianpa Binglan in it first. Then he slightly separated his legs, swung his hands, and used the third move of the 8-armed demon suppressing fist, as still as a mountain. Boom 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 boom. The next second, more than 10 unique skills of the Jindan realm fell on him. Qini's body made bursts of metallic hitting sounds. After the huge waves, he was still standing tall and was not damaged at all. All of you together don't have as strong aura as Huangfu, who is in the late stage of the Wanxiang realm. Qin Yi laughed. After saying that, he swung his fist, and the first move of the 8-armed demon suppressing fist, thunder and fire. Boom! The fist shadow exploded, and a strong man in the late Jindan realm was the first to be hit. He flew backwards thousands of meters in an instant and fell into a state of near death. The dissipated fist force also forced back several powerful Jindan realm masters around him. What kind of secret method is this? What terrifying physical strength! How terrifying! He's only at the myriad realm. No, the treasure has been taken away. There is no point in fighting again. Go! Everyone was shocked by this punch and began to think of retreating. Qin Yi took advantage of the situation and chased after someone who had not yet contributed his card draws. Fellow Taoist, please wait. I won't argue with you anymore. The man screamed and stepped back quickly, but Qin Yi had already thrown his fist out and it was impossible for him to just take it back. Bang! How can this be possible? The man flew out spitting blood, his expression extremely speechless. After taking down 2 draw cards with one punch, Qin Yi immediately ran after another person. Fellow Taoist, stop it. Fellow Taoist, stop it. Let's talk it over. What are you talking about? You guys feel great beating me up, don't you? Now it's my turn. Qin Yi chased after him with a grim smile and punched him. Another one lying down. Every move he makes is measured. He cannot kill people, but he can definitely knock them down and get the chance to draw cards. This was even quicker than Xinqing Yue's fight in the previous few days. In just a few minutes, the number of card draws increased to 31. Go away, go away. This guy is a mad dog. I don't want to get hurt, goodbye. The powerful Jindan realm masters around originally wanted to seize the opportunity, but when they saw that Qin Yi was so difficult to deal with, they suddenly became nervous and fled quickly. After a while, the area around the hill became quiet. Those who retreated to a distance to watch did not stay, but hurried away to look for opportunities elsewhere. Brother Qin. That's amazing. Jiang Zishi and others ran back. Fang Weiyun shouted, Master Qin will live forever and be invincible in the world. Chow Chow, the maid's manservant is so weak. He's too weak. Everyone was very happy. Seeing Qin Yi reaching the Danjie realm as if it were a piece of cake, they felt proud. Especially the people of the Jiang clan, they were so happy that their eyes were blurred by laughter. The ancestor personally took action and easily won an opportunity to reach the Jindan realm. He also seriously injured the Jindan realm cultivator from the neighboring Chen state. This is all happy news. Even Hua Xiu was surprised. She didn't expect Qin Yi to have such power just by relying on his physical body. She secretly thanked God that he didn't use force yesterday, otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to walk now. Qin Yi was also very happy. He had just knocked down 15 people and got a total of 30 draws. He made a lot of money. If you don't fight for the opportunity, save all the card draws for later use. If you accumulate a few hundred draws, you might be able to send Jiang Zishi to the peak of the inscription realm. Who wants this flower? He took out the Tianpa Binglan he had just picked. The King Jiang ring can be opened without any true energy, as long as the mental will is strong enough. Qin Yi's mental will was not strong to begin with, but it improved every time he upgraded. Now he was not much inferior to a serious Wanxiang realm expert, so he could use space magic tools like others. Everyone was quite surprised. They didn't expect that he would let people choose. Taoist Ling Chong was the one who wanted this opportunity the most, but he didn't speak directly. Instead, he said, young Master Qin is from the Jiang clan, so the first opportunity should be given to the Jiang clan first. It was previously agreed that the Jiang clan would take 60% of the benefits, and they would only take 40%. This time, the treasure was obtained by Qin Yi alone. Even if Qin Yi gave it directly to the Jiang clan, he had no objection. Qin Yi handed the Tianpa Binglan to the Great Elder. The Great Elder asked, Master Qin, aren't you going to keep it for Zishi? Jiang Zishi smiled, with Brother Qin here, why do I need this? He is my greatest opportunity. A group of men cried with envy. Being pretty is good, she did nothing but accompany the ancestor to eat, drink and have fun. In less than 10 days, she jumped from the early stage of Dangxi realm to the early stage of Wanxiang realm. And judging by her current momentum, she would be unstoppable even at the Jindan realm. She didn't care about Tianpa Binglan at all. Let's go and have a look somewhere else. It's impossible to discover all 8,800 opportunities in a short time. We still have a lot of fun here, Shini called out, picked a direction at random and set off. Now that he has abducted the female devil to the immortal tomb, the Jiang clan is very safe and there is no need to worry about the 1 month time. If everything goes well, the female devil might even become good sisters with the eldest lady of the Jiang clan. The terrain east of the central grassland of the immortal tomb is mainly plains, with occasional hills and peaks, but not many. In the distance is a wide river, about 1 kilometer wide, with a gentle flow and clear blue water. There are seas of flowers and shrubs on both sides of the river, and the scenery is beautiful. Further away, you can vaguely see buildings that look like a town. I wonder if anyone lives here. The immortal Gile is truly generous, leaving so many opportunities for future generations. Many of those flowers, plants, and trees might be treasures. Shen Qingyue sighed. Hua Siyu, the spiritual energy in this world is extremely rich. Even if you do nothing, just practicing here for a year or two is equivalent to practicing for more than 10 years in the outside world. This place is called the Immortal Tomb, but in fact it is not a tomb at all, but a place of inheritance. Shini said, this immortal venerable's realm is too high, and many of the powerful people he attracts are beyond our imagination. For example, the Son of God and the woman he cares about are much more noble than Huangfu Yu. We should keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious until we are truly invincible. Well, Fang Wuyun said weakly, Mr. Qin, you are the one who is being high profile. We are all very low-key and humble. Xian Xian asked, with your strength, aren't you considered invincible here? Qini shook his head and didn't explain. He casually took out a small opportunity card and used it on Jiang Zishi. Let us first take a look at the effect of the opportunity card. Everyone saw a flash of blue light on Qini's hand and then it entered Jiang Zishi's body. Jiang Zishi frowned, put his hand to his heart, and said, Brother Qin, what did you do to me? Sierra, how do you feel? Qini asked her. Jiang Zishi seemed uncomfortable. She looked towards the river and said, I feel a little restless inside. I suddenly want to go to the other side of the river and take a look. Then go. Qini decisively pulled her and headed straight for the river. Chapter 090, Continuous Opportunities 5 more. Everyone came to the river. In the distance, a group of people were also exploring the river, looking for opportunities, but it seemed they didn't find anything. Jiang Zishi circulated her true energy and floated into the air onto the mud on the riverbank, her brows gradually relaxing. There seems to be something underneath. She pointed to the mound of mud. I'll dig it. Fang Wuyun, the weakest one, volunteered to be the laborer. He rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs and jumped down. He stood in the sticky mud and dug with all his strength. The strength of the tyrant body realm is actually not weak, far beyond that of ordinary people. He dug furiously for half a minute, and Jiang Zishi's eyes lit up. Stop. Swish. A beam of light burst out from the mud pile, illuminating the sky through Fang Wuyun's body. Opportunity has emerged. Wow, so accurate? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Zishi's intuition to be so sharp. Hua Siyu looked at Qini in surprise and asked, Mr. Qin, what did you do to Miss Jiang just now? Just a few pointers. Qini looked calm and composed. Jiang Zishi floated down in the air, and with a pull of her magic power, a 2-finger-wide piece of scrap iron broke away from the filth under the mud and came into her hands. The iron sheet was covered in rust, but it exuded a sharp aura, as if it could cut through anything. This seems to be a fragment of a magical weapon. Although it is damaged, it still has destructive power that is no less than that of a top-notch flying sword. Shen Qingyue guessed. She specializes in kendo and knows a lot about swords. The elders of the Zhongxian sect and the Zhang clan had lived for a long time, so they naturally saw the extraordinary nature of the iron sheet. We are very lucky. We have gained 2 opportunities in just a short while. The great elder smiled. The Zhang clan gained the most, so of course he was the happiest. Mr. Qin, what you just did was. Taoist Lingchong seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Qini said, Lingchong, you played an indispensable role in our entry into the immortal tomb this time. I will also enlighten you on an opportunity. Having just gotten the chance for 30 consecutive draws, he was now very arrogant. He took out a small opportunity card and used it on Lingchong. Why? Everyone was stunned when they saw this and were all confused. Everyone's guess was correct. Jiang Zixie's abnormal discovery was Qin Yi's credit. Not only can he enlighten others to improve their strength, but he can also help them find opportunities. Ling Chang's heart was pounding, and he suddenly felt as if a voice was calling him, pointing in a direction and saying, "Over there. Walk." Everyone was excited and curious, and immediately followed him in that direction. The group of people in the distance saw the light of opportunity that had just appeared, but they had also witnessed Qin Yi's horror before and did not dare to come over to compete. Qin Yi felt quite sorry about this, as it was a waste of so many card draws. Ling Chong flew close to the ground, occasionally landing to catch his breath, and his speed was very fast. Fong Wuyan's legs were covered in mud, and he ran wildly after him, gasping for breath. 10 minutes later, everyone had gone deep into the bushes and arrived at the foot of a hill. There is a cave on the other side of the hill, and the opportunity lies in the cave. Taoist Ling Chong, with his longing for the Jindan realm, couldn't wait to run in. At this time, Hua Siyuking shouted, "Be careful! There is a demon! CC." Before he finished speaking, a bush in front of him suddenly rose from the ground and turned into a giant python, which wrapped around Taoist Ling Chong. A great demon in the Jindan realm. Everyone was shocked. The giant python was thicker than a bucket and its texture was very similar to that of a bush. Ling Chong was so excited that he didn't notice it and was almost bitten. Although they narrowly avoided it, the big demon was no beast. A cold demonic aura burst out, immediately trapping Ling Chong, the Great Elder and others, and wanted to capture the whole group of people. Qin Yi sensed the danger and immediately dodged forward, throwing a punch. Bang! Just as the giant python demon was about to kill Ling Chong, he was hit in the 7-inch area by a punch. His 7 or 8 meter long body flew backwards into the air and hit the hill like noodles. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving me." Taoist Ling Chong was still in shock. He had sensed the breath of death at that moment. "Don't get too excited, there are plenty of opportunities." Qin Yi said this, then jumped up, caught up with the giant python monster, and continued to attack. Boom 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 boom. The fist shadows were so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. The giant python demon just wanted to pull away and retreat, but was hit by Qin Yi's terrifying power again and again, and lost the strength to fight back. It couldn't even mobilize its demonic energy, and its long body was twisted back and forth, with scales flying everywhere and flesh and blood shattered. It was a horrible sight. Qin Yi has some psychological barriers to killing people. He has only been here for a short time and has not yet fully integrated into the mentality of the cultivators in this world. But he had no burden to kill a snake. After beating it wildly, he grabbed the snake's tail with both hands and swung it into the air. Bang! Like shaking a whip, the giant python's head was directly broken off by the rapid force, and it died on the spot. Yuan the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the core formation realm together, and gained 2 card draws. There are rewards for killing powerful monsters. Killing them is worth the same as defeating them, so there is no extra reward. Golem. There was a sound of swallowing. Everyone watched Qin Yi kill a Jindan realm monster with his nimble hands and feet, their eyes wide open. Although most people thought that he was an ancestor of the Mingguan realm, it was not surprising to kill a Jindan realm cultivator. But Qin Yi didn't use any true energy at all, and he achieved this just by relying on his physical strength, which is still extremely shocking. This is too strong. The people on Ling Chong's side were dumbfounded. How terrifying. The witch's heart trembled slightly. She had actually wanted to use her 4 subordinates to drain such a strong man. It was simply a fantasy. This man's body is so strong that even if the 5 of him were together, plus Jiang Zixi and Shen Xingyue, it would not be enough for him to deal with, not to mention Lingji Shansao's 4 subordinates. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Yi threw away the demon corpse and said to Ling Chong. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. Ling Chong thanked him again and entered the cave. The Great Elder walked towards the corpse and said, "The corpse of the great demon is also a treasure. The space magic tool cannot hold it. Dig out the snake doll and demon core and go back to refine them into elixirs to help with cultivation. Their space magic tools are relatively small, and they definitely cannot bring back a 7 or 8 meter long snake." Qin Yi's King Jiang ring could be placed there, but he didn't want to carry it with him, so he ignored it. After a while, Ling Chong came out of the cave with a jade token in his hand and a smile on his face. "Master, what good things did you get?" asked the junior brother Zhang, who had no money to pay for the prostitution. Taoist Ling Chong chuckled, "This jade token contains a wisp of immortal energy. After absorbing it, it can purify the true energy and greatly increase the success rate of forming a pill. Wow! This. Master, you are about to form a pill. Very good. Ling Chong, you've got some bad luck, right? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that another opportunity to reach the Jindan realm would come so soon. In this immortal tomb, is it free to form a pill? The Great Elder and the others are all very good at immortal tombs. They can directly absorb the immortal energy in the Jade Token, which is faster than refining the Tianpa Binglan into pills. Now they can sit down and try to break through. However, with Qini around, they were just envious, and not jealous or envious enough to snatch him away. Seeing that everyone had gained something, Ling Ling from the demon cult couldn't help but ask, Master Qin, could you enlighten us as well? It doesn't have to be much, just an opportunity would be fine. There is no one who does not desire strength. Seeing others gain something while you do not, the psychological gap is huge. Qini treated it with equal respect and nodded, okay, then I'll give you. Chow Chow, an opportunity. There was only one small opportunity card left, so he took it out and used it on Chow Chow. Everyone watched with wide eyes. The next second, Chow Chow widened her dark eyes, pointed in a direction and said, over there. I don't want to go there. Chapter 91 is Serious Punch. Don't want to go? Everyone looked puzzled. Xian Xian grabbed Cao Cao's ear and said, now is the time to tell the truth, don't be sarcastic. Oh, be gentle. Chow Chow rubbed his ears, turned 180 degrees, pointed in the opposite direction and said, I want to go over there and take a look. You little girl, stop speaking in a sarcastic way from now on. Hua Siyu hit her angrily. He pursed his lips, looking aggrieved. Sometimes she is not allowed to tell the truth, and sometimes she is not allowed to tell lies. It is so hard for her. Let's go. Qini said. Time is precious. There are tens of thousands of people searching for opportunities on this land. If you delay for too long, your time may be snatched away by others. Everyone immediately set off and headed in the direction Chow Chow mentioned. This time the journey seemed to be longer. They ran for 2 hours in one breath and covered hundreds of miles on the plain. Fa Moyan, the weakest, started out running like crazy, then he simply used his qi to speed up. In order not to drag everyone down, he exhausted himself. Sister Chow Chow, why haven't you arrived yet? Fa Moyan was panting, exhausted. He replied hastily, it's almost there, it's almost there. Why are you rushing me? The one who rushes the most runs the slowest. Fa Moyan wanted to cry but had no tears. It's fun to go on an adventure with a group of big guys, but it's a bit uncomfortable to be a drag. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, we arrived at the place of opportunity. After running for hundreds of miles, the surrounding environment has changed a lot. The mountains ahead are undulating, some high and some low. In a valley surrounded by mountains, an altar built of rocks stands quietly. There are already hundreds of people surrounding and attacking the altar. Someone got there first? Everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw this. Chow Chow immediately said, no, they haven't taken it away yet. I was so nervous and wanted to go into the altar and dig something out. The altar is guarded by an invisible force, and the area within a radius of 30 meters is covered by the formation. Anyone who approaches will be immediately repelled. There were many Jindan realm masters among the more than 100 people, but even if many people attacked at the same time, the magic circle protecting the altar remained intact. It looks difficult to get it this time. Taoist Ling Chong said. Jiang Zishi's opportunity is the simplest, and it will be a good thing if you dig it out directly. His is a little more difficult, as he has to defeat a big demon in the Jindan realm. And here, even without counting those competitors, it is very difficult. Qini pondered to himself, they're both small chance cards, but Chow Chow's is clearly of higher quality. It seems that even chance cards of the same quality can yield vastly different feedback. The range of small opportunity cards is from Fashuan realm to Jiadan realm. The gap between Fashuan and Jiadan is huge, so the gains are naturally not exactly the same. Someone's coming again. One is at the early stage of Jindan, and the rest are not that good. It's useless to come here. Some people noticed the appearance of Qini and others, but did not care. Qini attacked twice in front of people, but not everyone was paying attention to him. A large number of the tens of thousands of people didn't know how powerful he was. Everyone came to the Basin Valley. Taoist Lingjun asked the Wanxiang realm expert next to him, fellow Taoist, what's going on with this altar? Why are so many people attacking it? The man replied, look at the symbols on the altar steps. They are ancient writings, meaning a challenge. Perhaps if you succeed in challenging the altar, you can obtain the treasure here. Challenge? Chini nodded slightly. Huasiyu, you go and try it. Yes. The witch floated forward, circulated her true energy, and slapped the altar from the air. Boom! The black handprint, which was more than 10 meters in size, was blocked by the invisible air wall when it was still 20 or 30 meters away from the altar, and the entire altar did not move at all. The Wanxiang realm expert laughed and said, it's useless. My senior brother, who is in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, couldn't break it even with his full strength. He might need to be in the Mingwen realm to have the strength to challenge successfully. Chini glanced at Huasiyu. The witch nodded slightly. That should be a very advanced defensive formation, capable of blocking the attacks of a first-level inscription realm expert. A Jindan realm expert would need to continuously attack for a long time to wear it down, and that's assuming it doesn't replenish spiritual energy. If it could, I'm afraid it would require dozens of Jindan realm experts to attack at the same time to have any hope. Everyone understood. You need strength to seize the opportunities here. Mr. Qin, look. Xian looked pleading. Xiao Xiao wanted to speak just now, but her sister covered her mouth. Well, I'll try. Qini was not very sure either. After all, Huasiyu was talking about the power of the first level of the inscription realm. His physical body is comparable to the inscription realm, but without true qi, it is hard to say whether he can do it. Brother Qin can do it. Jiang Zishi was full of confidence in him. The others also looked calm. The myriad realm expert next to him couldn't help but say, why are you, a myriad realm expert, joining in the fun? Even someone in the core formation realm can't do it. You should save your energy. The great elder and the others all laughed, but no one explained. The witch said that this formation can be broken by the inscription realm, and Qin Yi, the ancestor of the Jiang clan, is at the inscription realm, so they are full of confidence. Just watch, our young master Qin punched down the altar with one punch, and it collapsed immediately. Fang Wuyan looked proud. Oh, it's just wishful thinking. The strong man shook his head. Qin Yi walked slowly forward and came to the edge of the defensive formation. He raised his hand to touch it, and sure enough, there was an invisible cover blocking him, like a glass wall. Boom boom boom. There were many powerful people attacking around, causing the air wall to vibrate and the surrounding ground to shake slightly. Qin Yi calmed himself down, clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom! The altar is shaking. The power of his punch was stronger than that of the 7 or 8 Jindan realm masters around him combined. But the magic circle was still not broken. That's quite a bit of strength. The man who looked down on Qin Yi just now was surprised. Fang Wuyan chuckled, what's the connection? Our master Qin just threw a casual punch. Wait and see, next he'll give it a serious punch. Qin Yi, who was not far away, twitched his mouth and couldn't help but wonder if Fang Wuyan had watched a certain animation. Okay, let us take it seriously. This time he stood firmly, accumulated strength for 3 seconds, and mobilized all his physical strength. Boom! The roar was like an explosion, and the entire ground shook violently. Some people with low cultivation almost fell down. Those Jindan realm masters were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Snap! At this time, some tiny cracks appeared on the stone of the altar. The magic circle is still intact, but it has been damaged. With this strength, a few more punches will definitely break it. Fang Wuyan said proudly, how about it, are you convinced this time? The powerful figures from other forces around were silent. It is simply shocking that a person in the Wanxiang realm can unleash such terrifying power. Let's go. Some people knew they were not qualified to snatch it, so they turned around and left without staying any longer. However, more people still wanted to know what kind of treasure this altar contained, so they did not leave. Qin Yi continued to accumulate strength, preparing for a few more attacks. At this moment, a ray of white light came rushing from a distance, and with a whoosh, it landed outside the air wall dozens of meters above the altar. Another one. Everyone looked closely and saw that the person coming was a very beautiful woman in white. Her aura was that of the Wanxiang realm, but it was many times stronger than that of an ordinary Wanxiang realm person. Is it her? Qin Yi was a little surprised. The woman in white was the one who had blocked Huang Fuyu's attack for him before. At that time, Huang Fuyu was in the late Jindan realm, and his unique skills were enough to pose some threat to the strong men in the Mingwen realm. The woman in white was caught off guard by the sudden attack, but she actually caught Huang Fuyu's sword with her bare hands and only suffered minor injuries. Huang Fuyu is already very strong, and is known as invincible among his peers in the land of 100 nations. But the woman in white faced his ultimate move with her normal strength and was only slightly injured. It is clear that this woman's strength is far superior to Huang Fuyu, and even Qin Yi may not be able to defeat her. Chapter 92: The Origin of the Altar. The woman in white came to the altar, glanced around, and asked, "Is there any opportunity here?" Her voice was ethereal, as if coming from the horizon, or as if heard in a dream. Many people around were stunned. Although they couldn't see her appearance clearly, they firmly believed that she was the most beautiful person in the world. No, I don't belong. Whoever can break the magic circle will get the treasure. Fairy, do you want to help too? Do you need help? Many people were responding, wanting to talk to her. Chow Chow was anxious and immediately shouted, "That's mine, it's mine." Everyone around looked over and laughed. A little girl from the Foshuan realm actually wants to fight for an opportunity. She's pretty, but why isn't she smart? Compared to the cute type, I feel that Fairy is more attractive. Shini knew that this woman was of great importance and would definitely be a member of his card pool in the future, so he didn't want to have any unpleasantness with her. He said, "I'll try again. If I succeed, the opportunity will be mine. If not, you can try it yourself. How about that?" "It's you." The woman in white looked at him and was obviously impressed by him. She nodded slightly, "Okay." Then it floated down and landed not far from Qin Yi, floating half a foot above the ground. "Can you fly for a long time?" Qin Yi couldn't help but ask. The woman in white nodded slightly. "Feather God bloodline, born this way." Feather God? Qin Yi had never heard of this person. It seemed that he had some relationship with birds. No wonder he could fly and so fast. Qin Yi gathered his strength again. Originally, he wanted to use a few more normal attacks to break the altar magic circle. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. In order to get a brief opportunity, I must use my ultimate move. The artistic conception of the 8-armed demon suppressing fist flowed through his heart. Qin Yi stepped on the 4 symbol steps, the blood in his body rushed, his breath surged, and he suddenly felt much stronger. The Great Elder and the others saw his stance and exclaimed in surprise, "It's the 4th form of the 8-armed demon suppressing fist." This set of boxing techniques has a total of 4 moves. The first move, Thunder and Fire, is a quick burst, just like Inch Power, which requires no preparation. The second move, Sudden Rain and Strong Wind, is a continuous pursuit and attack, as if one has 3 more heads and 6 arms than others, and it is astonishingly fast. The third move, Unmovable as a Mountain, is used to parry and resist enemy attacks. The fourth move, the sky and the earth are turned upside down, using all the strength to exchange life for life, and making the ultimate explosion regardless of everything. In fact, the quality of this boxing technique is not particularly high. It is considered one of the unique skills of the Jiang clan, but it is very ordinary in the whole world. But Qin Yi has a strong body, and this ordinary unique skill can also unleash terrifying power in his hands. Roar! In the void, there seemed to be the roar of an ancient beast. The woman in white showed a look of surprise, and she felt a little trembling when she saw the aura Qin Yi was emitting at this moment. Bang! Qin Yi's fist landed on the altar formation. With a crisp sound, the air wall collapsed instantly like paper. Even the stones that made up the altar broke into pieces, and the entire magic circle was completely destroyed. Boom! The earth shook and the entire altar sank slightly. Many people fell down and were unable to stand firm in the face of the power of this punch. Wow! So powerful! Young Master Qin has unparalleled cultivation and is invincible in the world. Fang Woyun is worthy of being the atmosphere group, and immediately offered an extremely astonished exclamation. Jiang Zishi and Shen Xinyue were both a little surprised. Only now did they truly witness how terrifying Qin Yi's full-strength attack was. If this punch had been used against Huang Fuyu just now, Huang Fuyu probably wouldn't even have a complete bone left. Everyone around was stunned. They didn't expect that a person in the late stage of the Wanxiang realm could actually break this magic circle, and just by relying on physical strength. Even the woman in white was amazed by this attack and couldn't help asking, "What kind of body are you cultivating?" Qin Yi smiled and said, "This is called the God and Demon body, the only one in heaven and earth. Girl, as agreed before, the opportunity belongs to me." This name. The woman in white shook her head slightly, knowing that Chini was making up stories and refused to tell her the truth. But she didn't care and nodded, "You can take it." Then he looked at the ancient writing on the altar steps and said, "Beneath this altar is buried a man who challenged the immortal Lord of Bliss. His remains should be of some value. Take the remains and the secret treasure, and let me have a look at the map on the altar." "Oh? You know these ancient characters?" Chini asked in surprise. The powerful person in the myriad realm just now only said that the altar represents challenge. It seems that he only understood one word in the sentence and misunderstood it. The woman in white said, "Well, I just came from another altar. There's bone writing on it. It claims there are 108 such altars. Each one has a fragment of a map. Only by putting them together can we find the true burial place of the immortal supreme of bliss." So that's what happened. Chini suddenly realized. This means that the inheritance of the mantle of the immortal Lord Jilu is quite difficult. The 108 altars are located in various places in this realm and will inevitably fall into the hands of different people. If you want to collect them all, either everyone works together to share the map fragments, or kill others and plunder them. Judging from this place of inheritance will probably be filled with blood and gore, and who knows how many people will die. With Chini around, the others around him didn't dare to act recklessly and just watched from a distance. Chini walked into the altar area and climbed the stairs. The woman in white floated up and followed. There are 8 steps in total, symbolizing 8 realms. In ancient times, external training and internal strengthening were combined into one state, as were driving away tigers and transforming into dragons. Therefore, the corpse under the altar is at the inscription realm level. It is undoubtedly a joke for a Mingwen realm cultivator to challenge the blissful immortal venerable, but since the opponent can be buried here, it means that the blissful immortal venerable remembers him. Perhaps the other party did not challenge the immortal Lord of Bliss at his peak, but challenged him in the early days when he was not so powerful. In the end, his bones were collected and buried here as a memorial. When you reach the top of the altar, there is a small altar that looks like an offering table. There was a bone fragment and a jade slip on the altar. The bone fragment was the size of a palm, and was covered with densely written ancient characters that were difficult to understand. The woman in white took a quick look and said, "It's similar to the one at the other altar." It basically introduces the origin of the altar and the information about the people buried there. This person's information? Chini was a little interested. The woman in white wasn't talkative to begin with, but she wanted him to share the map, and she couldn't act aloof, so she said, "This is a female cultivator at the 4th level of the inscription realm. She's in love with the immortal supreme bliss and wants him all to herself. The immortal supreme bliss is a passionate man and won't give in." The two of them quarreled, leading to a fierce battle, and the woman was killed. At the time, the immortal supreme bliss was at the 1st level of the inscription realm. Well, Chini's mouth twitched, so the immortal master Jilu is quite a piece of shit, even killing his own woman. Be careful with your words. The immortal tomb owner left behind a remnant soul to monitor the inheritance. Speak ill of him or you'll be retaliated against. Okay. I'll hold it in then. It's outrageous that the immortal Lord Jila has been dead for millions of years and can still monitor his own tomb. But it's not a big deal to just say a few words. Such a powerful person wouldn't he be so stingy, right? Chapter 93 Princess of the Kingdom of God. Chini picked up the jade slip. The usage of this jade slip is similar to that of King Zhang's ring. You can use your mental power to read the information. As soon as he thought of it, a picture immediately emerged in his mind. It was an image of the ground from a high altitude. The range was very large, at least hundreds of kilometers, and many mountain peaks could be seen connected to each other. After reading it, he shared the jade slip with the woman in white for review. A fair exchange. The woman in white also handed him a jade slip. The two exchanged information and browsed the map information recorded in each other's jade slips. My portion is mountainous, and yours is plain. They seem to have nothing to do with each other. Chini complained after reading it. The woman in white said, the immortal tomb's territory is vast, so it's normal for the entire map of the inheritance site to be several thousand miles long. Among the 108 maps, there should be 1 or 2 that are the most important, recording the core locations of the tomb palace. If you can get that one, you'll have won half the battle. This thing is like a treasure map. The map is very large, but the burial location is just a small red dot on the map. The incomplete picture with the little red dot is undoubtedly the most valuable. The two of them returned the jade slips. Are you going to look for other altars? Genie asked. Who is this blissful immortal venerable? I see that your status seems to be extremely high, and the power behind you should be one of the most powerful in the world. Do you still need to take someone else's inheritance? Genie couldn't help but ask. The woman in white replied, the great ways of the world are myriad, and no one would be dissatisfied with having too many abilities. Furthermore, at the peak of his powers, the master of this immortal tomb towered above all living beings, commanding the entire era. His cultivation was even more advanced than that of today's god emperors and demon kings. To inherit his legacy would mean embarking on a path of invincibility, free from the influence of anyone else. This is quite meaningful. Genie asked, is your fate controlled by others? You don't have to know. It's useless to know. She shook her head slightly. That's not necessarily true. If I get the final inheritance, maybe I can help you. Genie said with a smile. He felt that this fairy and the Son of God must have a story, and it was not a very happy one. The woman glanced at him and said calmly, I'll tell you when you get the inheritance. Genie was helpless. Okay. Then, what's your name? My real name has been erased. I am now a princess of the kingdom of God. You can call me the Feather Goddess. The woman in white replied, and then her figure flashed and turned into white light and disappeared into the air. Genie was stunned. Princess of the kingdom of God? Son of God? These two, could they be siblings? Before, he thought that the Son of God wanted to pursue this fairy. I didn't expect it to be this kind of relationship. It's quite outrageous. The Son of God actually asked how it felt. Isn't this totally crazy? That's not right. Why did she say real name has been erased? Could it be that the princess of the kingdom of God is not her true identity? Feather Goddess, princess of the kingdom of God. TSK. Genie knew almost nothing about the top forces in this world and relied entirely on Hua Siyu's explanation. But Hua Siyu knew very little and had no access to beings of the level of the Feather Goddess. Perhaps only by obtaining the inheritance of the immortal Lord Ji-La can one be qualified to come into contact with those. Otherwise, it will take a long time to upgrade on your own. This girl is quite interesting. If I have a chance to draw her card, I will study her and see what she looks like under the fog. Genie thought to himself. He had just talked with the goddess of feathers for a while, but he still didn't know what this princess of the kingdom of God looked like. It's like a special effect. Look at her figure. Fantastic. Look at her face shape. Also great. But you want to see details? Sorry, Gaussian blur. This made Genie feel itchy and he really wanted to remove her special effects and see her true appearance underneath. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi and others also came to the altar. No one else could hear what the goddess of feathers and Genie said just now, as the true Qi blocked the transmission of sound. Everyone came to the altar, wanting to see what the opportunity was. Genie suddenly became curious and wanted to know what Cao Cao's little opportunity card asked her to find. So he took the jade slip and asked her, Cao Cao, is this what you want? After a quick glance, the little head nodded vigorously, yes, yes, yes. This is it. This must be the treasure that can break through the myriad realm, right? She was looking forward to breaking through the realm of all things and surpassing her three sisters to become the most powerful person. However, Genie shook his head, this is just a map. It has no effect on increasing your strength. Ha! I was really looking forward to it, how could it be? When Cao Cao heard this, she immediately looked sad and tears were about to come out. Genie had already memorized the contents of the map, so he simply gave her the jade slip and bone book, here, study it yourself. Oh, thank you master's master. Although Cao Cao was not very happy, he still said thank you politely. Brother Qin, what did that woman say to you just now? Jiang Zishi asked. Compared to opportunities and treasures, she cares more about Brother Qin. The woman is mysterious and looks very attractive, which makes people worry that someone might steal her away. Qin Yi knew what this young lady was thinking. Her mind had been completely occupied by the intimacy of the system. So he replied, I exchanged some information with her about the immortal tomb. I will tell you later. He looked around. When people from all forces saw that he had obtained the treasure of the altar, they had no confidence that they could defeat him, so they did not dare to rob it and left one after another. Seeing that everyone else had left, the great elder said, "Young Master Qin, let's go too and continue looking for other opportunities. Or, you can just give any of us some pointers." After saying that, he chuckled, hinting clearly that he wanted to be the next one. Qin shook his head. "Don't worry, there are still things to do." "What else is there? Hasn't the opportunity already been obtained?" Fang Weiyun was puzzled. There were no outsiders around. Qin pointed to the altar under his feet and said, "Dig it up. There are good things underneath." If the feather goddess had not known the ancient characters and told him the contents of the bone book, he might have just taken the jade slip and left. But now it's different. There is the corpse of a powerful master in the 4th level of the inscription realm underneath. Although millions of years have passed since the immortal Lord Jilu has built an altar, it means that the remains should still be there and will not decay, dissipate, or turn into fossils. "Oh? What's under here?" Everyone was curious. "If you want to know, just start digging." Qin didn't say anything, but took Jiang Zishi and Shen Xingyue down from the altar. Of course, the hard work of digging graves should be left to others. He has already exerted his utmost effort, and now it is time to rest and enjoy himself. "Don't worry, Master Qin, leave it to us." The great elder, Ling Chong and others were all very excited and immediately began to demolish the altar. Boom boom boom. They used their true energy to blast open the already broken altar. Then throw the big rocks aside one by one and dismantle them layer by layer from top to bottom. "This stone is so hard. Hiss, it's so heavy. A piece the size of a bucket actually weighs 1,000 pounds. This is definitely not an altar that an ordinary person could build. It must have been built by a strong person. More than 20 people were busy at it and it was quite difficult to dismantle it." At this time, a group of people passed by not far away. Seeing everyone's actions, he ran over and asked, "Fellow Taoists, what are you digging?" Qin, the opportunity was snatched away from them, and they were unwilling to accept it. They found that these stones were of good quality and wanted to move them back to build a house. "Oh, then you guys work hard." The group left again. Chapter 94, Priceless Coffin. "Brother Qin, you were so powerful just now." Jiang Zishi held Qin's left arm as usual, and Qin's left side seemed to have become her exclusive position. Shen Xingyue echoed, "My master and uncle couldn't have taken that punch just now. I can't believe you've grown to this point after just a few days of knowing each other." Qin smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you." "What does it have to do with us?" Shen Xingyue was puzzled. Qin pinched Jiang Zishi's face and replied, "The better you treat me, the stronger I will become." "Hey! What's the logic behind this?" Neither woman understood. Chow Chow was studying the jade slips nearby, and subconsciously chimed in when she heard this. Behind every strong man there is a considerate woman. When he runs out of energy, she'll help push his buttocks, making him look capable. Everyone. "No, aren't the girls from your demon sect so unrestrained?" Qin couldn't help but complain. Hua Xiu gritted her teeth and said, "Xian Xian, shut Cao Cao's mouth tightly. Don't let her speak again." "Ha? Why so sweet." Chow Chow was about to speak when Xian Xian took out a peach and stuffed it into her mouth. Gigi explained awkwardly, "Chow Chow is just a bookworm because he reads too much." Qin, "Oh, then the book she reads is quite special." He suspected that the demon cult was deliberately corrupting the girls, showing them all kinds of obscene books, training them to become demons and witches, and then sending them out to harm people. Don't be fooled by the serious appearance of Ling Lingxi and Zixiangxian. In fact, they are all very knowledgeable. It's just that they consider the situation when speaking, unlike those who act rashly and act without considering the occasion. A hasty remark diverted the topic. Shen Xingyue, on the other hand, is someone who is very difficult to be led astray. She continued to ask, "Qin, why do you say that the better we treat you, the stronger you will become?" Chow Chow was busy eating a peach and didn't interrupt me this time. Qin explained, "It's hard to say specifically, but in short, your trust in me and your support will give me strength." This. None of the girls understood why this happened. "So, the more women you have, the more powerful you are?" Jiang Zishi asked in a low voice, a little worried that her status would be threatened. Qin nodded slightly. Then he immediately explained, "But not every woman can help me. Only a very few can help me. For example, in Nanzhou, there are only you two. What I mean is, you don't even like someone as average looking as me?" Shen Xingyue curled her lips. Then. Chow Chow heard them talking about this and wanted to speak again. Xian Xian was quick to stuff half a peach into her mouth and put her arms around her head, as if she wanted to strangle Chow Chow to death. Then he spoke up for him and asked, "Can our master also be of help to Master Qin? If I were to speak in person, it would definitely not taste the same." Sheenie felt it was a pity, as he actually quite liked Chow Chow's style. "Well, she can." "Oh, what about the four of us?" "Ah ha 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 ha." The witch's four subordinates can also be described as stunningly beautiful. In terms of appearance alone, all four are top-notch, each with their own characteristics, and are not much inferior to the three goddesses. But perhaps because her qualifications and status were not high enough, she was not selected into the goddess card pool. Chow Chow was almost out of breath, and she slapped Xian Xian's arm, whimpering for help. Xian Xian let her go. She gasped for breath, spitting out half a peach, and said with tears in her eyes, "I didn't say anything wrong, but you three just bully me. No wonder the master's master doesn't want you. You are so mean, you don't even get a chance to push your butt." "Okay, shut up." Xian Xian took out the second peach and gave her another physical mute. We chatted and laughed, and before we knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. The altar had been almost completely dismantled, with only the bottom layer remaining. "Tear it down gently, don't destroy what's underneath." Sheenie stood up and walked forward with the women. "Don't worry, Mr. Qin." Taoist Lingjin picked up a heavy black stone that was bigger than him, lifted it up with his true energy, and threw it dozens of meters away. As the underlying black stones disappeared piece by piece, a pit resembling a tomb appeared at the bottom of the altar. At the bottom of the pit, there is an exquisite coffin. The coffin is about 4 meters long, with intricate carvings and inlaid with various gems. It still looks brand new. What a beautiful coffin! This altar is actually a tomb. Holy crap! Those stones are all top-grade spirit stones? What the hell is this? Everyone was shocked. Especially the poorest Ling Chong, his eyes widened. Spirit stones are the high-level currency in the cultivation world. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. According to the gold price in the Snow Country, 1 gold is exchanged for 10 silvers, and 1 top-grade spirit stone is equal to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 1 million taels of silver. There are dozens of them inlaid on the coffin. That's tens of millions of taels of silver. Not counting other materials. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Ling Chang's several poor disciples have already started to settle accounts. Hua Siyu seemed to be lost in thought as she spoke. High-grade spirit stones will dissipate over time, but top-grade spirit stones will not and can last forever. These spirit stones are inlaid into the array pattern, forming a magic array to protect the body from decay. Everyone gasped. This is such a luxurious thing. Sheenie suddenly realized, it seems that the immortal Supreme Bliss also has some feelings for that beauty, but the fight was caused by conflicting ideals. The fact that he killed the other in the end was probably a momentary mistake. After all, at that time, the immortal master Jilu was only at the first level of the inscription realm, and he did not dare to let down his opponent who was at the fourth level of the inscription realm. One side tried its best, while the other side had reservations, which led to the bitter consequences and the separation of the two. "Open it," Sheenie said. "This coffin is already a treasure, but what is even more precious is the relics of the fourth-level inscription realm expert inside. If there is only one body, just use the coffin, and there is no need for the outer coffin. The coffin is for the body, and the outer coffin is for the burial objects. With such a luxurious coffin, one can imagine what amazing treasures are inside. Let me try." The elder walked around the coffin and found a trace. He took a deep breath, mobilized his true energy and pushed hard, but it didn't move. "Let's do it together." Lingjin came down to help. The two old men pushed together, but still couldn't move it. "It's too heavy, too heavy." Both of them shook their heads. "Forget it, I'll do it." Sheenie had no choice but to take action himself. He jumped down and tried it, first taking the coffin out of the pit. This thing is very heavy, at least hundreds of tons. I don't know what material it is made of, but the whole body is like mixed iron, hard and strong. When the coffin was placed on the black stone surface of the altar, the entire altar base sank slightly. If there hadn't been a formation protecting the original pit, it would have probably sunk deep into the ground. Sheenie held one end of the coffin lid and exerted force with both arms. Click, click, click. There was a sound like rocks rubbing against each other. In the face of his brute force, the exquisite coffin that had been sealed for 1,000,000 years finally slowly opened. Everyone watched curiously. As the lid opened, the burial objects inside gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 95, Immortal Magical Instruments. 5 more. So many things. Spiritual grade magic weapons. So many spiritual grade magic weapons. I'm rich, I'm rich. Everyone was very excited. Whether it is the traitors of the Zhongshan sect, the Orthodox Zhongshan sect, the Jiang clan, or the demon cult, they are all poor forces in the snow country and cannot be compared with the outside forces. Spiritual magic tools are considered good things in other places, and they are even more precious treasures in the snow country. And now, there are dozens of spiritual magic weapons in the coffin. The formation set up by the immortal Lord Jila locked up the years, and they still looked as good as new without any damage. Sword, battle clothes, combat boots, fan, flower crown, and red wedding dress. All kinds of things reappear in the world. There is even a stack of jade slips exuding a mysterious aura. There may very well be the cultivation methods of the powerful people in the inscription realm. Buzz. At this moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky. The coffin opened, and a great opportunity came into being, triggering the special rules of the immortal tomb realm, announcing the treasures here to the people around. When the Tianpa Binglan came out before, its light was fleeting and very weak. And now, there is a beam of light connecting heaven and earth, which will last for a long time. Oh no, someone is coming. Hua Xiyu was shocked when she saw this. Qini also knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly gathered all his strength and pushed open the lid of the coffin. Boom! The heavy lid fell to the ground, revealing hundreds of funerary objects. Get whatever you want, hurry up, he urged. Ha! For us? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Everyone was stunned at first, then they were overjoyed and started to take out the things they liked. Don't rush. If you have any objections, we'll deal with it later slowly. Qini was afraid that they would rush and waste time. With him around, no one dared to fight for it. Hua Xiyu had a high level of cultivation, and with her quick eyes and hands, she took away 4 of the highest quality spiritual artifacts, which was exactly a set. The red wedding dress is one of them, and it has extremely powerful body-protecting functions. The great elder, Ling Chong and others first took the jade slips, wanting the secret scrolls of the ancient strong man's mental methods. Ling Jin and his 3 companions, Fang Wuyan, and Ling Xianqiao and their 4 companions also held magical weapons. Xin Xingyue took a folding fan and some protective treasures, while Jiang Zishi took a painting scroll and some exquisite jewelry. Soon, the burial objects were divided up. Brother Qin, the next step is to open the coffin. Jiang Zishi looked expectant. The coffin is used to hold the body, but generally speaking, the deceased's most cherished treasures will also be placed around it. The burial objects are already spiritual-grade magical instruments, so the ones inside the sarcophagus are likely to contain immortal-grade magical instruments. Everyone is looking forward to it. Qini had different ideas. He doesn't want to continue opening the coffin. Open the outer coffin. Although the light of opportunity is strong, the truly powerful people from big forces may not be tempted. But if we open the inner layer, everyone who sees it might come over, and things will be very troublesome. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses and was not yet strong enough to sweep away everyone. If a big war breaks out, even if he is safe and sound, Jiang Zishi, Xin Xingyue and others may be harmed, which is not what he wants to see. Anyway, King Jiang's ring is very big, so we can take the coffin away and study it slowly after leaving the immortal tomb. He covered the coffin with his mind, wanting to collect it with the King Jiang ring. However, failed. The old bastard Jalexianzan doesn't want anyone to take away the entire coffin. An invisible force field locked the coffin, and the storage power of King Jiang's ring was blocked. It could only be collected after the coffin was opened and all the secret treasures of opportunity were unlocked. Fuck. Qini's forehead veins bulged and he was extremely angry. This is a fight to the death. The old guy is outrageous. He went back to find the corpse of the immortal Lord Jila, knocked him down and made bone soup. Open the coffin, open it for me. Qini gritted his teeth, jumped into the coffin, and used all his strength to open the sarcophagus as quickly as possible. Wow! An even stronger light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles saw this strong light. At the same time, Jiang Zishi and others also saw the scene inside the sarcophagus. Wow, so beautiful! Fang Wuyun exclaimed. Inside the sarcophagus, a woman in purple lay quietly. The coffin locked up the years, but millions of years had not allowed her to decay, as if she was just sleeping. In terms of appearance alone, she is not inferior to any other woman around her. Moreover, the remains gave people an extremely powerful feeling. Although there was no breath left, the residual power was still there, and the majesty of the powerful person in the inscription realm was clearly visible. What level of treasure is this? Xin Xingyue's gaze fell on the body's hands. The woman in purple folded her hands on her lower abdomen, with a hairpin pressed underneath. The hairpin is neither gold nor jade, and is red in color. It is unknown what treasure it is made of, but it exudes an extremely mysterious aura. It's an immortal item, it must be an immortal item. Hua Siyu's eyes flashed and her heart beat faster. Everyone guessed it. But Qin Yi was here, so they didn't dare to take it. Prepare for a fight, someone is coming. Qin Yi's expression was unhappy, and he reached out to grab the red hairpin in the coffin. At this time, the system pops up a prompt. Ding! You discovered the remains of a powerful inscription realm warrior and seized the trophy Blood Tribulation hairpin immortal item, which can be exchanged for 34 card draw opportunities. Do you want to exchange it? Tip: the treasure will disappear after redemption. No. Qin Yi refused without hesitation. The immortal treasure can be exchanged for 34 draws, which is obviously more precious than King Zheng's ring. But now he is not so short of the number of card draws. He gave up the things in King Zheng's ring in exchange for 16 draws in order to help Zhang Zishi improve his realm, so as to create the image of ancestor and intimidate the people of the Zhang clan. Now that he doesn't need to shape anything, he naturally gives priority to preserving the treasure. After all, you can't have immortal treasures just by wanting them. A 9-story fairy tower of the demon cult had to be dismantled and suppressed. Even if this blood tribulation hairpin is not as good as the 9-layered immortal tower, it must not be much worse. Qin Yi took out the blood robbery hairpin. There was nothing else in the coffin except the body and the hairpin. The 4th level of the inscription realm is actually not extremely powerful. Having an immortal treasure can be considered wealthy. If it were in the 100 kingdoms of the East, even a person at the 4th level of the inscription realm would probably not be able to take out those burial objects. As the hairpin fell off, the purple-clothed woman in the coffin quickly aged and decayed, as if the frozen time suddenly returned, and millions of years passed by in a hurry. In the breeze brought by everyone's breathing, she turned into clouds and dust and completely dissipated, leaving no trace. Xin Xingyue couldn't help but sigh. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she can't withstand the erosion of the long river of time. Hua Siyu was very calm. At least someone remembers her and arranged all this for her. Endless years have passed, and you and I are still here to witness her former beauty. Zhang Zishi smiled and said, why worry about so many things? Just live your life well now, right, Brother Qin? Well, live well now, it's time to prepare for a fight. Qin Yi looked towards the sky. Figures were approaching rapidly, and there were at least thousands of them. The coffin was empty and no longer locked by the special rules of the immortal tomb. Qin Yi put the coffin into King Zheng's ring, holding the blood tribulation hairpin in his hand, and prepared for a big battle. At this moment, a flash of enlightenment suddenly emerged in my heart. Chapter 96, Hand over the secret treasure and spare your life. The blood tribulation hairpin is a fairy treasure. The treasure is spiritual and it autonomously fed back a piece of information into Qin Yi's mind. This hairpin is a low-level immortal magic weapon. Although it is only at the beginner level, its value is still extremely high. As long as it is activated with magical power, it can trigger a blood disaster, causing the blood of all living beings within 1,000 miles to boil, their true energy to become chaotic and out of control, and they will fall into a state of madness. Of course, if you want to activate it, you need to have the strength of the inscription realm. If one's strength is insufficient, even if one can barely activate it for a moment, the effect will not be that strong, and may only be within a range of 10 or 100 miles. Realizing this, Qin Yi decisively stuffed the hairpin into Hua Siyu's hand. Take it. If a fight breaks out later, you can act according to the situation and use its effects to help me. Only Hua Siyu is at the Jindan stage here, and the others are not even qualified to activate the blood tribulation hairpin. Ah? Young Master Qin? Hua Siyu was stunned. She didn't expect that Qin Yi would actually give such a precious fairy treasure directly to her. The others were also stunned. They didn't expect Qin Yi to do this suddenly. Why don't you use it yourself? Ling Ling asked. Qin Yi did not explain. You can't say that I don't have any true energy, right? There is no such person in this world. Even practitioners with powerful physical bodies are only cultivating some kind of precious body, and fighting by converting true chi into the strength of the physical body. Someone like him who has no true energy at all and relies entirely on hand-to-hand combat is a pure anomaly, rarer than a giant panda, and one of a kind. Someone has arrived. The first to arrive were the group that had just passed by and asked them what they were doing. Their strength didn't seem very strong, but they still wanted to join in the fun. Yu said, "Weren't you just moving rocks? How did you dig out treasure?" Xin Yi chuckled, "Lucky, there are good things buried under the stone, we are also helpless." The group was speechless, but finding opportunities was something that could not be shared. They were not strong enough to snatch the items, and when they saw other people coming, they immediately retreated to a distance and watched. At this time, a voice came from above the clouds. "Who has obtained the secret treasure? Hand it over immediately, and I will spare your life." The voice was overbearing and arrogant, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Outside the clouds and sky, a figure came quickly, followed by more than a dozen subordinates in the distance. Xin Yi looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a magpie robe. He was thin and had a feminine appearance. There was a family emblem on his collar and he exuded the aura of a late Jindan realm. He is from Han country. He should be a prince. Hua Siyu recognized the other person at a glance. Han country? What level? Xin Yi asked. Hua Siyu, it's stronger than the Snow Nation. The strongest is at the Inscription realm, and there are dozens at the Core Formation realm. It ranks around 80th among the 100 nations. Okay, let's start with him. There were quite a few teams from the 100 nations entering the Immortal Tomb. 2 teams came from one entrance of the Snow Nation, and the Warring States and the Cold Nation also came. In addition, it was unknown how many teams were scattered in other places. Sometimes one key can allow more than one group of people to enter. For example, Ling Chang's key opens the Immortal Tomb. After entering, if the Jiang clan, Sangxian sect, and the demon cult separate, then there will be many forces in teams. Therefore, we cannot simply calculate it using 108 teams. The strong men from the Han country came with great momentum. There was 1 in the late Jindan realm, 6 in the early Jindan realm, and the remaining 10 or so were all in the late Wanxiang realm. Almost every one of them was stronger than the people on Xin Yi's side. At the same time, many people are approaching from other directions. Once the number of people accumulates, it will be difficult to deal with. Xin Yi said, "If you want the secret treasure, come and get it yourself." "Ha, good. You have courage." The strong man from Han country laughed loudly and didn't take Xin Yi and others seriously at all. He raised his hand and pointed, shouting, "Sky sword falls, destroy." Swish swish swish. Dozens of sword lights appeared in the sky and fell towards everyone, as if they wanted to kill everyone with one move. How arrogant! Xin Yi went straight forward, his body soaring into the sky like a cannonball, and smashed down with his right arm full of power. Thunder and fire. Bang! The brutal force exploded the sky and shattered the sword light in front. The momentum spread out, instantly dispersing the sword energy. The remaining 2 or 3 sword energies fell down and were blocked by Hua Siyu. As expected of young Master Qin, he is truly amazing. Fang Wuyun was not panicked at all. He took out a handful of melon seeds from the space magic weapon and sat on the ground to start cracking them. "Give me some." Chow Chow had just finished eating a peach and couldn't keep his mouth idle, so he started cracking some melon seeds. The strong man from Han country was a little surprised to see how powerful Qin Yi was, but he was not panicked. He clenched his right hand, and a blue magic sword emerged, and he attacked again. Cut. Chop the fuck off. Qin Yi had just landed when the opponent swung a sword, and he caught it with a normal attack. However, my right arm felt slightly numb, so there was still something to be said about the late Jindan realm. "Young Master Qin, more people are coming, a lot of them." Hua Siyu reminded him at this time. Qin Yi drew the card and took a look. Hundreds and thousands of powerful men kept coming from the surrounding sky and land, and were about to form a siege. An idea struck him, and he said to himself, "Put away all the treasures. We are here to seize the treasure, and the opportunity lies with the people of Han country." Why? Everyone was stunned. Then Qin Yi shouted, "Senior! Now that you've seized the secret treasure, why are you still so aggressive? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" The strong man from the Han kingdom was stunned in the air. "What did you say?" Qin Yi said angrily, "If that's the case, then let's fight to the death." Boom! he jumped up and punched the strong man from the Han Kingdom. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities, kid. The opponent attacked again and slashed down with one sword. Bang! This time Qin was actually defeated and fell back to the ground from the air, seemingly no match for his opponent. Jiang Zishi saw Qin's intention and almost laughed out loud. Brother Qin is so bad. At this time, people from other forces just arrived. After hearing Qin's words, they all surrounded the group from Han Kingdom. Hand over the secret treasure. Hand over the secret treasure and I'll spare your life. Originally, Qin wanted to play a few more games and do dozens of draws. But there are too many people here. There are hundreds or even thousands of people, and there are so many masters. If he accidentally hurts the three goddesses, he will not be able to forgive himself. Anyway, there are many powerful people in the immortal tomb, so there are plenty of opportunities to fight. Let's get rid of the trouble first. The wind and clouds gathered, and a large number of powerful people arrived one after another. From the east came a group of sword-fighting monks with great momentum, from the west came a group of strong men riding spirit beasts, from the south came a group of women with profound cultivation and a group of ruthless men with fiery auras, and from the north came a group of big men with noble clothes and extraordinary demeanor. At first glance, each of them could defeat the dozen or so people from Han country in seconds. The strong man from the Han country became the target of public criticism without paying attention. He looked at the hundreds of people who surrounded him with a confused look on his face, and his heart was suddenly in a panic. He hurriedly explained, "My fellow Taoists, I didn't get the secret treasure. It was that kid who was talking nonsense. The treasure is with him." Chapter 97, The Four Powerful Ones Gather. Fang Wuyan, who was cracking some melon seeds, also saw Qin's intention and shouted, "Hey, are you kidding me? We only have one Jindan realm cultivator, and you're all at the Jindan realm. We've already given you our treasure, and you still want us to die in your place? This is too much." She opened her mouth to say something, but Xian quickly restrained her, fearing that she would speak the truth and hurt everyone. "Nonsense. It's clearly you." The strong man from the Han Kingdom wanted to explain himself. The next second, the leader of the sword cultivators coming from the east, a blue-shirted swordsman, said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and take it." Swish! A sword light whizzed out like a streak of silk. Although they were both in the late Jindan realm, their strength was several times greater than that of the strong man from the Han country. "You!" The strong man from Han country tried to resist hastily, but failed and was knocked back immediately, spitting out blood. Hua Siyu was secretly shocked. That person is so strong, he is almost at the inscription realm. With the same level of cultivation, some people are ordinary, while others, like Huang Fuyu, are geniuses who are far superior to those at the same level. Obviously, the blue-shirted swordsman was the latter. "Brotherly Qingzhou, I also want to see this secret treasure." The leader of the group of people with fiery aura coming from the south said this, and then he attacked. A ball of fire turned into a dragon and pounced on the strong man from the Han Kingdom. On! Ah! A dragon roar sounded in the air, and flames engulfed more than 10 figures from the Han Kingdom, and screams echoed in the air. In a short while, the dozen or so people were burned to death, their bones turned into powder and scattered, leaving only 3 or 5 spiritual magic weapons floating in the air. How cruel! Qin Yi and others were shocked. The strength of this red-robed fire cultivator is too strong, he seems to be even stronger than Li Qingzhou. I originally thought that the Koreans could hold out for a while, but I didn't expect them to be wiped out in just 2 moves. The fire cultivator leader Yen Wuji didn't even take the space magic tools, but directly smashed them. Bang 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 bang. The magic weapons shattered one by one, and the things inside fell out. There were ordinary clothes and food, as well as personal treasures and weapons, a wide variety of items and quantities. However, there is nothing extremely precious. It seems that the owner of the secret treasure is someone else. Everyone's eyes fell to the ground. Broken. Qin secretly cursed his bad luck. If he had known that the Han people were so useless, he would not have played the trick of diverting trouble to others. He just wasted a chance to draw a card. He stopped pretending to be injured and said helplessly, "Looks like I still have to rely on myself." Hua Siyu and others were a little nervous. There are too many strong men around. Apart from the fire cultivator leader and the blue-shirted swordsman, there are 3 other strong men who are almost extremely close to the inscription realm. Without the strength of the inscription realm, it would be impossible to deal with such a lineup. They thought Qin Yi was at the inscription realm, but Qin Yi was Qin Yi, and they were themselves, and they might not be able to be protected. Once a melee breaks out, it will be a big trouble. The leader of the female cultivators from the south looked at Qin Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist, I just saw you fighting with a late Jindan realm expert. With your Wanxiang realm cultivation, you were able to withstand his sword attack and remain undefeated, which shows that you have great talent. I am Su Miaoyan, an inner disciple of the Lingyue Cave Heavenly Sect in the East. If you are willing to share your secret treasure with us, I can ensure your safety." Qin Yi looked at her. This woman is in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, and is not the strongest person present, but the women around her are all in the late stage of the Jindan realm, and there are 18 of them in total, which makes a very powerful lineup. Not only that, she is also a fairy with extraordinary grace, a slim figure, and beautiful facial features. At first glance, she gives people a feeling of grace and elegance, like a queen who is the mother of the country. Could she also be a member of the future card pool? Qin Yi thought to himself. Lingyue Cave Heaven is one of the 3 islands, 7 seas, and 82 cave heavens. The fact that it can be singled out by the world shows that it is very powerful and is definitely not inferior to the top 10 countries among the 100 countries. Qin Yi replied, "Okay, I'll share it with you. If you help me repel the enemy, it's okay for me to give it to you." As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. It was the map that was on the altar before. Qin Yi has already memorized the map. It doesn't really matter whether he takes the jade slip or not. If he can get help from another force, it will still be worth it. Su Miaoyan of Lingyue Cave Heaven shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't think I'm easy to fool. Those are fragments of the map on the altar, not enough to trigger the divine light of heaven and earth. Since you have opened the altar, you must have found something else. Take it out and let me see it. We of Lingyue Cave Heaven always keep our promises and will definitely protect you." Obviously, she had also come into contact with the altar and knew the significance of its existence. "Ha, I'm just afraid you can't protect them." As soon as Su Miaoyan finished speaking, a laugh came from the north. They were a group of people with noble figures. The leader was wearing a Qilin robe and a Tongtian crown on his head, like a king. "Kilinzi of Heaven, what advice do you have for me?" Su Miaoyan asked calmly. The person who spoke was a prince from the Kingdom of Heaven, the leader of all nations. His aptitude may not be as good as Huang Fu Yu's, but he has practiced for 100 more years and is now at the peak of the Jindan realm. He can engrave the law patterns at any time and step into the first level of the inscription realm. The Heavenly Kingdom Kilinzi sneered, "I don't care about this kind of ordinary opportunity secret. I came here to seek advice from the powerful people from all sides. Since Lingyue Dongtian wants to stand out, then I will first ask Fairy Miaoyan for the true method." After saying that, he actually took action. Kilinzi raised his hand and pushed, and in an instant the sky darkened. Countless thunder and lightning turned into giant pythons, roaring towards the people in Lingyue Cave Heaven. "Not good, retreat quickly." There were many people from other forces around who did not want to be affected and quickly retreated. But some people advance instead of retreating. "Boy, hand over the secret treasure." As soon as Kilinzi took action, several people rushed towards Qin Yi. One of them was the fire cultivator leader Yen Wuji. This man killed more than a dozen people just by taking action. He was obviously a ruthless guy. As soon as he made a move, he was like a fire dragon, pouncing at Qin Yi with bared fangs and claws. "Stop!" The blue-shirted swordsman Li Qingzhou swung his sword from the other side to block the fire dragon. They knew that Qin Yi was carrying a treasure, and whoever killed Qin Yi would be able to gain the benefits, so naturally they did not want to see the other party succeed. Qin Yi also discovered this. Seeing that Li Qingzhou forced Yen Wuji back with a sword, Qin Yi seized the opportunity and burst out directly, punching out with 10,000 tons of divine power. Just in time. Yen Wuji was delighted. With Li Qingzhou entangled with him, it was difficult for him to attack Qin Yi, but Qin Yi's active approach was another matter. "Isn't it easy to capture the late stage of the Wanxiang realm?" Coax. The flames were blazing, and he wanted to burn Qin Yi to ashes in one breath and take away the secret treasure. Li Qingzhou had just launched a move and was unable to block it in time. He cursed in his heart, "This kid is so stupid." Next second. Bang! There was a loud bang that shook the earth. Qin Yi's figure passed directly through Yen Wuji's extremely hot flames and punched the opponent in the chest. Yen Wuji screamed miserably, and his body flew backwards hundreds of meters like a piece of rotten leather, with a rain of blood falling from the sky. The system popped up a prompt, and Qin Yi was rewarded with 2 chances to draw cards. "Seen your brother Yen." Everyone in the fire cultivation sect was amazed to see Yen Wuji severely injured. Then they became furious and attacked Qin Yi with all their might, launching a barrage of fire spells. Chapter 098 Kill. In the sky, Su Miaodian and others from Lingyue Cave were fighting fiercely with Kalinzi from Heavenly Kingdom and had no time to take care of other things. Qin Yi was worried that his friends would be affected, so he hurriedly said, "Step back and don't get dragged in." "Well, Brother Qin, be careful." Jiang Zishi and others knew that they could not intervene in the battle at this level and could only retreat slowly. Fang Wuyun didn't even bother to crack the melon seeds, and ran nervously behind his uncles. The flames engulfed Qin Yi's figure, and the scorching breath made him very uncomfortable. However, relying on the strength of his body, he can resist for the time being. There were more than 10 figures who were all enemies. He didn't hesitate at all and just dodged and started punching and kicking. Bang 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 bang. Waves of fierce power were sent out, as if a tank was rampaging across the parking lot. The powerful Jindan realm masters of the fire cultivation sect did not dare to resist at all and dodged in a hurry. But 3 people were still hit by Qin Yi and lost their combat effectiveness instantly. Qin Yi was not feeling well either. After all, his opponents were more than 10 Jindan realm masters. The scorching flames burned his clothes. Although his hair became extra tough and not damaged due to his improved physique, he still looked extremely embarrassed. Damn, I'm exposed. Fire monks are so fucking disgusting. Qin Yi was secretly annoyed, thinking that after this fight, he must quickly customize a pair of Hulk-style shorts to avoid them bursting when he exerted too much force, and he would have to fight with others naked every time. Of course, no one cared about his image at the moment. They were more concerned about the outcome of the battle and the whereabouts of the secret treasure. Seeing that the fire cultivators were unable to do anything to Qin Yi for the time being, the group of people riding spirit beasts from the west also took action. Dear fellow Taoists from the Huofan sect, the beast taming sect is here to help. The other party also said loudly to make his position clear. More than 10 people riding spirit beasts attacked at the same time, and Qin Yi, who was already under great pressure, was suddenly forced to be unable to cope with it. Amidst a series of explosions, he was hit by a one-horned spirit beast and was knocked hundreds of meters away. Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi was shocked. She knew Qin Yi's strength, which was only at the Wanxiang realm. Facing a large group of people at the Jindan realm, the situation was very dangerous. The Great Elder was still laughing. Don't panic, little Zishi. The ancestor is just teasing them. He will unleash his true strength and wipe out these people soon. Jiang Zishi was very anxious when she heard this. Stop making sarcastic remarks and get ready to support Brother Qin. Taoist Ling Chong smiled bitterly. How can we possibly interfere in a battle of this magnitude? I'm afraid if we're not careful, we'll end up losing many lives. The Great Elder echoed, yes, this is a clash of the top forces in the east. Apart from the ancestors, no one from the snow country can participate. You. Jiang Zishi was extremely anxious. Seeing Qin Yi being besieged by 20 or 30 Jindan realm cultivators, she was almost crying. She quickly grabbed Hua Siyu's hand and said, Devil Girl, you are also Brother Qin's destined person, and you have the highest cultivation level. Go help him. Hua Siyu's expression was complicated as she responded, it's not the right time yet. He said he would only let me use the treasure when the melee begins. Now many people are watching, so the time is not right yet. At this time, the 5 of them were already tied up with Qin Yi. If they didn't help, once Qin Yi died, they would be doomed. But he... Jiang Zishi was so concerned that she was confused and didn't want to wait for a moment. The witch was relatively calm. She could see that although Qin Yi was in a passive position, his life was not in danger. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone suddenly said, catch those women and use them to threaten that man to hand over the secret treasure. Then several people attacked Jiang Zishi and others. Everyone be careful. The Great Elder hurriedly reminded and raised his hand to use a spiritual magic weapon to resist. Oh my god, they are all in the Jindan realm. Fang Wuyun was shaking with fear. This level of battle was simply not something he could participate in. The 4 Lingji Xianqiao people quickly formed a formation and increased their strength to the Wanxiang realm. Together with Jiang Zishi, Shen Qingyue, Ling Chong, Ling Jin and others, more than a dozen Wanxiang realm fighters, as well as Hua Siyu, barely blocked one round. So many spiritual artifacts. With their level of cultivation, they shouldn't have such a treasure. They must have obtained it from a secret stash. Someone else noticed something was going on and rushed towards Hua Siyu and the others. How so? Jiang Zishi bit her lip, thinking that not only was she unable to help Brother Qin, but she was also in danger. She couldn't help but feel powerless because of her own weakness. Hua Siyu didn't bother to hide her clumsiness. She threw her red wedding dress casually and put it on. She raised her hand and released the secret magic of the magic nerve. A black and red phantom appeared. She let out a demonic roar that shook the world and instantly repelled several powerful Jindan realm masters. Devil's nerves. He's the descendant of the demonic path. She's a demon, kill her. Many powerful people around recognized the characteristics of her power and shouted loudly. In fact, looking at the whole world, the righteous path and the evil path are not absolutely opposite. But at this time, if someone reveals the aura of the devil, others can naturally shout, kill the devil and defend the way and attack him together. Bang 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 bang. A series of spells poured down, and everyone's realm was not high enough to resist it. It was all up to Hua Siyu to hold on alone, which was very difficult. Boom! With a dull sound, the shadow of the demon shattered. Hua Siyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and her breath weakened a little. Before she could recover, a skinny old man flashed over and grabbed Shin Xingyue. Senior sister! Fang Wuyan exclaimed, and subconsciously wanted to go forward to rescue her, but was casually slapped away and fell to the ground with blood spurting out. His voice startled Qin Yi. When Qin Yi saw that the situation was not right, he didn't care about the people from the beast-taming sect and the fire-burning sect, and withdrew back into the crowd. Boy, hand over the secret treasure, or I will kill her. The skinny old man grabbed Shin Xingyue's snow-white neck with his fingers. I think you're tired of living. Qin Yi did not accept the threat at all. He sprinted with all his strength and appeared behind the skinny old man in an instant. What? His speed shocked the skinny old man. The opponent intended to use Shin Xingyue to block the attack, but it was too slow. Snap! There was only a crisp sound. The skinny old man's head exploded, red and white splashed everywhere, and was shattered into pieces by Qin Yi's punch. Ah! Shin Xingyue's hair was covered in blood and she was terrified. But the battle is far from over, and there are more powerful people attacking them. Boy, surrender and hand over all your secret treasures, otherwise we will kill them all. More than 10 Jindan realm powerhouses pounced on Zhang Zishi and others, clearly asking Qin Yi to compromise. Dream. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and became ruthless. He hadn't expected the situation to be so serious. When these people found out there was a secret treasure, they became like mad dogs and it was impossible to sit down and have a good chat. In today's situation, there is no way this will end without fighting to the end. In that case, then beat them and kill them. Qin Yi didn't want to endure it anymore. The novice adaptation period has passed. From today on, he officially embarks on the path of cultivation. He will fight when he needs to fight, and kill when he needs to kill, and he will never hold back. That was the first one, but it will definitely not be the last. Qin Yi gathered his strength and attacked. The 8-armed demon suppressing fist can turn the heavens and the earth upside down. Boom! More than 10 Jindan realm masters joined forces to attack and kill. But with a loud bang, Qin Yi's 8-armed demon suppressing fist directly shattered all attacks. The terrifying airwaves spread out, blowing up the weeds on the ground and throwing more than 10 people away. The first few people who were hit had their bodies shattered into pieces while still in mid-air. Although others were not so tragically killed, some of them had their heart meridians shattered and died instantly. Qin Yi no longer held back, mobilizing all his strength and launching a counterattack without hesitation. Bang 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 bang! His figure turned into lightning, punching left and kicking right, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Amidst the dull sounds of explosions, both those in the Wanxiang realm and the Jindan realm had their bodies shattered and they died on the spot. Chapter 99, Vomiting. What? So strong. This is the Myriad Realm? How is this possible? Li Qingzhou and his fellow disciples were stunned. They didn't expect Qin Yi's fighting ability to be so exaggerated. In the sky, Su Miaoyan in Lingyue Cave Heaven was also surprised, thinking to himself, this person's talent is absolutely unparalleled in the world. Only the Son of God in the Kingdom of God can rival him. I must make friends with him. If I can't win him over, I must at least make him my friend. Thinking of this, she shouted softly, Senior sisters, form a formation. Yes. More than 10 female monks from Lingyue Cave who were more powerful than her but had lower status than her responded immediately and formed a formation to deal with Kalinzi and other powerful men from the Heavenly Kingdom. Li Qingzhou also realized how terrifying Qin Yi was, and his attitude immediately changed dramatically. He said to his fellow disciples, let's help him. Making a friend with such unlimited potential is far more important than seizing the secret treasure. Brotherly, this move will put us at odds with the Hufen sect and the beast taming sect. Are you sure? His fellow disciples were a little worried. Li Qingzhou nodded and said, even if this hadn't happened, we would still be in opposition to them. The Divine Sword sect has stood firm in the East for 80,000 years, relying not only on strength but also on vision and pattern. After saying that, he took the initiative to attack, flashed forward, and stopped the strongest man of the Beastmaster sect. The other cultivators from the Divine Sword sect followed suit and stepped forward to stop the cultivators from the Fire sect and the Beast Taming sect, who posed the greatest threat. Thank you very much. Xini saw the other party's good intentions, took the time to thank him, and then continued to fight fiercely with the strong men from other major forces. Shen Qingyue wiped the blood off her face, held a folding fan in her left hand and a sword in her right hand, and took a deep breath. How dare you use me to threaten Qin Yi? I'm not someone you can mess with. She was also angry, and this time she fought with all her strength, mobilizing all the spiritual magic weapons she had just obtained. She waved her sword and illuminated the sky, fighting with an opponent in the early stage of the Jindan realm. I'm coming too. Jiang Zishi was not willing to be outdone, so she also took out a spiritual magic weapon. The wind spirit power surged, and with a wave of her hand, a strong wind blew, forcing several people to retreat. Don't hide anything, fight with all your might. The great elder growled, probably realizing that Qin Yi did not have the strength to suppress the entire crowd. He did not care about the scenery and everyone took out their previous gains and fought the enemy with all their strength. Dozens of spiritual magic weapons shone brightly in the hands of the crowd. The Jiang clan members in the Fashuan realm and the traitorous disciples of the Zhongshuan sect had relatively little qualification to participate in the war and could only barely protect themselves. However, the strength of Wanshan realm, supported by many spiritual magic weapons, is a good combat force. Everyone erupted, and the situation suddenly turned around and stabilized temporarily. Hua Xiyu was wearing a red wedding dress and holding a purple orchid lantern. With a wave of her hand, demonic energy surged and blood filled the air. She blocked 3 mid-stage Jindan realm cultivators by herself, and her performance was quite impressive. But the most powerful one is Qin Yi. He could no longer hear what others were saying, only the bangs of explosions and the ding-ding-ding system sounds. Yuan the goddess defeated an opponent in the late stage of the Myriad realm together, and gained 1 card draw opportunity. Yuan the goddess are opponents in the middle stage of the core formation realm, and you have obtained. The number of card draws is skyrocketing, and as long as you defeat enemies above the Myriad realm, you can get rewards. As the fight went on, Qin Yi's image became extremely hideous. Not only was he fighting with his bear but he was also covered in blood, like a demon. Every time a punch was thrown, blood and flesh splattered and broken bones flew everywhere. Every time the 8-armed demon suppressing fist is used, it will bring about a bloody storm and kill at least 1 strong man. 10, 20, 30. He didn't count carefully, but he knew in his heart that he had killed many people. In the fierce battle, adrenaline made him ignore his own cruelty and viciousness. Now there was only one thing in his mind, and that was to protect his friends and prevent them from getting hurt. I don't know how long the battle lasted. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the Kalinzi of the Heavenly Kingdom was defeated by the joint attack formation of 18 female cultivators in the late Jindan realm from Lingyue Cave Heaven, and retreated with his men. The number of people from the Wolfen sect and the Beast Taming sect was smaller than that of the Divine Sword sect. After fighting for a long time and seeing that there was no hope of winning, they left with the seriously injured Yin Wuji. The other forces lacked top masters. After a fierce battle, they saw Qin Yi killing people like a demon and dismembering their bodies. They felt a chill in their hearts and were so scared that they dared not move forward again. Gradually, there were no more enemies around, and only 2 groups of people from Lingyue Dongtian and Xinjian sect had not retreated. Qin Yi smashed the last enemy to pieces with 1 punch, gasped for breath, and finally stopped. Is everything all right? He turned around and looked at everyone. What he saw was that everyone was filled with fear. Looking at his appearance at the moment, no one dared to say a word. Brother Qin. Only Jiang Zishi was not afraid of his bloody appearance. She ran over with red eyes and opened her arms to hug him. Etc. Qin Yi saw that he was covered in red, and then looked around. The weeds had changed color and the place looked as scary as a slaughterhouse. He hurriedly called Jiang Zishi. After the fierce battle, his breathing gradually returned to normal. He smelled a fishy stench, and then looked at his hands covered in dark red blood, and the broken flesh and internal organs on the ground. He couldn't hold it in for a moment, and bent over and vomited violently. Young Master Qin is too fierce. Fong Woyun held his waist and praised while vomiting. The scene was so cruel that few people could remain calm. Shin Qingyue's face was pale, Hua Siyu's hands were shaking, and the four sisters Lingji Xianqiao were exhausted. Even the centuries-old elders of the Jiang clan and the people of the Zhongxian sect had grim expressions on their faces, and several of them were frightened to the point of vomiting. Su Miaoyan floated down, made a hand gesture, and released a rain of water, which washed over Qin and others. Soon, the blood on everyone's body was washed off. Jiang Zishi took out a set of clothes for Qin to put on, and said to Su Miaoyan, "Thank you, sister." "Su Miaoyan, it's a piece of cake. I haven't asked where you come from yet." Qin was still vomiting, and the great elder spoke on his behalf. "Fairy, we are cultivators from the eastern snow country." "Snow country?" Li Qingzhou was a little surprised. "I had the impression that it was one of the last among the 100 nations. I didn't expect such a powerful genius to appear." The great elder said, "I would also like to thank you both for your strong support. Otherwise, we would not be able to escape today. Although many people were injured this time, fortunately no one was killed, and the losses can be said to be minimal." Su Miaoyan shook her head and said, "No need to be polite, we are also here to make friends." Qin's face turned pale from vomiting, and it took him a long time to calm down. He looked at Su Miaoyan, then at Li Qingzhou, and said, "My name is Qin, nice to meet you." Li Qingzhou said with an expression of great interest, "Fellow Daoist Qin, your body is truly formidable. It can even kill a late-stage Jiadan realm expert in a single blow. I'm afraid I'm no match for you. Could you tell me a little bit about which master's legacy you inherited?" The snow country is a barren land, and no decent strong man has appeared in thousands of years. Qin's fighting power was so exaggerated that they all thought that he must have had a fortuitous encounter and inherited the mantle of some powerful person. Qin shook his head and said, "It's just a battle method that consumes vitality. It's not worth mentioning." Although he was fighting in his normal state, his fighting power was exaggerated after all. In order to eliminate other people's concerns, he deliberately made it sound as if the price was very high. It just so happened that he turned pale at this moment, so the people from Lingyue Cave Heaven and Divine Sword sect believed it. Although there is a price, it is still very scary. Su Miaoyan said. Chapter 100. Nothing is wrong. 5 more. Qin knew that the two men had other purposes besides wanting to call their friends. So, without hiding anything, he shared the jade slip with the two of them, saying, "This is a fragment of the map found at the altar. You two are welcome to take a look. As for what was found below the altar, it's only a dozen or so spiritual artifacts and mental techniques. Given your two families' backgrounds, you probably won't be interested in them. Thank you, fellow Daoist." The two of them didn't hesitate and directly used their spiritual sense to read the map information in the jade slip. This is just an unimportant marginal fragment, and it doesn't matter to anyone who sees it. The true and complete location of the secret treasure may only be found after collecting all 108 incomplete maps. After reading the jade slip, Su Miaoyan raised his hand and handed over a crescent-shaped jade, saying, "Fellow Daoist Qin, this is my communication jade talisman. You can contact me if you need anything." Li Qingzhou followed suit and also sent a small sword-shaped jade communication talisman. Qin himself has no true energy, so naturally he doesn't have this thing and cannot return the gift. However, the jade talisman is two-way, so as long as you accept it, you can communicate with him, so you don't have to give it to him yourself. Okay, let's talk about it when there's a situation. This realm has many secrets. I wish your two families can obtain rare inheritances. Qin said with a fist salute. Well, time is short, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Su Miaoyan and Li Qingzhou took their respective companions and left in different directions. Let's go too. This shabby place, I'm so. Qin glanced at the ground and vomited again. Many people in the team were injured and needed to recuperate, so they were temporarily unable to continue looking for opportunities. The group left the altar battle area, ran 100 miles, and temporarily settled in a secluded valley. In the grove beside the stream, the wounded took medicinal pills and sat in meditation to heal their wounds. Qin was not seriously injured. He only had some minor injuries caused by the battle with spells, which could be healed on his own. He sat on a big rock by the river, looking at the water and sighing. When I opened the system, I saw a row of glaring numbers on the card drawing interface. Number of card draws remaining, 264. In the battle just now, he defeated and killed at least 150 people. He gave 2 draws to each person in the Jindan realm and 1 draw to each person in the Wanxiang realm, which added up to this many. Hua Xiyu has not been picked by him yet, so the people she defeated are not counted. Jiang Zishi and Shen Xingyue are currently at a relatively low level, and their victories are relatively rare, so most of the rewards are obtained by Qin Yi himself. More than 100 lives. Still the same brutal killing method. Qin Yi couldn't calm down at all. Looking at the calm river water, he always felt that it was a river of blood, roaring and rushing. Every splash of water is like a lonely soul crying out its own misery. Brother Qin, are you okay? Jiang Zishi had been standing behind him for quite a while. Seeing that he remained silent, she knew that he was in a very unstable mood. It's okay. Qin Yi responded. Then he felt something soft behind him, and Jiang Zishi's body pressed against him and hugged him from behind. It must be difficult to kill someone for the first time, she asked. A little. It was almost the same when I killed someone for the first time. I ended a good life just like that, and I felt a deep sense of guilt. She sighed, as if to comfort, but also as if to seek empathy. Qin Yi couldn't help but ask, when was the first time you killed someone? 3 years ago, when I was 15. Jiang Zishi said, I had just entered the dragon transformation realm and was out on the street with 2 maids to relax. A young master from the Han family was spotted by me and tried to molest me. He was a hooligan and said a lot of nasty things. I got angry and hit him hard on the head, killing him. Qin Yi thought that if he were to act like a hooligan with his foul language, he would at most be charged with disturbing public order, a minor offense, and would be detained for a few days. But in this world, it costs your life. It's really cruel to say. However, he would not blame Jiang Zishi. Instead, he encouraged her, good job. Kill one to warn the rest. No one will dare to harass you in the future. The rules on Earth are destined not to apply to this world. If everyone in this world obeyed the law and was kind and quiet, then what fun would there be in cultivating immortality? In martial arts novels, there are also stories about a common man who gets so angry that blood splatters 5 steps away. If a cultivator doesn't have a temper, what is the point of becoming an immortal? He might as well go home and farm. A world without the joy of revenge is destined to not produce strong people. Only when everyone is a little irritable and starts fighting over disagreements will it lead to internal competition and everyone will become stronger and stronger. Yeah. So Brother Qin didn't kill the wrong person just now. They wanted to kill us. If you didn't kill them, we would be the ones to die. There's no problem with that. Jiang Zishi comforted Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded and said, yes, I understand the reasoning. He turned his head and looked behind him, and Jiang Zishi was looking at him. In an instant, the 2 people were completely in sync. The truth is the truth, but the feeling is the feeling. Even if you know a person deserves to die, you must kill him. But when you kill someone with your own hands, watching the blood flow out of the other person's body, the vitality gradually slipping away, and a living person disappearing from the world, you will still feel very uncomfortable. This is compassion for fellow human beings and fear of death. It comes from biological instinct and has nothing to do with good or evil or reason. I don't know how many people I will have to kill in the future. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. He always felt that if he took this path, he would be doomed to a sea of blood and corpses. The goddess of feathers said that the inheritance of the immortal Lord Jilu is an invincible path. In fact, this is inaccurate. To be precise, it was originally a road that was full of enemies. But, after killing all the enemies, the road becomes invincible. It's okay, just look at it. Jiang Zishi comforted him and hugged him tightly. The sun is setting and night is approaching. The 2 spent some quiet time by the river, and Qin Yi's mood gradually improved. Seeing that he was much better, Jiang Zishi joked, Brother Qin, it was strange that you were fighting naked just now. Well. Qin Yi's old face turned red. It was all the fault of the cultivators from the fire sect. Why did they play with fire when they could have done something else? They burned all his clothes made of ordinary fabric to ashes, and he almost became a bald chicken. When fighting for life and death, the focus is not on that aspect and no one cares about the image issue. Now that I think about it, that scene was really eye-catching. And so many people are watching. There were at least thousands of people around at the time, but only over 100 died, and even more left. So many people saw him fighting with his naked, but how could he be seen in public? Wear a mask when you go out in the future. Shen Xingyue came to the river and wanted to thank Qin Yi for saving her just now. But before she could say anything, she heard Jiang Zishi whispering on Qin Yi's body, it's okay, brother Qin, don't be shy. You have a lot of capital, and it's not shameful to be seen by others. Maybe others will envy you. Especially those female cultivators in Lingyue Cave Heaven. I noticed that several of them were secretly staring at you for a long time. You, what are you talking about? Qin Yi's face turned even redder. He has almost brought shame to the ancestors, but this silly girl actually thinks she can be proud. What a big heart she has. Shin Xinyue stood behind, looking embarrassed. Recalling the scene just now, she couldn't help but recall some things that happened in the cellar a few days ago. Then her face turned red, and without even saying thank you, she turned around and ran away. Ding! Shin Xinyue's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 77.